Xiao Su entered into a contract with the Reincarnation Paradise, traversing through various anime worlds to execute his missions. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, he wielded a sharp blade while hunting the one-eyed owl, Takatsuki Sen, through numerous city blocks. On the battlefield at Marineford, Xiao Su stood atop a pile of naval corpses, gazing at Sengoku, whose face was grim, while Ace looked on in disbelief. The other contractors exclaimed, "Are you cheating? You can't possibly be a mere contractor, you must be a hidden character from the original story." Of course, Xiao Su was far from an ordinary contractor, he was a hunter. The synopsis might seem lacking in strength, yet this infinite anime adventure by the author is filled with heartfelt dedication and is continuously updated, so feel free to dive in. Chapter 1. The Avenger. As night fell, a bustling yet restless second-tier city came alive. The streets buzzed with traffic as the nightlife beckoned many young people to escape their sweltering rooms and squander their time freely. Xiao Su crouched atop a two-story villa, the night breeze brushing against him, offering a moment of cool relief. Dressed in black and donning a wide black hood, he concealed his figure in the shadows of the rooftop. This outfit, even under the night sky during the sweltering summer, could still feel stifling. However, compared to his unfortunate past, this discomfort was trivial. He had already been waiting for 2 hours. At his age, Xiao Su should have been enjoying his time at university, yet consumed by hatred, he abandoned his studies 3 years prior to pursue alternative knowledge anatomy, martial arts, and rapid lockpicking. The long wait began. 2 hours later, a black luxury car slowly entered the villa's courtyard. The engine's droning ceased, and a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, stumbled out. His drunken state rendered his movements unsteady. From the rooftop, Xiao Su picked up a long knife, its blade dark and barely visible in the night, as he prepared to strike. He leaped from the 5-meter-high roof, his agile arms grasping the pointed edge of the villa to slow his descent. With a steady landing, he positioned himself directly before his foe. Chapter 2. The Hunter. The Hunter. This is the title the mysterious Reincarnation Paradise has referred to Su Xiao from the very beginning. This title feels strange to Su Xiao because he hasn't signed the so-called contract. What does the title Hunter represent? Su Xiao's question triggers a significant reaction from the Reincarnation Paradise. Ordinary people become contractors after signing a contract and execute tasks for the paradise, which rewards them. The so-called hunters are contractors with special talents, whose abilities are more suited for combat. While executing ordinary missions, the paradise will also issue hunting missions to eliminate those abnormal contractors. Inquiry attempts have been exhausted. The paradise will no longer respond to any questions from the hunter. Please sign the contract or await death. All light fades, and the surroundings become pitch black. An ancient-looking piece of parchment appears in the void, hanging in midair. Su Xiao struggles to stand up and approaches the parchment. The parchment is filled with strange symbols, with a large blank space at the bottom. Do you wish to sign the contract? Yes, no. Su Xiao vaguely feels that if he signs this contract, his life will undergo a tremendous change. He has too many things to do. Even if the path ahead is a bottomless abyss, he can only leap forward. I agree. As soon as Su Xiao's voice falls, his hand rises uncontrollably, and his thumb presses against the blank space on the parchment. A sharp pain shoots through his fingertip, and a drop of bright red blood stains the parchment, turning it a pale red and exuding a faint smell of blood. Contract established. Beginning to heal the hunter's injuries. A faint green light appears around Su Xiao, enveloping his body, and within a few seconds, his injuries are completely healed. Injury repair complete, forcibly awakening hunter's talent. Just as Su Xiao's body returns to normal, and before he can catch his breath, a wave of intense pain strikes throughout his body. The pain comes suddenly, causing all the blood vessels in his body to bulge. But Su Xiao's endurance is beyond the ordinary. He merely lets out a muffled groan and kneels on one knee. The pain comes swiftly and dissipates just as quickly. Su Xiao realizes that something within him seems to be awakened. This feeling is not abrupt. It's as if he has always had this ability, but has never been aware of it. To visually represent the hunter's overall qualities, semi-datization is activated. Warning: semi-datization is an auxiliary combat ability. If vital organs, such as the heart and brain, are severely damaged, the hunter will still die. Please proceed cautiously in the derived dimensions. The hunter's exclusive trial begins. If the trial cannot be completed, the paradise will strip the hunter of their identity, reverting them to an ordinary contractor. If the hunter dies. Chapter 2. The Infernal Beginning and Digestion. The good news is that upon entering this world, I have established a foundation of reputation within one of its core factions. The bad news, however, is that due to an astonishing charisma attribute, my initial reputation stands at an impressive 58,600 points. More crucially, the faction reputation of Sanctuary City Duan is pivotal for the world settlement of this realm. In essence, this reputation corresponds to the world source of other worlds, having just ascended to the pinnacle of strength. The evaluation of my first world is of utmost importance, as I must swiftly elevate my status within the supreme tier. Should I ascend to this pinnacle, the formidable enemies from my past will undoubtedly swarm towards me. If I cannot reach the apex of strength within the progression of 3 worlds, my demise is inevitable. Yet, the foundation for this ascension is established in what seems impossible for others. Achieving the pinnacle of strength within 3 world progressions remains a possibility for me. Presently, I find myself in the ancient dragon kingdom, amidst the territory of the abyssal kin, the Decane clan. Is the enemy of my enemy truly my friend? Not always. The Decane family is notoriously exclusionary, their aversion rivaling that of the Bronze family. Therefore, the arrival of an empowered being from the arcane eternal star is likely to be met with hostility. Entering the world, ancient dragon kingdom, Iberias. World difficulty, LV. 86, LV. 99. Location, the last sanctuary city, Duan. World source, 0, unavailable. Faction reputation, 58,600 points. World summary, let us conclude this age-old blood feud. You wretched insect. Dusk Era, year 1185. Indeed, the ancient dragons, who possess infinite lifespans, have their day of reckoning, while the solar deity clan, emblematic of the supreme sun, also faces their waning twilight. The saga of dragons and sun ultimately draws to a close. Dusk Era, year 1650. With the fall of dragon dominion and the deterrence of the solar deity clan, the astral realm witnesses its inaugural era of chaos. Yet, this turmoil approaches its conclusion, as the time of the annihilationists is soon to dawn. The dawn of descent. Year 1. The denizens of the abyss have stealthily occupied what was once the domain of the dragons, Iberias. No one can impede their advance. Even as the remnants of humanity and giants forge an alliance to establish the Dawn Empire in the absence of the ancient dragons. However, this nascent empire cannot withstand the unending darkness that looms from the primordial age. The dawn of descent, year 3. There is no fierce resistance, no grand epic battles. Darkness descends, corruption follows. The mighty of the Dawn Empire confront true despair, unworthy even to face their enemies. As they plunge into the darkness, determined to confront their foes, they find their bodies, minds, wills, and souls corrupted by the encroaching shadows. Nothing is more tragic than charging forward in fury, only to end up prostrate on the ground, foreheads pressed against the earth, awaiting the enemy's foot upon their necks. Even the bravest warriors, confronted with such a fate, would be brought to tears of despair. The dawn of descent, year 109. Humanity has been shackled, their bodies corrupted, their minds consumed, toiling endlessly for the Decane clan, extracting their final worth. When utterly exhausted, they are cast into the breeding pools for disintegration. The abyssal can show no concern for the dwindling number of slaves. The birthing factory continually produces human slaves, while the fallen giants receive negligible attention due to the higher operational costs of their own birthing factory. The dawn of descent, year 1080. If there remains any hope for life, it may lie in the last imperial capital, Duan. This sanctuary, established before the collapse of the Dawn Empire, has activated an arcane mechanism, and the alchemists hired with their amassed wealth have not deceived them. The dawn of descent, year 3559. Passive defenses will eventually be breached. Even if the Decane clan does not assault the last imperial capital, Duan, the relentless encroachment of darkness has rendered the outer arcane protections perilously fragile. The dawn of descent, year 4282. The power of fire rekindles hope among the people of Duan, who believe that the dark can fear their newfound strength. Otherwise, they would not have gathered shadows, allowing nearly half of Iberias to bask once more in sunlight. The dawn of descent, year 4399. Under the leadership of the current king of Duan, the legions of Duan march forth, empowered by the flames. Everyone is convinced this marks the dawn of a new era of light. The dawn of descent, year 4399, a mere quarter hour. As the legions advance towards the frenzied sea, they behold the dark kin seated upon the ominous monolith. With their grotesque, gnarled horns and towering forms exceeding 10 meters in height, the soldiers of Duan witness this horrifying sight, their resolve crumbling within that brief moment. Ultimately, the king of Duan is seized by the head and effortlessly crushed. The power of fire, in the face of the abyssal kin, remains inconsequential. The sole reason for the existence of the last imperial capital, Duan to this day, is the decaying clan's preoccupation with battling the annihilationists, leaving them little time to concern themselves with these seemingly insignificant beings. The dawn of descent. Year 5062. There is no need for the abyssal kin to bring about destruction. The last imperial capital begins to crumble, faced with an utterly unresisting foe. Some residents of Duan resort to desperate measures, while others choose self-termination. Amidst this madness, the empire, born from the remains of the ancient dragons, ultimately meets its own demise. The remaining brave souls could never have fathomed the danger they faced, for it was their former kin. As their spirits shattered, they began to succumb to the darkness, transforming into the lowest slaves of the abyssal kin, the corrupted. The dawn of descent, year 5068, upon the torch tower of High Wall City, flames burn brightly. Survivors have held fast to this last city, and throughout the years of battling the corrupted, they have discovered the true courage to endure in darkness. They strive to protect this final haven, the last fertile land with a scarce supply of clean water, and thus Sanctuary City is born. True power does not stem from the extraordinary, but from one's own courage. Sanctuary City, Duan, First Lord, Winteamus. The Dark Era. Year 1. Darkness once again shrouds the ancient realm of the dragons, Iberius. However, the inhabitants of Sanctuary City are no longer the blind and arrogant zealots of yore. They unite closely, bravely venturing beyond the protective walls into the unknown darkness, in their quest to explore the infinite shadows and reclaim the lost light. The residents of Sanctuary City are willing to sacrifice everything, even their own well-being, seeking strength and miracles through suffering. Ultimately, they succeed, birthing the miraculous through their anguish. The Dark Era, Year 5. The cult of pain is established. The priests voluntarily shoulder the burden of exploration. Although their efforts yield no immediate rewards, they never falter, continually growing stronger through their suffering in the dark. The Dark Era, Year 106, a century of exploration by the priests appears to bear no fruit. Yet no resident of the city complains. In this lightless sanctuary city, each return of the priests represents hope for the people. Without this last flicker of hope, even the strongest among the residents of Duan would succumb to despair. The Dark Era. Year 519. Centuries of exploration have claimed the lives of generations of leaders and high priests of the cult of pain in the depths of darkness. Yet, the priests have never entertained the thought of surrender. Despite occasional doubts, the overwhelming support of the populace and the souls unwilling to be enslaved by the abyssal kin have ensured that their quest for discovery remains unyielding. In the year 644 of the Dark Era, an exploration team consisting of 280 individuals returned with only 5 members, causing an uproar among the residents of the sanctuary city. Among the 5 priests who returned, 2 exhibited signs of severe mental disturbance, raising questions about the horrors they encountered that could shatter their spirits, which drew strength from their own suffering. Of the remaining 3, 1 succumbed to grave injuries and passed away on the same day, while the other 2, though wounded, appeared otherwise unharmed. At last, a discovery was made. One priest produced a pulsating mechanical heart from within his garments, the very source of power, the pinnacle of mechanical prowess, a manifestation of the god's strength. It is crucial to remember that in the First Era, the gods were formidable beings, rivaling ancient dragons and the sun. Their defeat was not due to weakness compared to these entities. 12 years later, the second major faction of Sanctuary City, the Mechanical School, was established. Members of this faction began to appear in the exploration teams, self-identifying as ascendants, though the populace often referred to them as mechanical apprentices. Those who demonstrated sufficient strength were termed mechanical mentors, while the most powerful among them were venerated as mechanical masters. In the year 1244 of the Dark Era, during yet another expedition, the captain of the exploration team uncovered a fascinating spell that, when activated, summoned fanatics who worshipped the abyss and darkness, self-identifying as the Dark Sect. By 1253, members of the Dark Sect began to surface within Sanctuary City. These individuals resembled cockroaches in a sewer. Their presence was exceedingly difficult to eradicate. The residents were both angered and perplexed, questioning how anyone could revere the abyss and darkness, as they had witnessed the abyssal races firsthand. In 1305, the Dark Sect, exhibiting an extraordinary tenacity for survival, successfully proliferated within Sanctuary City. Upon reaching a certain scale, they stealthily exited the city, intent on contacting the abyssal races, whom they believed would serve as allies. 5 days later, a half-mad member of the Dark Sect returned to Sanctuary City, only to be rescued by fellow sect members. The world's first Dark Bishop utilized his soul's abilities to delve into the memories of this half-mad devotee. Witnessing the derision that echoed from a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness when the Dark Sect members encountered an ordinary Abyssal Race member. Ultimately, those who sought powerful allies were met with grim fates. Male members were skewered and immobilized, while females were dispatched to breeding factories, subjected to a horrific process until their demise, leaving them unable to escape the gruesome fate that awaited them. Upon witnessing these events, the inaugural Dark Bishop realized that this was not the abyssal darkness they had anticipated. It was a darkness that did not belong to them. In 1366, the third major faction within Sanctuary City gained the approval of the current lord, and the Dark Sect was recognized as one of the city's three dominant powers. Members of the Dark Sect began to appear within the exploration teams. By 1552, the battle between the Exterminators and the Dukeen family ended in defeat for the Exterminator faction against the Arcane Eternal Star. The Dukeen family, though victorious, suffered heavy losses. And at this juncture, they began to consolidate their long-held territory of Iberias, only to discover that Sanctuary City was not easily obliterated and perhaps did not need to be. Thus began the world anew. Upon reading the overview of this world, Su Xiao sensed the imminent dangers lurking within. It was a perilous realm where even the Dark Sect had turned benevolent. As he pondered strategies to amend the faction's reputation, a notification related to the hunting list, Blood Pact, appeared. The bounty had been activated. Current temporal power, 9,999 ounces. Current world, formerly Transcendent, Primal World, Iberias. Based on multiple information sources, an assessment regarding events related to you has been completed. You may now pursue the following bounties from the hunting list. Blood Pact. 1. Beast's End. Eliminate the Beast King and shatter the corruption core. Elf. Requires a bounty deposit of 800 to 1,000 ounces of temporal power to activate. 2. Source of Decay. Destroy the Source of Decay. Requires a bounty deposit of 1,000 to 1,300 ounces of temporal power to activate. 3. Grief of Giants. Obliterate all breeding factories of the giant race and slay the only magma giant in this world. Requires a bounty deposit of 2,000 to 2,500 ounces of temporal power to activate. 4. Mouth of Vermin. Exterminate the Ancestor. Requires a bounty deposit of 3,000 to 5,000 ounces of temporal power to activate. 5. Eternal Exile. Locate the Dukeen family, origin emblem, and destroy it by the sole method available. Requires a bounty deposit of 50 ounces of temporal power to activate. Given the high difficulty of this bounty, success will yield a reward of 5,000 times the bounty amount. After weighing the 5 bounties, Su Xiao decided to fully commit to all of them. He estimated that this endeavor would be a life-or-death gamble, with no possibility of playing it safe. Investing all his temporal power was the prudent course of action. Moreover, the potential returns from Bounty 5, Eternal Exile, were exceptionally lucrative. A mere investment of 50 ounces of temporal power could yield a staggering 250,000 ounces upon success, albeit accompanied by immense risks. It was noted that you possess a Dukeen family emblem. This has been used as a basis to outline your main quest. Main quest, family emblem, difficulty level, LV, 98. Quest summary. Acquire at least 3 Dukeen family emblems and submit them to the Reincarnation Paradise. Current number of Dukeen family emblems held. 1. Quest deadline, 30 natural days. Quest reward, 2 origin course. Quest penalty, execution. In the last World S contest for the Paradise, Su Xiao had received a notarization from the Apocalypse Paradise, where the task specifics were essentially marked with coordinates. In contrast, the task summary from the Reincarnation Paradise was indeed a mere summary, merely stating the need to acquire 3 Dukeen family emblems without any clues. Su Xiao began to assess the current situation. 1. Core faction reputation, 58, 600 points. 2. The only faction capable of joining and needing to be controlled in this world is initially non-hostile but particularly fearful of him. He sensed at least 3 overwhelmingly powerful presences near the cabin. 3. This world serves as the stronghold of the blood feud arch-nemesis, the Abyssal Race, and the Dukeen family. 4. Among the 5 bounty tasks, 3 lacked any clues, while the other 2 provided none, though the bounty content was straightforward and brutal. 5. Due to his exceptional charm attribute, he had overwhelmed the causality of his initial identity, forcing him to continue his actions under the guise of the Exterminator, White Knight, which would soon attract the attention of the Abyssal Race for pursuit. 6. His companions, Bubuang, Amu, Baha, and Benny, were all untraceable and in this world. Even the team channel's location sensing was blocked. Any future reunions would depend solely on their individual ingenuity. Such a dreamlike beginning ignited Su Xiao's previously simmering bloodlust, rekindling his fervor and ferocity. Simultaneously, the three formidable beings observing the cabin from three directions felt a tightening in their chests, acutely aware of the overwhelming presence of a ferocious blood beast lying in wait within. Though they could not see it, their heightened senses had already perceived the massive phantom of the blood beast enveloping the cabin, grinning menacingly at them. The trio shifted from their encirclement to gather together, comprised of 2 men and 1 woman. The leader donned a pure black clerical robe adorned with golden embroidery, sporting a crest-shaped hairstyle and bearing tattoos across his right cheek. This individual is the leader of the contemporary dark cult, the Dark Bishop Charles. Unlike other dark bishops from different realms, Charles does not exude a frenzied madness. Instead, he wears a subtle smile, adorned with golden earrings. To the right of Dark Bishop Charles stands a woman whose body is partly replaced by living machinery. Though her physique is not particularly robust and her stature is average, she emanates a unique sense of reliability. A cigarette dangles from her mouth, the type of tobacco unknown. Yet the volume of smoke she exhales is astonishing. This woman is Captain Afia of the exploration team, a forthright, smoking enthusiast who despises witnessing the demise of her subordinates. On the far left stands a man draped in a tattered, dark red burlap robe, bald and lacking eyebrows. His exposed skin bears countless scars. His build slightly more robust than average, yet his eyes lack vitality, and a faint scent of blood lingers around him, leading one to suspect that his worn, dark red robe is stained with blood. This man is the leader of the pain cult, High Priest Zdenek, who gives off an aura of bloodshed, silence, and emotional detachment. Dark Bishop Charles squints slightly and whispers to Captain Afia, Madam Afia, if we are compelled to act, what are our chances? We can certainly capture this individual. Captain Afia replies, exhaling a cloud of smoke. However, at least 2 of us must perish. Only Zdenek may survive. Upon hearing this, Dark Bishop Charles furrows his brow even deeper and inquires, is it truly that troublesome? I sense no mistake. He is a master. Swordsmanship? Unlikely. Perhaps knife techniques, or something else. I have never encountered a formidable master who is easy to deal with. Captain Afia, having ventured into various realms such as the Witch Realm, Windsea Continent, and Extinction Star, could have escaped this home destined to be engulfed by darkness. Yet it is not a matter of ability, but rather a matter of unwillingness. Both Dark Bishop Charles and High Priest Zdenek share the same predicament. It must be a guest, the taciturn High Priest Zdenek interjects. After speaking, he strides toward the small wooden cabin. As he steps into the perception circle of Su Xiao, a sudden prickling sensation halts him. The creaking of the wooden door signifies its opening as Su Xiao emerges from the cabin, surveying the 3 individuals present. Who among you represents him? He, she, he. The Dark Bishop gestures toward Afia. Afia points to the Dark Bishop, and High Priest Zdenek indicates the Dark Bishop as well. In this scenario of 2 against 1, the Dark Bishop touches his nose in contemplation. From the behavior of these 3, it is evident that the Sanctuary City experiences no power struggles, which bodes well for the unfolding of subsequent plans. The darkness enveloping Sanctuary City is profound. Su Xiao gazes into the distance at the towering torch tower at the city's center, estimating that the population remains in the hundreds of thousands. Those who endure this darkness each day must possess indomitable spirits, and the probability of encountering formidable individuals should not be low. Among the 3, Dark Bishop Charles understands human nature best. Hearing Su Xiao's remarks, he comprehends that this outsider does not seek trouble. With a hint of a smile, he states, our source of fire is dwindling. We must conserve it. Currently, we can only ignite the torch tower for 5 days each year, marking different festivals. During celebrations, we must provide our brethren with some light. Gazing at the torch tower, he expresses a hint of nostalgia. Although he is a supreme being, the sight of the torch tower evokes a sense of warmth in his eyes. In his youth, his greatest desire was to witness the torch tower ablaze during the festivities. Sanctuary City Duan lacks fuel. Ordinary flames cannot illuminate the darkness of this world. What is required is the solar flame, or exceptionally potent flames of a similar tier. Su Xiao remains silent, retrieving the flame core, one of the spoils from his victory in the Paradise contest. Given its specificity, he surmises that it was not an arbitrary reward, but rather a consequence of the judgment from the Reincarnation Paradise. Possessing the ancient dragon key, he was destined to venture into the ancient dragon kingdom, Iberius, which led to this reward. The rewards from the Paradise contest are thus determined based on the comprehensive situation of the participants. Therefore, Su Xiao refrained from submitting the item during his ascent to supreme status, as he feared the possibility of a dark incursion within the treasury of the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Flame Core Origin, Solar Center, is her quality. World-class category, gifted item usage effect. This item can reignite the sun or sustain flame illumination for 152 epochs. Illumination range, diameter of 200 to 600 kilometers, depending on the specifications of the torch tower. Note, when the flame core is placed on a suitably sized torch tower, it can dispel all darkness. Rating, 6,000 points. World-class item rating is 106,000 points. Description, only when engulfed in inextinguishable darkness does one recognize the preciousness of the flame's radiance. Upon witnessing this item, the Dark Bishop, Aphia, and High Priest Stenek find themselves unable to avert their gaze, though they have never encountered such an object. The overwhelming aura of the sun convinces them that this item can serve as a fire source for an extended period. How long can this burn? Dark Bishop Charles inquires. Approximately 152 epochs. That. Aphia's eyes widen slightly, her first thought being that if Tuan's central torch tower possessed this item, illuminating the flames year-round would pose no issue. This traveler, you may name your price. Before Dark Bishop Charles can finish his sentence, Su Xiao has already tossed the flame core into the air, prompting the Dark Bishop to instinctively catch it, gripping it tightly as if fearing for its safety. He suddenly finds himself at a loss for words. Consider it a gift. Su Xiao's declaration leaves the three supreme beings momentarily speechless, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound silence. A few seconds later, Su Xiao receives a notification. Notification: your reputation with the Sanctuary City Duan faction has increased by 70,000 points. Current faction reputation, 11,400 points. Once the flame core is successfully placed in the central torch tower, your faction reputation will gradually increase, due to your faction reputation exceeding 0 points. The formation shop has been reactivated, and the formation leaderboard is now open. Your current ranking, first. Notification: the ancient Dragon Kingdom, Iberius, is not in a continuous open state. Approximately every 15-20 world progressions, this world will be open to contractors of various Paradise factions for a brief period in the verification of the Void Tree. Hence, the rewards from this world's formation leaderboard are 78 times that of other worlds of the same tier, with exclusive rewards provided to the first place by the Void Tree. This time, a total of 32 contractors, hunters, death rangers, and battle angels have entered this world. This series of notifications leaves not only the three supreme beings before Su Xiao in bewilderment, but also the other 31 contractors within this world. They all receive alerts regarding the change in the first place ranking and are taken aback by the astonishing 11,400 points of faction reputation. Everyone feels a wave of frustration. After finally randomly encountering the ancient Dragon Kingdom, they find themselves facing such an outrageous individual. However, the present assembly remains oblivious to the impending dire situation that awaits them. Su Xiao is preparing to summon Caesar, not to conspire, but to unite against the current risks. Thus, the contractors of this world remain unaware that the truly maddening and bewildering circumstances have yet to unfold. As Su Xiao silenced the related notifications, he suddenly felt his heart pound fiercely, as if a barrier that had been gestating within him since his ascension to the pinnacle of strength had shattered. This reminded him of the unique golden red prompt that had appeared during his previous promotion to Supreme Strength. Notification: due to your extraordinary ascension to Supreme Strength, you have gained Supreme Strength limit. The surrounding world seemed to slow down, and within his perception, the three Dark Bishops became exceptionally distinct. Almost simultaneously, the three Dark Bishops sensed an eerie chill. They had realized that this individual clearly possessed the prowess of at least a senior supreme being. Yet their aura fluctuated as if they had just ascended to supreme strength and had not yet stabilized. As the world around him returned to normal, Su Xiao distinctly felt that by continuing to enhance his techniques and physical prowess, he could seamlessly reach the ultimate limit of supreme strength. Known as the pinnacle of supreme strength, the barrier he faced in this regard had just been shattered, a testament to the formidable nature of his extraordinary ascension to supreme strength. Among the various latent benefits, this was not among the top 5 enhancements. Disregarding the wary Dark Bishops, Su Xiao leaped onto the rooftop of a wooden cabin and casually seated himself. The encroaching darkness and trace amounts of abyssal energy stimulated his body and senses, propelling him further into self-awareness, previously imperceptible. After digesting a certain degree of the supreme strength limit enhancement, if one were to liken Su Xiao to a vessel, his capacity had surged exponentially. This was an exaggeration. And moreover, during this ascension to supreme strength, the infusion of 120,000 points of supreme potential had begun to manifest as a form of indigestion concerning his advancement. To elucidate, these 120,000 points of supreme potential could be subdivided into 4 categories. 1. Direct enhancement of Su Xiao's current combat power. 2. Elevation of the current limit, such as 20 supreme passive skill slots and technique trait potential limit. 3. Core ability, source of power. 4. Supreme strength limit. Among these 4 enhancements, the second was the most easily digestible, and throughout the process of ascending to supreme strength, Su Xiao had fully grasped it. The third enhancement, core ability, source of power, had yet to activate, hence could not be considered digestible. The fourth enhancement, the supreme strength limit, was also not difficult to assimilate. But it required time. During the previous ascent to supreme strength, he had directly achieved breakthroughs in the limits of senior supreme, top-tier supreme, and ultra-top-tier supreme. Although he had now surpassed the limit of the pinnacle of supreme strength, his power had not yet reached that level. However, from a certain perspective, elevating the limit was more challenging than augmenting current strength. Undoubtedly, the most difficult aspect to digest was the first enhancement, which pertained to the direct enhancement of Su Xiao's current combat power. Imagine the impact of a 10,000 point increase in supreme potential, transforming both health and mana into base health and base mana. Meanwhile, luck and charisma became tangible attributes, clearly accounting for a minor portion of the enhancement. The additional seed of supreme strength was a unique benefit of extraordinary ascension, and base physical defense tier 3 was also a standard feature of ascending to supreme strength, albeit with slightly greater magnitude than others. Thus, it seemed as though a substantial quantity of supreme potential had vanished without a trace. Now, upon reaching the potential limit of the pinnacle of supreme strength, Su Xiao understood where those elusive supreme potential points had gone. When he had first ascended to supreme strength, the fourth notification had indicated, detected in excess of supreme potential points. If absorbed through conventional means, there is a 98.59 probability of death. In essence, should all the enhancements from the ascension to supreme strength be absorbed at once, Su Xiao would undoubtedly perish on the spot, even with the presence of a deep healing device. Hence, a process of digestion was necessary. At present, he was on the verge of completing the first round of digestion. As long as his body could continue to withstand the enhancements, the transformation of the remaining supreme potential points would soon arrive. This transformation was known as primal skill points, though the quantity remained uncertain. During the last ascension to absolute strength, he had acquired 11 points, each representing a qualitative leap. This time, the number would undoubtedly be greater. To be more precise, what he would receive this time was not the previous primal skill points. In the last ascension to absolute strength, he had absorbed primal fragments, while this time he had assimilated 45 primal cores, equivalent to several hundred, if not more, primal fragments. Therefore, what he would gain this time would likely possess characteristics akin to primal skill points, but with significantly greater potency. Chapter 3. The Soul Master. The 3 Dark Bishops were prepared to engage in a fierce battle with this formidable intruder. In fact, both the Dark Bishop and Aphia had made preparations for the eventual demise of their sanctuary today. After all, their adversary was a master of swordsmanship, and such masters, upon reaching the pinnacle of power, possess extraordinary capabilities to contend with other formidable beings, albeit lacking in a few earth-shattering abilities. The Dark Bishop and Aphia had considered numerous possibilities, yet they had not anticipated the current scene. If this flame core was indeed authentic, it would signify the treasure that the sanctuary of Duan had pursued for a millennium, no, since the early days of darkness. It is a source that could illuminate Duan for 2 entire epochs, possessing solar characteristics that represent long-buried seeds that require sunlight to flourish. Perhaps they could emerge anew, symbolizing harmless sustenance and a gradually brightening future. This was no mere stroke of fortune, which left even the Dark Bishop and the exploration captain, Aphia, feeling a sense of unease, while the Pain High Priest, Zdenek, maintained a stoic expression, though his inner turmoil was likely no less profound. Aphia gazed at Su Xiao, momentarily at a loss for words. The Dark Bishop, pressing a hand against his combed hair, continued to inquire, "Is it truly yours to give us?" Su Xiao remained silent, his reticence only deepening the uncertainty in the hearts of the Dark Bishop and Aphia. "Do you not require this item?" Su Xiao finally spoke. "Indeed, we are in dire need of it," they responded in unison. the dark bishop glancing at the others with a wry smile, adding, "This esteemed exterminator." Su Xiao introduced himself, in a world besieged by the abyss. The name exterminator carried a generally respectable reputation. "Oh, you are the shadow of extermination?" The dark bishop's eyes brightened with intrigue, though a hint of skepticism lingered. "I heard in the void that the exterminators had been eradicated. Are you one of the fortunate few who escaped?" "No, I stumbled upon a transmission of the system." "Ah, I see." The dark bishop nodded. The more vague the explanation, the more credible it seemed to him. Often, overly perfect origins concealed grave dangers. One must wonder under what circumstances a background would be crafted to raise no suspicion when one harbors ulterior motives. "Then, what brings you to Iberias?" The dark bishop's inquiry grew more direct, indicative of a shift from preliminary probing. "I have a question." Su Xiao instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. A habitual gesture. "Please, ask," Aphia urged. "Am I a guest or an enemy?" "Undoubtedly a guest," Aphia replied decisively. "Then why must I endure your interrogation on the streets?" The moment Su Xiao posed this question, both the dark bishop and Aphia found themselves momentarily embarrassed. Nevertheless, the dark bishop, undeterred, gestured, "This way, please." With the dark bishop, one of the 4 leaders of the sanctuary, leading the way, their passage was uninterrupted. As they walked through the streets, Su Xiao observed the overall appearance of the sanctuary of Duan. The entire sanctuary was enveloped by a circular high wall, which appeared as a pitch-black barrier against the horizon. Above, a canopy of faint luminescence protected the entirety of the sanctuary. The dim light of the canopy provided little illumination, merely allowing the sanctuary to glow faintly. Reminiscent of a moonless night, a precious reprieve from complete darkness. The buildings within were relatively orderly, arranged in a circular layout, with the central area elevated and the outer regions lower, forming streets that led to the central prayer square. This vast plaza, exceeding 2 kilometers in diameter, was paved with stone slabs, featuring a towering statue of the sanctuary's first lord, Wentayuma. Behind this statue stood a colossal torch tower, undoubtedly the tallest structure within the sanctuary. With a population of several 100,000 and limited space for expansion, land was incredibly precious. The existence of such a vast prayer square underscores its significance. In a world shrouded in darkness, hope was essential for survival. Although the distance was considerable, Su Xiao could faintly sense a formidable presence at the roots of the towering torch tower. Indeed, the tower was entwined with intricate metallic roots extending deep underground, enveloping the entire sanctuary. This was surely a grand defensive spell, a barrier against the encroaching darkness from below. The sanctuary was ruled by 3 major factions: the Dark Church, the Mechanist Sect, and the Pain Church. These factions coexisted without competition and did not partake in the governance of the sanctuary, which fell under the jurisdiction of the city council, overseen by the current lord. Theoretically, the ultimate authority within the sanctuary resided with the city council. However, an unspoken rule dictated that all past lords were chosen from the 3 major factions or their respective families. More accurately, the existence of the city council was established to prevent conflicts among the 3 factions, thus averting calamities that none could endure. The current lord, named Vaughn, remained secluded within his residence, reportedly unwell. The headquarters of the 3 factions were all located near the prayer square. The headquarters of the Dark Church, known as the Gloom Cathedral, was a magnificent 5-story edifice of obsidian, its partially melted black walls reflecting an abyssal aesthetic. It is noteworthy that while the Dark Church harbored animosity toward the abyssal race, they did not despise the abyss itself, as it was their source of power. The headquarters of the Mechanist Sect, termed the Ascension Hall, appeared less grandiose, yet its actual area was the largest, with more than 4/5 of its space constructed underground. The headquarters of the Pain Church, called the Flesh Fortress, was comprised of individuals who drew strength from self-mutilation, embodying a blend of despair and madness. They believed that the sanctuary would inevitably face its demise, and while they had devolved into something less than human in their quest to protect it, they remained resolute in safeguarding the last embers of humanity. Thus, the Flesh Fortress stood as the sole bastion of safety in the face of encroaching darkness. Consequently, each year, the Pain Church selected dozens of embers from the city's populace, replacing those who reached the age of 30 with old embers to reinstate their residency. The selection of embers was a grand event in the sanctuary, and becoming one bore its own costs. For at least 15 hours a day, they were required to remain within the Flesh Fortress, while the remaining 7 hours could only be spent under the supervision of clerics. with a mere 2 hours allocated for rare moments of freedom. Moreover, with a total of 100 embers, their free time within the city had to be staggered, allowing a maximum of 20 embers to venture out independently. Despite these restrictions, the residents of the sanctuary were drawn to the identity of an ember. Firstly, it afforded them a means of sustenance without the burden of labor, along with weekly rations of modest meat, bi-monthly grain provisions, and 5 sets of decent clothing annually, in addition to various other necessities. Essentially, one ember could sustain an entire household of 57 individuals, providing them a life of mere subsistence, yet no more. As for the criteria to become an ember, it required passing the Pain Church's assessments, along with stringent standards of appearance, purity of human bloodline, and reproductive capability. Indeed, within the city of Sanctuary, not all inhabitants are purely of the human race. The presence of half-elves and half-giants is quite prevalent. When one gazes across the astral realm, it becomes evident that the elven, giant, human, and star races are all vast groups, scattered throughout the myriad worlds of the cosmos. Regarding the cult of suffering, their obsession with pure-blooded humans stems from the long-standing incursions of darkness, during which it has been discovered that humans exhibit the strongest resistance to dark corruption. As for what constitutes dark corruption, it is an ability shared by all abyssal races, albeit with varying characteristics. For instance, the Decaying clan in this world possesses a form of dark corruption that enables domination. Those afflicted by this dark corruption gradually find their hearts and souls eroded. Initially, they are coerced into servitude to the Decaying clan, but as the corruption deepens, the corrupted individuals may come to willingly and unwaveringly serve them, developing an inner reverence for these abyssal beings, ready to sacrifice their lives and everything else for them. This is the terrifying nature of dark corruption. It does not merely subdue one's will but transforms it at a profound level. The Decaying clan epitomizes darkness and dominion. Apart from their fearsome ability to dominate, the darkness they command becomes increasingly potent as it descends upon the world they control. The purer this darkness, the greater their strength, which is both enduring and perpetually escalating. This explains why the Decaying clan covets this world. What could more effectively amplify their darkness than enveloping the entire astral realm in abyssal shadows? Faced with the might of the abyssal races and their dark corruption, Sanctuary lacks any means of retaliation. Merely holding the city is the utmost limit of their capabilities, and even that is precariously maintained. Beyond external threats, food within Sanctuary is also scarce. Sunlight is virtually non-existent, yielding only a few species of fungi and mosses that can survive in such an environment. The primary food source is a fungus known as gray fern, which thrives in darkness. This vine-like fungus, when properly supported, can grow quite tall. Its texture is soft and resilient, akin to that of enoki mushrooms. Yet it can spread extensively like ivy. This fungus is toxic, and long-term consumption can be fatal. However, once harvested, it can be dried, ground, and cooked at high temperatures to render it non-toxic, resembling whole wheat flour in texture. When mixed with water, it can be steamed for consumption. Nevertheless, due to the lack of industrial processing, some gray fern powder retains a degree of toxicity even after high-temperature cooking, prompting individuals to re-cook it before preparing meals. There are grades of gray fern. The wild variety that clings to the outer city walls is the cheapest, as it may contain moderate to high toxicity. In contrast, the cultivated, processed, and packaged gray fern powder from major growing regions is more trusted by the residents. Prolonged reliance on a singular diet not only ravages the palate, but also fails to provide adequate nutrition, leading to the necessity of a resource known as food powder, made from various dried mosses mixed with a small amount of salt. This vital commodity is regulated by the City Council for Production and Trade. Such is the marvel of intelligent races. Regardless of how harsh their environment, they gradually cultivate their own unique civilizations. The flora of Sanctuary, Duin, may not be beautiful, yet it is remarkably resilient. As one strolls through the streets, the buildings on either side begin low, with some merely wooden shanties. As one approaches the city center, the structures become more developed, occasionally revealing 2- or 3-story edifices. Even in a place like Sanctuary, Duin, a disparity between wealth and poverty persists. In a city with a population of hundreds of thousands, a stable economy necessitates currency, known as Maz, named in honor of the first city lord, available in both coin and paper form. The sole piece of good news is that Sanctuary does not lack fresh water, although its taste is extraordinarily peculiar. It is drinkable, and thus a blessed gift. A group of individuals, unhurried, decided to meander along. After about an hour, they arrived at the front of the Gloom Cathedral. Gazing at this simultaneously strange and familiar edifice, Su Xiao halted, noticing a change in his demeanor. The Dark Bishop, intrigued, inquired, "Exterminator, why do I feel as though you have visited the Gloom Cathedral before?" "One might say so." "What do you mean by one might say so? Have you entered it in another world?" "Not at all." "Then what is it?" The Dark Bishop frowned in confusion. "I've blown it up." Upon hearing this, the Dark Bishop's eye twitched, and his smile faltered. "Puffed." Afia nearly burst into laughter, cautioning against comparing sanctuaries mightiest with those from the outside. The exterior's strongest generally have lived for several hundred or even thousands of years. They maintain a formidable presence, rarely smiling, and exhibit exceptional control over their expressions. In contrast, the Dark Bishop, Afia, and the High Priest of Suffering, Zdenek, are all relatively youthful, 35, 30, and 37 years old, respectively. This is rather astonishing, considering the average lifespan of Sanctuary's mightiest is approximately 60 to 70 years. Here, strength is not cultivated through training but forged through combat, and thus, they care little for the demeanor of the powerful. They laugh heartily or curse freely, aware that they might perish in battle against the abyssal races the following day. What purpose does it serve to maintain a facade of solemnity? Among them, the most devoted to this philosophy is the infamous smoker, Afia. Possessing a stunning visage, she shows little regard for her appearance, bearing numerous scars on her face and hands, including a fresh wound several centimeters long on her cheek that will undoubtedly leave a mark due to her habit of picking at scabs. As humans, despite their robust physiques, they cannot shed the fundamental traits of their race. They can be injured and scarred, yet they possess exceptional willpower and resistance to dark corruption. Zdenek, the High Priest of Suffering, remains expressionless, a reflection of both his cold nature and his literal facial paralysis, a common affliction among the followers of the cult of suffering. In the early days of employing the miracles of suffering, the intense pain distorted their expressions uncontrollably. Over time, their facial nerves could not withstand the strain, resulting in paralysis. Clad in a dark red burlap robe and exuding a strong scent of blood, these characteristics unmistakably identify him as a practitioner of suffering. Upon entering the Gloom Cathedral, they immediately spotted two individuals carrying a metallic cage containing a disheveled and dirty magical eagle. The scars on the two individuals revealed that this was a battle of mutual caution, each aware of the other's unknown background and thus holding back. "Boss, save me." Baha's claw extended from the cage, evoking a vivid image of a hand reaching out in desperate appeal. "Do you know him?" the Dark Bishop asked. "Yes, he is one of my partners." Upon hearing this, the Dark Bishop slightly raised his chin, signaling the two gray-robed priests to release Baha. The priests exchanged reluctant glances, not particularly concerned about the injuries Baha might inflict. Rather, it was the verbal onslaught they had endured that left them feeling unsettled. With their lineage repeatedly insulted, a grievance they could hardly swallow. "Your Excellency, one of the gray-robed priests, adorned with dark tattoos, began. But as he noticed the Dark Bishop's growing displeasure, he could only reluctantly open the metallic cage. Though Baha's tongue was foul, his emotional intelligence was high. He began to clarify the misunderstandings and assured them that the prior sweet nothings exchanged were not meant to be taken to heart. Yet, the expressions of the two departing gray-robed priests clearly indicated that they had not forgiven Baha. "TSK, why are you so petty? Our doing is not of such small-mindedness." Afia addressed the figures of two gray-robed priests, prompting them to quicken their pace. The wrath of their own master might lead to mere reprimands, but the ire of this particular individual could result in a beating, with a mechanical fist imbued with affection capable of laying them low for days. Ascending to the third floor of the cathedral, they entered a study, the usual office of the Dark Bishop. After settling into a somewhat antiquated yet tidy sofa, he gestured for the others to make themselves comfortable. "We have become somewhat acquainted. May I inquire how you are addressed?" The Dark Bishop did not directly ask Su Zhao's name, aware that in a place as treacherous as Iberia's, many powerful beings could curse based merely on a name and a rough appearance. "Kukulin Bey," Su Xiao replied, consistently using this name. It was not merely a pseudonym. It was a name certified by the Reincarnation Paradise, designed to thwart various curses and fate-related abilities. "What brings you here?" the Dark Bishop inquired tentatively. "To deal with the abyssal kin," Su Xiao stated plainly. In a stable environment where power struggles were fierce, one would need to conceal their intentions. However, in a place like Sanctuary City, feigning politeness with the local powers would swiftly lead to isolation and hostility, resulting in expulsion through various means. The strong and sanctuary city had already exhausted their efforts to protect it. They lacked the energy for scheming, preferring instead to bluntly curtail any underhanded maneuvers. The enmity between the exterminators and the Decane family was well known, even in a secluded place like Sanctuary City, Duan. As senior members of Duan, the Dark Bishop and his companions did not doubt the visitor's identity. They simply sought to ascertain whether he truly was the shadow of the exterminators. "It appears we share a common enemy," the Dark Bishop remarked with a smile, shifting the topic. "You must be quite familiar with the Decane family." "Aside from knowing they are abyssal kin, I possess little else," Su Xiao replied. The Dark Bishop was momentarily at a loss for words. But his internal suspicions regarding this exterminator lessened. If this individual harbored ulterior motives, then the identity he had chosen was rather hasty. The issue of generational inheritance does pose a problem. However, since it is a conflict between the Decane and the previous exterminators, why must you? The Dark Bishop's words were interrupted by Afia. "Charles, spare us the lengthy discourse. Bei is here to confront the Decane family. We shall provide intelligence on them. Whether we share a common enemy is secondary. We should focus on results rather than mutual suspicion." Afia's straightforward nature, combined with Su Xiao's similarly direct actions, fostered a favorable impression of him in her eyes. She took the initiative to negotiate with Su Xiao on behalf of the Dark Bishop. "In confronting the Decane, you must have a strategy." Before Afia could finish, Baha, perched upon Su Xiao's shoulder, interjected, "We seek the Decane family crest. This artifact carries significant weight." Afia began to elaborate on what she knew. It was said there were 5 such family crests. Collecting all 5 and visiting the Decane family's sacred site in the abyssal proximity would unveil all their secrets and potentially lead to their total annihilation. Indeed, the Decane family is immortal. Even when killed, they swiftly resurrect in nearby regions. Even the exterminator's magic blade can slay them. Yet they can be reborn in the abyss after many years. More precisely, while the magic blade can kill the Decane, for some unknown reason, they can resurrect. And the new incarnation will bear certain changes in appearance, personality, and abilities compared to their former selves. This clearly indicates that others cannot permanently kill the Decane. They possess an innate immortality characteristic of the abyss. The exterminator's magic blade can slay the seemingly immortal, yet years later, new members of the Decane will emerge from their dark ancestral lands. This means it is not that the exterminators cannot kill them, but rather they cannot kill them all. The source of the abyssal kin's power lies within the abyss itself. This is truly perplexing. Su Xiao opened the main quest, which read, "Acquire at least 3 pieces of the Decane family crest and submit them to the Reincarnation Paradise." He currently possessed one, Decane family crest. Based on the properties of this crest and what Afia had shared, it was clear there were a total of 5 crests. This initial stage of the main quest was a test, assessing whether Su Xiao was worthy of uncovering the deeper secrets of this world. Afia continued to expound on the Decane family. Their members numbered around 100, yet their servants, subordinates, and slaves amounted to billions. With the existence of breeding factories, a vast number of elves and humans were produced. This world was 1,518 times larger than that of the absolute strong tier, encompassing an expansive geographical area. Sanctuary City, Duan, was centrally located, serving as the heart of this world. Surrounding Duan in all directions were kingdoms or large cities controlled by the abyssal kin, such as the Elven Kingdom, Empress City, Corrupted King City, and Fires of Molten City. One should not compare these cities to those of normal scale. The largest among them, Empress City, exceeded even the Beastman's capital of Yonghuan City in the Windsea continent, comprising over 300 districts, each the size of a conventional kingdom. The Elven Kingdom was 1/5 smaller than Empress City, yet equally vast, while Corrupted King City was about half its size, and Fires of Molten City was the smallest. Smaller than even the largest district of Empress City. These are not mere territories, they are assets of the abyssal kin. Despite the Decane family's modest membership, they are destined to be exceedingly wealthy. Do not be misled by the notion that abyssal kin are devoid of desire. Their fundamental distinction from the immortal and indestructible abyssal entities lies in their superior intellect, wisdom, and an insatiable desire that burns fiercely. If they encounter no resistance, their overwhelming desires could devour the entirety of the star realm. Su Xiao learned that the Decane family operated under a council system, comprising a council leader, the current patriarch, 3 council members, and 12 elders, with the remainder being ordinary kin. This power structure is simple yet stable. The indelible identity of the Decane kin largely prevents internal strife. Even if 2 kin members were to clash, The conflict would naturally subside over the years, as they could not wholly annihilate one another. Facing these immortal, powerful beings with insatiable desires is a daunting prospect, especially considering their dark corruption abilities. Su Xiao surmised that given the significance of the decaying family crest to the decaying family, it was improbable they would store it in a vault. They likely carried it on their person. No, they might even swallow it. Given their monstrous physique, they could easily consume a fist-sized crest without any burden. To possess such a significant object, one must hold a high status. Thus, it seemed probable that the decaying family crest resided with the council leader. However, reflecting on the wisdom of not putting all eggs in one basket, a notion universally applicable, it was likely the council leader only safeguarded 12 decaying family crests. Following this reasoning, the remaining holders would be the 3 council members. Eliminating one of these council members to seize their decaying family crest formulated a comprehensive and meticulous plan. The 3 Abyssal Kin Council members included the Beast Master of the Elven Kingdom, the Scorpion Queen of Empress City, and the Twin Monarch of Corrupted King City. Su Xiao immediately focused on the Beast Master of the Elven Kingdom, motivated by the bounty. Bounty 1. End of the Beast, kill the Beast Master and shatter the Corruption Core. Elf. As Su Xiao pondered, he articulated, my initial objective may well be the Beast Master. He held no apprehension that the trio would disclose this information externally. The animosity between Duan and the Duquesne family showed no signs of abating, which is precisely why Su Xiao had consistently expressed his intentions directly. Upon hearing his words, Afia suddenly interjected, Bai Yi, there is someone you might need to meet. Although she arrived in Duan merely a month ago, the 3 of us have complete trust in her, even going so far as to entrust our backs to her without concern. No sooner had Afia spoken than the door swung open, revealing a priest clad in gray robes who stepped back respectfully, bowing his head. Following him was a woman draped in a flowing black gown, her figure exuding grace. Her eyes were as dark as night, and her arms were replaced by crystalline prosthetics of a deep blue hue. Her hair was styled in a waist-length fishtail braid, adorned with silver rings at the ends. Though her demeanor was elegant, it was not frail. She was unmistakably the Lady of Darkness. The Lady of Darkness halted before Su Xiao, her hands gracefully folded before her abdomen. She slightly inclined her body and offered a slow, respectful bow, softly addressing him, Lord Exterminator. This scene caused both the Dark Bishop and Afia to widen their eyes in astonishment. Even the Pain Priest, Zdenek, looked slightly taken aback. The Lady of Darkness they knew was typically silent, devoid of emotional expression, and had never before bowed to anyone, let alone addressed someone so tenderly as Lord. As Afia observed this unfolding moment, she recalled the accounts regarding the Exterminator's ability to restrain immortality. And she realized that this particular Exterminator had come to confront the Abyss lineage, with the first target being the Beast Master, a figure with whom she shared significant enmity. This revelation caused a smile to bloom on Afia's face, her lips curling in a way that was nearly uncontainable, as a sense of reassurance began to swell within her. Simultaneously, in a secluded alley behind the Crystal Catalyst Factory in the Elven Kingdom's District 26, Hao Tao emerged, having either successfully ascended or been compelled into a formidable state. His expression was grim, a consequence of the old adversary who had devoured 3 forbidden marks and was now tracking him within this realm. As Hao Tao stepped out of the alley, across the street, a man donned in narrow-frame sunglasses, with slick-back golden hair and dressed in white casual attire, raised his hand with a smile to greet him. Hao Tao, you appear to be in a rather dismal mood. The man maintained his cheerful demeanor, but the narrow-frame sunglasses obscured his eyes. He was known as the Soul Master, the bearer of the Forbidden Mark, Soul Mark. In that moment, it became evident that all 5 forbidden marks were now present within this world. Chapter 4. The Fall. After the emergence of the Dark Lady, the demeanor of the 3 Dark Bishops towards Su Xiao underwent a dramatic transformation. Their previous facade of politeness, tinged with underlying wariness, shifted to a state where, despite retaining a modicum of caution, they no longer harbored any trepidation or hostility. Prior to this, in the gloomy sanctuary of the Eternal Light World, Su Xiao had left a letter for the Dark Lady, advising her against venturing into the ancient dragon kingdom, Iberius. However, it was not that she disregarded his counsel. Rather, she had arrived in Iberius a month prior to Su Xiao's correspondence. Initial assessments indicated that the Dark Lady possessed formidable power, ranking in the mid-tier of the supreme level. Nonetheless, in a one-on-one confrontation, she represented a particularly challenging adversary. Her domain of darkness rendered her virtually invulnerable against opponents of equal standing, a fact previously confirmed by the predecessors of the extermination methods. The reason for the enigmatic nature of the domain of darkness lies in its legacy, passed down through generations of Dark Ladies. To draw a more tangible comparison, the supreme level can be categorized into 5 stages: newly ascended, seasoned, top tier, ultra top tier, and peak supreme. The Dark Lady's current domain of darkness appears to have revived to the seasoned tier, meaning that any adversary not surpassing this level is unable to escape its grasp. Even abyssal beings are subject to its effects, as the domain of darkness originates from the depths and shares the same tier and source of power. Conversely, should an opponent reach the top tier level, the domain of darkness would become ineffective, drastically diminishing the Dark Lady's combat capabilities by more than 60%. Every supreme and top tier entity possesses unique domain abilities, some of which evolve into their core competencies, with the majority of their resources devoted to enhancing these powers. As for Su Xiao, his domain ability is defined as Field of Blades, Technique, Passive, granting you a 10 reduction in all damage taken, with blade-type weapons inflicting damage at level 5. While one cannot deny the strength of this ability, particularly the 10 damage reduction, it pales in comparison to the more robust domain systems. However, this is not the trajectory Su Xiao intends to pursue. Historically, Dark Ladies have been extremes. They are invincible among peers before reaching the supreme level and face little opposition thereafter. Su Xiao currently resides between the seasoned and top-tier levels, and it is likely that if ensnared within the domain of darkness, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, Su Xiao possesses an array of strategies. The moment the domain of darkness envelopes him, he could invoke Heaven's Wrath, Thunderstrike, which would inevitably disrupt the manifestation of her domain, allowing him to execute a swift extermination teleportation array to escape. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the domain of darkness would be unwise. Furthermore, Su Xiao's Extreme Blade World holds potential in this regard, though it has yet to be fully realized as an independent ability. It is essential not to perceive the Dark Lady and the domain of darkness as a singular entity. Rather, the domain serves as a legacy weapon of the Dark Lady, not a capability she can entirely control or develop. Due to the unpredictable nature of the domain of darkness, the Dark Lady must operate independently, as she can only determine its application and cannot guarantee which target within its scope will be ensnared. Every power comes with its price, and the staggering strength of the domain of darkness is no exception. In the midst of this, the stoic high priest of pain, Zdenek, finally spoke. "Are you certain you wish to confront the Beastmaster?" he inquired, his speech punctuated by slight pauses, indicative of a possible impairment in his linguistic faculties from prior battles. "Yes, I can accompany you to the Beastmaster's lair, the elven kingdom of Serdon." Despite his seemingly cold demeanor, Zdenek was the first to express willingness, which surprised Aphia. She glanced between Su Xiao and Zdenek, noting the stark contrast in their presences, one shrouded in a brooding silence reminiscent of a ravenous predator, the other exuding a chilling aura akin to a grotesque embodiment of carnage. Their mutual attraction to darkness was evident. Both Su Xiao and Zdenek turned their attention towards the Dark Lady. Though their acquaintance spanned less than 2 hours, Zdenek had placed his trust in her, a sentiment echoed by Su Xiao. The Dark Lady had, after all, rescued exploratory teams on 8 occasions within a month of her arrival, as well as thousands of residents seeking supplies. Had anyone else achieved such feats, skepticism would have arisen. However, the Dark Lady was different. Since her arrival in Duan, she had devoted herself to purging the surrounding areas of dark creatures and abyssal spawn. In instances where abyssal beings hunted exploratory team members, the Dark Lady was often found tracking these creatures, leading to reports of the exploratory teams encountering her thrice in a single day. Thus, it was quite reasonable for her to have rescued the exploratory teams 8 times within a month, especially with a total of 15 teams operating in the sanctuary of Duan. The Dark Lady, however, paid little heed to Zdenek. After a moment of contemplation, she inclined her head slightly towards Su Xiao, signaling that she deemed this grim, blood-scented bald man trustworthy. It is crucial to dispel any notions that the Dark Lady was as gentle as her soft-spoken address of Master Exterminator in the Eternal Light world might suggest. In truth, unless she was familiar with an individual, her demeanor often shifted to indifference, even towards those expressing immense gratitude for their salvation. Zdenek's inclusion in their ranks did not surprise Su Xiao. For the 3 supreme beings of the sanctuary, the question of whether they would truly confront the abyssal spawn was paramount. The crux of this matter lay in the flame core that Su Xiao had presented. Should this artifact prove viable, the sanctuary would undergo a transformation of monumental proportions, elevating the residents' happiness exponentially while addressing issues of hunger and encroaching darkness. Here in Iberias, the darkness diverged from conventional interpretations. In this realm, when an area succumbs to total darkness, it invariably gives rise to monsters. While one might contend with dark beasts or aberrant entities, the emergence of undead abyssal beings necessitates the abandonment of that territory, casting it into oblivion. The sanctuary harbored several sealed zones, remnants of areas long cast out. Entering such regions resulted in beings gradually being absorbed and disintegrated, transforming into mere dust without any semblance of danger. To dispel the fully formed darkness, one could only resort to banishment or employ flames imbued with solar properties, which explained the continuous expeditions of the exploratory teams. The ancient dragon clan and the solar faction were archenemies. During the epical war, countless treasures and artifacts infused with solar qualities scattered across this world. Should the flame core be activated atop the torch tower at the center of the sanctuary, it would provide the city with a solar treasure capable of sustaining life for 2 epochs. The challenge, however, lay in Su Zhao's abrupt appearance 2 hours prior in a dilapidated wooden cabin within the outer city, leaving the 3 dark bishops wary of risking the sanctuary's safety. Thus, Zdenek proposed joining forces to confront one of the 3 counselors, the Beastmaster. There was no requirement for Su Zhao to vanquish the Beastmaster. Should they engage in a fierce battle, Zdenek would relay the information, allowing for a cautious initial utilization of the flame core. In truth, much like the 3 supreme beings of the sanctuary, Su Zhao too yearned for the activation of the flame core to illuminate the sanctuary from the torch tower. The reason for this urgency stemmed from the peculiarities of this world, where the outcome of the world was contingent upon the sanctuary's reputation. He harbored a certain skepticism as he extracted the flame core, revealing only a few tens of thousands of Sanctuary of Dawn's reputation points. He surmised that the acquisition of reputation would unfold in 2 phases. The first phase involved presenting the flame core, while the second would occur after activating it, garnering emotional feedback from the inhabitants of Dawn, resulting in a continuous elevation of reputation. Moreover, this occasion marked the long-awaited reputation ranking, overseen by the Void Tree. And based on prior notifications, due to the peculiarities of this world, the rewards for the top position had multiplied significantly. Considering this was a realm of unparalleled strength, the baseline reward for the foremost position was already astonishing, and the prospect of further multiplication was irresistible to the contractors drawn here. As he pondered this, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Before the dark priest could speak, the door swung open, and a white-robed servant entered the room. He paused before the sofa where Su Zhao sat, his mouth exaggeratedly agape, as he gripped his upper and lower jaws with both hands and pulled forcefully. With a sickening crack, blood splattered as the servant's mouth split down to his neck. His hand delved into his mouth, and after stuffing most of his forearm into his chest, he retrieved an ancient beast skin map, stained with blood, which sprouted grayish-white tendrils that writhed uncontrollably. Suddenly, without any action from Afia, the servant's head was violently severed, its decapitated form bursting into sparks, and before it could touch the ground, it was reduced to ashes. With a tearing sound, the servant ripped off his robe, revealing a face that emerged on the right side of his chest. As the facial features became distinct, the eyes opened, revealing a pallid gaze. After a brief tremor, the eyes rolled back, and with a sound akin to slithering slime, the pupils were unveiled. "Wait," Su Zhao interjected, halting Afia, who was ready to strike again. The servant's visage quivered momentarily before settling into a serene smile as he addressed Su Zhao. "I chanced upon the Iberia's map, merely a relic from the first era, the Age of Dragons." The priest regarded Su Zhao with an amiable expression. Su Zhao remained silent, the crystalline layer adhering to his right hand as he accepted the beast skin scroll from the headless servant. "It seems we shall all be quite busy," the priest remarked. And as he spoke, the headless servant's body began to proliferate, transforming into a multitude of grayish-white tendrils, culminating in a loud explosion as it dissipated into mist. What in the world is this? Even Afia, accustomed to exploring the abyss for ages, furrowed her brow in confusion. "An old acquaintance," Su Zhao replied, deepening Afia's frown as she inquired, "How many of these old acquaintances have arrived?" "For now, just one." For now Afia pondered those words, her expression darkening. The priest's aura felt exceedingly strange to her, despite her experiences with darkness and the bizarre. The essence of the priest exuded an unsettling aura of death that instinctively discomforted the living. Gazing at the beast skin scroll in his hand, Su Zhao recognized the priest's cunning stratagem. He was convinced that Hao Tao resided within this world, having tracked Su Xiao to this realm, with a singular aim, to compel the pursuing priest to confront his long-standing nemesis, Si Chulin of the White Knight. The priest had consumed 3 forbidden marks through the initial death, acquiring the death mark, yet it remained incomplete. He needed to fuse the remaining Devour mark and Soul mark to forge a complete death mark. It was crucial to remember that the Dawn Paradise had awakened, and the forbidden marks had long been sealed by it. As the one who had handled 3 forbidden marks, the priest would undoubtedly be summoned by Dawn at the earliest opportunity, and he would readily comply with this summons, creating an ideal scenario for him. If Su Xiao's conjectures were correct, the priest had accepted a task from the Dawn Paradise to enter this world, locate, and devour other forbidden marks using the death mark, which likely constituted the priest's main quest. Thus, the old fox, who had long remained in the shadows, now appeared slightly more proactive, though still veiled in secrecy, revealing hints of his formidable strangeness and ambition. The map of this world was of paramount importance to Su Xiao. However, the Sanctuary of Dawn lacked such a map, shrouded in darkness. The exploration team had exerted their utmost efforts to chart only the vicinity of the sanctuary. The country of elves, Queen City, Corrupted King City, and Molten City all belonged to the Dukan nation. These were insights gleaned by the sanctuary's powerful individuals through prophetic or divinatory means. Yet the exact locations of these vast realms remained unknown to both the Dark Priest and Afia. Moreover, following the demise of the previous lord of the city, the present generation lacked any formidable seers, leaving the Dukan family's situation shrouded in obscurity. Su Xiao now faced a pivotal choice: to examine this map, which would intertwine their fates. He must not forget that one of the 3 forbidden marks consumed by the death mark was the fated mark. Based on Su Xiao's understanding of the priest, this old fox would not emulate the Platinum Apostle, appearing composed but inherently arrogant in his pursuit of fate. The priest's initial death rendered him exceedingly difficult to kill, magnifying the essence of that death 100-fold, making him even harder to eliminate entirely. Thus, the priest had no need to follow the Platinum Apostle's path of devouring fate through the fated mark, which would yield thousands of lives. Instead, with the priest's cunning nature, he would likely opt for a more cautious approach, probing fate. The priest would glean insights into the fate of this ancient dragon map. When someone gazed upon this map, their fates would intertwine, allowing the priest to discern Su Xiao's approximate location through the fate of the ancient dragon map. An extreme speculation was that upon Su Xiao receiving the ancient dragon map, the priest could use it as a conduit to ascertain Su Xiao's whereabouts. One might ask, why would Su Xiao accept this map? The answer lay in his inability to divert energy toward a direct confrontation with the priest. This marked his first encounter with the abyssal race, fraught with unknown perils. The priest's voluntary offering of this precious map suggested good faith, establishing a temporary truce to allow matters to proceed undisturbed. As for the concern of the priest probing his location, such occurrences could sometimes be mutual. When the priest controlled the headless servant to present this ancient dragon map, a pact had formed within Su Xiao's sleeve. Su Xiao often drafted numerous contracts. Yet the most binding was the equivalent contract, wherein what he offered was also what he sought to gain. Upon extracting the contract from his sleeve, Su Xiao reviewed its contents and discovered that through this pact, he could ascertain the priest's location, provided that the priest utilized fate to probe once into his whereabouts, allowing him to trace the priest in return. As allies for the future, Su Xiao intended to be forthright with the Dark Priest, Afia, and the Pain Priest, Zdenek. Upon learning of the priest's uncanny abilities, both the Dark Priest and Afia felt a headache coming on. They had initially believed themselves to be experts in dealing with the bizarre, only to realize that what they had previously encountered paled in comparison to this current absurdity. Afia, perplexed by the contract Su Xiao produced, questioned the nature of the means employed. Upon hearing of the equivalent contract and its quietly established terms, both the Dark Priest and Afia felt a twitch in their eyes, a creeping sensation that a monstrous presence lingered nearby. You signed the contract just like that? Is there anything even more outrageous? Afia, displaying uncommon emotional intelligence, thought to herself that if she were to speak candidly, it would be to inquire whether there was something even more severe, so she could prepare in advance. Su Xiao glanced at the Dark Bishop and the increasingly bright eyes of Afia, as well as the slightly leaning figure of the Pain High Priest Zdenek across from him, who seemed eager to observe the subsequent events. It was evident that the plan would involve these 3 formidable beings to ensnare the abyssal race through contract means. It was prudent to inform them now to prevent any unforeseen misalignments during critical moments. He drafted a contract and, recalling something, asked Afia, What type of contract were you hoping to see? Upon hearing this, Afia extinguished the smoke between her fingers and smiled. I wish to see your most powerful contract. The contract was established. Su Xiao's voice surged with authority as his index finger pressed against the parchment contract on the desk. This seemingly gentle action felt as if it were forcefully pressing against Afia's heart, leaving her momentarily breathless. Simultaneously, beside Su Xiao's fingertip, Afia's fingerprint emerged on the contract parchment. How was this contract initiated? The answer lay in the nature of their agreement. Su Xiao acquiesced to Afia's request to witness his strongest contract, in exchange for which Afia signed a contract devoid of constraints. Is there truly no binding subject? Afia observed the contract and sighed with relief. However, to be able to sign a contract like this is quite impressive. As she spoke, her words caught in her throat when the transaction contract she had just signed began to levitate. In an astonishing turn of events, the parchment suddenly split into 80 layers, transforming one contract into 80. The topmost layer indeed lacked a binding subject, yet the remaining 79 layers were rife with various constraints. More alarmingly, while each individual constraint was not particularly strong, the cumulative effect of the 79 contracts amounted to thousands of binding clauses, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Afia's lips parted, as if to speak, but she found herself unable to utter a word, for beneath those 79 contracts lay an additional 30 branch contracts linked to each one. In essence, her simple request to see your strongest contract had inadvertently led her to sign a staggering total of 370 contracts. Furthermore, these contracts collectively contained 225,000 binding clauses, a quantity that instigated a significant threat that Afia could now feel acutely. Seated on the sofa beside Su Xiao, the Dark Bishop subtly shifted his posture, ensuring he maintained a safe distance from Su Xiao. He feared that even a mere sneeze or cough might inadvertently bind him to thousands of contracts. With a snap of his fingers, Su Xiao incinerated all contracts related to Afia, granting her a sense of relief. She exhaled deeply, casting a sideways glance at Su Xiao, and remarked, I now feel that you might truly be capable of defeating the Beast Master. Su Xiao remained silent, producing a world coordinate locator. The three figures present, including the Dark Bishop, recognized its significance and felt a sense of calm. This world was perilous enough that anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from plotting an attack here. Nonetheless, Afia inquired, what is this? A means to find assistance. Assistance? Are we not reliable allies? The Dark Bishop's comment elicited a chuckle from Baha, who perched atop the back of Su Xiao's chair, asking, Dark Bishop, Afia, do you think my master's contract methods are formidable? Absolutely formidable, Afia replied without hesitation. The assistance my master seeks is, in certain peculiar abilities, quite life-altering, said Baha. Hearing this, the Dark Bishop and Afia did not feel any joy at the prospect of reinforcements. Instead, they sensed that this increasingly assembled team might be growing more perilous. However, there was no turning back now, and Afia prepared to observe the summoning techniques that this destroyer of magic would employ to gauge the threat level of the forthcoming allies. Beep, beep. The world coordinate locator in Su Xiao's hand illuminated a green light, indicating that the other end of the transmission was within the same world. Su Xiao was not surprised. The ancient Dragon Kingdom, Iberia's, a realm seldom open for transport, was now facilitating a secure transmission, and surely Caesar would not miss this opportunity. Moreover, one must bear in mind that while the original sin of the abyssal jar is indeed greed, its intrinsic nature is darkness, making Iberia's a treasure trove for Caesar. As Afia pondered what summoning technique Su Xiao would use to call upon his companions, she observed him producing a soul coin, which he held between his thumb and forefinger, flicking it into the air. The soul coin spun upwards, capturing the attention of all present, and just as it began to descend, a hand unexpectedly reached out and grasped it, a hand marred by dirt and grime, which delicately pinched the soul coin, savoring its embossed details. My dear friend, you have helped Caesar, who was nearly lost in the darkness, regain his bearings. With a cunning smile and the abyssal jar perched atop his head, Caesar materialized, appearing seamlessly within the perceptual range of the four formidable beings. The Dark Bishop, Afia, and the Pain High Priest Stenex sprang from their seats in unison. The Dark Bishop's eyes turned pitch black. Afia unsheathed her concealed blade with a sharp snap, and Stenex plunged his hand into his chest, clutching his own heart. Were their reactions exaggerated? Not in the slightest. Caesar was adorned with the formidable original sin artifact, the abyssal jar. It would pose a threat not only to the struggling sanctuary in the darkness, but even to the most elite forces at their peak. Noticing their tension, Caesar removed the abyssal jar with a mischievous grin, leaving it out in the open. The abyssal jar was not his possession. He and its owner were intertwined, bound by their initial collaboration, with neither able to extricate themselves from the other. Thus, Caesar was impervious to any backlash from the abyssal jar. There's no need to be alarmed. With Caesar here, the abyssal jar remains stable and poses no threat to the sanctuary, Baja reassured, prompting the Dark Bishop and his companions to exchange glances. Considering that the original Sin artifact bearer was to become their ally against the Beastmaster, they reluctantly eased their vigilance. Seeing their continued wariness, Baja couldn't resist a mischievous thought. He wondered how the Dark Bishop, Afia, and Zdenek would react if they knew their master was currently sealing 6 original Sin artifacts of immense power. Caesar, with his shifty gaze, surveyed the surroundings before asking, "White Knight, if I'm not mistaken, we are in the sanctuary of Duan, correct?" "Indeed. Then I assume these 3 are the upper echelons of the sanctuary?" Caesar's grin grew ever more devious, causing Afia to instinctively bristle. "Is there a reason for this inquiry?" "Ah, my beautiful, powerful, and kind lady. I seek to inquire about a formidable presence known as the Mother of Corruption." Upon hearing this, the Dark Bishop and Afia adopted grave expressions, with the Dark Bishop asking in return, "What is your interest in that vile entity? Please do not misunderstand. I am not a follower of hers. I merely wish to conduct a transaction with her." Caesar's statement elicited peculiar expressions from the previously cautious Dark Bishop and Afia. After appraising Caesar, the Dark Bishop queried, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain." Caesar's smile radiated a deceptive glint, his eyes gleaming with the characteristic orange hue of a trickster. "The Mother of Corruption?" Su Xiao was unfamiliar with this entity, prompting Afia to provide a brief explanation. The Mother of Corruption had existed since the first era of ancient dragons, manifesting in this world during the Age of Darkness. Displeased by the encroaching darkness, she had taken root in the sanctuary. The formidable beings of the sanctuary city, of course, yearned to expel the Mother of Corruption. Yet, the conundrum lies in the fact that the Mother of Corruption has no desire to depart. No one possesses the means to contend with her, for she is far too ancient. Although she lacks direct offensive capabilities, should she wish to annihilate a powerful adversary, she would undoubtedly inflict upon them unimaginable suffering. In a state of helplessness, the sanctuary city has resorted to a state of mutual non-aggression with the Mother of Corruption. This peculiar equilibrium has persisted to the present day. During this time, the strong individuals of the sanctuary city have discovered that they can engage in transactions with the Mother of Corruption through certain extraordinary objects, thus acquiring treasures of random yet immense value. However, the accompanying risk is that if, in the judgment of the Mother of Corruption, the gain received does not equate to the cost paid, she may seize the difference based on her assessment of gain minus cost, extracting compensation from the trader. This compensation could manifest as the trader's prized possessions, their hard-earned formidable abilities, or even their bodily organs, and in the direst of cases, the lives of their closest kin. Even more treacherous is the fact that the valuation of gain and cost rests solely upon the whims and preferences of the Mother of Corruption. Should she take a disliking to the offering, even the most exquisite treasures might lead to a sudden forfeiture of life and loved ones. Thus, this represents a perilous trap. As Caesar arrives, he intends to seek a transaction with the Mother of Corruption, akin to a dung beetle embarking on a journey, desperately searching for dung death. Upon hearing of the Mother of Corruption's peculiar and malevolent transactional nature, Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a particularly audacious idea began to take form in his mind. Chapter 5. Emergency aid. To the southwest of the refuge city lies the lower district. Contrary to being a slum, this lower district provides its residents with monthly rations of basic sustenance. However, those who wish to reside in the relatively better conditions of the middle and inner districts forfeit this guarantee. This system not only prevents the residents of the refuge city from starving, but also eliminates the need for individual assessments regarding food aid. The temperature decreases, and the air becomes increasingly damp as one moves closer to the outer ring of high walls, leading to a general decline in life expectancy for those in the outer districts, where most do not survive more than a few years. While the refuge city possesses a compassionate side, the harsh environment inevitably brings with it a degree of cruelty. Compared to centuries past, when famines regularly claimed the lives of over 70% of the population, the current state of the refuge city is indeed an improvement. A group led by Su Xiao halted before a cluster of buildings, described as a collection of semi-melted structures that exude an unattractive yet indescribably beautiful aesthetic. Upon entering, their footsteps echoed within, as if the exterior's sounds were muffled. The interior resembled an inverted bowl, spanning several hundred square meters, filled with numerous red and purple fleshy tumors that made the space feel cramped, leaving only a scant few square meters available for standing. Sensing the presence of the living, the fleshy tumors began to writhe, forming a circular seat before them. Afia gestured with her hand, inviting Caesar to take a seat, which he did, settling onto the fleshy throne. From the dimness ahead, the sound of writhing flesh emerged, and moments later, a pallid, emaciated arm, over 4 meters long, reached out from the shadows. This arm bore irregular subcutaneous tumors, with 6 slender fingers extending from its hand, which resembled a fan laid out before Caesar, palm up, with fingers slightly curved, indicating he should present the item for trade. Caesar rummaged through his belongings for some time before finally producing a leftover fish skeleton, complete with head and tail, and delicately placed it into the grasp of the Mother of Corruption, treating it as if it were a fragile treasure. Observing this exchange, the Dark Bishop took a step back to avoid any splatter of blood on his newly crafted robe, which he had painstakingly assembled from scarce resources. To the Dark Bishop's astonishment, the pale arm pinched the fishtail with its fingers, lifting it as several snake-like heads emerged from the darkness. These heads, pale and devoid of ears, had numerous eyes clustered in the facial area, along with a nose and a mouth adorned with thin, purple lips, the only hint of color against the otherwise pallid visage of the Mother of Corruption. With the fishtail raised before the multitude of heads, the Mother of Corruption gazed at it with a mix of fascination and satisfaction. Then, following a sound akin to flesh squelching, another pale arm emerged from the darkness, holding a golden core, which it presented before Caesar's head in a gesture reminiscent of offering. After releasing it, the Mother of Corruption waved her hand, signaling that the transaction was complete. In an instant, as the trade was finalized, her myriad eyes contracted, and she shook the fish skeleton, now devoid of meat, in frustration. Enraged, she crushed the fish into a fine paste and lunged toward Caesar, but in the next moment, she found herself grasping Caesar, who was adorned with the abyssal vessel. With a violent toss, she flung him from her lair, and as if detecting something, her nostrils flared. It was the hand that had previously grasped Caesar. She leaned in to sniff it, and from the darkness, a curious sound of retching emerged. In a fit of irritation, the Mother of Corruption wiped her hands against the fleshy wall, ensuring there was no lingering scent before retreating back into the shadows. The Dark Bishop and Afia, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, exchanged incredulous expressions. Before they could utter a word, Su Xiao stepped forward, recently deceived by Caesar. The atmosphere surrounding the Mother of Corruption grew increasingly volatile. However, upon sensing a new traitor, her heads emerged, their lips curling into a malicious grin, indicative of her intent to unleash her ire upon this fresh target. As the pale arms of the Mother of Corruption extended from the darkness, forming a fleshy seat, Su Xiao took his place. Her alabaster hand unfolded before him, and he produced a tome approximately 5 centimeters thick, its cover resembling a blend of wood and biological tissue, adorned with vein-like magma patterns that converged at its center to form a heart-shaped ruby that appeared to pulsate. Indeed, it was the Book of Original Sin. Su Xiao feigned placing the book into the hands of the Mother of Corruption, only for her to retract her hand as if burned. Noticing this, Su Xiao extended the Book of Original Sin towards her, presenting the item he intended to trade, awaiting her acceptance. The Mother of Corruption remained ominously silent in the shadows. Su Xiao stood, seemingly preparing to approach and offer the book again, but 2 emaciated hands emerged from the darkness, firmly gesturing a refusal. Once a trade is initiated, rejection is not an option. A flicker of crimson glimmered in Su Xiao's eyes, causing the Mother of Corruption to pause for a few seconds. One of her pale hands reached out, opening before him, revealing an object within. You have obtained the fragment of the Awakening Stone. It was clear that the Mother of Corruption was aware of the Annihilation faction and recognized Su Xiao as an annihilator, prompting her to seek a resolution. Su Xiao grasped the fist-sized fragment of the Awakening Stone, noting that its fracture matched the corner of the Awakening Stone, albeit there was more missing than just this piece. The emergence of the fragment of the Awakening Stone led Su Xiao to form a rough hypothesis regarding the origins of the Mother of Corruption. If his assumptions were correct, this entity, referred to as Deep Abyss Diver, is a form of void anomaly documented in an ancient text within the repository of souls. While Deep Abyss Diver does not compare to the likes of the Frenzied Growth, the Candle Maiden, or the Eldritch Lords, entities of a level capable of contending with original sins. It should not be underestimated either. The Mother of Corruption possesses unparalleled resistance to the abyss, allowing her to traverse its depths and retrieve peculiar treasures that have fallen into the void. However, she cannot remain submerged indefinitely. She must periodically return to the material realm to breathe, shedding the abyssal darkness that clings to her. Such a lair must maintain a balance, neither overly elemental nor entirely devoid of light, which is why the refuge city is her favored locale. In a more visceral analogy, she is akin to a powerful entity that scavenges for treasures, often yielding fruitful results, as her dumpster diving occurs in the depths of the abyss. As Su Xiao regarded the Mother of Corruption, her countless eyes fixed upon him. After a moment of mutual gaze, she raised her hand, plucking one of her own eyes and offering it to him between her fingers. You have obtained the Corrupted Demon Eye Eternal Level Consumable. Effect, upon use, grants the ability to briefly see through darkness or dispel intense darkness from objects. This time, it was Su Xiao who raised his hand. The hand of the Mother of Corruption lingered, and upon his nod, she released her grip, allowing the Corrupted Demon Eye to fall into Su Xiao's possession. As he made his exit, the Mother of Corruption retreated into the shadows. Meanwhile, the Dark Bishop and Aphia stood outside, bewildered by the evening breeze, both in disbelief. In the annals of the refuge city's history, countless formidable beings had fallen victim to the Mother of Corruption, yet now it appeared she had been extorted. A group returned to the dimly lit cathedral, where the Dark Bishop presented Su Xiao with a key to a bedroom located on the inner side of the 6th floor. Life's intricacies never ceased to amaze him. He never imagined that one day he would temporarily reside in the stronghold of the Dark Church. Having resolved to confront one of the 3 prominent members of the abyssal lineage, the Decane family, specifically the Beast Master, the time was set for tomorrow at noon. The current members of the team included Su Xiao, the High Priest of Torment, Zdenek, and Baha. Upon learning that the Elven Kingdom of Sultan was home to billions of enslaved elves who tirelessly forged extraordinary weapons and armors, which were then sold to higher realms through a clandestine trading society, Caesar became convinced of the Beastmaster's vast wealth. Utilizing his ability faction Bully X, Caesar confirmed that the Elven Kingdom of Sultan possessed a faction system recognized by the Void Tree, thus initiating the procurement plan. However, 3 crucial elements were still lacking. 1. A hapless, yet reputable collaborator associated with the Void Tree. 2. The precise coordinates of the Elven Kingdom of Sultan. 3. Confirmation of the Beastmaster's subordinates, including the timing for mass shipments and the procurement of raw materials, ensuring the treasury was sufficiently replenished. With these conditions met, Caesar successfully joined the team. Inside the room, darkness enveloped the outside world, yet curtains remained drawn. Su Xiao settled into an armchair by the hearth, where the flames flickered dimly despite the normal temperature of the fire. Lord Annihilator, I have gathered much darkness. Do you require it? The Lady of Darkness spoke softly, standing beside the armchair, her hands gently clasped at her abdomen, her gaze serene yet haunting. Yes, Su Xiao acknowledged, aware that the darkness she referred to was the essence harvested from hunting the undying abyssal spawn near the sanctuary. Lacking the ability to wield a magic blade, she could not completely vanquish these creatures but could absorb their source energy through her dark domain. When the undying abyssal spawn lost a significant amount of their source energy and were subsequently killed, they would not regenerate in this realm, but would retreat to the abyss to regain their strength. As they prepared to assassinate the Beastmaster, Su Xiao decided against bringing the Lady of Darkness. Her abilities were ill-suited for team operations should they encounter formidable foes. It would be impossible to coordinate an assault with her. Furthermore, the Sanctuary of Duan, recognized as the primary base by the Cycle Paradise, could not be compromised. Su Xiao understood that the mere recognition of the sanctuary did not guarantee its safety. If the sanctuary fell, he would lose all chances of completing his missions and bounties, as the main quest's penalty was execution. He was not arrogant enough to believe that strength alone could withstand such consequences, for there were indeed many formidable beings within the Cycle Paradise. The Lady of Darkness slightly unfurled her dark domain, and a tide of pitch-black energy, akin to iron sand, surged forth, the source energy of the undying abyssal spawn. The blade's spirit emerged, eagerly consuming the abundant source energy. Initially, Su Xiao paid little mind. Considering the Lady of Darkness had only been hunting for a little over a month, how much could she have gathered? Yet minutes passed, and the flow of source energy continued unabated. When it finally ceased, more than half an hour later, Su Xiao estimated it equated to 1 215 units of spirit essence. If divided evenly, the blade's spirit would absorb at least 750 points of strength. Su Xiao's current soul strength was 500 points, capable of suppressing spirits up to 700 points. The blade's spirit, currently at 104 points, would exceed the suppression limit upon gaining the additional strength. Under normal circumstances, he could not undertake such an action. But his right arm was unique. Even if the blade's spirit reached 5,000 points, he could still maintain control as long as he wielded his blade. This suppression was less stable than relying on soul strength, but it was crucial to remember that they were preparing to confront the abyssal lineage. From his past encounters with the undying abyssal spawn, he sensed that insufficient spirit strength would render his blade ineffective. Essentially, the process of slaying was contingent on the blade's spirit annihilating all aspects of the enemy, and to defeat the abyssal lineage, an extraordinarily powerful blade spirit was imperative. Releasing such a significant amount of spirit energy would cost him 600,000 points in vitality and 12 points in abyss resistance. But he considered that if he successfully assassinated the Beastmaster, the subsequent acquisition of abyssal characteristics and source energy would surely compensate for the loss. After retracting the blade's spirit into the Dragon Slayer, Su Xiao inspected the Lady of Darkness's crystal prosthetics. Overall, they were well suited, with only minor damage that could be easily repaired. After mending the prosthetics, the Lady of Darkness donned a long dress and proceeded to exit the room. Now free to act independently for a time. Take these, Su Xiao indicated towards the table laden with 100 vials of crimson elixirs. With these potions, the Lady of Darkness could significantly reduce the risks associated with purging the abyssal spawn surrounding the sanctuary. Without uttering a word of thanks, she gathered all the crimson elixirs into her dark domain, then slightly bowed her head to Su Xiao, softly stating, "I shall take my leave, Lord Annihilator." Su Xiao remained silent, accustomed to her responses, as she turned and departed. In solitude, Su Xiao began his countdown. 3. His hand rested upon the hilt of his blade, a flicker of crimson light dancing in his eyes. Do not be so tedious. A figure emerged from the shadows, deepening the darkness in the corner. The last time they met, she had appeared as a little girl. But the proximity to the abyss had transformed her into a figure resembling a silhouette of black iron sand. This was unmistakably the abyssal heiress, one of the offspring of the abyssal lord. You hide so close. Are you not afraid I might slay you? Su Xiao unusually refrained from immediate action, opting instead for dialogue. You are not yet capable of that. If your spirit were stronger, I would not dare to appear before you. But now, the abyssal heiress settled into the chair opposite Su Xiao, crossing her legs and folding her arms, her face composed of black particles, yet still betraying a semblance of mirth. What is your purpose? Su Xiao inquired, producing a vial of elemental brew. This new batch had yet to be sampled. He uncorked it, poured a glass, savored a small sip, and then consumed the entirety. It was indeed delightful, at least 20 superior to the previous batch. I come seeking your collaboration. Although you may not rank highly among the Annihilators, you are undoubtedly among the top alchemists across the realms, possibly within the top 10. The rest, I cannot trace. Thus I have come to you. Compared to their last encounter, the abyssal heiress exhibited much more audacity, suggesting that this transaction bore significant implications. I advise you against clashing head-on with the abyssal lineage. Their status in the abyss far surpasses that of the undying abyssal spawn. It is entirely possible that the next abyssal lord could emerge from among their ranks, though the odds are slim. None of the two previous abyssal lords hailed from the abyssal lineage. The abyssal lady swayed her legs, a semblance of a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Su Xiao, teasingly remarking, I must say, your kind is truly feeble, easily ensnared by such superficial pleasures. Her gaze flickered to the wineglass in Su Xiao's hand. Despite her cheerful demeanor, there lingered a subtle air of condescension. Su Xiao, lifting the wine bottle, sealed the remaining half, not due to the abyssal entity's words or the mockery aimed at him. He was unconcerned with such jibes. Rather, it was the newly acquired exquisite brew that, while fragrant, was also intoxicating. A few more sips, and even his robust physique might succumb to the effects. He glanced at the abyssal lady and remarked, being an intermediary is no easy task, is it? Upon hearing this, although the abyssal lady attempted to conceal her thoughts, a fleeting expression betrayed her inner turmoil. It appeared that the Decane family was involved, specifically the Beastmaster, or perhaps Madame Scorpion. Yes, it must be Madame Scorpion. I doubt the abyssal lineage has a particular need for high-grade potions. Such a demand hints at a significant transaction, a substantial pharmaceutical business stemming from the void. Su Xiao's words plunged the abyssal lady into silence. She had previously believed him to be a master of technique, a formidable force with an SSS combat rating and an A for cunning. Now, it seemed she had misjudged the situation. You harbor quite the grudge against Madame Scorpion. Su Xiao candidly addressed the purpose of the abyssal lady's visit, prompting a darker intensity in her eyes. Dark blue smoke emanated from the Dragon Slayer. And upon sensing the essence of the blade's demon spirit, the abyssal lady was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Realizing that the demon spirit of the Annihilator now posed a threat to her, seeing the abyssal lady shrouded in shadows, Su Xiao suppressed the demon spirit back into the Dragon Slayer. A task he had previously accomplished with ease now presented him with some resistance. Attributed to the demon spirit's strength reaching 1924 points, a staggering enhancement of 820 points, fraught with immense risk. However, in confronting the abyssal lineage, even merely banishing them back to the abyss would signify victory. Annihilating them completely was a challenge even the predecessors of the Annihilator struggled to achieve. Su Xiao began to contemplate his subsequent strategy. Among the three decaying counselors, he aimed to first confront the Beastmaster, followed by the Twin Kings, and lastly, Madame Scorpion. The reason for targeting Madame Scorpion last stemmed from his keen interest in her pharmaceutical dealings, which he surmised were pivotal for her, possibly even her key to advancing from counselor to council president. The abyssal lineage was innately powerful, yet the cost of their enhancement was exorbitant, requiring resources hundreds or thousands of times greater than those of their peers. This necessity explained why the Decaying family employed dark corruption to enslave vast swathes of humanity, elves, and giants, compelling them to produce extraordinary items day after day, which were then exchanged for the resources they coveted. Surely, the presence of the goblin merchants was not absent from this grand enterprise. Such substantial transactions could only be managed by them, and they were the sole entities willing to engage in commerce with the abyssal lineage. A plan began to take shape in Su Xiao's mind. After defeating the Beastmaster, he intended to allow himself to be captured by Madame Scorpion. Of course, this capture was a strategic maneuver rather than a reckless personal risk. Self-power, origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Type, item consumable. Usable count, 1-1. Effect, upon using this item, you will create a simulacrum embodying 100 of your abilities. This simulacrum can operate in two modes: controlled, where you direct it, and automatic, where it autonomously engages enemies. The duration of the simulacrum is determined by the user's true intelligence attribute. Note, as you are a master of technique, this simulacrum will not fully unleash the combat prowess befitting a master. Description: sometimes, one must believe in oneself. Sale price: 9,850 soul coins. This item, Su Xiao had refrained from selling even at the height of his power. Now, with the impending confrontation with Madame Scorpion, it presented an excellent opportunity for use. If executed adeptly, he was confident he could elevate his potion-making skill from level 95 to level 98, or even reach the ultimate cap of level 100. However, before that, he needed to deal with the Beastmaster. He exited the room and made his way toward the central district. Half an hour later, he arrived at the agreed-upon location with Caesar. Pushing open the door to an old warehouse, approximately 200 square meters in size, still relatively dry due to the recent storage of gray fern powder, Caesar tossed him a badge, emblazoned with a sky blue imprint, signifying its affiliation with the Apocalypse Paradise. It was an emergency aid badge. Emergency aid badge. Effect, upon use, it will summon a battle angel of the same tier within 5 seconds, with the option to select the type of aid required, ensuring a more suitable battle angel for the task at hand. Note, this summoning requires a payment of 3,002,000 ounces of temporal power. Note, the duration of this summoning is 1 second for every 300 hours, and the summoner can terminate the summoning at any time. Heaven knows where Caesar procured such an item, but that was not the crux of the matter. Considering future dealings in the Elven Kingdom, a fortunate soul with sufficient credibility from the Void Tree was essential, and the battle angels from the Apocalypse Paradise were undoubtedly the prime candidates. Moreover, having experienced firsthand the formidable support provided by perception-type abilities in the previous world, he resolved to summon a battle angel specializing in perception, causality, or fate. Ideally, a pure perception type would be best, though causality or fate types would suffice as well, given their equally potent perceptive capabilities. Su Xiao began to set up within the old warehouse. Moments later, he tossed the emergency aid badge to Caesar, who promptly activated it. With a hum, a teleportation array manifested, and seconds later, a figure emerged from within. She stood about 1.55 meters tall, her long hair intricately braided, cascading down to her waist, with the ends adorned with various symbolic trinkets. Clad in a robe of white and red, her eyes bore the telltale signs of fatigue, accentuated by smoky eye makeup. The newcomer yawned, surveying the surroundings, and spoke, "Greetings. This assignment requires an additional 20 fee. If you do not accept, you may forfeit this recruitment. I will refund the amount and request that your emergency aid remains unconsumed. Alas, I am utterly exhausted. Were it not for my need to save for source of power, I would not have come." Another yawn escaped her lips as she added, "By the way, my name is Celine, a causality type, and you two are." At this juncture, Celine felt an inkling of familiarity with the two in front of her. Suddenly, her fatigue diminished by nearly half. These seemed to be the Annihilator and the Trickster from the Reincarnation Paradise. Without hesitation, she attempted to forcibly terminate the current emergency aid. She had heard tales of the Annihilator and the Trickster, and regarding their formidable capabilities, she did not believe that anyone at the absolute pinnacle would dare enter this realm. As for the fact that they had recently ascended to strength, placing them in a lesser tier, Celine was certain that these beings were monstrous at the absolute level, and once they reached strength, they would not be weak. They were certainly not opponents that a newly ascended strong being like her could handle, especially since the Annihilator was notoriously effective against causality types. Just as Celine was about to interrupt the emergency aid, she halted her actions abruptly, as a multitude of vivid red warnings from the void tree flooded her senses. Delivering a terrifying message, the number of contracts she had signed was already at capacity. In that moment, Celine was completely alert. Chapter 6. Intuition. A dilemma confronted Celine. Should she endure the punitive measures of the contract and forcibly depart this place? This notion lingered for less than 2 seconds before she dismissed it. With over 200,000 contracts binding her, to resist would potentially lead to severe consequences, rendering her state akin to death several times over. The teleportation glimmers around Celine dimmed, and in the next moment, a notification appeared. Reincarnation Paradise Hunter C. Chulin invites you to join the Dawn Squad. Do you accept this invitation? Upon seeing this prompt, Celine furrowed her brow slightly. However, observing the increasingly amiable smile of the hunter before her, she steeled herself and chose to accept. You have joined the Dawn Squad. You will receive the following team skill enhancements. Team Skill 1. Leader's Power, Passive, X. The true strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence attributes of team members gain a boost equal to 25 of the difference between their highest primary attribute and that of the captain, maximum increase of 85 points. Current bonuses: True Strength 85 points, True Agility 85 points, True Stamina 85 points, True Intelligence 52 points. Team Skill 2. Thunder's Blessing, Passive, X. Through Active Lightning. Enhance Physical Constitution. Upon activation, this ability permanently increases health by 1 point per minute, maximum increase of 5,000 points. Mana by 1 point every 5 minutes, maximum increase of 1,500 points, and Thunder Resistance by 1 point daily, maximum increase of 30 points. Team Skill 3. Willstone, Passive. X permanently increases willpower by 1 point each natural day, maximum increase of 20 points. Team Skill 4. Vitality Awakening, Rare Team Passive. X. When any team member's health drops below 10, this ability activates, restoring 13,550 health points, equivalent to 85 of maximum health within 3 seconds. This ability has a cooldown of 15 hours, with individual cooldowns for team members. Team Fortune, ES. Upon reviewing these team skills, Celine felt a mix of astonishment and diminished anger toward being forcibly recruited. First, you must answer me one question, Celine spoke. Her voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable charm, making one feel an instinctive fondness for her. What world is this? Hearing this, the most adept negotiator present, Baha, responded, the ancient dragon realm Iberius. A chill ran through Celine. She was well aware that this world had opened up, but the fact remained that at the peak of power, this was a perilous realm. Without supreme strength, venturing here was tantamount to courting death. You seem to have not yet reached the pinnacle of power, which is the 3rd stage of supremacy. Celine referred to a detailed classification of the supreme level. Each stage had clear delineations regarding attributes and abilities. Su Xiao had never paid much attention to these classifications, for from the moment one ascended to supreme, no supreme being could be underestimated. This was not a game world with levels. It was a brutal reality in the star realm. Encountering a power counter could allow a newly ascended Supreme to defeat even an ultra-top-tier Supreme. However, once one reached the pinnacle of supremacy, this was no longer the case, as ascending to that pinnacle required possessing no weaknesses, thus negating the possibility of being countered. The reason for such explicit classifications among the contractors was that the supreme level represented the highest echelon, necessitating a clear distinction of the realms within the supreme tier. The ancient dragon realm of Berias corresponds to the supreme third tier, aligning with the peak of supreme beings. After digesting this information, Su Xiao and Caesar exchanged glances, confirming that neither had previously encountered this knowledge. Oh, I forgot. You monstrous beings of the same tier generally lack awareness in this regard. Celine sat atop a large wooden crate, her smoky eye makeup rendering her demeanor increasingly melancholic. So, do you agree to join the team? Baha inquired. Upon hearing this, Celine smirked coldly, glanced at Su Xiao, and replied, "What choice do I have?" Celine's words were nonchalant. However, if it weren't for the sound of her teeth grinding, one might believe her feigned levity. Su Xiao had a habit of forcibly recruiting allies first, then persuading them through physical means. If his companions were unwilling to heed his words, he was not averse to using his fists to make his point. After this stage, temporary allies often resigned themselves to their fate, adopting an attitude of indifference, simply wishing to muddle through this world. Understanding this situation, Su Xiao signaled to Baha, who immediately cleared his throat and stated, "Celine, we intend to eliminate the Beast Master of the Elven Kingdom. How did I even get here? You must have some idea." She retorted, "Where am I supposed to find an overview of this world?" To put it simply, he is one of the 3 major bosses of this world. Upon hearing Baha's straightforward explanation, Celine's expression grew increasingly serious. Celine looked towards Su Xiao, her expression clearly indicating disbelief. "Have you lost your minds?" In a world of supreme power, the general understanding is to avoid provoking boss-level entities. This is not akin to levels 1 through 9, where one can swarm a major boss. Once one reaches the supreme level, those who attain boss-level status are generally extraordinarily formidable. In the realm of supremacy, even minor bosses must be approached with utmost caution, as in such worlds, a minor boss could already be at the supreme level. Even newly ascended supreme-level minor bosses are exceedingly difficult to deal with, which is why supreme beings typically avoid direct confrontations with one another, opting instead for schemes and calculated weakening before striking when assured of victory. Su Xiao, however, operated quite differently. During the levels 1 through 9, he would first scheme to weaken his formidable foes before engaging them directly. But upon reaching the realms of absolute supremacy and supremacy, he preferred to confront adversaries head-on. Perhaps this was the hallmark of a master swordsman, an unwavering spirit driving him forward, where even the slightest lapse in an enemy's resolve could result in their swift demise, regardless of their formidable capabilities. This was why, despite the 3 of them facing off against Afia, she still believed that to eliminate Su Xiao, both she and the Dark Priest would perish in the fray, leaving only the High Priest of Pain, Zdenek, to survive, albeit severely crippled. However, this also left Su Xiao pondering a conundrum, given the apparent combat strength of the Sanctuary City. It seemed unlikely that even a member of the Kane family could withstand it. How, then, had the Sanctuary City persisted until today? Reflecting on this, Su Xiao recalled the powerful yet chaotic aura emanating from the base of the Torch Tower. No, it was more accurately described as a presence composed of various energies. Was it possible that many powerful beings of the Sanctuary City were concealed beneath the Torch Tower? This notion seemed implausible, far too unreasonable. After much contemplation, Su Xiao arrived at a singular possibility. The average lifespan of the supreme beings of the Sanctuary City was less than 70 years. In any context, this was an extraordinarily short span, even considering their frequent encounters with abyssal races. Yet for supreme beings, such brevity was utterly unfathomable. Thus, the only explanation was that when the powers of the Sanctuary City's supreme beings began to wane, they willingly passed their strengths to their successors, thereafter dragging their withered forms into the Torch Tower, where they would meet their end. The frequent forays of the Sanctuary City's supreme beings into the abyssal corruption zone, maintaining their peak prowess until the age of 70, spoke to their indomitable will. Such resilience surely indicated a strong soul, and a more potent soul would sustain the Torch Tower longer, thereby illuminating the Sanctuary City for an extended time. This revelation made Su Xiao understand why. Upon approaching the Torch Tower, he felt an overwhelming presence. It was the collective essence formed by generations of strong individuals who had once protected the sanctuary city after their demise. They represented the last line of defense for the sanctuary, which is why, even to this day, the Kane family has not reduced Sanctuary City, Duan to rubble. Are you truly intending to confront the Beast Lord? Sighed Celine with resignation, continuing, what must I do? You need to possess a sufficiently high reputation with the Void Tree. Bahar replied, causing Celine's expression to shift from grim to a semblance of a smile. Apologies, my friends, but if you seek companions with high Void Tree reputation, I must disappoint you. I barely have 50 points, which is likely the lowest among us. Still wearing a half-smile, Celine raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Any positive reputation will suffice, Su Xiao stated, leaving Celine momentarily stunned. She instinctively asked, have you incurred a negative reputation with the Void Tree? Truly, what unfortunate beings you are. Upon hearing this, Bahar began to chuckle mischievously. No worries, in a few days, your reputation with the Void Tree will also take a hit. Bahar's words sent a shiver down Celine's spine, rekindling her previously quelled determination to fight, as her inner fury quietly escalated from 50 to 80. Your current reputation with the Void Tree is not significantly different from being negative, Su Xiao remarked. Upon hearing this, Celine's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, she scoffed. However, the next moment, her eyes nearly bulged as Su Xiao and Caesar casually revealed their respective reputations with the Void Tree. White Knight's Void Tree reputation. Caesar's Void Tree reputation? Seeing this, Celine's mind was almost overwhelmed with question marks, and her anger gradually subsided from 80 to 50. We are going to raid the Beast Lord's entire treasury. If successful, you will receive 20, Su Xiao announced, causing Celine's anger to drop uncontrollably to below 20. It could be said that managing her anger was quite professional. Do not dangle empty promises before me. What exactly is the magnitude of this fortune? At that moment, Celine truly wavered. Since her ascension to the peak, she had fully comprehended the vast disparities in power within that tier. Different specifications for ascending to the highest level resulted in varying limits of combat strength. Once a top-tier figure of her former rank, she had barely survived the foundational requirements for ascension, ultimately achieving the lowest specification. As a result, Celine's combat limit was that of a newly ascended peak, with her primary attributes reaching 800 points, beyond which she could no longer advance. It was not due to an inability to utilize attribute enhancement chambers to absorb power sources. Rather, any further attempts would lead to certain death. Given this situation, she could only hope for rare treasures and abundant resources to elevate her status. Even if it meant reaching the level of a seasoned peak, which would still lead to a monumental transformation in combat strength. Attaining that level was indeed the absolute limit. That should be sufficient to elevate you to the seasoned peak, Caesar remarked. It is often said that practice breeds skill. Having collaborated with Su Xiao on numerous treasure raids, he could roughly gauge the value of the Beast Lord's treasury. There is truly no need for you to embellish this further, Celine retorted, yet her body betrayed her, revealing her growing interest. Do we really need to embellish it for you? This time, it was Bahar who regarded Celine with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Celine contemplated her predicament, and a wry smile crept onto her face. Indeed, she was bound by countless contracts, making it unnecessary for them to sweeten the deal for her. All right, I understand. This time, the dangers are maximized, and so are the rewards. Standing atop a wooden crate, her aura shifted mysteriously. Her pupils turned golden, arms outstretched as she embraced the air, exhaling faint golden mist. I, Celine, favored by the goddess of fate, bestow upon you all good fortune. Golden light radiated from Celine, enveloping Caesar and Bahar, causing their luck attributes to surge until they reached 100 points, maintaining this enhancement for the entirety of the current world as progress. This was a remarkably potent benefit, showcasing the transformation of what was once a seemingly useless perceptive profession into the causal system in the later stages. Celine exhaled, a smile gracing her lips. Just as she was about to utter a humble remark, she suddenly noticed that one among them had not received any enhancement to their luck, their attribute resting at a mere 8 points. With a soft gasp, Celine pointed towards Su Xiao. I, Celine, favored by the goddess of luck and servant of the goddess of fate, grant you, Kukulin Bay, good fortune. This time, the golden radiance intensified, yet upon reaching Su Xiao, it seemed to be devoured, fading into nothingness. The atmosphere fell into silence as Celine's sun-kissed skin concealed her embarrassment at her failed attempt to bestow luck. Resolutely, she stepped forward, placing a hand upon Su Xiao. I, Celine. This time, her words were more explicit, nearly reciting Su Xiao's contract number. Moments later, a powerful burst of golden light erupted from Celine. Ah! Celine's soft exclamation escalated to a loud cry, her composure slipping as she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Beads of sweat forming on her brow. She gazed up at Su Xiao in astonishment, saying, "I've only heard that you counter the causal system. But I never expected that your fortune would be so lacking. My luck attribute is dropped by 1 point due to enhancing yours. How can you be so unfortunate?" Celine's lament echoed throughout the old warehouse, revealing her genuine distress over the loss of that single point of luck. With preparations complete, it was time to embark. That noon, the group gathered before a teleportation tower in the southern district of the sanctuary city. The sanctuary had no external passages. Entry and exit relied solely on this tower, minimizing the risk of invasion while allowing members to return in times of peril. As the teleportation array gradually activated, Su Xiao, Caesar, Celine, and the High Priest of Pain, Zdenek, stood upon the platform, with Bahar perched on Su Xiao's shoulder. Additionally, there was one more individual, a member of the exploration team, Bergen. This young man, not yet 20, had explored the outside world 19 times. During one such exploration, he had accidentally become separated from the main group. But through 9 parts luck and 1 part composure, he managed to reach the vicinity of the Elven Kingdom, Seaton, and infiltrated the city. A fortnight later, he returned to the sanctuary city, emerging from a non-spatial sealed area dozens of kilometers west of the sanctuary. As the only individual from the sanctuary who had ventured to the Elven Kingdom, Seaton, and returned alive, Bergen underwent half a year of voluntary confinement and observation before regaining his freedom. This time, he was selected to guide the team. With his golden hair and numerous freckles on either side of his face, his nose slightly reddened, Bergen's lively eyes were filled with evident nervousness and indescribable excitement. Just a day prior, his idol, the leader of the exploration team, Lady Afia, had approached him to serve as a guide for a team going out. Though young, Bergen was a veteran of the exploration team, and he was initially reluctant to take on the role of guide. However, upon learning that one of the team members was the esteemed Zdenek, his reluctance transformed into nervous anticipation as he regarded Zdenek as another idol. Amidst Bergen's turbulent emotions, the teleportation array activated. As the teleportation commenced, Su Xiao instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his blade. Unlike previous teleports, the surrounding light swiftly dimmed and did not gradually restore. Instead, it plunged into absolute darkness. What is absolute darkness? The answer is an expanse of nothingness. Close one eye and press a hand over it. What you perceive is absolute darkness, an emptiness devoid of anything. The vast majority of the world lies beyond the sanctuary, shrouded in profound darkness. As Su Xiao expanded his perception, he began to discern the shadows, moving forward and feeling the rocky teleportation platform beneath his feet. "Boss, it's exceedingly dark," Ba remarked, perched on Su Xiao's shoulder, peering curiously into the surroundings. "It's the White Knight," murmured the High Priest of Torment, Zdenek, as he presented a black iron amulet. "This can somewhat mitigate the dark corruption of the abyssal kin." "No need," Su Xiao replied, confident in his own abilities. His title, Shadow of the Abyss, conferred an innate immunity to all forms of dark corruption. According to the hints from the Rebirth Paradise, this immunity encompassed all abyssal beings, allowing him to confront the decaying family without trepidation. He retrieved a vial of liquid Apollo to illuminate the surroundings. True to expectation, the orange-red glow emanating from the liquid dispelled the darkness that had cloaked this area for years, gradually revealing its former visage. "Mr. White Knight, this will attract." Bergen interjected urgently, but it was too late. A low growl echoed as a shadowy figure lunged from the side. Entering the illuminated area, a grotesque beast formed of liquid darkness. Upon witnessing this, the High Priest of Torment instinctively grasped his throat, but just as he was about to choke himself, a flash of light sliced through the air. Clang! The sharp sound of the strike resonated, even though Su Xiao had not drawn his blade. One hand held the vial of liquid Apollo while the other rested on the hilt, yet he had successfully vanquished the encroaching darkness beast. Upon ascending to strength, Su Xiao had sensed a change in his blade domain, though he had yet to explore its potential. The previous encounter with the dark domain of the Dark Lady had intensified this awareness. Now, engulfed in pure darkness, he relied solely on his perception to navigate his surroundings. When ambushed, his instinct was to strike. Despite never having utilized this ability before, he was certain he could execute it. His perception radius, defaulting to the distance of the blade domain, was currently 15 meters in diameter. As a master swordsman, his acute sensitivity and response speed were unparalleled. In essence, Any foe entering his blade domain could be struck without drawing his weapon, with the strike's power approximating 65 of his direct attacks, leaving room for enhancement. Contingent on increasing his perception radius and mastery of the blade domain. Clang, clang, clang. Waves of pale blue slashes materialized in the vicinity, splattering dark blood as the advancing beasts were swiftly dispatched. Su Xiao felt a promising potential within this newfound capacity, while it consumed stamina. His current physique allowed for rapid recovery, outpacing the expenditure. He examined his blade domain ability, blade domain active, passive, and passive phase. You gain a 10 reduction in all damage. Damage dealt by bladed weapons ranks at level 5. In active phase, you may unleash slashes at any point within your perception zone, dealing 65, 8 of your normal strike power. Note, when the active effect is activated, the passive benefits of the blade domain will temporarily cease. Specialization breeds mastery. While the master swordsman may falter in extensive, continuous attacks, he excelled in sustained, precise, high-intensity strikes. Exemplified by the blade domain he had honed post-ascension. Bergen watched in awe as the darkness beasts within a 15-meter radius fell to a single stroke. Previously, confronting such creatures outside the city required a team to subdue them, with casualties looming at any misstep. In contrast, the calm efficiency of the Eradicator, with a mere hand resting on the hilt, left Bergen in admiration of such formidable prowess. Master of techniques, sighed Celine, her tone tinged with envy. During her initial class selection, she had the opportunity to choose the technique branch, but deemed it insufficiently extraordinary. Who could have anticipated that what seemed mundane in the early stages would evolve into such formidable strength? Unbeknownst to Su Xiao, Celine's envy went unnoticed as he immersed himself in the art of each slash produced by the blade domain. This was due to an item he had acquired from this very world, part of the hunt, origin, ancient dragon kingdom, dark forest, frenzied workshop. Quality, eternal. Category, hunting belt. Durability, 420 points. Equipment requirement, 800 points of true agility. Effect, perception activation, core passive. This equipment aligns with your intuition ability at a compatibility rate of 96. 5. Triggering a 100 enhancement effect, boosting intuition speed by 20, 210 times, 210 times in combat, 95 times in dangerous environments, and 20 times in safe settings. Note, when engaged in combat within the specific environment corresponding to this equipment, its effects will increase supermassively and may instantly elevate your current perception ability by 1 level. Ceasing further triggers once your perception ability reaches X. Note, should this equipment elevate your intuition ability to X, it will undergo a transformative enhancement, and the equipment will achieve a qualitative upgrade, becoming your exclusive perception enhancement gear. Rating, 6,000 points. Eternal grade equipment ratings range from 3,000 to 6,000 points. Description, under the shroud of darkness, we are diminutive, amidst the desolation of Sanctuary Town. Price, 11,800 soul coins. The description of this equipment suggests that besides Sanctuary, there are minor factions resiliently surviving in the darkness, not due to their capability to resist the abyssal kin, but rather because the abyssal can find them unworthy of attention. Undoubtedly, to maximize the enhancement effects of the Heart of the Hunt, one must delve deeper into the darkness of this world. However, Su Xiao previously consumed the Heart of the Hunt, with the Dominator equipment, Devourer, significantly amplifying its effects. Devourer, origin, ancient calamity, all-consuming dragon. Quality, Dominator. Category, hunting belt. Durability, 1,000 points. This item restores durability during usage. Effect, perception activation, core passive. Increases intuition ability enhancement speed by 1,050 times. Note, when engaged in combat within the specific environment corresponding to this equipment, its effects will increase supermassively and may instantly elevate your current perception ability by 5 levels, ceasing further triggers once your perception ability reaches X. Note, should this equipment elevate your intuition ability to X, it will undergo a transformative enhancement. Currently, his intuition ability stood at LV 86. With a pace of enhancement that was not particularly swift, given that its improvement relied solely on navigating perilous experiences. What truly captivates Su Xiao is his current instinctive ability, which is notably exceptional. Firstly, this ability serves as the offensive medium for the realm of blades. Secondly, when situated in the specific environment of the Heart of the Hunt, This ability is maximally stimulated. Under normal circumstances, perception-based abilities can reach a maximum level of LV 90, which constitutes a highly advanced tier of perceptual capability. The skill that Su Xiao initially acquired alongside Xia was referred to as Beast Instinct by her, while it is termed Instinct in Su Xiao's case. Xia initially claimed to have developed this ability herself, but during one occasion when Su Xiao treated her old injuries, she enjoyed the experience to the point of nearly losing control and inadvertently disclosed that it was a skill taught to her by her master, although she did not mention the source of her master's knowledge. Though this perceptual ability lacks a flamboyant origin, it possesses unparalleled adaptability, as evidenced by its transformation into the medium for the realm of blades. As the possessor of the origin stone, Su Xiao enjoys an enhancement of all ability level caps increased by LV 10, which elevates the upper limit of his instinctive ability to LV 100. However, this is not the end of the enhancements. After becoming the medium for the realm of blades, his instinctive ability was compelled to further raise its upper limit, conservatively estimated to reach LV 105, with a slight chance of attaining LV 110. With a resounding clang, a brilliant slash severed the head of a large dark fury beast, its lifeless body crashing to the ground. Su Xiao paid little heed to this event, enveloped in darkness. He controlled the appearance of the cut and suddenly felt his perceptive circle contract to a few meters before expanding once more, from its previous limit of 15 meters to an extraordinary 16 meters. Notification: your instinctive ability has permanently increased by LV 5 and now stands at LV 91. Chapter 7. The Hound. The sensation was remarkably enchanting, immersing Su Xiao in its allure. He glanced at Bolgan, the guide, who informed him that they were merely half a day's journey from their first destination. To Su Xiao, this seemed almost too close. As for traveling by the Lord's train, that was not an option at the moment. Having finally gained the ability to enhance his instincts, he was determined to seize the opportunity. A cool breeze swept through the darkness, prompting Su Xiao to remove his shoes and walk barefoot. He shed his long leather coat, which hung loosely due to the belt at his waist, allowing him to further immerse himself in the environment and heighten his awareness of the surrounding world. Treading upon the soft yet cool earth, Su Xiao paused beside a colossal tree, resting one hand against its rough bark. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, an abyssal creature was slain, its dark crimson blood splattering against the towering withered tree. The dying creature, with swirling pupils, quivered in confusion, unable to comprehend the source of its demise. A seemingly unthreatening human who exhibited such formidable power. Meanwhile, Celine and Bolgan were trailing behind several meters, feeling an unsettling chill in Su Xiao's proximity, as if their heads might be severed at any moment. Even the pain priest dared not approach him at this juncture. As Su Xiao walked through the shadows, he sensed a shift in the darkness around him. It was no longer as impenetrable. The previously obscured surroundings gradually revealed the brightness of a moonless night, with traces of lingering essence visible in the areas within his line of sight, remnants of those who had passed through before. Releasing the liquid Apollo from his grasp, he let it dangle at his waist like a talisman. He reached out with his left hand to touch the remnants of the aura ahead, but found his hand passing through. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his right hand from the hilt of his blade and instead made contact with the black residual essence. It felt like grasping at gossamer. As he exerted pressure, the black essence, which spread out like tendrils, suddenly constricted into a thin black line. In an instant, he sensed the end of this line, the lair of the abyssal progenitor. The creature lay in a semblance of slumber within the darkness, and as soon as it was sensed, its glowing red eyes snapped open. In a heartbeat, Su Xiao vanished from his spot. Witnessing this, Celine felt a chill run down her spine. Though she harbored resentment towards the hunter who had abducted her, she understood that her life was now only of concern to this hunter and the nearby deceiver. Moments later, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of a massive object crashing down. Blood and flesh scattered as a colossal head, measuring over 10 meters in height and larger than a 3-story building, plummeted to the ground. This head resembled that of a beast, adorned with dozens of eyes and a gaping maw lined with rows of sharp teeth. The severed neck bore jagged edges, suggesting it had not been cleanly severed, but rather violently detached from its body by an overwhelming force, landing here in its entirety. Notification: Apocalypse Paradise. You have participated in the slaying of an indestructible abyssal progenitor. Due to your exceptional performance as a battle angel, you have received 1 eternal grade equipment chest. You have been awarded 10 Apocalypse honor medals. What? Celine was left in utter disbelief, having contributed nothing but her presence within the Dawn Squad. If any credit were to be attributed, it would be due to her role as a perceptive class member, receiving additional team contribution bonuses. While Celine remained bewildered, Su Xiao emerged from the shadows, retracing his steps along the original path towards their destination, the Wild Bloom Sea. Observing his right arm, he realized that it not only suppressed the blade demon spirit but also possessed unique tracking abilities against abyssal entities. For instance, the indestructible abyssal progenitor he had just encountered would have been nearly impossible to locate without his current capabilities. Moreover, Su Xiao recognized that each creature he dispatched yielded significant benefits. 1. There was a chance to obtain high-quality chests or abyssal chests, though in this instance, due to the unique nature of the encounter, no chest had dropped, and given the formidable nature of the creature, a low drop rate was to be expected. 2. Each kill contributed to the completion percentage of the abyssal task, Gift of Death, which currently stood at 1.02. 3. Utilizing his spirit awakening ability to slay indestructible abyssal progenitors allowed the blade demon spirit to consume its original energy. Once enough energy equivalent to one spirit source was amassed, the spirit would feast, enhancing its strength by 30 points, while Su Xiao would permanently gain 50,000 health points and 1 point of abyssal resistance. This method of enhancing health was a direct augmentation of Su Xiao's primal vitality, free from any complications associated with hybrid growth. Thus, it became evident that the primary objective had expanded to systematically eliminate the indestructible abyssal progenitors in this world. Contemplating this, Su Xiao noticed the faint remnants of dark essence ahead. Initially, it was anticipated that they would reach the vicinity of the Wild Bloom Sea by evening. However, the sword master leading them frequently altered their route, essentially circling around the protective city before finally heading towards the Wild Bloom Sea. Celine, trailing behind, was fortunate to benefit from the perceptive class's kill bonuses, triggering the reward mechanisms of Apocalypse Paradise with each slaying. After the second activation of these rewards, Celine promptly applied to the Paradise for formal entry into this world, concluding her temporary support status. Typically, this process would not be straightforward. However, Celine had participated in the slaying of 2 indestructible abyssal progenitors, allowing her application to be swiftly approved. By the following dawn, the sky remained enveloped in darkness. Su Xiao ceased his hunt, having eradicated 9 indestructible abyssal progenitors. Regrettably, none were of the supreme grade, all being merely extraordinarily powerful abyssal creatures. He had accumulated enough energy for 3 portions of spirit source, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Furthermore, the completion percentage of the abyssal task, Gift of Death, had reached 61.03 due to the notification indicating, note, the task completion percentage for this mission accumulates as follows, upon successfully slaying a target unit. The completion percentage is increased based on the danger level of the target unit, with 45 of the current completion percentage contributing to the increase. When Su Xiao killed the 8th abyssal creature, the completion percentage stood at 41.4, with an extraordinarily powerful indestructible abyssal progenitor contributing approximately 0.9 to 1.2 to the task's completion. However, upon slaying the 9th creature, the completion percentage surged by 19.63 for the next kill. Even if it was still an extraordinarily powerful indestructible abyssal progenitor, he would gain at least 28 completion. In other words, encountering even 1 or 2 indestructible abyssal progenitors would be remarkable, yet it was crucial to remember that this world was heavily eroded by the abyss, nearly on the verge of assimilation. Here, indestructible abyssal progenitors were abundant. This realization solidified Su Xiao's conviction that the greatest benefits in this world did not stem from the main quest or hunting bounties, but rather from the abyssal task, Gift of Death. With this in mind, he revised his priorities. The primary focus was the main quest. If that proved unmanageable, there was always the option of forced execution. The second priority was rescuing the White Dragon Maiden, achievable solely through this contract oath to attain unparalleled status. The third priority was the abyssal task, Gift of Death, while the hunting bounty, Blood Pact, would be relegated. As he pondered these matters, Su Xiao focused his mind and noticed a faint light ahead. Approaching closer, he beheld an expanse of pitch-black waters, the cold, chilling sands beneath his feet leading to an ocean as tranquil as a vast mirror. He felt the salty sea breeze, tinged with a hint of decay, wafting toward him. Yet, the dark surface of the ocean remained eerily calm. As he took a step forward, just meters from the water's edge, a black root broke through the surface, lunging directly toward his right eye. The sharp blade severed the dark roots of the plant, which, upon falling to the ground, writhed like a dismembered octopus limb for a while before settling down, exuding a black liquid that tainted the sandy earth beneath. Su Xiao turned to Celine. It was time for her perceptive abilities to come into play. Celine approached him, once a formidable presence, yet here. She chose to remain cautious due to the overwhelming peril surrounding them. Celine extended her senses, her eyes widening gradually as her complexion turned pale. Moments later, she abruptly halted her perception, covering her mouth with one hand to suppress a gag reflex. As a being of immense power, even among the strongest in the apocalyptic paradise, Celine's spirit was not fragile. However, what she encountered was a vision of mental corruption, its spread and distortion palpable. The wild flourishing sea was vast, resembling an ocean. Yet it was truly a kingdom of plants. Beneath the surface lay a grotesque proliferation of twisted roots, teeming with plant life that bore eyes, writhing and exuding potent mental pollutants. These entities could gradually infect all normal beings inhabiting the sea, corrupting their minds before tainting their bodies, ultimately assimilating them into their own kind, taking root in this dark ocean. Given the expanse of the wild, flourishing sea and the sheer number of these dark plants, a direct assault was impractical. Su Xiao glanced at Bolgan, the guide from the sanctuary city, aware that certain secrets were only shared with the High Priest of Pain. We must take a vessel across the sea. The forest dwellers inhabit these waters and possess the means to evade the ferocious marine life, he declared, gesturing towards a nearby watchtower. He ascended the old tower, constructed of decaying wood and vines, and with a large, pristine bone club, struck the massive bell hanging at its peak with considerable force. Despite Bolgan's earnest efforts, the bell emitted no sound, only reverberating patterns that dissipated into the distance. After waiting by the shore for over 3 hours, the creaking of wooden boards signaled the arrival of a 5-masted ship emerging from the horizon. Although the vessel appeared unremarkable, upon closer inspection, it was entirely composed of living tree roots, devoid of sailors or navigators, the deck eerily vacant. As the ship docked, Su Xiao understood the absence of crew. The ship began to disassemble itself, and moments later, only a skeletal frame remained. Emerging from the remnants were several forest dwellers, towering over 5 meters, appearing less like trees and more like damp, barnacle-laden humanoid forms. The tallest among them approached Bolgan, peering down for a few seconds before breaking into a wide grin, revealing rows of yellowed teeth that exuded an aura of menace. "Ah, it is you." It spoke in a guttural tone. The forest dweller captain then turned to the others, and upon recognizing the High Priest of Pain and Su Xiao, its singular eye narrowed slightly, continuing in a booming voice. "The price remains unchanged. Passage across the sea requires a soul." No sooner had the captain spoken than the High Priest of Pain tossed a large sack, which the captain opened to reveal numerous shimmering soul crystals, eliciting a silent yet authoritative roar of approval. The forest dwellers behind it hastily retreated towards the skeletal frame, gradually reconstructing the ship that had just been observed. The captain cast a meaningful glance at the group before making its way to the terror vessel, melding seamlessly into the ship's structure. "Boss, this tree harbors ill intentions," Ba remarked from Su Xiao's shoulder. Su Xiao remained silent, leaping onto the ship and advancing toward the cabin. He pushed open the door to find the interior surprisingly not damp and relatively clean, indicating that it was occasionally maintained. This suggested that the forest dwellers had engaged in this trade for quite some time, merely that the nearby port had fallen into disrepair. In this world, aside from conducting business with the Dorcane family, Su Xiao could think of no other reliable partners. Sanctuary City had become the largest resistance force, and its port had degraded significantly, let alone the lesser factions. The pressing issue was the chaotic spatial coordinates of this world, distorted by the encroaching darkness. To venture forth without specifying precise coordinates could result in a perilous transport directly into the abyss, a certain death. Clearing the aquatic plants of the wild, flourishing sea to traverse it was equally impractical. Su Xiao suspected that the entire aquatic flora was merely a manifestation of a colossal entity. Its combat prowess so exaggerated that even the Dorcane family would hesitate to provoke it, likely an ancient existence from the abyss. Thus, crossing the sea seemed only feasible through the malevolent forest dwellers. Moreover, uncertainty loomed over the vast elven kingdom to the south of the wild, flourishing sea, whether it possessed stable spatial areas. If it did not, after confronting the Beastmaster, a return to the original path would be necessary. Sanctuary City, Duan was the central hub of this world, from which any future journey would be best initiated. As the terror set sail with the creaking of wood, Bolgan sat idly on a wooden chair, lost in thought. Bolgan, was this how you successfully crossed the sea? Celine inquired, her gaze growing increasingly hostile. I do not know, Bolgan stammered, his eyes darting, the current scene starkly different from his memories. He recalled riding upon the Hope ship, where the captain had been amicable and grandiose. Now, however, the atmosphere was cold and filled with malice. You bastard. Celine stood, poised to kick Bolgan against the wall, but Ba intervened. Now is not the time for infighting. Yes, we mustn't turn against one another. It must have been the darkness that corrupted my mind, altering my perceptions. But one thing I can confirm is that I remember the route to the Elven Kingdom. It should be correct, Bolgan stated, his gaze shifting from confusion to determination, his eyes sparkling with sincerity and courage. Yet beneath Bolgan's facade, his subconscious grinned with delight. He had indeed endured that half-year of nightmarish observation and had grasped the spatial coordinates for entering and exiting Sanctuary City. His next objective was to return to his Master's domain, reporting everything about Sanctuary City, Duan, while regarding these brave companions challenging his master as merely an unexpected gain. Just the thought of soon kneeling submissively at his master's feet filled Bolgan with an uncontrollable smile and joy. Indeed, this was the dark corruption of the Dorkane family. The most terrifying aspect being twofold, the internal taming and the complete absence of distinctive aura fluctuations, just like Bolgan, who had undergone dark corruption. Despite multiple means of observation and investigation, there were no indications of abnormality. He remained himself, yet was entirely transformed. Su Xiao, perceiving these changes, chose to disregard them, even refraining from taking action against the captain of the Terror. After all, if the captain was indeed a minion of the Dorkane family, it was imperative to ensure Bolgan, the completed explorer, returned to his master. With this resolution, Su Xiao reclined on a lounge chair, wrapping himself in a blanket for a brief respite. Having dealt with numerous abyssal and dark creatures the previous night, he felt quite fatigued. Meanwhile, in the Elven Kingdom of Sertan, the fifth level of the underground city was bustling. A colossal mechanical disc loomed above, emitting torrents of scalding steam, while countless diminutive elves labored below, clad in tattered robes, their garments stained with oil and sweat. The elves' pointed ears curled from the prolonged exposure to the high temperatures, and each bore identification tags, no names, only production batches and serial numbers. In the heart of the subterranean city stands a towering edifice of 105 stories. Within an office adorned in vibrant crimson and dark gold, a man clad in a pristine white suit and sporting short blue hair languidly reclines in an armchair, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the industrious Fae below, resembling busy ants. His name is Sauce, bestowed upon him by his father, the Beastmaster. His appearance has evolved to facilitate dealings with the formidable powers of the Void. The Dorkane family, to which he belongs, comprises only a few hundred members, the majority of whom remain in slumber, with less than 20 frequently active. The Dorkane family is also divided into internal factions, totaling 4, with each of the 3 counselors representing a faction and the council leader representing another. Each faction governs different territories, with the realm of the Fae belonging to the Beastmaster. However, most management is entrusted to his son, Sauce. When significant matters arise, Sauce convenes with his elder brothers and sisters for discussion. As the youngest member of the barbarian lineage, Sauce harbors ambition yet remains discreet, earning his father's trust. Boredom envelopes him in the tongue of the abyss. He fiddles with an iron coin left behind by an awakened Fae years ago. All things have exceptions, including the dark corruption. The awakened Fae who escaped its grasp clashed with Sauce for several years, providing him with much amusement. Unfortunately, this drew the attention of one of his brothers, compelling Sauce to swiftly eliminate this hard-won companion. Anything noteworthy recently? Sauce inquires without opening his eyes. The obedient elder Fae servant, standing nearby, responds dutifully, "Master, all is well. The city is quite stable." "Indeed, that is a rather unremarkable update," Sauce replies, his ennui deepening. He tosses the coin into the air and asks, "Have the representatives sent by Lady Scorpion settled in?" "As per your instructions, they have been arranged." That muscle-bound fellow, aside from his love for gourmet food, has an insatiable fondness for female Fae, so he is provided with a steady stream, with no cultivation cost involved. "Your command is my mission." "Huh. After so many years of serving me, there's no need for such flattery," Sauce chuckles, patting the elder servant's shoulder, who remains unfazed and dutiful. "Our barbarian lineage and the Scorpion lineage have long harbored animosity. This presents an opportunity to ease tensions between our factions." "You shall." Sauce hesitates momentarily but continues, "Send Yaya along. While I lament the loss of her sweet blood, some goodwill must be demonstrated. Understood. The elder-faced servant departs to carry out his task. Sa sighs, a growing restlessness emerging in his pitch-black eyes. At that moment, an ancient tome on his desk emits a soft glow, flipping open to reveal a page shaped like a tree. These verdant folk dare to seek redemption for their souls. Sas murmurs in boredom, but nonetheless places a hand upon the page, receiving information from the terror's side. After a brief assessment, he straightens his posture, the darkness in his eyes gradually shifting toward a thread of white, indicating a fluctuation in his emotions. Could it be that the seeds carelessly cast away all those years ago are truly returning? And they are guiding the two most powerful beings to do on. How intriguing. A smile slowly spreads across Sas's face. Meanwhile, directly above, in the opulent second-story building of Zone 26, a lavish chamber spanning over 1,000 square meters houses a colossal bed measuring over 20 meters in length and width. Upon this bed reclines an enormous, grotesquely overweight brute. Towering at 6 meters tall, with layers of flab cascading over his body, he possesses 4 robust arms, and his head is adorned with numerous eyes. His mouth capable of gaping wide enough to unhinge his jaw. At this moment, the glistening-skinned brute chews noisily, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Nearby lies a group of trembling female fae, huddled together in fear, their bodies marked by corruption marks, rendering them unable to defy the commands of their captor. Who is one of the sources of dark corruption, a descendant of the abyss? You are truly cruel, a female voice chimes in. The gluttonous brute pauses, glancing at the abyssal noblewoman lurking in the shadows. Where are the others? In the wild reed sea. Excellent. It seems I shall soon be able to return with them to meet the Empress. The brute's voice rumbles, and the abyssal noblewoman scoffs, pressing, once this is accomplished. Your Empress must release my 2 sisters immediately. The brute erupts into a deep, mocking laughter. Did you not wish for their obliteration? Why save them now? Do not equate our abyssal royal lineage with your common abyssal kin, driven solely by profit. Though we share the same father, we are not of the same mother. There exists a bond of blood. The noblewoman's words irk the brute, who retorts, we, the abyssal kin, share a bond of blood as well. Oh, really? Is that bond the same one that allowed the scorpion lineage to watch as the barbarian lineage nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the previous generation's exterminators? I recall you were merely a spectator then. This sharp remark stings the brute, who, in a fit of irritation, seizes one of the female fae and tosses her into the darkness. With a splatter of blood, the abyssal noblewoman vanishes from sight. In the wild reed sea, at the Deerhorn dock of the southern port, the Terror docks at twilight. As it crosses the wild reed sea and reaches the southwestern region of this continent, Su Xiao observes a faint glow illuminating the sky, akin to the light on an overcast day. Nonetheless, such illumination is remarkable in this world. Upon reflection, it is evident that the abyssal kin must possess methods to stave off the encroachment of the abyss, considering they orchestrated the dark invasion in this realm. It would be absurd if they lacked any means of defense. The abyssal kin can endure in the absence of light, but the fae they enslave cannot. This level of illumination ensures the fae can survive under intense labor. Disembarking from the Terror, Su Xiao walks upon the darkened surface of the sea, soon reaching the shore. Once everyone has disembarked, the Terror swiftly departs. Su Xiao glances at Buergon, who, after a few moments of being scrutinized, begins to exhibit discomfort and, eventually, anger, realizing that the exterminator watching him wears an increasingly genial smile. Surveying the surroundings, Su Xiao perceives potential in this locale. He is aware that Buergon is likely a corrupted servant of the Beastmaster or one of his progeny, yet this is of little concern. If arranged properly, this could expose a vulnerability in the Beastmaster. It is time to invite the hounds of the underworld for a visit, and since Su Xiao's ascension to the strongest level, he has gained the privilege to summon hounds of that caliber. He knows one among them is particularly suited for the present circumstances, the Iron Bloodhound ranked 39th. Red Leech's elder brother, Iron Bloodhound ranked 6th, Black Leech Kenba, also known as the Dark Abyssal Howl Kenba. For those who battle him experience agony akin to being trapped in a dark prison and emit desperate shrieks before their demise. In addition to his formidable combat prowess, Kenba's exceptionally cruel nature is well known in the underworld, yet Su Xiao possesses means to address this. Chapter 8. Hold on the pitch-black sea behind was particularly tranquil. Su Xiao retrieved a spatial probe, resembling a dagger but lacking a handguard and being slender. The spatial probe pierced into the void ahead, remaining still for a few seconds before being withdrawn. Upon extraction, Su Xiao noted only a few faint black lines on the crystalline probe, indicating that the space here was not severely eroded by the abyss. Unlike the area near the sanctuary city, where darkness would envelop the probe's handle within moments of insertion. Summoning the bloodhound of the underworld in such an environment was fraught with peril. Even if the hounds responded, they would inevitably target Su Xiao upon arrival, as the intensity of spatial erosion clearly intended to eliminate the summoner. Iron Blood Oath. Upon activation, a contract will be formed with the bloodhounds of the underworld, granting you the ability to summon them to fight on your behalf. In return, after each battle, you must provide a heart of a powerful being minimum grade, absolute strong, as payment for the combat. Failure to pay will result in severe backlash from the bloodhounds. This oath was equitable, more precisely. It was a temporary employment of the bloodhounds to assist him. They could refuse or, upon detecting any ill intent from Su Xiao as the summoner, permanently shatter the Iron Blood Oath. Su Xiao released a trickle of blood energy, forming the Iron Blood Oath on the back of his left hand, pressing it onto the ground. The crystalline energy spread out, creating a summoning array. Despite his real charm attribute of 32 making it unlikely to summon anything, he unexpectedly received a response from the distant underworld. Illusory sigils appeared before him, each representing a bloodhound he could communicate with and summon. He chose the sixth sigil, entirely black, but notably smaller than the others. As the summoning was confirmed, the array radiated light. Bergen, standing nearby, merely observed, not intending to interfere, as he aimed to conceal himself as much as possible. The recent awakening of the dark will had left him slightly disoriented, but years of being influenced by darkness helped him maintain his facade. After all, disorientation and memory confusion were commonplace among exploration team members. The sanguine glow of the summoning array gradually faded, and a fierce, volatile, and aggressive aura erupted, manifesting as needle-like darkness that compelled Celine, Bergen, and Baha to step back. Even the High Priest of Pain felt a weight in the atmosphere. The needle-like black aura surged outward, causing Su Xiao's long coat to flutter. After several seconds, the presence receded, and everyone, except Su Xiao, gazed intently ahead, only to see nothing. As they lowered their gazes instinctively, they beheld a creature roughly the size of a small dog, its skin glossy and black, adorned with pale red bony spikes along its neck and torso. These spikes, only slightly sparser than fur, had a slight curvature and could unfurl into vicious barbs. The sight of these spines, combined with the sleek, pointed mouth and streamlined head of the blood leech, Kimbas, evoked an unsettling realization. It was adept at burrowing into the flesh of its foes, subsequently expanding all its spines to prevent escape. With elongated eyes, Kimbas scrutinized Su Xiao for a few moments, perhaps finding him agreeable. It uttered, Pabudu, Yeka, underworld language, suggesting a willingness to assist Su Xiao for a day, but at the cost of 3 strong hearts. Since Bubal Wang was absent, it could only comprehend this much. Su Xiao retrieved an object from the team's spatial storage, dragging it with one hand. This item, roughly the size of a millstone and slightly over a meter in diameter, was heart-shaped, its surface crisscrossed with blood vessels. The vivid crimson heart exuded an aura of robust vitality. This item was known as the Titan Dragon Heart, a creation of Su Xiao's through combining the gene sequence of the demon flame dragon with the formidable life properties of the Titan beast. Such an extraordinary specimen could only be cultivated through a hive, thanks to Jila, the Lord of Eternal Light, who had access to vast powers from the Eternal Light world, allowing for the crafting of such insectoid organs. The initial cost of creation was high, but subsequent cultivation of the Titan Dragon Heart fell within acceptable limits. Previously, Su Xiao had offered the bloodhounds a mere ordinary demon flame dragon's heart, but now he presented a bespoke item. A singular Titan Dragon Heart was worth more than 1,000 dragon hearts, making it a top-tier strong heart within the Bloodhound clan. The immediate fixation in Kimbas's eyes revealed the allure of the Titan Dragon Heart. It had long been unable to evolve into a stronger form, yet it sensed that by consuming enough of these rare hearts, it might finally achieve the long-desired ascension. After a brief silence, Kimbas nodded at Su Xiao, indicating that the price for assistance had now decreased to just 1 strong heart instead of 3. However, at that moment, Su Xiao unexpectedly tossed the Titan Dragon Heart into the air. Kimbas paused, momentarily taken aback, but the hunger stemming from its lineage overcame hesitation, and it pierced through the heart, consuming it whole. As the Titan Dragon Heart hit the ground, it visibly shriveled, becoming a deflated husk within mere seconds. Kimbas ripped through the husk, stretching out and letting out a satisfied belch, feeling a rush of euphoria. Yet, the following second, another Titan Dragon Heart was thrown forth. Kimbas was momentarily stunned again, but, without courtesy, dove into the incoming heart, consuming it before it even touched the ground. Shaking its head, Kimbas displayed a hint of pleasure. Licking its forepaw pads, its aura, once brimming with ferocity and aggression, began to temper, though it remained a danger. Yet another item flew towards Kimbas, a titan dragon heart landed before it. This time, Kimbas hesitated, taking a small step back. Suddenly sensing an ominous premonition, was this annihilator attempting to bargain for its life? In total, 10 titan dragon hearts were tossed forth, and the already small Kimbas appeared even smaller amidst the collection of hearts. It tilted its head, casting a dubious glance at Xiao. Just moments ago, its aggressive vertical pupils had transformed into a look of bewilderment. What do you mean by this? Kimbas articulated awkwardly in the human tongue. My apologies for not announcing your summoning in advance, Xiao responded, eliciting a smile from Kimbas, despite its shark-like teeth appearing fearsome. It felt that a polite smile was warranted. This time, I intend to confront one of the 3 counselors of the abyssal lineage, the Beast Master. Upon hearing this, Kimbas's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, surveying the 10 titan dragon hearts surrounding it. If the target was indeed the Beast Master, while the hearts still seemed plentiful, they were not excessively lavish. Fine, I shall not retreat until I perish 5 times, Kimbas articulated in broken speech. Then please accept this as a deposit, Xiao replied, observing the growing confusion in Kimbas's eyes. Among the bloodhounds, it was known for its aloof demeanor, yet it could not contain its surprise at the notion that this was merely a deposit. Regardless of the outcome, should you exert your utmost effort, I shall provide you with an additional 30 titan dragon hearts afterward, and if successful, 50. Xiao's offer shattered Kimbas's hesitation. It had previously heard from its brother, the Red Leech, that this annihilator was exceedingly generous. Now, it was clear that this generosity extended beyond mere wealth, demonstrating respect, reliability in providing deposits, and a pricing structure that delighted the canine's heart. With such an attitude and sincerity, the Black Leech felt that even if it summoned a harbinger of doom, the harbinger would not refuse. Suddenly, a sense of crisis washed over the Black Leech. The harbinger, in terms of both strength and status, surpassed it. If the harbinger were to encounter this annihilator, who might be summoned next was truly uncertain. The Black Leech had already resolved that it would not retreat before the death of the 10th, since the other party had shown ample respect and sincerity. As an iron-blooded hound, it could not act cowardly. Moreover, upon being summoned, the Black Leech found the bloodthirsty annihilator to be rather agreeable. Black Leech, I hear you excel in infiltration. Of course. Upon hearing this, Xiao glanced at Bolgan, and the Black Leech followed his gaze, inquiring, replacement? Or eliminate? Replacement. Almost instantaneously as Xiao spoke, Bolgan drew the short swords from his sides, a bright light emanating from his body. His heart glowed a fierce red, and the mechanical skeleton within him seemed to reflect metallic tendrils cascading down from the broken sword in his hands. However, the Black Leech moved with such speed that it left no trace. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Bolgan, its sharp head plunging into his right eye socket. The cruel sound of flesh and blood colliding forced Bolgan, who was preparing for mechanical activation, to halt. He clutched his darkened right eye, emitting a shrill scream akin to a slaughtered pig, and fell to the ground, thrashing violently like a fish out of water. Moments later, lying on the ground, Bolgan's chest suddenly arched to its limit, his body forming a C shape before relaxing. Rising from the ground, he awkwardly moved his body, producing cracking sounds as his bones rubbed against each other. After a few minutes of silence with his head bowed, Bolgan reopened his eyes. Bolgan extended the nails of his index finger, beginning to sketch a map on the ground. Here is the wild blooming sea, this is the night harbor, and this is the Elven Kingdom. As for the Beastmaster's location, it is unclear, but likely in the Elven Kingdom. This servant belongs to the Beastmaster's second son, Soth. Just a moment ago, he called upon the consciousness of this body. The Black Leech's speech remained somewhat halting, yet it had improved significantly, having consumed the consciousness of this body and acquired its memories. As for whether it would be influenced by the dark corruption of this consciousness, the answer was affirmative. However, there was a buffering period. Given the Black Leech's formidable soul, it could withstand the dark corruption of abyssal lineage for a time, and this indirect form posed no issue. Furthermore, the Black Leech could regurgitate the temporarily consumed memories, effectively expelling the corresponding dark corruption as well. Soth? What tier is he? Supreme, double-fanged. The term double-fanged used by the Black Leech refers to a rough assessment of the supreme tier among the iron-blooded hounds, equating to a senior supreme level. Xiao had yet to engage with a supreme being, but he estimated that although he had ascended to the supreme tier through ultra-limit specifications, he was still in the first world after his promotion, and his strength likely ranged between senior supreme and top-tier supreme. He should not be able to contend with a top-tier supreme, let alone an ultra-top-tier supreme. As for encountering a pinnacle supreme, it would be a certain death. However, the inability to defeat a top-tier supreme was merely Su Xiao's estimation, untested in practice. After a detailed discussion lasting 30 seconds with the Black Leech, Su Xiao successfully devised a cautious and meticulous plan, using Bulgan to contact the Elven Kingdom's upper echelons, eliminate the opposition, have the Black Leech consume their memories, seize their body, and then seek out the Beastmaster's second son, Soth. The subsequent steps involved eliminating, consuming memories, and determining the Beastmaster's location. Naturally, consuming the memories of the Beastmaster's second son, Soth, was a highly risky endeavor, yet the Black Leech was willing to take the chance. For the reward this time could justify risking its life several times over. Upon hearing Su Xiao and the Black Leech's plan, Celine, with one hand entwined in her braids, wore an expression of disbelief, as if to say, "Are you two joking? I thought we were going to engage in a battle of wits." Su Xiao had no intention of engaging in cunning warfare with the Beastmaster. After all, it was they who had established a stronghold enduring for over an epoch. With more than 10 supreme-tier elven servants accumulated, the number of supreme beings on their side far exceeded that of Su Xiao's team. In such circumstances, the Annihilation Blade in Su Xiao's possession was the pinnacle of strategy. This strategy could penetrate the enemy's mind for a physical-level assault. Su Xiao activated the Lord Train key, and the iron beast-like Lord Train emerged from another dimension, brakes releasing a hiss of steam as everyone boarded. Inside the train, Celine reclined in her seat, holding a cup of kumquat lemon tea. Sipping through a straw, she found the sweet and tangy tea refreshing and suddenly felt that this journey might be quite pleasant. The Pain High Priest remained silent, seemingly unfazed by Bulgan's predicament. Su Xiao poured a glass of elemental brew for the Black Leech. Although the Black Leech exhibited a touch of arrogance, it was not devoid of decorum. It nodded politely in thanks before taking a sip, its expression momentarily betraying its composure. The Pain High Priest's nose twitched, glancing at Su Xiao. Without a word, Su Xiao passed the remaining half of the elemental brew bottle to him. In the style of the Pain Cult, the liquid was undoubtedly one of their pain relief concoctions after battle. Upon drinking, the Pain High Priest's poker face showed a slight change. After pondering for a few seconds, the Pain High Priest produced a jet black finger from his robe and offered it to Su Xiao. Clearly, despite his silent demeanor, he was not one to take advantage of others. In the face of generosity, he reciprocated without hesitation. You have obtained the severed finger of suffering, one-time item. When carrying this item, it will actively absorb curses and malevolence you endure, extremely high-risk negative states. It was quite a valuable protective item. Su Xiao often battled abyssal and ancient god foes, and perhaps one day, this object could deflect a curse or malevolence that would otherwise exact a grievous toll on him. The Pain High Priest took another sip of the elemental brew, hesitated, then sealed the bottle again, and both parties sensed they had profited from this exchange. The Black Leech began to elucidate the current situation. As Bulgan, he was not yet in a position to directly meet the Beastmaster's second son, Soth. This traitor had received orders to lead Su Xiao and his companions to the southern side of the Stone Forest in the 27th district of the Elven Kingdom, where powerful adversaries lay in ambush. Should Bulgan's identity be exposed before reaching the ambush site, he could utilize his shedding skin ability to escape immediately and relay all intelligence gathered from the sanctuary city to Soth's trusted aide, an elven elder servant of senior supreme strength. The abyssal lineage, through breeding factories, allowed the elven race to proliferate while not suppressing the empowerment of gifted individuals among them. On the contrary, they provided exceptional individuals with certain resources, as no consciousness had ever escaped the firmly established dark corruption from the first epoch to the present. Even the awakening of the elven souls did not represent an escape from dark corruption, but rather a form of personality fragmentation, where a new consciousness and soul emerge within the body. Furthermore, since the Duquesne family enslaved the elven race, fewer than 10 elven souls had awakened in total. Compared to this risk, the continuous influx of loyal and obedient elven servant warriors greatly outweighed the potential dangers. Su Xiao raised his hand, conjuring a swirl of dark blue smoke that flowed into Bulgan's left arm. He could sense the Black Leech's presence within this body tremble noticeably. After 4 hours of travel, the Lord's train halted near their destination. The map provided by the priest was relatively accurate, especially after the Black Leech had filled in the details. The situation in the lower left corner of this continent was essentially depicted on it. After disembarking from the train, the creature known as Kurohira hastily made its way westward. A few steps later, it paused, and the tip of its right index finger elongated into a sharp, blade-like point, resembling a bone dagger. It twisted its arm to an unnatural degree, carving several gashes into its own back. Moreover, it infused its own blood and soul energy into the wounds, accelerating their deterioration as if they had been inflicted hours prior. Once this was accomplished, Kurohira's gait became unsteady, initially awkward, but after a moment, anyone who beheld it would perceive it as gravely wounded, on the verge of collapse. Thus, Kurohira staggered and fled for over half an hour, collapsing onto the vast, desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, mere kilometers from the rendezvous point with its contact. The harsh, sand-laden winds swept across, leaving Kurohira, now revealed as Burigan, with cracked lips and an aura of impending death, as if he were destined to perish from his grievous injuries. Footfalls crunched on the gravelly sand as a figure approached Burigan's head, a metallic cane pressing against his eye socket, applying pressure until murky fluid seeped out. Yet, Burigan remained unresponsive. Useless, muttered the aged elf servant, clad in butler attire, his wrinkled skin betraying his advanced years. He bent down, seizing Burigan's head effortlessly with his unusually large left hand. A glimmering liquid oozed from the elf's palm, trickling onto Burigan's pallid skin, accompanied by a hissing sound as it absorbed into him. Moments later, Burigan's eyelids twitched in agony before he opened his eyes. "My lord, save me," he croaked, his voice hoarse. The elf servant, adjusting his narrow-framed glasses, snorted derisively and inquired, "Where are the two supreme beings from the sanctuary?" In. Burigan struggled to lift his hand, attempting to gesture northward, but before he could finish, he violently coughed up a copious amount of blood. The elf's brow furrowed with distaste, not only for the way the filthy human had sullied his attire, but also out of concern that Burigan might die, leaving him unable to report to Lord Soth. At that moment, Burigan's left arm exploded, releasing a plume of black-blue smoke that, in an instant, exchanged places with a figure in a distant alternate space. This unexpected turn of events left Su Xiao standing beside the elf servant before he could even react. Buzz. The pinnacle of extreme blade, White Knight, surged forth, causing the Dragon Slayer to burst forth in a golden radiance, exuding an aura of pressure and sharpness rather than sanctity. Extreme blade, White Knight, supreme level, active passive upon activation. The next melee slash increases by 500, including slashing attack power, slashing force, slashing impact, etc. This ability's potency escalates with the user's strength, and now Su Xiao had ascended to supreme status, assessing himself to be at the pinnacle between seasoned and top-tier supreme. The elf servant, caught at point-blank range, could not employ any abilities in time. Though possessing seasoned supreme combat prowess, facing a master of techniques at such close quarters, merely raising his right arm to defend was already a swift reaction. Clang. The ominous clouds in the sky parted, allowing the long-obscured sunlight to rarely illuminate this region, albeit in a dim manner. The slash cut across the elf servant's chest, the force and energy of the strike causing him to uncontrollably bleed from his mouth and nose. After delivering the blow, Su Xiao was acutely aware that this was his first encounter with a supreme being, and even if the opponent were somewhat weaker, he must confront it with all his might, ensuring no room for error. As the adversary before him was rendered momentarily paralyzed by extreme blade, White Knight, Su Xiao advanced, executing a seemingly plain yet devilishly powerful kick. Almost simultaneously, a buzzing sound echoed in the elf servant's ears, and the scenery before him shifted drastically. He perceived an image of a young elf with amber eyes and a delicate visage. Mujii Woodway. Do not let them control you. Wake up. The memory abruptly ceased, and the elf servant, Mujii Woodway, stared in horror, but the excruciating pain in his chest left him no opportunity to retaliate. Boom. The surrounding space trembled as Mujii Woodway found himself in a locale that resembled thick glass shattered by a hammer, with translucent cracks radiating from the impact point. Gazing into the distance, he saw a chasm stretching for kilometers, conservatively estimated to be 1,000 meters deep, from which torrents of underground water surged forth. Beside him, Burigan's body had been reduced to a mist of blood. Kurohira shook its dazed head, pawing at its buzzing right ear, muttering, "Erasure, the deceased strong. Especially those of our caliber, I cannot absorb their memories nor occupy their vessels. They must be alive. They won't die. They are seasoned supreme," Su Xiao mused. He sensed that the elf servant, despite being a supreme being, would merely be incapacitated from this double strike, and he had to be wary of a potential counterattack. In my experience, they will die, Kurohira asserted. As the memory of the formidable kick lingered in its mind, Kurohira realized that even a creature born of inferior magic, like itself, would be gravely affected by such power. Su Xiao's expression darkened as he dashed across the water's surface towards the elf servant. Initially, he had made 3 fundamental misjudgments. First, the elf servant, being a slave of the Duquesne family, despite having ascended to supreme status, lacked a solid foundation. It was likely that his power was artificially enhanced, one of the few survivors among dozens who had become supreme. The abyssal lineage was not short on resources with particularly potent side effects. This meant that while the elf servant held seasoned supreme status, his actual combat strength was far beneath that tier. Second, Su Xiao assessed himself as being between seasoned and top-tier supreme. Logically, achieving the highest standard of supreme would grant him the potential of supreme pinnacle, along with the initial combat strength of seasoned to top-tier supreme. He had ascended to supreme status based on extreme parameters, without a proper benchmark, relying solely on the records in the soul library, leading him to erroneously evaluate himself as seasoned to top-tier supreme. In reality, he was undoubtedly at the top-tier supreme level. This was due to the solid foundation he had established at the absolute strong level, where the 5 small tiers of supreme were influenced by the remarkable accumulation of strength, leading to an early position in the 3rd tier. Thus, this pure combatant, a master of 3 techniques, the shadow of erasure, top-tier supreme, had delivered a devastating 2-hit combo to an elf who was not only still inexperienced in close combat but had been artificially enhanced. The elf servant's failure to succumb immediately was entirely due to the blood of immortality that awakened after ascending to supreme status. When Su Xiao and Kurohira reached the elf servant's side, they witnessed him sprawled on the water's surface, the area beneath him stained crimson, indicating that he could pass away at any moment. Su Xiao rushed forward, producing an injection gun, swiftly administering a powerful restorative serum into the elf servant's neck. Both Su Xiao and Kurohira silently implored, "Do not die, do not die, do not die, hold on." Moments later, the elf servant inhaled deeply, finally breaking free from the brink of death, suggesting a strong chance of surviving the impending parasitism. Kurohira prepared to infiltrate, and as the elf servant's gaze regained clarity, he suddenly warned, "Be careful, they're ancestors." The elf servant's words were cut short as Kurohira had already burrowed into his eye socket. Moments later, Kurohira rose, satisfied. As the first phase of the plan had been successfully executed, the next step was to eliminate the Beastmaster's second son, Soth. Chapter 9. The Scythe of Darkness. The radiant glow of the interdimensional teleportation array gradually dimmed, revealing the depths of the dark forest, situated several thousand kilometers north of the sanctuary city of Duan. From the faint light of the array emerged a tall and imposing figure, towering over 4 meters in height. Not merely robust, but exuding an air of formidable authority. Adorned in a flowing black robe embellished with golden thread, his eyes, encircled by white rings, instilled a sense of awe and trepidation in those who beheld him. This was none other than the Abyssal Archbishop, a former top-tier powerhouse of the astral realm, once confined within the eternal light world. As long as there are souls yearning for the abyss's power across the myriad realms, the dark god cult will never be utterly extinguished. Consequently, as long as the dark god cult persists in any world, the Abyssal Archbishop will endure. This explains why the predecessors of the exterminators chose to imprison him in the eternal light world rather than slay him, as complete annihilation was indeed unattainable. Due to his prolonged confinement, the Abyssal Archbishop's strength had significantly waned, having fallen to an absolute pinnacle upon his escape. However, after a period of recuperation, he had regained a measure of his former might, though achieving a status beyond the peak would prove a formidable challenge for him. Damn this interdimensional teleportation array. Did those goblins sell us counterfeit goods? A figure emerged from the swirling mist of space, her long, dark blue hair cascading past her shoulders, adorned with a diamond mini battle scythe earring on her right ear. She wore a revealing outfit comprising a strapless top and an unbuttoned loose white shirt, fully opened, paired with ultra-short shorts. Despite this, her form was undeniably captivating, drawing the eyes of onlookers. At her waist hung 2 short-handled battle scythes, linked by a delicate chain the thickness of a pinky finger. Her eyes, dark as the abyss, glimmered with a golden white hue, signifying her identity as the Scythe of Darkness. She was known as Scythe Aina, but she bore another name, Green Aina, the infamous figure from history notorious for her ruthless deeds. The green lineage was not a conventional bloodline. it was a generational inheritance that skipped generations. For instance, Green Jillian's father and grandfather were not of the Green family. Yet upon her birth, she belonged to that lineage. The means of differentiation remained known only to that secretive family. This family had been shrouded in secrecy since the First Era, and with the emergence of a prominent figure in the Second Era, it became even more enigmatic. For this figure was none other than Green Jillian. After Green Jillian rose to fame, the then current patriarch of the Green family, a man of remarkable foresight and vision, chose to dissolve the family entirely, a decision unanimously supported by its members. And as for whether Green Jillian harbored any guilt over this, one could only laugh at such a hellish joke. In a sense, the previous exterminator, Kether Huna, who was also Green Jillian's mentor, had salvaged the Second Era of the Void by taking her as a disciple and transforming her into the shadow of extermination. Green Jillian herself was a deeply contradictory tale. She had rescued countless worlds and intelligent races, yet if one were to weigh her misdeeds against her salvations, only a fifth of her actions could be deemed virtuous. Scythe Aina placed her hand on her hip, surveying the surrounding darkness with displeasure. Aside from the abyss, this is the darkest place I have ever visited. Kicking a stone away in frustration, she exhibited no aura of a top-tier powerhouse. Picking her nose, she inquired, I say, old mystic, are you even capable? Can you truly locate an entrance to the abyss that allows living beings to pass? If I wish to advance, I can only leap into the abyss's middle layers and strive to regain my footing in the material world. Scythe Aina scrutinized the abyssal archbishop with an exaggerated gaze, reminiscent of the youthful Green Jillian, exuding the unmistakable demeanor of a rogue. The abyssal archbishop regarded her with silent bemusement. Had it not been for his need for her assistance in healing the soul wound of his left arm, he would have swiftly dealt with the irreverent scythe, imparting a lesson on the despair of dying in darkness. Though the archbishop's left arm appeared unscathed, it was devoid of a soul. Severed by a single strike from Su Xiao, the triple soul severing was far more than just injuring a spirit or losing a fragment of one's soul. The complete severance of the left arm meant that, on a spiritual level, it no longer existed. The absence of causality rendered even the abyssal archbishop's skills of soul regeneration ineffective in restoring it. Hence, his left arm could not wield power, nor could it allow him to return to the abyss, further diminishing his chances of reclaiming his former peak strength. The abyssal archbishop guided Scythe Aina to a passage leading to the abyss, one that living beings could traverse. In return, Aina promised to use her formidable scythe to restore his left arm. As for the enmity between the scythe and the abyss, Aina was indifferent with the scythe faction's demise. She saw no reason to engage in a futile struggle against the abyss, provided that the abyssal entities did not provoke her. In essence, Scythe Aina's actions were dictated solely by her whims. Here to find your old friend again? Aina regarded the abyssal archbishop with skepticism. Yes, the abyssal archbishop had no desire to engage in idle chatter with the scythe. Previously on Windsea Continent, you also mentioned seeking an old friend, only for that friend to be slain by abyssal kin. Who exactly are you looking for this time? At the very least, I deserve to know, Aina pressed. At this, the archbishop's expression flickered, but after repeating in his mind not to bicker with a soon-to-be defunct scythe, he calmed his thoughts. At that moment, a tide of darkness surged forth, revealing a diminutive figure, less than 4 meters tall, a frail old man emerging from the shadowy waves. Upon sighting him, Scythe Aina felt an overwhelming urge to unleash her blood, as if it were about to be forcibly drawn from her body. The newcomer was none other than the current patriarch of the Decane family, council leader Egubea. With a faint smile, the council leader regarded the abyssal archbishop, who met his gaze steadily before shaking his head and stating, Our last confrontation was as peak powerhouses. Now his words trailed off, clearly indicating that both had faced similar fates, having lost their former might due to the exterminator's machinations. I seek the Beast Master. You should be well aware of our relationship. You old relic. The council leader, upon hearing this, merely nodded in silence before turning and retreating into the undulating tide of darkness. With the council leader's departure, Scythe Aina turned to the abyssal archbishop and asked, Are we seeking the abyssal kin this time? Yes. Oh, the abyssal kin. That sounds promising. They haven't been eliminated yet, have they? With that, Scythe Aina produced a black iron flask, attempting several times to drink from it, only to be assaulted by memories of the past that filled her with dread. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, You surely have no idea where the Beastmaster is, do you? The abyssal archbishop remained silent, yet his silence was an implicit confirmation. Taking a deep breath, Aina prepared to drink from the wine of hope. a legendary artifact that would grant her a wish within its limits if she consumed it. However, the flavor of this sacrificial wine was notoriously vile. The Abyssal Archbishop, having tasted it once, nearly choked on it, overwhelmed by its repulsive and bizarre taste. The flavor was revolting, the texture peculiar, leaving one feeling utterly bewildered for the rest of the day after just a sip in the morning. After several deep breaths, Scythena downed a large mouthful of the concoction. Moments later, as she stretched her neck, it felt as though it had elongated, and then a pitch-black spatial wormhole manifested before her, revealing a magnificent city within. Yet soon after, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged through her, leaving her in a state of distress. The call of the scythe-wielding Aina echoed far and wide, evoking a sensation akin to the furious roar of a groundhog amidst the valleys. In the dark wilderness, the Lord's train sped forth, and Su Xiao reclined in a single sofa, activating the Windows light-blocking mode. He endeavored to access the communication platform of this world, only to be met with a series of notifications, detected the initial activation of the Supreme Level World Communication Platform by the Hunter. This platform represents the pinnacle stage with no protective measures, disguises, or tracking prevention. However, it offers item trading, consignment services, intelligence sales trades, and allows one to view the good and evil alignment status of any entity after making a statement within the platform. Upon your first activation of the Supreme Level World Communication Platform, you must complete your own good and evil alignment assessment before entering this channel. The good and evil alignment assessment is based on the number of your own contracted allies that you have killed saved, as well as the indigenous beings of the worlds you have entered and all sentient beings you have slain. Ultimately, it will be evaluated according to your current Void Tree reputation, resulting in your final good and evil alignment assessment. If dissatisfied with the assessment result, you may reapply for the evaluation after progressing through 3 worlds. The new assessment result will replace the current one. The good and evil alignment consists of the following sequences. 1. Good, recommended for cooperation, a highly trustworthy supreme being. 2. Friendly, stable cooperation, reasonably trustworthy supreme being. 3. Neutral, possible cooperation, but requires some caution with the supreme being. 4. Chaotic, cooperation should be considered carefully, and the supreme being is untrustworthy. 5. Evil, untrustworthy, avoid if possible. 6. Chaotic evil, no cooperation possible, untrustworthy. Avoid approaching within their perception range, extremely dangerous, cruel, and cunning. Assessing kill save of contracted allies. Assessment complete. Current alignment, evil. Upon seeing this, Su Xiao furrowed his brow. He seemed not to have killed many of his allied contractors. However, perhaps it was the case that at higher tiers, one seldom engaged with their allies, or rather, as long as they did not provoke him, he would simply ignore them. As for the earlier stages, that matter could be set aside. In truth, it was hardly surprising that someone who had earned the title of Team Slayer would be evaluated as evil in the first round. Assessing kill save of indigenous beings in the entered world. Assessment complete. Current alignment, chaotic evil. Well, splendid. The second round assessment of the good and evil alignment was definitive, essentially securing the outcome. Subsequent evaluations could be disregarded. Assessing kill save of all sentient beings. Assessment complete. Current alignment, chaotic evil. Su Xiao suddenly realized he had underestimated the situation. The chaotic evil designation had initially appeared in blood red, but now it was a deep crimson. It was worth noting that the 6 types of good and evil alignment had distinct colors. Good was a beautiful rainbow, friendly was golden, neutral was blue, chaotic was gray, evil was dark gray, and chaotic evil was blood red. Assessing kill save of all beings. Assessment complete. Current alignment, chaotic evil. Su Xiao's good and evil alignment font successfully transformed into a dark red hue. Checking the hunter's current Void Tree reputation. Current Void Tree reputation. Final assessment settling. Settlement error. Reassessing. Assessment complete. You are about to establish the 7th sequence of good and evil alignment, extreme dark evil. Your final good and evil alignment is extreme dark evil. Given Su Xiao's Void Tree reputation, such a condition was both expected and unexpected. He attempted to enter the World Communication Platform, and while he succeeded, he immediately noticed an announcement appearing within the platform. The World Communication Platform has been activated for you. Announcement: Void Tree World Communication Platform, the Hunter of Extreme Dark Evil, Kukulin Bai Yi, has entered this World Communication Platform. Exercise caution in trading, collaborating, or conversing with him. Following the appearance of this announcement within the World Communication Platform, the atmosphere, which should have been dominated by the Master of Souls with a reputation of 357 million in the sanctuary city, suddenly fell silent. After a moment, someone finally broke the quietude. Siler, Sanctuary Paradise goodness, this one is quite a heavyweight. Stone Pig, Apocalypse Paradise brothers, could you please refrain from causing a stir? I'm merely here for a mining venture. It's been years since anyone dared to excavate in this world. I thought, as a seasoned supreme level miner, I might be considered formidable. Merely mining without causing trouble is considered formidable, but with all this commotion, I'm starting to feel uneasy. Aurora, Light Sanctuary brother mining. Do you require protection? I can not only safeguard you but also engage in some enjoyable activities together. The protection fee would be 40 of your current mineral earnings. Siler, Sanctuary Paradise, don't trust her. Miner, her abilities are related to disease and life. Stone Pig, Apocalypse Paradise indeed. The lady from Sanctuary Paradise speaks the truth. Her disease abilities are indeed insidious. Siler, Sanctuary Paradise, no. What I meant to say is that her life-based abilities are the truly insidious ones. Stone Pig, Apocalypse Paradise, so. Does she turn enemies into large meatballs? I feel that is at most cruel, not necessarily insidious. Siler, Sanctuary Paradise, no. No, no. This woman's power is the most insidious ability I have ever encountered. Bar none. She once used her life abilities to grow taste buds at the end of an enemy's rectum. Stone Pig, Apocalypse Paradise by the heavens. What a vile ability. W. Celine, Apocalypse Paradise, that is indeed exceedingly insidious. How Reincarnation Paradise, ha ha ha. What an audacious ability. Stone Pig, Apocalypse Paradise brother, how. I recall that yesterday. The priest and Aurora were here discussing a collaboration, and you seem to be at odds with the priest. Hence, it seems you might be pitted against Aurora. Which implies that your rectum might also. How Reincarnation Paradise, good grief. Fire Mage, Light Sanctuary, why can this adorable one use emojis? So cute. Come here, let me give you a hug. Siler, Sanctuary Paradise Fire Mage. Don't tease B. You might end up dead because of it. Fire Mage, Light Sanctuary, why is that? Siler, Death Paradise, the priest will protect B, if I am not mistaken. The Reincarnation Paradises by ye would not allow this little one to perish either. She is of utmost importance, now bearing dual seals, belonging to both the Dawn Paradise and the Reincarnation Paradise. Did you not notice the absence of any Paradise information after her name suffix? Black Mage, Dawn Paradise, forgive me. At the Dawn Ruins, I was defeated. This time, I will not forget you, my friend. Stone Pig, Apocalypse Paradise. Black Mage actually has friends? Speaking of which, Black Mage has just ascended to the new supreme level, right? Moan, Death Paradise. Once this world's progression concludes, they may very well become a seasoned supreme level. This is a world besieged by the abyss. It is the Black Mage's absolute domain. Once they develop the capability to consume abyssal spawn, they will fully rise, stepping into monster level. Stone Pig, Apocalypse Paradise. Thank you, esteemed Moan, for the enlightening information. Do you have time to partner up for mining? I recently spotted a promising area, but it's shrouded in darkness. Going alone is too risky. Shall we join forces? Moan, Death Paradise. I've been busy lately. Can we postpone it for a week? Shurju, Apocalypse Paradise. Sure. How about a 50-50 split then? Moan, Death Paradise. No. You put in more effort. I merely provided protection, so a 70-30 split is more appropriate. Shurju, Apocalypse Paradise. Alright. However, if we come across any rare ores that you need, I can offer them to you at original price, including processing and refinement until they become finished products. Moan, Death Paradise. Thank you. Winky Face, Shurju, Apocalypse Paradise. Do you want to join us? Although you lack combat strength, both of your allies are remarkably powerful. Seeing this exchange, Su Xiao was quite surprised. He checked Moan's good and evil alignment and was astonished to find it listed as good. This revelation intrigued him. However, the notarization of the good and evil alignment by the Void Tree highlighted a particular issue. It subtly confirmed that the most formidable beings within the Paradise factions had begun to regard the Void Tree as somewhat significant. At the very least, they would utilize the notarization system without interfering with the choices or personal will of the contractors, thereby preventing the strongest from perishing in clashes between contractors. In simpler terms, within the World Communication Platform, the danger level of all contractors was explicitly marked. For instance, in Su Xiao's current situation, the text he used appeared in a pitch-black hue with a dark mist effect. Upon examining the good and evil alignment of the priest and the soul master, he found both categorized as chaotic evil. Curiosity struck him. If Caesar were to enter the world communication platform, what would his good and evil alignment be? Greed neutral? He attempted to access the world communication platform for the strongest beings, which possessed functions for item trading, consignment, and information trading. This list, reminiscent of a merchant's inventory, unfolded before his eyes, each item accompanied by a price tag, some marked in soul coins, while others denoted temporal power. After browsing through several items, a skill scroll immediately captured his attention. This was a supreme level passive. Supreme physical strength. X. Note: this corresponds to the physical attribute of a supreme passive, initially at absolute maximum level and cannot be enhanced by any means. Quality: this type of supreme passive is skill requirement. Promotion to supreme, with an available supreme passive skill slot. Skill effect 1. Upon awakening after promotion to supreme, the latent power contained within the physical attribute allows for every point in physical strength to additionally enhance base life value by 50 points, 3 points of physical defense. And the upper limit of this characteristic, 5 points of physical strength, and the upper limit of this characteristic, as well as 5 points of all attribute anomaly resistance, and the upper limit of this characteristic. Note: this supreme passive can also be awakened through specific secret techniques, but doing so carries significant risk. This extraordinarily powerful supreme passive was priced at a relatively reasonable 1.5 million soul coins, though it would likely be more expensive in the Grand Gathering, exceeding 2 million. Previously, Su Xiao had instructed Benny to gather information regarding supreme passives in the Grand Gathering, but only to a limited extent. At that time, he was accumulating highest potential points and, after successfully promoting to supreme, he found himself unable to afford it. A classic case of being too poor to learn what was insufficiently excellent. Now, encountering this supreme physical strength clearly indicated that it was an ordinary item among supreme passives, yet even this commonplace offering demonstrated an extraordinary potency. It was reasonable to assume that corresponding supreme passives for strength and agility would yield formidable offensive capabilities. Assuming a minimum standard of 500 points in primary attributes upon promotion to supreme, mastering this supreme passive related to physical attributes would immediately enhance life value by 2.5 million points, physical defense by 1,500 points, physical strength by 1,500 points, and all attribute anomaly resistance by 2,000 points. The crux was that this was not merely an enhancement, but a tremendous boost to the growth potential of physical attributes. In essence, this was the power one would possess after promotion to supreme, albeit requiring awakening. Moreover, this was the weakest type of supreme, typically possessing 2 supreme passive skill slots, with one occupied by an obligatory passive characteristic inherent to all supremes, leaving the other vacant. Clearly, this corresponding supreme passive to one's primary attributes was the unequivocal choice for the weakest supremes. With this ability, even the weakest supreme would find it challenging to contend with the mightiest, such as Su Xiao at his peak. He was quite certain that he would not have been able to rival Su Xiao back when he had yet to ascend to the supreme level, leading to a misjudgment regarding the weakest supremes. In truth, he had been thoroughly beaten by formidable foes who had fallen from the supreme level to the absolute level, such as the Old Beast King, the Ancestor, the Wolf God Shuren, the Abyssal Vanguard, and Simmons Arhit. These individuals were once supremes but later descended to the absolute level, giving Su Xiao, prior to his ascension to supreme, the illusion that even a meager ascent to supreme would place him among their ranks. However, upon actually achieving supreme status, he discovered the reality. The Old Beast King, once concealed as a super top supreme, publicly declared himself a newly ascended supreme during his peak, deceiving many aquatic supremes. The Ancestor, while previously a super top supreme, was nearing the pinnacle of supreme. The Wolf God Shuren had recently attained the supreme peak. The Abyssal Vanguard had also reached the supreme pinnacle and was notably among the forefront of this echelon. The Abyssal Shadow Simmons Archid had once stood at the supreme pinnacle. Known for his ruthless nature, having been battered by these formidable adversaries, one would hardly feel that supremes were particularly invincible. In reality, while there indeed exists a tier of supremes that are overwhelmingly powerful, that tier is the supreme pinnacle. Even during the Second Era, at the apex of astral combat, during the blood war between mages and anti-mages, some with limited potential, barely rising to newly ascended supreme, were referred to as pseudo-supremes. However, with the passage of time, such terminology has become obsolete. Closing the sales list, Su Xiao confirmed that after his promotion to supreme, he lacked a crucial stage for a qualitative transformation in combat power, which involved mastering the corresponding supreme passive for his physical attributes. The good news was that his previous 900 points in physical attributes, combined with one technique master at LV 91 and two others at LV 95 achievements requiring specific source qualities, were indicative of his growth. To put it more directly, Su Xiao's previous peak at the absolute level was not his true limit. It was merely the pinnacle of the absolute level. Upon reaching LV 90 in his technique abilities, he was expected to engage in what a senior supreme would typically undertake. As for his earlier acquisition of extreme blade source quality, which allowed the blade master to reach LV 95 and master the supreme level active extreme blade white knight, that was an endeavor meant for the latter stages of senior supreme development. Moreover, it was absurd that he had also elevated his melee master through body source quality to LV 95, an achievement typically reserved for a top supreme. With an average physical attribute of 650 to 700 points upon promotion to supreme, his physical attributes soared to 1056 points across 4 categories, alongside being a master of 3 techniques. Clearly, this was an exceptionally unreasonable situation. Additionally, who among the true absolute levels possesses life points reaching 8 million while also mastering ultimate sovereign power, which grants an additional 100 points to all attributes, a 20 damage immunity, and elevates the cap of all technique abilities to LV 110. This capability evidently corresponds to a stage within the higher echelon of supremes. The amalgamation of these factors enables Su Xiao, who has yet to master the primary attribute corresponding to the ultimate passive, to contend with formidable adversaries who have already attained such prowess. Additionally, his development has been predicated on the principle that a simple strike can serve as a grand maneuver, embodying one of the 3 most potent paths available to a master of techniques upon ascension to the ultimate tier. If one disregards the terrifying consumption of resources associated with this developmental approach, it stands as the unparalleled choice within the realm of techniques. This elucidates why, after his elevation to the ultimate tier, despite a lack of substantial enhancements to his combat capabilities, he utterly dominated the battle against the Elder Spirit. During his time at the absolute strong level, his strength had been suppressed, and the explosive potential unleashed upon his ascension to the ultimate tier resulted in a gradual release of the formidable power he had accumulated at the absolute strong level. The confrontation with the Elder Spirit allowed him to fully unleash this pent-up force. The might he had consistently amassed began to blossom at the ultimate stage. The Lord S-Train halted before the towering abyssal wall, having circled the periphery of the fairy kingdom for several hours without encountering an entrance. It now appeared that the entire fairy kingdom was shrouded within this inky abyssal wall. The reason for their pause was Su Xiao's observation of a circular mark on the dark surface, undoubtedly left by Bubuang. The focal point was not the conspicuous circular imprint, but rather the puddle beneath it. Su Xiao surmised that apart from Bubuang, no other being in this realm could produce a urine stream of such impressive length. Clearly, this creature had been pursued by some monstrous entity and, in its urgency, opted to relieve itself while fleeing. Su Xiao glanced at Heiji, conveying a clear intent. As a bloodhound, the Iron Bloodhound possessed an extraordinary sense of smell and should have no trouble tracking Bubuang. Heiji, parasitically fused with the Elder Spirit, darkened momentarily in expression, poised to protest, yet hesitated before conceding, just this once. From a distance of several meters, Heiji sniffed the air, then gestured towards the west. The Lord S-Train commenced its slow journey in that direction. Heiji's tracking prowess proved undeniable. Within minutes, they detected residual traces of Bubuang, but soon, the scent vanished completely. The scent had dissipated. Heiji, perplexed, crouched to scrutinize the ground for lingering evidence when suddenly, a canine head emerged before him. Woof! Bubuang tilted its head, greeting as it inadvertently locked eyes with Heiji's fearful gaze, which possessed a certain passive effect. Moments later, Bubuang yelped in terror and bolted, only to falter a few steps later, its legs giving way as it began to map the ground in a panic. Bubuang, frightened by the ominous presence, found itself plunged into a pit filled with vengeful spirits, a sheer drop into a chasm teeming with ethereal figures resembling a swarm of maggots. Half an hour later, Bubuang, clutching a cup of taro bubble tea, trembled against Su Xiao's leg, overwhelmed with genuine fear. It seemed Heiji had successfully curbed Bubuang's habit of suddenly appearing before others. Upon their return to the abyssal wall, the group disembarked, and the Lord S-Train vanished into another realm. Su Xiao pressed his hand against the dark surface, and in an instant, the abyssal wall crystallized, expanding until a portion shattered, revealing a passage within. Heiji indicated southward, suggesting the abyssal scion, Soth, resided in that direction. After a moment's deliberation, Su Xiao instructed Bubuang, Baha, Sherlin, and the High Priest of Torment to remain nearby while he and Heiji descended into the depths. Following Heiji's guidance, they traversed less than an hour before encountering a cluster of buildings. As they entered, an unpleasant stench pervaded the air, an odor of decay emanating from colossal chimneys, each hundreds of meters high, releasing the fumes of forged refuse. As they advanced along the street, they encountered numerous fairies, clad in tattered garments, their bodies soiled. Strikingly, they walked in silence, exuding a profound sense of fatigue. A thud echoed as a skull struck the pavement. A fairy with desiccated, misshapen ears collapsed, the sound of its head meeting the ground resonating through the air. Shortly after, a massive iron cart arrived, attended by two numb fairies who lifted the deceased and tossed them onto the cart. While passers-by exhibited no emotional response, everything felt numb and automatic. Su Xiao had traversed many realms dominated by malevolence, where disease, poverty, and crime prevailed, yet amidst such suffering, traces of life and fleeting happiness could still be discerned in the common folk. However, here, he was enveloped solely by numbness, fatigue, and despair. Heiji, in a parasitic state, led the way, and after passing through the outermost residential areas, factories began to come into view. Each factory was powered by colossal steam machinery, a necessity for crafting extraordinary weapons, not through magical means but requiring physical materials and immense pressure. To generate such colossal physical pressure necessitated vast energy consumption. Compared to electrical power, steam power was significantly cheaper. As for safety, the denizens of the abyss could hardly care less about the fate of the fairies. Even if a steam core were to explode, as long as it did not affect the fairy breeding facilities, it was deemed inconsequential. A thunderous crash reverberated as a factory erupted, causing cracks to spiderweb through the surrounding space. Within, fairies performing rudimentary tasks were obliterated in a crimson mist, only to be swiftly replaced by new workers ready to commence the next cycle of material processing. Su Xiao estimated that this fairy kingdom could harbor billions of fairies, a collective of sentient beings, each steeped in numbness, fatigue, and the despair of being perpetually oppressed by dark corruption until their dying moments. In that instant, an entire lifetime's worth of despair erupted, reaching a critical mass, resulting in their blood appearing a muted grayish-white upon death. This led Su Xiao to ponder the possibility of a malevolent deity thriving on the negative emotions of numbness and despair that permeated this realm, rendering it an ideal breeding ground for such a being. The thought of a malevolent god evoked memories of particularly fiery green peppers, a culinary delight that could ignite the appetite of even the most sinister entities. As Su Xiao continued onward, he absently crushed a fragment of a passing edifice, seeking any residual despair within. While such an endeavor might seem absurd elsewhere, within this infernal city ruled by abyssal beings, despair was likely to seep into the very fabric of half-decayed structures. However, the powder that fell from his fingers yielded no traces of despair, indicating that an unseen force was absorbing the pervasive numbness and fatigue dwelling within. Su Xiao found it hard to believe that the old-fashioned abyssal denizens would engage in such pacts with malevolent deities. Their collaboration with the Goblin Merchant Guild stemmed from the latter's long-standing history, having been a prominent power since the First Era. The Decane family possessed their own pride and perspective. In their eyes, demons, winged folk, and devils were mere upstarts. The true ancient powers remained the Star Race and the Soul Race, despite their decline, still held remnants of their legacy. As for malevolent deities and divine beings, the Decane family regarded them as inconsequential, mere gatekeepers of the gods, who would vanish without a trace should the gods themselves cease to exist. The ancient deities are granted sufficient respect by the Decane family, a regard that is mutual rather than hierarchical. Ultimately, the only beings deemed worthy of the Decane family's attention are the exterminators and the spellcasters, though there exists a greater animosity towards the former. Hence, Su Xiao speculates that it is the Goblin Merchant Association that mediates and facilitates the transactions between the Decane family and the forces of the Dark Gods. With this inference, Su Xiao harbors a hope that the beastly Dark God is one who relishes gourmet cuisine, as the appreciation of food entails not only its exquisite taste but also the significance of its origin. Certain humanoid or grotesque dark gods, consuming dishes crafted from their own ingredients, would evidently fail to meet the criteria for truly savoring culinary delights. For the moment, dealing with the Beastmaster is of greater urgency than addressing the dark gods in this locale. Su Xiao's plan for infiltrating the Elven Kingdom is straightforward and unrefined. The first step involves the parasitic old elf, a being of considerable status, having ascended to the rank of subordinate race within the Elven hierarchy. In the Elven Kingdom, there are 5 established tiers of status, with the lowest being the corrupted, those afflicted by dark corruption yet not entirely succumb to it. A staggering 99% of the elf population falls into the category of corrupted. This is not due to any deficiency in the severity of dark corruption, but rather because the average lifespan of these elves rarely extends to the second stage of corruption, which is known as fallen. Upon reaching this stage, the will is overwhelmed, completely subjugated by darkness, rendering them loyal servants of the abyssal race. However, this is not the ultimate stage of dark corruption. The final stage is termed subordinate race, exemplified by the old elf, who embodies this classification. At this juncture, they exhibit unwavering allegiance to the source of dark corruption, becoming entirely subservient, and possess prolonged lifespans along with certain dark abilities. Su Xiao deduces that the Beastmaster's second son, Soth, must be surrounded by numerous subordinate races. To eliminate him, one must be able to approach this abyssal being closely. Su Xiao contemplates a brilliant disguise. The Decane family is known to be leveraging the Goblin Merchant Association to engage and trade with the arcane Eternal Star. For this endeavor, Su Xiao intends to masquerade as a spellcaster. He gestures for the leading Black Leech to halt, and they enter an unbarred dwelling. The elves here, being enslaved, possess no personal assets, negating the need for locks. Su Xiao dons a robe from his team's storage, having eliminated many spellcasters of the arcane Eternal Star in the past. A black iron mask materializes in his hands, which he affixes to his face. This is a prudent choice, as spellcasters from the arcane Eternal Star would fear being observed by outsiders while associating with the abyssal race. All prominent factions in the astral realm regard the abyssal race with trepidation, wary of their penchant for consuming the world in darkness to amplify their own power, a loathed act that the abyssal beings have frequently committed. The abyssal race can wreak havoc upon a world with ease. A single abyssal entity can descend and commence the dark corruption of the local denizens, inciting them to indiscriminately assault others, thereby accelerating the contagion of dark corruption. Before long, an entire realm may succumb to corruption. The subsequent phase is even simpler. These corrupted gather and are compelled to brutally rend their own flesh, releasing the primordial vitality to a greater extent. Ultimately, the abyssal being will inherit a world devoid of life and a primordial life crystal formed from the essence of all living beings within that realm. This is the abyssal race. The reason the abyssal beings are not universally condemned is due to their formidable strength and immortality, slain by the magic-destroying blades. They return to the abyss to resurrect and re-enter the material world, solidifying their reputation as a symbol of fear and might in the Second Era. Given the notorious reputation of the abyssal race, it is a prudent decision for a spellcaster to wear a mask in this context. As Su Xiao exits the dwelling, the Black Leech leads the way once more. Regarding the impersonation of a spellcaster, Su Xiao's affinity for elemental forces, standing at 1426, enables him to attract various natural elements simply by relinquishing his repulsion. This creates an aura nearly identical to that of one who has absorbed natural elements. Progressing towards the city center, they arrive at the central teleportation platform, marked with the numeral 12, indicating that they are in the 12th district. Soth, the Beastmaster's second son, typically resides in either the 1st district or the underground district. The Black Leech raises its hand to the control panel of the teleportation platform, selecting the coordinates for the 1st district. In the next instant, the teleportation initiates. As the shimmering light of the transfer dissipates, the foul stench in the air evaporates, and the streets are no longer filled with dazed elven workers, but rather with well-dressed elven civilians whose eyes reveal a profound darkness, an aura steeped in malevolence. These elves are not products of breeding factories. They have proliferated through natural means. Their ancestors, or even preceding generations, have been corrupted into fallen ones, rendering them inherently bound to the Decane family by blood. The Decane family comprises only a little over 100 members, with the Beastmaster's faction containing merely a handful. Given the vast number of elves in the Elven Kingdom, it is evident that the Beastmaster's lineage cannot manage them all, necessitating the assistance of these fallen ones for governance and external trade. Faint sunlight filters through the sky as Su Xiao gazes upwards, a privilege conferred upon the fallen by the abyssal race. The streets are bustling with life, with the number of fallen elves conservatively estimated to be in the millions, imparting an air of prosperity to the city. Furthermore, the Goblin Merchant Association operates lucrative businesses here, such as the 8-star Astral Hotel at the city center. which amalgamates a casino and entertainment venue. This 8-star astral hotel is nearly isolated from the surrounding First District, requiring teleportation for entry and exit, thus creating an illusion for visitors from various realms that they are not in the territory of the abyssal race. This arrangement also allows the abyssal beings to maintain plausible deniability regarding the goblins' business dealings, which do not technically occur on their territory. The 8-star astral casino, which trades in soul coins, is a veritable gold mine, with the Goblin Merchant Association claiming 20%, the abyssal race 40%, and the Arcane Eternal Star also claiming 40% according to the memories consumed by the Black Leech. Currently, Soth, the Beastmaster's second son, occupies the uppermost level of this astral casino, reveling in the emotions of the diverse patrons hailing from across the astral realms. Upon reaching this point, Su Xiao halts, producing a soul coin which he flicks into the air. Before it can descend, it is caught by the suddenly appearing Kaiser, swiftly pocketed. "My dear friend, has there been any change in circumstances?" Kaiser inquires, captivated by the towering casino at the city center, though he is certain it resides within another dimension. The Black Leech has recently absorbed new memories, identifying this as the astral casino. "Oh?" Kaiser's tone conveys intrigue, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of avarice. Su Xiao too gazes at the astral casino, a faint red glow flickering in his gaze. The Black Leech inadvertently catches sight of the two, suddenly feeling an unsettling chill. Indeed, as a bloodhound of iron, it perceives the faint yellow glimmer and the subtle red flame in their eyes, causing it to feel unnerved. "My dear friend." Kaiser has a bold idea, he states, a progressively lecherous grin spreading across his face. "I'll take 6, you take 4, Su Xiao proposes. "Impossible, at most 50-50. "That is my bottom line," Kaiser asserts resolutely, though he only exhibits such firmness during negotiations. The Black Leech also wishes to partake, expecting a 10% share. "Well, in that case, very well," Kaiser concedes, being well aware of Su Xiao's ruthless nature towards adversaries, exhibiting a decisive and merciless disposition. However, in collaboration, he understands that contributions deserve rewards. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Chapter 10. Power. The closer one approaches the heart of District 1, the more prosperous it becomes. The streets are lined with luxury boutiques and an array of high-end service industries, a testament to an entire era of flourishing civilization that has enabled the fallen elves to establish a unique culture here. The vehicles traversing the streets are predominantly steam-powered. In fact, the technological landscape of the Void can be divided into two systems, the steam system and the electrical system. The former is primarily utilized for heavy processing and large-scale battlefield services, while the latter is renowned for its high-tech advancements characterized by precision and diversity. In the event of a conflict between the two, both systems could result in mutual destruction. The steam system exhibits extraordinary strength, while the high-tech system boasts formidable weaponry such as gravity and antimatter. However, when it comes to explosives, one must consider the steam core, which compresses solar fusion into its core to generate thermal energy. In simpler terms, the steam system maximizes the potential of boiling water. While it is widely acknowledged that high-tech products offer superior convenience and enhanced user experiences, the reality is that large steam machinery is remarkably affordable. Its purchase cost is merely 35 of that of comparable high-tech products, with maintenance costs dropping to less than 20. Although the steam system may not be the most powerful, it undoubtedly reigns supreme in terms of cost-effectiveness. Just as the streets are filled with steam-powered vehicles, which, when first developed in the Second Era, were deemed inferior to fuel engines, they have since transformed into bestsellers across the vast expanse of the high-level realms. This is due to their remarkable ability to run on any liquid, freshwater, wastewater, or even waste fluids. Should one find themselves stranded in the wilderness without fuel, a simple act of relieving oneself into the fuel tank would suffice, albeit with a rather pungent exhaust. Moreover, the small steam cores do not require the creation of miniature suns. The solar techniques employed can sustain operations for decades without the risk of explosion. It is noteworthy that several prominent racing organizations in the Void only permit vehicles powered by steam cores to participate in their races. They assert that high-tech vehicles lack the mechanical modification characteristics that embody the very essence of their institution. To put it plainly, high-tech vehicles can sometimes achieve such speeds that they momentarily lift off the ground, engaging in micro-suspension driving, rendering the competition meaningless. If it were merely a race of speed, one might as well pilot a small interdimensional shuttle. After an hour, Su Xiao arrived directly beneath the void gambling city. The three-story building before him was guarded by a vigilant elven sentinel. The deep darkness of their eyes revealed their affiliation with the fallen elves. When the eyes are entirely black, it signifies a subordinate lineage. "Stand still," commanded Captain Issa, the elven guard, his stature towering above 2 meters. Yet he exuded a robust presence rather than a frail one. Clad in a combination of fabric and minimal metal, his blue soft armor complemented his golden fishtail braid, epitomizing the essence of elven beauty. Despite being accompanied by an elder elven servant, they were still halted, demonstrating the unwavering loyalty of these fallen beings to the commands of their abyssal kin. The elder servant revealed a brand imprinted on his palm. And after Captain Issa confirmed the situation was satisfactory, he nodded and inquired, "Who is this?" As the guardian of the void gambling city teleportation tower, Captain Issa was well aware that esteemed guests occasionally graced this location, and he naturally adopted a courteous demeanor. "The Lost Star," replied the elder servant, referring to the local jargon for the gambling city. Given the involvement of the Void Sovereign, the arcane Eternal Star, in such a nefarious industry, it was deemed inappropriate to mention his name outright. Captain Issa scrutinized Su Xiao for a few seconds, confirming his identity before allowing passage, causing the invisible barrier at the teleportation tower's entrance to dissipate. "Welcome to Seaton. May you have a pleasant evening." "Oh no, rest assured. You will undoubtedly have an enjoyable night here." Captain Issa offered a smile imbued with deeper implications, suggesting that beyond mere gambling, other exquisite experiences awaited. Though he appeared to be a minor figure, he occupied a position of immense significance, and only those with extraordinary wealth and status could enter and exit the void gambling city. The family backing this minor chief controlled all the indulgent enterprises within the city. Yet this was merely a trivial aspect of the vast opulence present in the void gambling city. Upon entering the teleportation tower, Su Xiao was struck by the opulent decor. The teleportation array beneath his feet possessed a temporal quality. However, upon activation, the sensation of teleportation was soft and languid, akin to walking on cotton. While others might appreciate the steady and gentle experience, Su Xiao, accustomed to the abruptness of nullification teleportation arrays, found it sluggish. As the sensation ebbed, the surrounding world came into focus. The first sight to greet him was a graceful elven woman, clad in scant attire, elegantly balancing trays of beverages and chips. Her smile radiant. It was evident that among the myriad of races across the void, the elven and feathered races possessed an unparalleled average beauty. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao was enveloped by a refreshing air reminiscent of tranquil nature, dispelling all fatigue. This was not a mere fragrance, but rather an intricate arrangement akin to a technique designed to welcome guests. Upon seeing the elder servant, the attendant bowed and retreated. The first floor featured an expansive hall filled with various gambling tables, showcasing games from across the void. The clattering of casino coins within a colossal machine ignited a fervor in the hearts of onlookers. It is essential to note that casino coins could only be exchanged for soul currency or universal resources, a fact that left Su Xiao unmoved. He had witnessed enough gamblers, each more pitiful than the last. Navigating to the elevator at the far end, the elder servant pressed his hand against the biological sensor, and moments later, the elevator chimed open. Entering the lift, Su Xiao and the elder servant ascended to the 59th floor, where they changed elevators 4 times before finally arriving at the top floor, halting before an office with golden doors. Knock, knock, knock. The elder servant rapped on the door, but no response came from within. He signaled for Su Xiao to wait. Standing against the wall beside the door, the elder servant clasped his hands before him, his back to the wall, and closed his eyes in anticipation for several minutes. Only upon hearing the sound of metal utensils being set down did he knock again. "Come in," a languid voice beckoned from within. The elder servant opened the door and ushered Su Xiao into the office, where opulence reigned. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed that the Beast Lord's second son, Soth, relished his vantage point. "This is a guest from the arcane Eternal Star, here to discuss the remaining payment from our last transaction and the quantities and prices for the next order," the elder servant succinctly introduced. Behind the grand desk, Soth reclined with his feet propped up, stifling a yawn. Another round of these tedious matters. Yet, just as Soth uttered these words, an acute sensation of danger prickled at his skin. Boom! The black stone desk shattered under the force of a master combatant's advance, the precious gem crumbling like drywood. In an instant, Su Xiao stood before Soth. Soth's reflexes were equally swift. He raised his hand, weaving dark tendrils that resembled roots, poised to form spikes. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Su Xiao and the ceiling above began to sprout similar dark spears, but what awaited Soth was a direct kick. Boom. The entire void gambling city trembled. The spatial techniques enveloping the area emitted a pained groan, especially as Soth was propelled at light speed, crashing against the inner wall of this spatial technique. With a deafening roar, the space shattered, and Soth was thrust back from the independent space of the void gambling city into the primary space of District 1, colloquially known as being kicked back from an alternate dimension into the main realm. Soth, the second son of the beast sovereign, gnashed his shark-like teeth. Yet the kick that transformed him into light left him paralyzed, temporarily stripping him of his abilities. Another resounding crash echoed as Soth shattered the outer defensive barrier of Sector 1, his trajectory unwavering, indicating the undiminished force of the blow. Minutes later, in an area of unknown distance west of Sector 1, Soth lay within the trench carved by his body. He rose, casually brushing off the soil, and scanned his surroundings to ensure he was unobserved. Then, with a retch, he expelled a torrent of black blood mixed with various organs. Abyssal beings, of course, possess organs, albeit with unique structures. Ultimately, they are transcendent life forms, distinct from the undying, abyssal creatures. Having purged the black blood, Soth felt a degree of relief in his chest. He surveyed the area once more, a new question arising. Where was he? The trench Soth had created was so deep that the abundant groundwater of the region surged upward, transforming the massive crater, spanning over 1,000 meters in diameter, into a lake. A figure, hurtling like a cannonball, landed on the lake's surface, sending water cascading. The newcomer wore a black iron mask, his body slightly hunched from the impact. His left hand, adorned with crimson metal bracers, was subtly clawed. Droplets of water cascading from his fingertips and dissolving upon contact with the water. Danger, extreme danger. Soth, fixing his gaze on the masked figure, abandoned his usual nonchalance. He tore apart his shirt, revealing his bare chest, and his arms turned pitch black, as if worms were wriggling beneath his skin. "Who are you, sir?" Soth inquired, his voice grave. Su Xiao remained silent, his gaze serene. The previous encounter with the Elven Elder was hardly a battle. This was his first true clash with a powerhouse, and it was against an abyssal being imbued with a sense of fateful destiny. Perhaps this was the karmic price he would pay for choosing the path of the bane of the all things when he was a Tier 1. However, the price was well worth it, and Su Xiao had no regrets. Having reached the pinnacle of strength, the fiery bloodlust that once accompanied his desperate battles had begun to cool. But upon ascending to the transcendent level, his opponents had become formidable once more. Boom. A blood aura erupted from Su Xiao, not to corrode, but as an instinctive pre-battle awakening. As if a colossal beast were growling in his throat, a blood beast, centered on Su Xiao, massive and with a maw full of fangs, grinned menacingly at Soth. In that instant, Soth, an abyssal being, felt a chill in his heart. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, one that made him feel that if he could avoid it, he should not engage in this deadly battle. Others may not know, but Soth, as an abyssal being, was well aware that they could die. The bane of the all things magic blade, for example, could kill them, and they would only be reborn in the abyss years later. But the revived entity would merely be the member of the primal insignia. It would be Soth, the second son of the beast sovereign, in name only. It would not be him, but another abyssal being, 8 or 9/10 similar, but with a completely different dominant consciousness. This. As Soth spoke, Su Xiao removed his mask, and the faint blue glow in his eyes reminded Soth of a memory his father had shown him. It depicted a wizened, resolute warrior, his robes tattered from battle, wielding a black blade, and with eyes that glowed with the same blue light. The warrior in the memory was named Xian Art-Hid, one of the most powerful figures of the Second Era, bane of the all things. The worms beneath Soth's dark skin writhed faster. His body swelled, rapidly growing from about 1.7 meters to over 4 meters tall. Chaotic, woody horns sprouted from his head, and eyes opened on his arms. Furthermore, a tumor appeared on the right side of his neck and rapidly expanded. Pop! The tumor burst, and a pale arm emerged, covered in tiny holes from which black worms emerged and dangled, creating a fringe-like effect. Thwack! The pale worm arm pierced Soth's spine, and with a sound of tearing flesh, it ripped out his entire spinal column, making his body as flexible as a worm, but with a sense of resilience, like a python. The worm arm gripped the vertebral greatsword, which was over 2 meters long, with a blade made of bone serrations and a fleshy structure on the spine. Soth's appearance had changed dramatically. His features drooped, his mouth became huge and slack, filled with scarlet worms that dripped like saliva. He caught some of the worms dripping from his mouth with his left hand and stroked the spine of the vertebral greatsword. The fleshy structure of the spine was activated by the scarlet worms, which overflowed from it, quickly infesting the blade and serrated edge and dripping onto the water. The dense scarlet worms that fell quickly multiplied in the water, turning the water within a few dozen meters of Soth's feet scarlet. Boom! The spinal worm blade slammed into the water, its terrifying weight sending a spray of water hundreds of meters high. Bane of the all things. Soth's completely black eyes stared at Su Xiao, and he licked his right palm, which immediately began to ooze scarlet worms. Furthermore, the pupils of all the eyes on his right arm began to swarm with worms. Watching the changes in his opponent, Su Xiao's expression remained unchanged. In the Everlight world, he had fought the progenitor to the death, his body covered in corrupt filth, being gnawed at and making crackling sounds, and he had not flinched. He had no reason to be fazed by this. Su Xiao had been wondering since entering this world just what his current strength was. The second son of the Beast Sovereign before him was a seasoned powerhouse, and as an abyssal powerhouse, 9 out of 10 seasoned powerhouses were no match for him. The abyss was that powerful. Clang! Su Xiao slowly drew his long blade, pointing it diagonally at the water. Suddenly, the vast expanse of water, over 1,000 meters in diameter, became as smooth as a mirror, all ripples and waves vanishing in an instant. Soth, a few dozen meters away, felt his breath catch in his throat. The powerful enemy had not yet attacked, but it was as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat and gradually tightening, as if he would be strangled if he did not do something. Roar! Soth raised his head and roared, layers of air and scarlet worms spreading, threatening to engulf Su Xiao in the terrifying instant death attack. Clang! A graceful wind slashed passed by, and Soth's myriad worm roar came to an abrupt halt. If he did not stop, his head would be cut off in the next second, and he would have no chance to retaliate. Soth tore at his upper and lower jaws, stretching his slack mouth to its maximum, and vomited a massive amount of scarlet worms. These worms, upon entering the water, instantly infested the entire area, including the water beneath Su Xiao's feet. Su Xiao flipped the long blade in his hand, switching from a forehand grip to a backhand grip. As he squatted halfway on the scarlet water surface, he plunged the dragon flash into the water, and it made a crackling sound as it pierced crystal. Crack, crack, crack. The Aegis crystal rapidly spread, crystallizing the entire water surface. In the next instant, a shadowy figure appeared before Soth, wielding a crystalline longsword that swung down with great force. When the blade struck the spine bug sword, Soth felt the impact resonate through the pale limbs, indicating that while this shadow was not the true form of the spellbreaker, it still possessed a fraction of its might. From this, Soth surmised that the spellbreaker's power was formidable, yet he was confident in his ability to counter it and win the battle. Suddenly, Su Xiao exchanged positions with the demonic spirit, appearing directly in front of Soth, delivering a seemingly ordinary slash that concealed immense power. As the spine bug sword met the strike, Soth instinctively anticipated his next move, unleashing dark insects that would corrode everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers, leaving the spellbreaker with no avenue of escape and subjecting it to dark corruption. Though no spellbreaker had succumbed to corruption in history, this was primarily due to the fact that the Kane family had always dealt with the most powerful spellbreakers. With a resounding thud, the crystalline longsword impacted the spine bug sword. In that moment, Soth's eyes widened in disbelief, particularly the pale eye which burst with veins of blood. As he faced the enemy's strike, he felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing upon him. Despite Soth's towering height of 4 meters, twice that of Su Xiao, he was forced to his knees by a single slash. The force of his knee hitting the lake's surface sent crimson shards of crystal splintering everywhere. Soth roared in humiliation, as a multitude of black worms erupted from his right arm, swelling it to an enormous size, scorching everything in their path. His massive hand descended towards Su Xiao like the maw of a serpent. With a thunderous crash, a crater formed in the center of the crystalline lake. And as Soth rose from his kneeling position, his black-wormed arm clenched into a fist, tearing through the black mist that enveloped him. Blood smoke cannon. Blood energy gathered at the tips of Su Xiao's fingers, compressed to its limit before erupting as a crimson ray, cleaving through the air and shattering layers of pressure. The blood smoke cannon struck Soth's dark right arm, and as he prepared to mock the feeble technique that had forced him to kneel, a colossal phantom of blood energy manifested above Su Xiao. Super blood smoke cannon. The barrel-thick ray obliterated Soth's dark right arm, though it began to regenerate rapidly. Blade path, assassination. Su Xiao executed a diagonal slash, unleashing a blood-colored chain that trailed embers of crimson flame. Enveloped by this attack, Soth's perception of his surroundings was abruptly severed. Blade path, time. With a resounding thud, the domain of time expanded from Su Xiao's center, slowing everything around him. Darkness, devour. The sounds of gnawing insects echoed as black worms infested the area within a dozen kilometers, devouring everything they encountered, tearing through the very fabric of space. Should one attempt to traverse this space now, they would undoubtedly be consumed by the ravenous black worms. Revelry. Soth raised his arms, the pale worm limbs of his neck directing the spine bug sword skyward in a thrust. The rustling sound of the black worms erupted forth like a fountain, spewing from Soth's center. With each upward thrust, a torrent of worms gushed forth, saturating the area for hundreds of kilometers, as these black worms drilled through space, gnawing and forming swirling clouds of darkness above. Ah. Spellbreaker, come forth. Soth cackled madly, thrusting again into the sky, unleashing another wave of black worms. As the density of the worms surrounding him increased, Soth realized it was time to retreat. The prospect of defeating the Spellbreaker was laughable. The initial strike had already made it clear that this seemingly human figure was, in fact, a monster, despite the opponent's capabilities appearing unremarkable compared to his dark insects. Those seemingly simple techniques were lethal. A thunderous sound erupted from the front, as golden light radiated from a long sword, incinerating every black worm that came into contact with it. A figure charged forth. It was Su Xiao, having activated the Extreme Blade, White Knight ability. He carved a path through the swarm of black worms. Soth's numerous eyes locked onto the approaching Spellbreaker, and at that moment, it could no longer suppress a tremor in its worm limbs. Yet, as a proud descendant of the abyss, it roared defiantly. Converge. In an instant, the black worms within a 100-kilometer radius vanished, all coalescing into the spine bug sword in Soth's grasp. The Crimson Blade, stretching 4 meters long, required the combined might of his worm limbs and 2 additional arms to wield. Ancestors, grant me strength. The Crimson Sword transformed into a pitch-black weapon, clashing against the oncoming golden longsword. Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, darkness and golden energy clashed, leading to a brief standoff before the golden light swiftly overwhelmed the darkness. With a resounding clang, the longsword sliced through, sending the severed segment of the Crimson Sword spiraling away, leaving a deep gash across Soth's form, followed by an overwhelming spray of black blood. With a crack, Soth's pale worm limb shattered, scattering into fragments. Grasping the wound on its neck, it let out a pained wail. This was not a mere flesh wound. It had struck at the core of its being, damaging the most fortified areas of its soul and meridians, causing excruciating agony. Logically, after such a powerful blow, both the injured and the dominant should take a moment to recover. However, Extreme Blade, White Knight, Supreme Level, Active-Passive, upon activation. The next melee strike is enhanced by 500. Due to your current physique's limitations, this ability is in its active skill form. You may choose to convert it to passive ability form. Warning, the transformation between active and passive forms is irreversible. Proceed with caution. This was the path Su Xiao had chosen. A simple slash was also a powerful technique. Once his body could withstand it, Extreme Blade, White Knight would become a passive trait, though he was still some distance from that physique. After unleashing such a terrifyingly powerful supreme technique, Su Xiao did not require a moment to recover. He charged forward, causing Soth's eyes to widen. Perhaps at that moment, he was raging within, decrying the lack of honor from this enemy who continued to press the attack without pause after such a colossal clash. Soth struggled to compel his body to move, but an unfamiliar sense of weakness prevented him from raising his dark right arm. Bang! Su Xiao delivered a penetrating kick, staggering Soth back several steps, nearly forcing him to kneel. Yet, his entire body felt numb. Soth laboriously lifted his head, only to have all his eyes widen in horror. As the black depths of his gaze constricted into narrow slits, the whites of his eyes bulging, the golden radiance illuminated his slack features, leaving him with an expression that suggested he had seen a ghost. Extreme Blade, White Knight. Clang. The golden blade descended, and Soth crashed to the ground, the force pressing his face into the earth as if an invisible giant foot was crushing him down. As his consciousness began to blur, Soth's only thought was of the immense power of his ancestors and father, who had once stood toe-to-toe with such a monster. As the golden radiance faded, Su Xiao found himself within a massive crater, several dozen kilometers in diameter, with the surrounding area in ruins and black liquid seeping from the most severely damaged regions. Su Xiao stepped forward to the side of Soth, who lay on the ground, his once robust form now reduced to a gaunt silhouette. His nearly 2-meter-long neck remained unchanged, rendering him akin to a humanoid creature with the neck and head of a serpent. The crystalline layer clung to Su Xiao's left hand as he seized Soth's insect-like hair. Lifting his head, "You cannot kill me. My father will not let you go." Soth's words were abruptly cut short as the blackish-blue smoke enveloped the Dragon Slayer blade, which pierced through Soth's forehead, a manifestation of awakening of the demon spirit, specifically designed to sever the undying entities of the abyss. Awakening of the demon spirit, passive effect, completely unleashes the blade's demon spirit within the Dragon Slayer blade. For the subsequent 30 seconds, the demon spirit will enter a ravenous state. During this period, if it attacks an abyssal being with less than 30 health, the demon spirit will consume all of its source energy. As the blade plunged into Soth's forehead, all of his eyes lost their inky blackness, turning pale before fading into a ghostly white, ultimately shattering into brittle fragments. With a resounding crash, Soth's head transformed into a grayish, wood-like substance, shattering completely as his headless corpse collapsed, falling silent. After slaying the abyssal sun, Soth, Su Xiao nonchalantly flicked the black blood from his blade and shifted his gaze toward the tattered space to his right. Though it appeared empty, he sensed the presence of something lurking within. At that moment, within the crevice of the space that Su Xiao scrutinized, a humanoid malevolent deity curled itself as tightly as possible, holding its breath in sheer terror. Chapter 11. The required resources tick, tick. Dark blood dripped from the blade onto the pale red ice surface, the surrounding space riddled with wounds. Following a recently concluded battle, the eyes of a certain exterminator glowed crimson, filling the scene with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Gulp. The sound of saliva swallowing echoed from the crevice of space, where the cowardly evil god had resolved that it would not emerge until forcibly extracted. The human race was simply too terrifying. However, under the gaze of those glowing red eyes, this cowardly evil god ultimately held out for merely half a minute before stepping out from the spatial gap as if parting a curtain. This evil god, taking on a humanoid form, stood approximately 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, covered in creamy white fur, with heavy, curled ram's horns adorning its head. Its lower body resembled that of a centaur, but was covered in scales reminiscent of obsidian, and its tail was serpentine, bifurcated at the end. With a two-headed serpent tail, one black and the other white, Su Xiao felt a twinge of regret. This might be the most aesthetically pleasing evil god he had ever encountered, though it was unfortunate that the entity was not a beast-type evil god. "I am in a good mood. You have 30 seconds. Su Xiao produced a pocket watch. Clicking the countdown button, and a series of precise, ticking sounds filled the air. Upon witnessing this, the ram-headed evil god appeared slightly flustered and attempted to articulate a response, yet found itself at a loss for words. Time ticked by second, and when only 5 seconds remained, an icy dread seeped into the very core of the ram-headed evil god, which realized it would soon meet its end if it did not act. Boom. An overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted, as if a colossal claw of blood energy pressed down from above, forcing it onto all fours, nearly splaying its legs apart. "I know where the beast master is." Clang. The blade, which had already sunk several centimeters into the ram-headed evil god's throat, came to a halt. The creature understood that this was no mere intimidation. If it failed to divulge this crucial information, its head would soon roll at Su Xiao's feet. As for fighting back, such a notion was laughable. How could a peak evil god possibly contend with a supreme exterminator? The tip of the Dragon Slayer's blade pressed against the ram-headed evil god's jaw, compelling it to lift its head slightly to feel the sharp, cold steel. The ram-headed evil god swallowed hard and spoke urgently. "I have no ties to the abyssal lineage. I am merely a shareholder of the Goblin Merchant Association. I exchanged all my shares to come here to devour despair and suffering." The ram-headed evil god began to recount its tale, which originated from a desolate star in the void, a place known as the Town of Dying. Once, it had been a malignant entity in a high-tier world. Yet it was both fortunate and unfortunate. The misfortune lay in the emergence of a formidable world child in that realm, known as the Sea of Demons. Indeed, the ram-headed evil god's pursuer was none other than the previous captain of the doomed ship, the Nameless One, who had ultimately become Su Xiao's fierce adversary in the Sea of Demons. The ram-headed evil god had been hunted by the Nameless One for over a decade, forcing it to relearn the art of being a god. Unable to remain in the Sea of Demons, it utilized a world-class teleportation array to escape to another realm. This new world was called the World of Paint. Unfortunately, it was during the peak of the God King Os Tobiah's reign. Upon arrival, the ram-headed evil god was promptly subdued, thanks to its exceptionally resilient life force and its ability to form life cores from despair, suffering, and other negative emotions. It managed to escape death at the hands of the God King. The God King Os Tobiah, often preoccupied, delegated the task of dealing with this evil god to his brother, the rather comical donkey brother Os Gine. The donkey brother, deeply admiring of his elder sibling, dutifully executed the task, resulting in frequent beatings, small skirmishes every 3 days, and severe thrashings once a month. The ram-headed evil god was on the verge of tears. But it must be said that within the rapidly expanding world of paint, gaining strength was swift. After enduring several years, it finally set up another world-class teleportation array, determined to find a safe place where it could reign supreme. Thus, the ram-headed evil god arrived at the Wind Sea continent. Upon opening its eyes, it encountered a gray-skinned orc with protruding tusks, joyfully greeting its companions. The ram-headed evil god's first impression was that the natives of this world were exceedingly welcoming. However, after being branded with a massive enlargement spell and fitted with various harnesses for a war chariot, it realized something was amiss, very amiss. During decades spent on the Wind Sea continent, the ram-headed evil god felt only one thing. Both the beast and sea races were utterly deranged. How could races engage in perpetual warfare, with every advancement serving war's purpose? The brutality of these decades-long conflicts led the ram-headed evil god to yearn for peace. After much contemplation, the ram-headed evil god resolved to venture into the void, having heard of the arcane eternal star, the most powerful hegemonic force across worlds. With such a formidable power suppressing it, the void must surely be stable. After considerable effort, the ram-headed evil god finally reached the void and was nearly moved to tears by the serene dusk of a distant little town. From that moment on, it lived as a wandering traveler, transforming into the local race's appearance upon arriving in unfamiliar lands, integrating itself within. Not long ago, the ram-headed evil god encountered a destitute middle-aged goblin, barely clothed, with leaves fashioned into the only semblance of trousers. Moved by compassion, the ram-headed evil god took the goblin in, providing food and clothing. Having heard tales of goblins being cunning, it initially did not expect any reciprocation. However, to its surprise, the goblin wept profusely, expressing that it had encountered nefarious individuals and had been cheated of everything. It claimed to be the chairman of the Goblin Merchant Association and promised to repay with 0.001 of its shares. The ram-headed evil god was perplexed, but did not mind the lack of reward. It was indifferent to such matters. Yet, in the near future, it received a contract stating it had acquired 0.001 of the Goblin Merchant Association's shares. Still bewildered, it was soon approached by several elder goblins who inquired if it desired a plethora of negative emotions. Naturally, it consented. Having been nearly beaten into a state of paranoia since leaving the Sea of Demons, where it had not generated significant areas of negative emotion, the result was that those elder goblins led it to a realm filled with despair, numbness, and suffering, demanding in return that 0.001 of its shares in the Goblin Merchant Association be forfeited. Before long, the ram-headed evil god grasped the situation in the Elven Kingdom. However, it was not a case of turning from evil to good. Rather, it had merely ceased its malevolence. Observing the abyssal lineage's wickedness, it chose to feign ignorance, eagerly consuming negative emotions while spending the rest of its time sleeping and digesting. Upon hearing the ram-headed evil god mention the Goblin Merchant Association, Su Xiao suddenly recalled the chairman who had been swindled to the point of losing everything. Presumably, that individual had been ousted by the Goblin shareholders' meeting. As the embarrassment would have been too great, the chairman likely had no face left to remain in that position. Thus, I have committed no wrongdoing as an exterminator. You cannot harm me, the ram-headed evil god stated with unwavering conviction. Su Xiao remained silent, yet he sensed that this evil god had misconstrued something. Regrettably, the entity had lost its value and was soon to bid farewell to this world, which, while not picturesque, was undeniably fascinating. I have done no wrong. I saved the chairman of the Goblin Merchant Association. Killing me would be quite troublesome. I have a savings card with 200,000 soul coins. The blade once again halted at the ram-headed evil god's neck, still embedded several centimeters deep, as it danced precariously on the precipice of death. Su Xiao lowered his gaze, observing the ram-headed evil god. Alas, the ram-headed deity, having narrowly escaped death, remained in a state of disbelief. It summoned a creature that bore a striking resemblance to a large toad, from which it extracted a soul currency savings card, evidently issued by the Void Tree's notary. You have obtained a soul currency savings card with a limit of 200,000. Su Xiao surmised that this card belonged to a gambler who had indulged extravagantly after winning a substantial sum at the Astral Casino, only to meet their demise in District 1. Consequently, this unclaimed soul currency savings card fell into the possession of the ram-headed deity. As the final inquiry arose regarding the location of the Beast Master, Su Xiao kept his long knife poised, yet the ram-headed deity shook its head, indicating it could not divulge the information directly. Instead, it gestured with its elongated fingers to depict a numerical value in the void, nodding in affirmation. The Lord's train was summoned, and Su Xiao boarded it. As the train departed, the ram-headed deity's aura gradually relaxed, allowing it to regain its focus. After a brief contemplation, it resolved to seek refuge in the secret hideout of the Empress's city to continue absorbing negative emotions. Inside the Lord's train, Su Xiao reclined on the custom seating, rolling up the cuff of his left arm to reveal intricate black markings, the result of dark corruption. Had he not been immune to its effects, the dark corruption from the abyssal kin would have significantly impaired his combat performance during the preceding battle. Su Xiao gained a clearer understanding of dark corruption, which possessed two distinct characteristics, a physical aspect and a causal aspect. In simpler terms, the physical erosion manifests as an attack effect, while the causal erosion corrupts the will. Abyssal Shadow allows immunity to all causal effects of dark corruption, but immunity to the physical effects is unattainable, as each abyssal family exhibits unique manifestations of dark corruption. The Beastmaster's second son, Soth, was not particularly formidable among the abyssal kin, arguably belonging to the lower tier. Nevertheless, the severity of his dark corruption was enough to inflict considerable harm on Su Xiao. If he were to confront the Beast King, the intensity of dark corruption would be profoundly exaggerated. Hint: you have slain the Beastmaster's second son, Soth. You have gained 500 points of Sanctuary City reputation. You have acquired 30,000 hunter coins. You have received an abyssal chest, Crimson Worm. Upon reading the last notification, Su Xiao felt a twinge of surprise. This was the first time he had encountered such an abyssal chest. Previous abyssal chests had lacked unique suffixes, leading him to suspect that this was a special chest awarded for defeating an abyssal kin. Furthermore, Su Xiao realized that his instinct ability had advanced by one level, suggesting that his battles in this realm, combined with the Dominator equipment, Devourer, had accelerated the growth of his instinct ability, now reaching level 92. Should he overcome the Beastmaster, it might further stimulate his instinct, propelling it to new heights. When the Lord's train came to a halt in District 1, the area was under strict lockdown. As he disembarked, Su Xiao immediately encountered a squad of elven sentinels rushing towards him. At that moment, the captain's words were abruptly cut off. Clang! Intersecting slashes appeared around him, leaving the advancing elven sentinels momentarily stunned. In the next instant, their bodies disintegrated into fragments, and Su Xiao proceeded towards the Astral Casino. An hour later, Su Xiao stepped over the fallen captain, Isa. Not out of spite, but because a significant number of elven warriors had perished within the teleportation tower, covering the ground in a crimson hue. Despite his seemingly leisurely approach, he had come through a path of carnage. Activating the teleportation tower, a wave of disorientation washed over him as the surroundings sharpened into focus. He found himself still in the vicinity of the Astral Casino, where teleportation had been sealed. Crouching with one hand pressed to the ground, crystal layers spread out, forming an anti-magic teleportation array. Simultaneously, on the 80th floor of the Astral Casino, in a control room housing a teleportation node, the casino's manager was drenched in sweat, furiously demanding of his subordinate, "Have you been able to contact Lord Soth?" "And not yet," stammered the subordinate, a towering rock giant over 5 meters tall. The Devil Tribe manager shot the rock giant a glare before turning to the control terminal screen, adopting a far more courteous tone as he addressed, "Ms. Lily, is everything under control now?" The diminutive woman, not even 6 meters tall, with antennae sprouting from her head and a lollipop in her mouth, casually glanced at the Devil Tribe manager. "If you doubt my spatial abilities, feel free to find someone else." "Of course not." The Devil Tribe manager replied with a forced smile. "The space is sealed. No one can." Lily's words were cut short. Boom. She exploded, leaving only one of her spiraled antennae soaring into the distance. The Devil Tribe manager wiped the viscous fluids and blood from his face, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Before he could finish his thought, a figure materialized in the control room. Upon seeing this person, the Devil Tribe manager's mind began to race with unprecedented efficiency, almost overheating. "I am related to Wood," he stammered. Smack. The other occupants in the control room were vaporized into blood mist, leaving only the Devil Tribe manager. The various weapons aimed at the newcomer clattered to the floor as the individual exited the control room, causing the Devil Tribe manager to collapse, unconscious from mental overload. As Su Xiao emerged from the control room, he encountered a cadre of robust security personnel in the corridor, most of whom belonged to the reverse-toothed kin of the Void. Their dark skin and towering heights exceeding 3 meters. This Void race was notorious for their criminal undertakings, with the term thief encompassing assassins and security personnel engaged in lucrative enterprises. Seconds later, upon pushing through the door at the end of the corridor, the hanging lights flickered, illuminating the blood-splattered floor and walls, remnants of the reverse-toothed kin that had charged at him moments before. Su Xiao ascended through the astral casino, methodically eliminating foes until he reached the 90th floor, just as reinforcements from the Dorcane family and the Beast Master's lineage arrived. Boom. The entire astral casino trembled as Su Xiao utilized the anti-magic teleportation array to depart for his destination, the Elven Kingdom's District 26, in the back alley of Wugu Street, near a nondescript 3-story building. Upon arrival, he spotted Bubu and Baha waiting at the back door. "Boss, everything is ready," Baha confirmed. "Very well," Su Xiao replied, entering the 3-story building through the back door, where Baha remained on guard as Bubu led him down to the second basement level. This room, approximately 50 square meters, was dimly lit by liquid vapor lamps, with a wooden counter dividing the space. The upper section of the counter was a sturdy yet aged metal barrier, serving as the outpost of the Void Tree Notary, a faction store within the Elven Kingdom. Celine, a newly ascended formidable combat angel, stood at the counter, her expression one of confusion. Earlier that day, her temporary ally, Nicholas Caesar, had now taken up the role of the store manager within the metallic barrier. Celine's expression was essentially a bewildered, "Huh? What?" She was oblivious to the further perplexities awaiting her. "Let us begin," Su Xiao declared. As his words fell, Caesar's eyes gleamed with a faint yellow greed, and Celine began receiving notifications related to the faction. Hint: through the introduction of the faction store manager, Nicholas Caesar, you have successfully joined the Elven Kingdom faction of this world. You have submitted a key item of this world, Dorcane family emblem. You have gained 260 points of faction contribution. As your faction contribution exceeds 10 points, the faction store of this faction has been unlocked for you. Due to your faction contribution reaching 5,000 points, along with the recommendation from Nicholas Caesar, you have obtained faction privileges and a basic discount, allowing a 1.9 reduction in exchange fees at the faction store. As your faction contribution has reached 100,000 points, with Nicholas Caesar's endorsement, you gain advanced discount privileges, reducing exchange fees by 5.8. Upon reaching 300,000 points, you once again acquire faction privileges, this time a basic discount, which lowers exchange fees by 29.5. Seeing these notifications, Celine began to feel a sense of foreboding, yet the alerts were far from over. Notification: Nicholas Caesar has activated his unique skill, Faction Bully, active, X. Determination complete. Faction store access is opening. Access complete. Thanks to Nicholas Caesar's skill, Faction Bully, active, X. He has successfully completed the application submission and approval operations through his faction identity, and the faction store will enter a clearance sale state. All items will be offered at significant discounts. Nicholas Caesar has activated his unique skill, Deceit, active, X, successfully placing the important item Dorcane family emblem on this exchange list. As a result, the Deceit, active, X skill further activates, temporarily listing all supplies from this faction's treasury in the faction store. On Nicholas Caesar's recommendation, you have successfully exchanged the following items. You have paid 96 contribution points after multiple discounts. You have acquired the Dorcane family emblem. As your signed contract has been activated, you have complied with the contract and transferred the Dorcane family emblem to Hunter Cuchulain Bay. You have paid 975 contribution points. You have acquired 275 soul crystals. Upon seeing this notification, Celine felt her heart skip a beat. An overwhelming urge to keep the spoils crossed her mind, but this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. As your signed contract has been activated, you have complied with the contract and transferred 275 soul crystals to. You have paid 820 contribution points. You have acquired 15 original cores. Celine commenced a flurry of exchanges, utterly bewildered by the operations of the adjudicator and hunter. The experiences she underwent were so extraordinary that no other battle angels would believe her. However, there were those who did, such as Little Angel Mori and her 2 companions. The operation was swift. Within 5 minutes, various exchanges were completed. A dispel transmission array formed beneath Su Xiao's feet, while outside, The sound of whistling air indicated that someone had noticed the disturbance in the treasury of the fairy kingdom. In the underground chamber, Caesar hurriedly crawled out from behind the counter and donned the abyssal jar before stepping onto the dispel transmission array. Upon witnessing this scene, Celine hesitated just before stepping onto the array, momentarily enhancing herself with 2 states before finally standing upon the array, which activated instantaneously. Celine suddenly sensed an impending misfortune. She attempted to leap out of the array's range, but a hand seized her collar from behind. In that instant, Celine felt a pang of despair. For she had finally ascended to the pinnacle of power, albeit as a newly emerged powerhouse, surpassing 99 of others. Yet now, she was on the verge of being silenced due to an unequal distribution of spoils. Boom. The dispel transmission array activated, and Celine felt as though she were seated atop a massive missile that had been launched, hurtling through space at an unimaginable speed. The chilling winds of space whipped against her face, contorting her features like a helpless clay toy. She could even hear the sound of her lips slapping against each other. In the fairy kingdom's western side, within an abandoned old dragon cathedral, Celine braced herself against the rock-like forepaw of the ancient dragon, roaring towards a corner. She felt as if her stomach were placed on train tracks, crushed by the weight of a passing train. Though it did not rupture, it twisted into a bizarre shape. Ugh, what is this? Ugh, what kind of transportation is this? Ugh. Celine felt utterly unwell, yet the next moment, her expression stiffened as the division of spoils from this procurement in the fairy kingdom arrived, granting her a staggering share of 2/10. Not only did Celine receive her share, but the same applied to the Black Leech. This time, in addition to plundering the Beastmaster's treasury, Su Xiao and Caesar also raided the treasury of the astral gambling city. While this treasury is regularly emptied, the accumulated wealth over the past half-month is still astonishing. Su Xiao's total earnings from this venture are as follows. Total amount in soul currency savings card, 95 million soul coins, 675 soul crystals, 9 original cores, 2 pieces, small, of golden statue fragments. Such gains can only be described as outrageous. It is worth noting that both the Beastmaster's treasury and the astral gambling city treasury are emptied periodically, yet even so, their wealth remains astounding. This has piqued Su Xiao's interest in the treasury of Lady Scorpion in Queen City. The total fixed assets of the 3 Decane family members, the Beastmaster and the Twin Kings, do not even amount to 1/10 of Lady Scorpion's. Plus, the Goblin Commerce's branch in this world is located within Queen City, suggesting the treasure trove held by Lady Scorpion is extraordinarily valuable. Now that Su Xiao has ascended to the pinnacle of power, his consumption of soul currency is terrifying. As for the soul crystals, the requirements are even more daunting. To elevate his swordsmanship mastery from level 95 to level 105, he requires a staggering 1,000 soul crystals. Based on Su Xiao's experience, to advance his swordsmanship mastery from level 105 to the maximum level 110, he will need a minimum of 200 to 300 soul crystals per level, indicating that to fully elevate his sword skills, he will need an additional 2,000 soul crystals. Assuming the most optimistic estimations, let us not forget, Su Xiao is a master of 3 techniques, meaning to elevate all 3 techniques to level 105 or even level 110. He will need a total of 6,000 soul crystals, and this is still a conservative estimate. Furthermore, this is not the limit of his techniques. The Master's Hall corresponding to the Beyond Master level represents a fundamental transformation of his techniques. Su Xiao intends to merge the 3 techniques into one, thus, during the fusion. The higher the levels of the 3 techniques, the greater the initial potential of the resulting ability. Moreover, Su Xiao suspects that this ultimate technique ability resulting from the fusion is both an end and a beginning, with a considerable probability of being a low-tier super technique ability, allowing for further growth. In light of this, the earlier Su Xiao completes the transformation of his abilities to Beyond Master at the pinnacle level, the more beneficial it will be for the growth of the ultimate technique ability. Consequently, in this world, he will need to acquire between 6,000 to 8,000 soul crystals. Not to mention, he will also require a substantial number of original cores. Once his technique mastery reaches level 95, he will need 1 original core per level. When advancing from level 105 to level 110, he might require 3 per level, which is still an optimistic estimate. It could easily escalate to 5 to 8 per level. Thus, to achieve his optimal target, Su Xiao will need to acquire between 75 to 150 original cores in this world. Do you think this is the end? Certainly not. Enhancing one's technical prowess requires a substantial amount of soul coins. Initially, when the Master of Blade Arts sought to elevate their skills, the requirement was to upgrade the Master of Blade Arts to level 60. A consumption of 10 soul crystal cores and 650 soul coins is necessary, regardless of the perspective. The expenditure of soul coins appeared trivial at that time, yet it has now escalated to elevate the Master of Blade Arts to level 95. One must expend 100 soul crystal shards, 750,000 soul coins, and a singular primordial core. Su Xiao estimated that to achieve his anticipated goal, he would need to prepare over 50 million soul coins. Otherwise, he would be unable to withstand the extensive cost of this comprehensive enhancement of his technical abilities. As for the gradual improvement of technical skills, Su Xiao had never been troubled by this notion. He had engaged in fierce battles across worlds, vanquishing formidable foes far more than any technique master at an equivalent tier, who might have taken decades or even a century to confront. Thus, compared to a conventional technique master, his progress was exceedingly gradual. The accumulated combat experience far surpassed the level of technical ability enhancement. Furthermore, with the ascent to greater strength, numerous formidable adversaries were imminent, necessitating the utmost enhancement of his capabilities. Having contemplated these factors, Su Xiao concluded that to realize his intended plan, the treasures of Lady Scorpion would likely be insufficient. He needed to assist her, for this would yield multiple benefits. However, prior to that, Su Xiao had another matter to address: the reputation leaderboard of the Sanctuary City. He had slipped from his former first position to third place. It is noteworthy that he currently possesses 18,874 points of Sanctuary City reputation, equivalent to the essence of the world's source, capable of influencing the ultimate quality of faction reputation. The current standings are as follows. First, Soul Master, Reincarnation Paradise, 3,570,000 points of Sanctuary City reputation. Second, Priest, Dawn Paradise, 18,906 points of Sanctuary City reputation. Third, Bai, Reincarnation Paradise, 18,874 points of Sanctuary City reputation. Fourth, Aurora, Holy Light Paradise, 8,200 points of Sanctuary City reputation. Fifth, Mon, Death Paradise, 8,159 points of Sanctuary City reputation. Sixth, Hao Tiao, Reincarnation Paradise, 926 points of Sanctuary City reputation. Seventh, Black Mage, Dawn Paradise, 908 points of Sanctuary City reputation. Eighth, Shilin, Apocalypse Paradise, 658 points of Sanctuary City reputation. Ninth, Phone, Dawn Paradise, 520 points of Sanctuary City reputation. The disparity in the reputation points at the top of the leaderboard is astonishing. However, Su Xiao felt no despair. The reason being that should he successfully eliminate the Beast Lord, his subsequent increase in Sanctuary City reputation could rival that of the Soul Master. Yet, once the confrontation began, the other participants on the leaderboard might find themselves exceedingly discontented and might begin to voice their frustrations on the world communication platform of this realm. Chapter 12. The Hunter God. Closing the leaderboard, Su Xiao accessed the communication platform of this world, not for mere amusement, but for an urgent matter. He and Caesar had plundered the Beastmaster's treasury, acquiring a rather intriguing rare item: 2 fragments of the golden statue. Small fragment of the golden statue. Origin: Iberia's Age of the Gods. Effect: Description: one of the remnants of the gods. This is a condensation of primal energy. Sale price: can be sold to the Reincarnation Paradise for 6 golden skill points. If it were merely an oddity that could be exchanged for golden skill points, Su Xiao would regard it as valuable but not particularly urgent. The key aspect is that the item originates from this world. Su Xiao is in dire need of golden skill points because his ability, Spirit Awakening, is enhanced using these points. Typically, such X abilities require 57 points to reach their absolute maximum level. However, Spirit Awakening has already reached level 19 and shows no signs of reaching its peak. The primary aim of enhancing this ability is to increase the strength of the spirit. This necessity arises as Su Xiao must confront the abyssal races, where an exaggerated spirit strength is crucial for vanquishing them. Furthermore, he has a vision of temporarily overfeeding the spirit, combined with the current suppression from his right arm. Consequently, when he slays and devours the abyssal primal energy, it could become his exclusive possession. Sharing the increase in spirit primal quality with the spirit would permanently augment Su Xiao's health by 50,000 points and grant him 1 point of abyss resistance. Indulging entirely would yield 100,000 000 health points, and 2 points of abyss resistance. As for the potential issue of the spirit refusing to assimilate the abyssal primal energy, there is no cause for concern. After all, the spirit is an extension of Su Xiao's power, and despite its peculiar nature, it will ultimately remain under his control. Currently, there is a significant lack of leads regarding the fragment of the golden statue. He instructed Celine from the causality faction to investigate, but the findings revealed that this item, spanning 2 entire epochs, had all its causality and origins turned to dust over the long passage of time. Celine's exact words were that anyone able to uncover the origins of the fragment of the golden statue could have her head as a soccer ball for Bubu to kick. Su Xiao paid little heed to Celine's remark, for he was confident that someone could discern the general whereabouts of the entire golden statue based on the fragment. This item could potentially be exchanged for hundreds, or even thousands, of golden skill points. Even splitting the bounty would suffice to temporarily satiate the spirit of the blade. Bai Yi, Reincarnation Paradise, can we still perceive the remnants of fate from the fragment of the golden statue? If so, let's split the spoils 50-50 upon success. The priest, Dawn Paradise, let us give it a try. Silo, Death Paradise. Witnessing the trade between these two great beings, I present a dance of my Dairy Re. Mon, Death Paradise, you've reached the pinnacle. Silo, mind the reputation of our Death Paradise. This is a communication zone, not a deserted area. Silo, Death Paradise. All right, I get it. You sound like an old father. You're already a top-tier powerhouse and may even reach the pinnacle of supremacy. Why are you still so nagging? Mon, Death Paradise, this is for your own good. How about this? I'll teleport nearby, and we can discuss this matter. Silo, Death Paradise, don't come over. I've learned my lesson. Last time you captured me and lectured for an entire day. I still have nightmares about it. Please, don't come near. Silo, Death Paradise. Hey, did you teleport right behind me? Fire Mage, Holy Light Paradise, laughing my head off. This chatterbox has been unusually quiet these days. Only following Mon around to listen to his lectures. The priest, Dawn Paradise, I've found a lead. Let us meet in person. Bai Yi, Reincarnation Paradise, sounds good. Su Xiao sent his current coordinates to the priest. As for why he trusted the priest so implicitly, it was due to Celine. Although she could not discern the origins of the fragment of the golden statue, she could, to some extent, predict the actions of other powerful beings in this world. Given her status as a supreme causality expert, Su Xiao only posed 3 questions to Celine. 1. Is the priest opposed to the Soul Master? Answer: yes. Celine's causality abilities yield lower accuracy the clearer the answer, but for binary questions, the accuracy exceeds 90. 2. Is the Soul Master a violator? Answer: yes. 3. Does the Soul Master possess the forbidden mark of the Dawn Paradise? Answer: yes. As for why Su Xiao asked the 3rd question, it was because the priest's arrival in this world was to seize the devouring mark from Haodao. In this scenario, the priest would do everything possible to avoid conflict with others. This explains why, at the outset of this world, the priest proactively provided maps, extending goodwill. If, under such circumstances, the priest was still at odds with the Soul Master, who topped the reputation leaderboard and held a particularly outrageous standing in the protective city ranks, the possibilities would be limited. Upon confirming through Celine that the Soul Master was indeed a violator, coupled with the information displayed on the leaderboard indicating the Soul Master's allegiance to the Reincarnation Paradise, it became apparent that, despite the revival of the Dawn Paradise, the Soul Master had not allied with the higher-tier violators on that side. The only plausible explanation is that the Soul Master likely possesses the Forbidden Mark. Combining this with the priest's opposition and the possession of 5 forbidden marks, where the priest absorbed 3 and Haodao held 1. The only conclusion was that the Soul Master was the bearer of the Soul Mark. In light of the priest's enmity towards the Soul Master, Su Xiao did not believe the priest would wish to confront him, not out of arrogance, but from a profound understanding of his longtime friend. Half an hour later, the central statue of the old dragon church cracked open, revealing white organic tissue. As this tissue spread to a certain extent, a humanoid upper body gradually emerged, bearing a striking resemblance to the priest. Have you obtained any leads? Su Xiao inquired. Something even better, replied the priest's pale doppelganger, adorned with his characteristic benevolent smile. He reached into his chest, extracting a heart, half mechanical, half flesh, its rhythmic beating growing increasingly feeble. This was not the priest's heart, but a key item for the mission. Seeing this object, Su Xiao felt a surge of unease. The priest's efficiency was alarmingly high. Just after their communication, he had procured a crucial item for the mission. One of my objectives this time was related to this item, but unfortunately, the Soul Master proved to be more formidable than anticipated, necessitating a partial abandonment of my plans, such as the heart of the gods. After a few seconds of intense scrutiny, Su Xiao said, an 80-20 split. Impossible, at least 50-50. The priest's stance was resolute. But Su Xiao estimated that this old fox's bottom line was a 60-40 split, so he replied, 70-30 at most. Agreed. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes. Confident that the priest was not attempting to deceive him, he was genuinely relinquishing some benefits. However, this bore both good and bad tidings. The good news was the potential gains from this encounter, while the bad news was that the priest evidently planned to absorb the remaining 2 forbidden marks within this world. Once the forbidden marks were complete, the consequences would be transformative, making the priest even more challenging to confront. After weighing his options, Su Xiao accepted the heart of the gods. The priest's doppelganger, along with the white organic tissue, dissolved into the air like melting candles in no time. Seeing this, Su Xiao promptly leaped out the window, donning a super-enhanced alchemical gas mask. He scrutinized the heart of the gods in his hand as a prompt appeared. You have acquired the core quest item for the side quest Ancient Divine Power. Do you accept this quest? Accepted this quest. Side quest, Ancient Divine Power, difficulty level, LV, 96. Quest summary, eliminate the 4 celestial beings of the Pantheon. Upon acceptance of this quest, you will be able to sense the location of the 4 celestial beings once each natural day. Quest duration, 20 natural days. Quest reward, none. During the completion of this quest, you will receive significant rewards that exceed the difficulty of the task. Hence, there is no direct reward. Quest penalty, 1 randomly accepted task will immediately fail. This quest is quite unique, as it allows the sensing of the target's location. Upon reviewing the task branch list, Su Xiao realized this was a kill quest, which made sense. The challenge of kill quests lies in combat rather than puzzle solving or searching. The targets are the 4 celestial beings of this world, prompting Su Xiao to consider maximizing his gains. Currently, he cannot seek the Beast Master. He must wait for a certain individual to take the bait to proceed with his subsequent plans with minimized risk. Su Xiao opened the title refining disc of the Reincarnation Paradise and the Tree of Void, utilizing the acquired hunter coins to begin exchanging for the title chest. He then opened the title chest and chose to obtain Spreading Warmth, subsequently reforging several instances of Spreading Warmth. After consuming a total of 952 Spreading Warmth, Su Xiao acquired 300 titles with maximum potential at a 99 success rate. He retrieved the hunter title. This particular task felt special to him, resembling a reward quest. However, from another perspective, the priest's decision to abandon this task was telling of the Soul Master's complexity. As the old fox was too occupied to manage this reward quest, the priest was indeed decisive, rather than relinquishing it entirely. Securing a 30% profit was undoubtedly the better choice. No wonder this old fellow consistently finds himself among the final victors. A total of 300 Spreading Warmth wrapped around the hunter title began to emit a faint glow. As the Spreading Warmth melted, it resembled golden red lava, vaguely taking on a heart-like shape, nurturing the title Extreme Refinement. One time. Unfortunately, this effect lasted only a few minutes, and the golden red Spreading Warmth flaked away, resulting in a failed enhancement. Su Xiao was not surprised by this. He continued to exchange for Spreading Warmth. After several minutes and consuming a total of 8,500 coins, he acquired another 300 titles with maximum potential at a 99 success rate. Using the same method, he wrapped these Spreading Warmth around the hunter title. The golden red glow flickered, this time lasting for an hour. The hard shell of the hunter cracked, indicating a successful enhancement. Su Xiao set the hunter title at the center of the refining disc's main title position. He still had 906 9-star attribute-less titles in his title list, sufficient to elevate this title to Extreme Refinement 4 times. It was crucial to extract every possible benefit from this rare reward quest, especially as the resource consumption and advanced techniques had become quite daunting. The title refining commenced, and it wasn't long before the hunter reached Extreme Refinement 2 times. The attempt for the 3rd time was also quite smooth. When 5 Extreme Refinement 3 times attribute-less titles were embedded around the similarly refined hunter, the attempt for Extreme Refinement 4 times began. This refining process took a total of 6 hours and 25 minutes. Upon receiving this notification, Su Xiao constructed a crystalline seat behind him and reclined to rest. Time passed, but the individual he awaited did not arrive, and the title refining was completed first. With the Extreme Refinement 4 times title of Old Hunter, achieving Extreme Refinement 5 times remained a formidable challenge. Yet Extreme Refinement for times was no longer as exceptionally difficult as it once was. Hunter, origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Extreme refinement, for times. Title potential, 100. Category, highly rare title. Title effect 1. Principle of return core passive. Upon defeating divine entities, you will seize their divine soul and undergo primitive return, returning the divine soul to its primal form. Note, divine soul is derived from the astral system. The primal form is the most potent state of this divine soul. Subsequent generations of divine souls may weaken, degenerate, or distort if the inheritor does not adequately resonate with the divine soul and holds the divine position for an extended period. Title effect 2. Divine coronation passive. Allows the storage of acquired primal divine souls, which can be bestowed upon others. Maximum storage capacity, 0.5. Stored divine souls, none. Thus, the title's characteristics are greatly enhanced, and the stored divine souls have returned to the astral realm. Summary. Seize, return, bestow. Sale price, not for sale. Extreme refinement. For time signifies a qualitative transformation of the title, a fact Su Xiao is already aware of. However, the changes in the hunter exceeded his expectations. The already dim old dragon cathedral grew even darker as Su Xiao sheathed the hunter title and glanced towards the shadows beneath the old dragon statue. A substance resembling black iron sand materialized, forming a humanoid figure, the abyssal heiress. Ah, you dare to kill the beast master's second son. You possess some courage. Just as the abyssal heiress began, Su Xiao pointed towards Seelan beside him. Causality type. She is the one most adept at concealing perception. It seems my search for you was a fortunate gamble. White Knight, you cannot contend with the beast master. Even if you win, the cost will be devastating. Enough. What? The abyssal heiress expressed surprise. Knowing these is sufficient. You. The abyssal heiress appeared even more bewildered. Tell me what you desire. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the abyssal heiress set aside her confusion and replied, My sister Aisha is imprisoned in a deep pit beneath the Empress's city by Lady Scorpion. I wish to rescue her. Oh, what do you mean? Although we have some minor conflicts, we are, after all, family. We cannot simply watch each other perish. Our father may not care for our existence, but our mother loves us dearly. As she spoke, the white lines in the abyssal heiress's eyes softened slightly. Are you not half-siblings? Baha's inquiry made the abyssal heiress shrug and state, I do not even know who my biological mother is. She might be a powerful abyssal entity. After my birth, my father entrusted me to my foster mother, the Warmth Mother. The dark warmth referred to by the abyssal heiress is one of the strongest abyssal beings, second only to the current abyssal lord. Unlike other chaotic, neutral, or frenzied evil abyssal entities, it is the gentlest. In fact, all offspring of the abyssal lord are nurtured by the dark warmth, including the abyssal heiress. As for Aisha, though she appears to have grown up on the Sunfire Star, that location is heavily eroded by the abyss. Consequently, during Aisha's childhood, she and her soul twin sister Delona ventured into the abyss in a soul state. With their combined soul strength, they would have encountered trouble the moment they entered the abyss, had it not been for their mother, the dark warmth, who protected them, allowing them to play near their colossal mother, the dark warmth, before encountering the abyssal heiress. At that time, the abyssal heiress was already of considerable age. Yet having lived in the abyss, her psychological age remained youthful, comparable to Aisha and Delona. Among them, Aisha was the quietest, Delona was mischievous yet not particularly clever, while the abyssal heiress was both bold and intelligent. When Delona and the abyssal heiress met, it was akin to a thunderclap igniting a spark, often resulting in the two getting into trouble while Aisha quietly observed from the side. As time passed, Aisha and Delona gradually matured. Though their mother, the warmth bed, felt reluctance in her heart, she ceased to call the two children to the abyss, allowing them instead to flourish in the material world. The abyss legitimate daughter naturally missed her two beloved companions and would often depart from the abyss, away from her mother's side, primarily in search of her two sisters. However, she was acutely aware of the perilous nature of her identity. Any of her father's enemies could spell her doom and potentially endanger her sisters as well. Thus, while she searched for them, she boldly claimed to harbor grievances against her sisters, reasoning that with no friends to worry about, she was unconcerned about attracting the ire of her foes. You may leave now, Su Xiao stated, causing the abyss legitimate daughter to bristle with indignation. Her previous bravado had been mere pretense, and while she wished to retort with some defiance, she found herself in a position of dependence. I will rescue Delona, she declared. Su Xiao glanced at her before returning to the maintenance of his dragon-slashing blade, sensing a formidable presence had already locked onto his location and would soon approach. Upon success, I am willing to offer you. No need, Su Xiao interrupted her, leaving the Abyss legitimate daughter momentarily taken aback. But then, she suddenly sensed something and exclaimed urgently, let us discuss this later. I feel a powerful entity approaching us. Su Xiao's fingers glided over the blade. The length of the dragon's slashing blade exceeded that of a typical sword, transcending any conventional category of weaponry. It had evolved significantly since he first acquired the white-quality dragon slashing blade, now bearing little resemblance to its former self. This weapon had been honed through numerous battles against formidable foes, ultimately becoming uniquely suited to Su Xiao's stature, reach, and combat style. Indeed, its designation was now the Dragon Slashing Blade, Blade of Annihilation, Dragon Slashing Blade. Perhaps in years to come, across the myriad worlds of the Star Realm, master craftsmen would begin to replicate this extraordinary blade. With a swift motion, Su Xiao sheathed the blade at his waist. His refusal to accept the Abyss legitimate daughter's offer stemmed from a personal principle. He did not deceive friends, let alone those who had passed away. He had a friend named Lukivar on the Blazing Sun planet, who, at one point, had a slim chance of defeating the original Sun King. However, through Aisha and Delona's predestined advance, Lukivar had pushed his life to the brink, exchanging the very essence of his being for unparalleled strength, ultimately leading them to narrowly triumph over the Sun King. Moreover, the previous owner of the Lord's train had been Lukivar, who had entrusted it to Su Xiao before his demise. Delona was Lukivar's younger sister. Additionally, Lady Scorpion had long since plotted against him. It was inevitable that the abyssal lineage would be confronted. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The claws of the ancient dragon statue, carved from ashen stone, dripped with a dark liquid, causing the fragmented stones beneath to tremble. Soon, the entire ground began to quake, as droplets of this ebony liquid coalesced in the air, rapidly saturating the once magnificent old dragon cathedral. Black liquid flowed from the eye sockets of the dragon statue, resembling tears of despair. Crack, crack, crack. The overhead canopy began to fissure. Boom. The canopy shattered, and a towering figure descended amidst a cloud of dust. As the debris settled, the form of the newcomer emerged. Towering over 10 meters, adorned with chaotic, wooden horns and draped in tattered black robes, they bore the marks of prolonged hardship and asceticism. This figure could not merely be described as imposing. There was a sense of grandeur that evoked a shudder in Celine, a seer. Her knees weakened, and her heart felt hollow, as if only by kneeling at the feet of this being could she find peace within. With a mere glance, Celine recognized this entity as one of the ultimate bosses of the realm. In the realm of supreme power, there exists a universally acknowledged survival rule. Do not provoke boss-level entities, especially not the ultimate ones. Celine was not the only one gripped by fear. The Abyss legitimate daughter felt the same. She did not believe that this infamous beast master would be deterred by her lineage, nor did she assume her father cared for her well-being. Exchanging wary glances, Celine and the Abyss legitimate daughter silently affirmed their unspoken alliance. In this battle, they would rely on one another. As for participating in the fight, that was a farcical notion. Both were aware that their immediate objective was to survive the aftermath of this clash between titans. The newcomer was indeed the Beast Master, its eyes veiled yet calm, casting a steady gaze upon Su Xiao. Chapter 13. The Beast Master A-Blade, exceeding 7 meters in length and half a meter in width, emerged from its sheath, its irregular form barely hinting at its weaponry nature. Despite its substantial width, the length of this black blade rendered it anything but cumbersome. Rather, it appeared as a slender yet formidable weapon, suggesting it was a creation of nature birthed from the abyss. Drip, drip. Black liquid oozed from the blade, igniting into black flames upon contact with the ground. The Beast Master stood casually, the black blade inclined towards the earth, a subtle aura of flowing slashes surrounding him. This was undeniably a master of technique, and judging by appearance, his skill level likely surpassed LV 100. The sole piece of good news was that he exuded the essence of a singular technique. Had he been a dual technique master at LV 100, the outcome would have been dire. With a resounding clang, the dragon slash was drawn, arcs of pale blue electricity coursing along the blade, while the blood energy gradually spread outward. Upon sensing the air of this technique master, the Beast Master's dark eyes, framed by pale irises, sharpened with focus. His gaze no longer condescending. Having lived for eons, the Beast Master, engrossed in mastery and combat, was an anomaly among the abyssal kin. Even as one of the 3 council members, his demeanor contrasted sharply with that of his peers. Su Xiao had yet to engage with a master of such caliber, igniting a crimson hue in his eyes as he switched to Soul Core. Confronting a technique master suited him better with 3 soul slashes. Though Su Xiao and the Beast Master were evenly matched, Celine felt an overwhelming psychological burden as the Abyssal Heiress. The notion of 2 Supreme Blade Masters clashing left her with no option but to retreat slowly. Fleeing was not an option. Within the surrounding space, dense slashes lay hidden, and a careless misstep could result in dismemberment. The dark droplets in the old dragon's church became ever more concentrated, the aura of blood thickening. Boom. Su Xiao and the Beast Master vanished from their positions, reappearing mere meters apart, their blades meeting in a clash. Thud. The sound was not the crisp clang of metal, but a dull thud. The instant their blades met, the surrounding space rippled with cracks, reminiscent of shattered mirrors. A potent dark aura surged forth, compressing Su Xiao's perception to less than 2 meters, followed by a sudden, overwhelming sense of impending doom. Perfect block. Clang. The slightly curved black blade struck the dragon slash fiercely. Yet, despite the blade's fierce momentum, its cutting power was not as terrifying as anticipated. It was an equal match. However, Su Xiao felt an unsettling numbness coursing through his body, akin to the sensation he inflicted upon his foes with a powerful kick. This indicated that he was ensnared within the same system of techniques. This meant evading the next strike would be arduous. He could only withstand it. This illustrated the Beast Master's might. After parrying one strike, Su Xiao found it challenging to retaliate. Another strike came forth, the wind pressure palpable, shattering the space along its path. Clang. Once more, with a perfect block, sparks flew as the black flames clashed against the dragon's slash. Immediately, Su Xiao grasped the severity of the situation. This blow was twice as powerful as the last. From the moment the first strike met the dragon's slash, darkness enveloped the front, rendering it impossible to predict when the next strike would emerge from the shadows. When the third strike was parried, and Su Xiao felt his vision blur crimson. If the first strike's potency was 2, then the second was 4. This one was at least 8. When the fourth strike descended, nearly breaking through his defense, fissures appearing on his body as blood seeped from them. With a resounding crack, the sky erupted with thunder, as if heralding the impending 5th strike. In that fleeting moment, Su Xiao glimpsed a harbinger of death approaching. Crack! The black blade shattered the crystalline shell, crashing down with a thunderous impact, the force rippling across the ground for over 1,000 kilometers, widening the chasm it carved, ultimately forming a canyon spanning several kilometers in width. The depths remained shrouded in darkness, until moments later, liquid began to seep forth. Drip, drip. Blood trickled from Su Xiao's chin. He had narrowly evaded the blow using a new technique he had developed during his time in the Dawn Ruins, now refined to perfection. The encroaching darkness finally receded, revealing the Beast Master. His once robust arm, now appearing slender, was rapidly regaining strength. Blade path, flow, clang. The ethereal wind trails were severed by the black blade. Without a discernible motion, the Beast Master stepped forward, as if distance held no significance to him. Crack. Crystal fragments scattered like feathers as Su Xiao leaped backward, traversing through space. In this moment, it was as if his soul had detached. The crystalline shell he had left behind was cleaved by the black blade, while he successfully evaded the strike. This technique, which Su Xiao named Feather Shell, surpassed Dragon Shadow Flash, but was inferior to substitution in defensive capability. Crack, crack, crack. The Beast Master unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, all evaded by Su Xiao through the feather shell, causing crystalline fragments to scatter like feathers. Blade path, Bloodblade. A phantom of blood emerged, wielding a long blood blade, and struck at the Beast Master. Clang. The blood blade detonated upon contact, forcing the Beast Master to stagger back. Blood Smoke Cannon. The cannon struck the Beast Master's head, shattering a significant portion of it. The Beast Master covered his fractured visage with one hand, rather than blood and flesh. It was akin to fragments of clay that cascaded downward. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently as these clay-like remnants fell, their weight unfathomable. The true terror was not merely in their physical weight, but in the burdens of the world, causality, and destiny they embodied. With a series of crunching sounds, the Beast Master began to disintegrate. The clay-like fragments falling to the ground caused the entire world to tremble. This was no simple matter of weight training. The Beast Master had accumulated the essence of countless worlds, having obliterated them, collecting their causality and destiny to enhance his own abilities. Only the most ancient of technique masters would resort to such a method. This approach was not obsolete, but bore the scars of suffering endured during cultivation, and the weight of countless worlds, laden with the grievances of countless souls. Such a path would either lead to becoming a lifeless statue or breaking through to wield more potent techniques and a stronger will. Evidently, the Beast Master had long since succeeded. The reason for his continued form was a lack of necessity. Since the Second Era, he had encountered no worthy adversaries. Now, however, a formidable foe had emerged, compelling him to shed his outer shell. The true form of the Beast Master was finally unveiled, standing approximately 5 meters tall. His body bore rugged, wooden horns, and his chiseled physique resembled a marble sculpture, his skin bearing a slight darkness. His right arm was adorned with numerous eyes, all of which had been destroyed. Unbeknownst to outsiders, these eyes were self-inflicted wounds. The Beast Master believed that reliance on the innate powers bestowed by the abyssal lineage would ultimately lead to stagnation. Furthermore, he understood that such inherent abilities were not limitless. Around his waist, he wore a series of tightly bound straps. He raised his hand, and the massive black blade shattered, revealing a 3-meter-long, slightly undulating blade, gracefully curved. The blade shimmered in dark gold, with the hilt occupying 1/3 of its length, wrapped in the skin of some beast, interspersed with strands of black fur, exuding an aura of malevolence. The Beast Master's hands were large yet somewhat emaciated, a testament to years of rigorous training. Unlike others of its kind, even those under its command, it sought not to conquer or consume, but rather to attain unparalleled strength, to experience the continual ascent to greatness. The Beast Master raised its formidable hand, gripping the hilt of the abyssal weapon, Xiao. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The ancient dragon cathedral where they stood was ravaged by the shockwaves of battle, its ceiling and upper walls vanishing into the ether, while the lower structure remained remarkably steadfast. From a distance, Su Xiao and the Beast Master appeared as gladiators in a deathmatch, the gap created by the Beast Master's previous strike resembling a solitary path of survival reserved for the victor. As the rain fell in a torrential cascade, the two figures, wielding their long blades, faced each other from several meters apart. The weathered stone slabs beneath them and the remnants of the ancient dragon statue seemed to roar in furious defiance, the atmosphere thick with a sense of impending doom. Suddenly, time slowed to an excruciating crawl. A single raindrop fell upon the tip of the dragon-slaying blade, shattering as it did so, and in that instant, the blade vanished from sight. With a resounding clash, their blades met, and the torrential downpour ceased abruptly, as if an invisible switch had been flipped, leaving the air thick with evaporating droplets. The sharp sounds of metal grinding against metal resonated as the dragon-slaying blade and Chi-Sha clashed, neither party yielding an inch. Their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Su Xiao felt a dull thud in his mind, and all around him faded into darkness, his form becoming semi-transparent, a manifestation of his soul. Opposite him stood the Beast Master, wielding Chi-Sha in its own spectral state. The clash of soul blades echoed. Su Xiao had not anticipated that the seemingly innocuous soul blade, subweapon, passive, X, would prove to be a life-saving asset in this confrontation. Had it not been for this boon, a single strike from the opposing soul state of Chi-Sha would have shattered his soul blade, rather than resulting in this ongoing duel. Blade path, extreme. With a resonating clang, Su Xiao pushed the Beast Master back a step. In this spectral form, he could only wield the abilities derived from technique, devoid of any other powers. Were it not for his 1,500 points of soul strength, he would have been utterly overpowered by the formidable Beast Master in this specialized realm. Having successfully repelled the Beast Master, Su Xiao launched a decisive kick. With a thunderous sound, the world around him shifted dramatically, and he and the Beast Master opened their eyes simultaneously. Extreme Blade, Midnight, Chi-Sha. Their thoughts converged. Both sought to exploit the brief moment of vulnerability as the other emerged from the realm of soul combat. After a fleeting silence, golden radiance and dark energy erupted, colliding before dissipating into the ether. Crystal shards, like feathers, scattered in all directions as Su Xiao leaped back, his form transitioning from ethereal to corporeal. Upon landing, his presence surged with intensity. Blade path, swift. Su Xiao vanished, executing a rapid displacement forward, unleashing 3 successive strikes. Although the power of this technique paled in comparison to Extreme or even Blue Demon, its speed was unparalleled. Yet, even so, the first strike was parried, the second deftly evaded by the Beast Master's sidestep, and the third narrowly missed. With a sharp hiss, the blade grazed the edge of the Beast Master's shoulder, blood sprang forth. That strike was intended to cleave through the shoulder while simultaneously severing part of the Beastmaster's head. However, the Beastmaster seemed to possess foresight, angling Qixia just enough to redirect the blow. Although the Beastmaster had tilted its head to avoid the full brunt of the attack, a wooden horn was nonetheless severed. With a guttural roar of frustration, the Beastmaster stepped forward, and Su Xiao felt as though he had been struck by a hammer to the chest, the sensation of being locked in place overwhelming him. Perfect block. The clash echoed once more. Having successfully parried the attack, a familiar numbness returned. Before he could recover, darkness descended, and a second strike descended upon him. At this moment, the Beastmaster was at its peak, a far cry from its earlier state. The power behind this second blow had escalated exponentially, far exceeding a mere doubling. Su Xiao knew that should he withstand a third strike, his life-preserving ability, Blood Guardian, would be shattered, and a fourth blow would surely spell his demise. As he prepared to evade the impending third strike with Feather Shell, the air around him thickened, solidifying like glass. With a thunderous crash, the abyssal blade Qixia shattered the sealed space, and the dark golden cutting force surged outward before subsiding. In this battle, Su Xiao had utilized his replacement technique once, swapping places with the blade demon from several dozen meters away, a technique that, while seemingly humble in appearance, proved to be exceptionally lethal. Standing atop the ancient dragon statue, the relentless rain resumed its downpour. Pain coursed through his body, blood oozing from his sleeves, signaling the multiple fissures that had been inflicted upon him. He needed to find a way to counteract the incapacitating effects of the strikes. Otherwise, defeat was merely a matter of time. He now understood the sensation of having incapacitated the enemy with a single kick, reducing them to a kneeling position. 100 meters away, a sharp crack echoed from the Beastmaster's mouth as the threads binding its lips snapped under pressure. With a series of resounding pops, the Beastmaster's jaws parted, releasing a plume of white mist. Disciple of Marwen. The Beastmaster spoke, its grip on Qixia faltering momentarily. Why was this battle proving so arduous? The answer lay in the Beastmaster's diminished strength, waning significantly after its fierce struggle against Marwen walls. Once, it had stood as an unparalleled pinnacle of power. With a breath of icy mist, the Beastmaster murmured, "I have slumbered for too long. I have finally awakened." No sooner had these words left its lips than it appeared to step forward, traversing the space between them as if it were non-existent, materializing in front of Su Xiao with an effortless, lethal stroke. Clang! As the strike landed, the Beastmaster was forced back a step, narrowing its eyes. Moonwolf. Almost simultaneously, it launched another attack. Swallowing darkness, manifest moon. Clang! Although Su Xiao managed to block this blow, the sky darkened abruptly, revealing a pale crescent moon overhead, its hair cascading wildly, now illuminated by the moonlight's ghostly glow. Moonlion. Wild song. The Beastmaster's hair flared like a lion's mane as it unleashed yet another powerful slash. With a crack, crystalline shards erupted, and as Su Xiao leaped back, blood sprayed from his chest, leaving a diagonal gash across his torso. The Beastmaster plunged its long blade into the ground, casting a shroud of darkness over the earth. With all its might, it withdrew the blade, drawing the surrounding darkness within a radius of several dozen kilometers toward itself. As Su Xiao retreated, he felt an irresistible force pulling him toward the Beastmaster. Dark Moon, Lion Dance. The Beastmaster leapt into the air, rotating gracefully, Qixia brimming with energy, and executed a spinning strike aimed at Su Xiao. Sensing its master's awakening, Qixia radiated dark golden flames, resembling ignited liquid, dripping as it burned. Once the demon spirit was shattered, dispersing into a cloud of black mist, it became tainted with the burning dark golden substance, rendering it incapable of coalescing into its previous form and thus unable to utilize the replacement technique. Blade path. Flow. As the ethereal wind cut through the air, Su Xiao recognized the danger. Though both were masters of technique, he would never approach the abyssal beings. A potential master of blade arts, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Above, the pale moon continued to wax, growing ever fuller. Stealing moon. Change the heavens. The Beastmaster pointed his long knife at Su Xiao, and in the next moment, Su Xiao felt the oncoming slash of energy. Blade path, extreme. With a resounding clash, Su Xiao countered the blade path, flow with his own blade path, extreme. His right arm tingled as he experienced the force of flow for the first time. The reason for this was that the Beastmaster had just exchanged positions with him. Full moon, Mad Wolf. The Beastmaster suddenly vanished from his position, and the Qixia in his hand shifted from a dark golden flame to a silver moonlight. Blade path, extreme. Ignoring the pain in his right arm, Su Xiao retaliated with a decisive strike. With a loud clang, blue arcs of electricity and moonlight scattered in all directions, and after being sent flying a distance, Su Xiao landed in a half-crouch position, sliding 100 meters before halting. Blood dripping from his chin. Looking at the Beast Master now, his entire body was covered in silver-gray fur, with the head of a wolf, though it still bore chaotic wooden horns atop his head. Su Xiao seemed to understand why this abyssal lineage was referred to as the Beast Master. The opponent could acquire the formidable abilities and combat states of beasts through killing or devouring them. The Moon Wolf, evidently, was also a beastly race. At this moment, the Beast Master exhibited the power of an elder silver moon wolf that he had previously consumed. The good news was that despite the Beast Master being fully awake, his strength remained at the pinnacle of power, on par with Su Xiao. This indicated that the battle was not without hope, while the Beast Master's capabilities were profound. Su Xiao was not weak either. Moreover, in terms of technique and skill, Su Xiao was flawless, whereas the Beast Master had vulnerabilities. Although 90% of foes would fail to perceive them, Su Xiao was among the exceptional few who could. The Beast Master gazed up at the full moon, flames igniting in his eyes. He did not have the habit of shouting out his techniques. Rather, he communicated in abyssal language, manipulating the world's changes in a manner akin to saying it brings it to existence. Seize the moon, fiery Sunday. As he uttered these words, a portion of the moon ignited, causing the entire orb to exhibit a tendency to transform into the sun. The Beast Master was on the verge of entering his most powerful state, which was also the form most aligned with his techniques, the Sun Ancestor. The blazing sun overhead appeared to be ablaze, and the Beast Master had transformed from a half-human, half-wolf figure into a towering 5-meter-tall humanoid, with sparse gray-white fur covering his body, yet still adorned with chaotic wooden horns. Upon entering this form, the Beast Master was devoid of confusion. The earlier state of bewilderment was merely a remnant of the severe injury inflicted by the exterminator, Waltz. Under the scorching flames above, the accumulated water on the ground began to evaporate into steam. The Beast Master's bare upper body revealed sun patterns, and the Qisha long knife in his hand secreted a golden oily substance still ablaze with solar fire. Any drops of this golden liquid that fell to the ground continued to burn fiercely. As the Beast Master advanced, the surrounding space erupted with a thunderous sound, as if his movement could defy both space and distance. What was once a 100-meter gap between him and Su Xiao was now mere inches. As the golden long knife came crashing down, Su Xiao felt an immense pressure settle on his shoulders before the blade even struck. This was a blow he could not evade and could only withstand. After experiencing the numbing sensation of a direct kick, he was now confronted with the unavoidable reality of facing a master of techniques head-on. Perfect block. The impact resonated as the sensation of numbness coursed through his right arm, permeating most of his body. Not only that, but the overwhelming force of the strike surged through him, making him feel as if his blood was boiling. The splattering golden substance hit him, and as it made contact, the crystalline layer on his body shed, preventing him from being burned by this golden liquid. If it had adhered to him, it would have been troublesome. Being burned through to the soul would be merely the least of his concerns. Su Xiao was forced to take a half-step back, but before he could steady his breath, another strike came. Clang, clang. The second and third strikes followed in quick succession. Thankfully, perfect block had elevated to supreme passive, or he would have surely breached his defenses at this moment. When the fourth strike was blocked, new gashes appeared across his body beneath his clothing. Feather shell. As if his soul had shed its shell, he leaped back, narrowly dodging the fifth strike that shattered his crystalline shell, transforming into a terrifying force that passed by him and vanished into the distance. Su Xiao landed on a steaming puddle, and as soon as he touched down, his body went numb. Uncontrollably crouching on the ground with his left hand pressed against the water's surface, he coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Feeling severe trauma to his lungs, with every breath, he felt a sharp pain. A beam of sunlight descended from above, and though Su Xiao attempted to evade, he was still caught in its wake, igniting and propelling him sideways. After flying 1,000 meters, he plunged into the water. Coughing, blood seeped between Su Xiao's fingers. And before he could stabilize his breath, clang, the golden long knife struck again. As he executed perfect block, he felt his blood boiling within him. This sensation of battling a master of techniques was truly indescribable. Clang. He barely managed to block the second strike, on the verge of breaking his defenses. His body, teetering on the brink of serious injury, warned him that even with perfect block, he could only withstand so much of the enemy's formidable slashes. After this round of blocks, he might not even be able to remain standing. Clang. The third strike was deflected, but the world before him suddenly turned red. A buzzing in his ears and the numbness in his body approached a critical threshold, threatening to paralyze him. Clang. As he blocked the fourth strike, he activated the spirit-body resonance ability of the awakened demonic spirit almost simultaneously. Spirit-body resonance, passive when the blade's spirit is externalized. This characteristic may be activated through resonance with the blade's spirit, achieving a spirit-body harmony. You will transfer 50 of the damage you endure to the blade spirit. This state lasts for 5 seconds. Usage 1-1. Using it more than once per natural day will significantly increase the risk of backlash from the blade spirit. Yet even so, the blood-red haze before Su Xiao's eyes intensified, but he understood that victory or defeat hinged on this moment. Time controller. With a thud, a field of time around Su Xiao began to slow down. He felt as if his mastery of time controller was on the verge of a rebirth. Or perhaps due to the overwhelming power of this ability, what he had previously grasped was merely an adaptive version of time controller. That had been the limit he could withstand, not the ultimate potential of the time controller. Everything around him slowed, and Su Xiao gradually pierced through the darkness ahead. He saw the Beast Master, shrouded in murky shadows, making a powerful downward slash. The force of the blade was so potent that the Beast Master had to bear a tremendous burden to execute it. Instead of retreating, Su Xiao pressed forward, stepping closer and slashing with his long knife. Clang. The Beast Master staggered back several steps. From the initial hard resistance against the progressively stronger slashes of the Beast Master, Su Xiao discerned something. The first, second, and third strikes were seamless, each a continuation of the last, forcing him to confront the next strike. However, between the fourth and fifth strikes, there was a noticeable sluggishness and flaw, allowing Su Xiao to evade the fifth strike twice with Feather Shell and once with Substitution. Otherwise, he would have perished in this battle. As Su Xiao endured the third instance of the incremental slash, he attempted to evade and counterattack. But his instincts warned him that such actions were futile. Instead, it would reveal to the enemy that he had discerned the slightest flaw in their ultimate technique. Su Xiao was unconvinced that a technique master like the Beast Master would tolerate such a flaw. The only explanation was that the Beast Master had suffered severe deterioration in strength due to the previous devastating blow from the Exterminator, leading to an unavoidable weakness that could only be compensated for in other ways. Thus, the Beast Master continuously transformed his combat forms, from Moon Wolf to Sun Ancestor, hoping to prevent the ever-pressing Exterminator from perceiving this flaw. Despite the Beastmaster's fifth strike being unleashed, it was instead forced back several steps by Su Xiao, which escalated its hatred towards the Lawbreaker to an extreme degree. Originally, its flawless technique, all beings had to be divided into 6 strikes, revealing slight vulnerabilities between the fourth and fifth strikes. If the opponent belonged to a different system, it would not have mattered. However, if they were also a formidable practitioner of techniques, being seen through would spell disaster. In fact, the Beastmaster's ability to unleash 6 consecutive strikes could originally be executed in a single blow, combining the full power of the first through 6th strikes to utterly shatter its foes. Blade Path Technique. Swift. Su Xiao surged forward in an instant, delivering a strike. The sharp clang resounded as it appeared the Beastmaster had effortlessly blocked the attack. Yet this indicated that its continuous suppression of Su Xiao since the battle commenced had been disrupted, providing Su Xiao with an opportunity to counter. With a decisive kick, the Beastmaster was forced back several steps, its body numb, dropping to one knee, instinctively raising its left arm. Blade Path Technique. Extreme. The long blade sliced through the air, severing the Beastmaster's left arm at the elbow. Extreme Blade. World. A sharp, metallic resonance erupted as a spherical domain of Extreme Blade materialized around Su Xiao, deepening the color of the surrounding air. Every few centimeters, small flickering points resembling grains of rice appeared, signifying imminent strikes. Bathed in blood, the Beastmaster felt the numbness fade, letting out a furious roar as it swept its long blade forward, unleashing a fan-shaped torrent of blazing golden liquid fire. Time. Domination. The golden flames rushing towards Su Xiao suddenly slowed. He pressed his crystalline-layered left hand forward, making contact with the fiery wall. To everyone's surprise, the wall became semi-transparent, passing through him and dissipating several meters behind him before returning to normal. Why was this so? The answer lay in Su Xiao's use of Dragon Shadow Flash, allowing the golden flames to penetrate through space. To clarify, had he used Dragon Shadow Flash to evade directly, The vast area engulfed in golden flames would have incinerated the space being traversed in an instant. However, since the flames had traversed space, their considerable volume required them to burn through a larger area before reaching Su Xiao. The Beastmaster had indeed encountered Dragon Shadow Flash before. It was one of the many difficult abilities to counter within the Lawbreaker system. However, it had never witnessed a Lawbreaker utilizing Dragon Shadow Flash in such a manner. Blade Path Technique, Azure Phantom. The Azure Blade light surged forth, characterized by its swiftness. With a crack, the Beastmaster effortlessly shattered the incoming Azure Phantom. However, based on its understanding of Su Xiao's swordplay, it surmised that what appeared to be a trivial attack must possess a secondary property. Thus, it diverted a fraction of its focus to guard against it. Yet, the Azure Phantom had no second phase. Was it a lack of experience in combat on the Beastmaster's part? No, it simply had not anticipated that the Lawbreaker before it would possess such. One could not call it weakness, but rather an ability that did not belong to the same echelon as Su Xiao's other techniques. The diversion of focus in anticipation of a second phase proved to be a waste, granting Su Xiao the opportunity he needed. With a resounding clash, Su Xiao's strike came crashing down. Although the Beastmaster was stronger, it managed to block the strike, but its golden Qixia long sword came forth with a ferocious attack, forcefully channeling some of all being's power to deflect the strike while simultaneously aiming to behead Su Xiao. At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to experience time dilation, and Su Xiao executed a backward leap using Feather Shell, retreating 3 meters. The instant his toes touched the ground, he propelled himself back with renewed vigor. This left the Beastmaster, having executed a diminished version of all beings, exposed with an open chest, still in the process of regenerating its recently severed left forearm. With a swift slice, Su Xiao's long blade cut through, blood gushing from the Beastmaster's chest. Yet, this was not the end. Su Xiao followed up with a powerful kick, having suppressed the Beastmaster's techniques. Such was the nature of this combat. Unless an opportunity arose, counterattacking would prove exceedingly difficult. With a thunderous crash, the Beastmaster knelt on one knee, its pale pupils trembling. Blade Path Technique, Extreme. The long blade struck towards the Beastmaster's neck, Su Xiao's cutting edge successfully penetrating the Beastmaster's resilient hide and into its flesh, poised to behead it in that very instant. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Su Xiao's neck, and their positions shifted, not merely a change in stance, but an actual exchange of circumstances. The numbness and kneeling that had afflicted the Beastmaster now enveloped him, while the Beastmaster stood before him, having plunged its Qixia blade 1/3 into his neck. This was not an illusion, but a genuine shift in physical and causal realms. The head was severed by Qixia, yet as it fell, it transformed into swirling black-blue smoke, which, tainted by dark golden flames, significantly extended the interval for the replacement ability of the demon spirit to be employed. Several dozen meters away, Su Xiao clutched his neck with one hand as blood seeped between his fingers. The spirit thread extended from his hand into the wound, quickly and efficiently performing cellular-level sutures, minimizing blood loss and mitigating its impact on the ongoing battle. Blood Smoke Cannon. Su Xiao pointed towards the Beastmaster, yet the approaching figure merely sidestepped with ease, evading the Blood Smoke Cannon. With the golden longsword poised for a fierce strike, Su Xiao felt an undeniable sensation of being locked onto. He knew this was a blow he could not evade. To attempt avoidance would likely trigger a series of devastating follow-up techniques, further debilitating him. With a sharp crack, the surrounding space rippled under the impact, and after enduring the blow, the feeling of being locked onto intensified, revealing yet another potent tactic of the Beastmaster. The sound of consecutive strikes rang out, each one met with perfect block, yet the Beastmaster's pale pupils suddenly focused to a pinpoint, causing Su Xiao's mind to buzz. Warning: you have been struck by Dark Beast Blade. Execution of strike confirmed. Sword Mastery, Blade Heart passive, has activated, consuming 1 blade heart to resist this execution. Resistance successful. A warm sensation coursed through Su Xiao's ears, as if blood were trickling out, prompting him to instinctively retaliate with a strike. Clang. Warning: you have been struck by Dark Beast Blade. Execution of strike confirmed. Sword Mastery, Blade Heart, passive, as activated, consuming 1 blade heart to resist this execution. Resistance successful. Current blade heart remaining, 1/3. The buzzing in Su Xiao's ears persisted, the world around him shrouded in darkness. His heart raced, and his mind felt as if it were being pricked by 1,000 needles. Yet, amidst this disarray, his intuition ability rendered the scene within a radius of several meters astonishingly clear. As seconds passed, Su Xiao discerned that it was not his vision that faltered, but rather his senses were being suppressed, another formidable technique of the Beastmaster. The sound of footsteps echoed from all directions. He could faintly sense the Beastmaster approaching with composure, poised to deliver a lethal strike to his throat. Feather shell. Su Xiao leaped backward as if shedding a shell. The surrounding darkness fractured, leaving behind his crystalline shell, which remained intact, gradually being consumed by the encroaching shadows, transforming into a dark shell. With a sharp crack, Su Xiao crushed a vial of elixir, the semi-fluid crimson elixir seeping into his skin, initiating his recovery. In the instant he emerged from the darkness, an uncharacteristic ferocity surged within him as he struck towards the Beastmaster, whose strength exceeded his own. Several dozen kilometers away, Celine and the Dark Noble breathed a sigh of relief. Celine remarked, "It should be fine now. The range of technique-based abilities is generally smaller among peers." This distance of several dozen kilometers, a thunderous clash, akin to a meteor colliding, sent a gust of wind rushing forth, forcing Celine to bend low, crossing her arms in front of her face as she turned towards the source of the tremendous sound. With a thunderous roar, a figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring upward into the sky, evidently propelled by an immense force. The figure was engulfed in golden liquid flames. Yet, after ascending several thousand meters, it morphed into a crimson streak, crashing down with a resounding impact, seemingly wielding a blade that cleaved through the very being that had sent it flying. The ground within a radius of several dozen kilometers cracked under the residual force of that strike. Witnessing this spectacle, Celine's eyes quivered. Henceforth, anyone who dared claim that technique-based combat lacked extensive reach would receive a punch from her, while other combat systems employed skills for widespread assaults. The sheer power of each technique-based strike was astonishing. Celine exchanged a glance with the Dark Noblewoman, deciding to retreat to a greater distance. As for why they did not utilize spatial abilities or teleportation items, it was no jest. Those two monsters, upon each clash, sent ripples through the surrounding space for hundreds of kilometers. Attempting to move through space at such a moment would be tantamount to courting death. At this instant, in the heart of the battlefield between Su Xiao and the Beastmaster, Su Xiao executed 2 consecutive strikes. Although his right arm throbbed with numbness, he managed to push the Beastmaster back a step. However, this was no advantage, as the Beastmaster raised its long blade for a powerful strike. With a resounding clash, Su Xiao successfully executed a perfect block, yet felt his vitality surge tumultuously. He knew that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. He could only resort to the honor revival potion and thunder of the realm, hoping to severely wound the Beastmaster, though he too would perish in the process. The Divine Clan's sacred emblem, Soul, afforded him a chance to enter a state of suspended animation and subsequently revive, provided his injuries were not too severe. Divine Clan's sacred emblem, Soul, if you face death, you will not perish completely. After 30 minutes of suspended animation, you will be revived due to the effect of warm sunlight, with missing body parts gradually regenerating until your health returns to 30. Coupled with the Beastmaster's current solar form, the Divine Clan's sacred emblem, Soul, became even more reliable, waiting only for an opportune moment. Just as Su Xiao prepared to act, an acute pain pierced his senses, signaling imminent danger. The Beastmaster, aware that time was of the essence, was also wary of the hidden abilities of the opposing spellbreaker. Its vertical pupils turned blood red, and its right arm visibly swelled. The dark golden flames on the Qishao long blade extinguished as darkness reclaimed control over the abyssal weapon. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath the Beastmaster groaned in agony, and it seemed to traverse space and distance in an instant, appearing before Su Xiao, its black blade descending. Su Xiao had no respite after the first strike. The second followed immediately, each blow faster and heavier than the last. As the strikes continued, Su Xiao executed successive perfect blocks, yet he was certain that he would soon be unable to sustain them. A wave of darkness surged forth from the enemy's weapon, creeping along the dragon slash and invading his right arm, advancing towards his shoulder and chest. With each subsequent clash, sparks flew, and Su Xiao's body was further eroded by darkness, his health plummeting from 42.6 to a swift 30. On the 10th strike of the perfect block, Su Xiao's breath faltered, indicating that the protective energy derived from his technique had been entirely depleted. Ultimate perfection passive after a successful perfect block. You will only expend 10 of your maximum protective energy, and the cooldown period of the perfect block ability will reset immediately, allowing it to be used again. Only after successfully executing 10 consecutive perfect blocks will your protective energy be exhausted. resulting in the ability entering a cooldown phase. Moreover, Su Xiao's health abruptly dropped, plummeting from 29.8 to 9.8, yet his aura surged with alarming intensity. Perfect block skill effect 3 extreme counter. Passive each time you execute a perfect block, you will accumulate 1 layer of power surge status. When this status reaches 10 layers, your power will explode, immediately consuming 20 of your maximum health to transform into a surge of power, granting your next melee attack double attack strength. With a tremendous explosion of blood energy centered around Su Xiao, his long blade became enveloped in golden energy, signaling the invocation of Extreme Blade, White Knight. Opposite him, the Beast Master, having just struck, seemed to have amassed a reservoir of darkness, cloaked in shadows. Devour the heavens. Extreme Blade, White Knight. The 2 long blades clashed. A resounding crack echoed through the sky, not thunder, but rather the heavens being cleaved asunder. The world, long plagued by the abyss's corruption, birthed a gaping chasm in the sky, from which black liquid oozed, creating a serpentine fissure above. The clash of golden red blood energy and darkness ensued, as both Su Xiao and the Beast Master faced the onslaught with the ferocity of vengeful spirits, neither yielding an inch. With a furious roar, the Beast Master's right arm swelled once more. Su Xiao's eyes flared with determination, and just then, a subtle crack echoed between them. Su Xiao's expression remained unchanged, while the Beast Master's countenance shifted dramatically. The previously minuscule fissures on the Qisha blade rapidly spread. With a thunderous crash, fragments of the long blade scattered, as the dragon slash cleaved through, severing a significant portion of the Beast Master's upper skull and its entire left arm along with part of its shoulder. Depriving the Beast Master of any chance to retaliate, Su Xiao delivered a powerful kick. The Beast Master stumbled back, darkness swirling in its eyes, about to exchange positions with Su Xiao. From the void, Su Xiao conjured Silence Annihilation, taking aim and pulling the trigger. With a resounding pop, the gray-black Annihilation bullet shot forth, spiraling through the air at incredible speed, piercing the Beastmaster's brow in an instant, disrupting its abilities. The guaranteed interruption trait proved effective. The Beastmaster did not fall. Instead, it merely tilted its head back slightly, raising a hand to grasp at Su Xiao, black tendrils manifesting in its grasp. With a forceful shot, the Super Annihilation bullet struck the Beastmaster's right arm, shattering it. Super Annihilation bullet trait 2. If this attack successfully interrupts the enemy's action or ability, the enemy will enter a state of paralysis, and the high concentration of death energy released by the Super Annihilation bullet will be immediately reclaimed by the Silence Annihilation in your hand, forming a new Super Annihilation bullet that lasts for a maximum of 3 seconds. Disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Su Xiao invoked Extreme Blade, White Knight once more, this time with dark blue smoke swirling around the long blade. Transforming into a fleeting shadow, he zipped past the Beastmaster, its head soaring from its shoulders in a swift, decisive motion. Viewed from the side, the scene was akin to a traditional ink painting, black blood splattering alongside the vast water surface. Wherever the long blade passed, it left behind crescent-shaped slashes reminiscent of dark embers. As the Beastmaster's head fell, its vertical pupils burned with rage yet devoid of fear. Despite its formidable spirit, it could only confront the grim reality of its demise. In the realm of technique-based combat, life and death hinged on a mere instant. Moreover, the Beastmaster had been exposed by Su Xiao, the vulnerabilities in its swordplay, which had emerged after its past defeat against Marvin Waltz, were fatally critical. With a splashing thud, the Beastmaster collapsed upon the water's surface, one eye opening on its chest as it gazed up at Su Xiao. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing itself to be the very embodiment of a spellbreaker. Su Xiao remained silent. The dark blue smoke emanating from the Dragon Slayer flash in his hand showed no signs of dissipating. The long blade pierced the Beast Lord's chest, employing the Demon Spirit Awakening ability to devour the Beast Lord's abyssal origin power. The once vibrant eyes of the Beast Lord became utterly devoid of life. The Demon Spirit hastily absorbed the origin power and forcefully suppressed the Beast Lord's descent into slumber. While such suppression could not persist indefinitely, it sufficed for the moment. Transforming into dark blue smoke, the demon spirit melded into the water beneath him. Su Xiao seemed to be utilizing the demon spirit to sense his surroundings, guarding against potential adversaries during his most vulnerable state. Only after confirming that no enemies lurked nearby did he cease to manipulate the distant demon spirit, allowing it to dissolve into the water. He exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing to the ground. He retrieved the self-power, an emblematic item, and grasped it tightly. Upon glancing at the team channel, he noted a message from Bubby Wang and promptly activated the item. Almost simultaneously, he and the demon spirit exchanged positions. Usage effect. Upon utilizing this item, you will shapeshift into an avatar that possesses 100 of your abilities. This avatar has both controlled and autonomous modes. In controlled mode, you direct the avatar, while in autonomous mode, it will independently attack foes. The duration of the avatar's existence is determined by the user's actual intelligence attribute. Note: as you are a master of techniques, the avatar will not fully exhibit the combat prowess typical of a master of techniques. Due to the simultaneous activation of self-power and the replacement ability to others' perception, it appeared as though Su Xiao had merely recalled the demon spirit, as if intending to depart from this location. Cough, cough, cough. Su Xiao emitted a series of dry coughs, raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose, only to discover that the specks of blood he coughed up were black. Moreover, the dark blood seeping into his palm had formed a mark that swiftly spread throughout his body. A massive figure, nearly 10 meters tall and clad in layers of fat with skin glistening like oil, advanced toward him. In its hand, it clutched a large chunk of flesh, voraciously tearing at it with its teeth. However, the corpulent brute halted after taking just a few steps. The Pain High Priest, Zdenek, rumbled. Indeed, standing beside Su Xiao was the formidable ally who had remained hidden until now, the Pain High Priest, Zdenek. There were two reasons for this. First, a clash of techniques did not necessitate external assistance, particularly when two supreme masters of technique were engaged. Curiously, the party receiving assistance might even find themselves at a disadvantage. The second reason was to prevent the current situation. The members of the Kaken family were not limited to just the Beast Lord. There were also the Twin Kings and the Scorpion Lady, and this hefty brute was one of the key figures in the Scorpion Lady's faction. The last time we fought was several years ago. We are old friends, the corpulent brute chuckled, though its grin grew increasingly sinister. Unfortunately, your arrival is too late to save this annihilator. No sooner had the brute spoken than the black mark on Su Xiao's body activated, and he was abruptly engulfed by darkness, vanishing from the scene. Farewell. The corpulent brute was similarly consumed by the swirling darkness, leaving only the Pain High Priest, Zdenek, at the water's surface. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Su Xiao, whose presence had completely receded into a state of breath-holding, abruptly opened his eyes. After a fierce battle, the crimson glow in the center of his pupils had yet to fade. What had been consumed by darkness and transported away was the avatar he had created using self-power. This precious item produced by the Cycle Paradise was exceptionally potent. The first step of the plan was successful. This plan was titled the Scorpion Lady's Treasury Cultivation and Pillaging Scheme. Chapter 14. The cost bubbles rose to the surface as Su Xiao remained submerged, while beside him, Bubu Wang had transformed into a chaotic swimmer, resembling a fish flailing about, exhibiting a dog paddle style that could only be seen in the canine realm. Su Xiao's plan was remarkably straightforward. He did not trust those who sought to confront the Beast Master. No member of the Duquesne family was observing him, particularly after the abyssal noblewoman had approached him, requesting his collaboration as a top-tier apothecary. The matter was uncomplicated. The mastermind behind it all was Lady Scorpion, the ruler of the Queen's City, the largest power in this world, both in scale and influence, surpassing even the Beastman's ever-hanging city in area. The Beast Master possessed the ancestral genetic sequence of the elves, allowing for the mass production of elf kind through the breeding factory. In contrast, Lady Scorpion held the ancestral genetic sequence of humanity, enslaving the human race as a result. While the elves exhibited natural craftsmanship, humanity appeared unremarkable at a glance. However, as their numbers grew, they inevitably gave rise to versatile warriors. Consequently, the industrial development, productivity, commerce, and foreign trade of the Queen's City flourished, with District 25 serving as a vibrant tourist attraction. Among the three counselors, Lady Scorpion may not have been the most powerful, but she certainly possessed the keenest foresight and intellect. Moreover, the Queen's City was the only one of the four major Duquesne capitals that did not openly establish a breeding factory. Instead, Lady Scorpion concealed these facilities deep underground in several districts, generating a vast supply of elite human individuals, selecting the best among them for extensive dark corruption. This strategy enabled Lady Scorpion to create a continuous stream of loyal and manageable servants, thus enhancing the prosperity of the Queen's City. However, this approach would reduce the resources she could siphon from the city by 2/3. Unfortunately, the adaptability of the human ancestral genetic sequence posed a challenge. Initially, Lady Scorpion, like her fellow counselors, sought to control the masses of humans, but humanity had a peculiar trait, the tendency to pass certain characteristics to the next generation. For instance, those subjected to dark corruption naturally developed a degree of corruption resistance in both body and soul. Attempting to strip away reproductive capabilities at the genetic level proved arduous and required exorbitant ongoing costs. Consequently, dark corruption sometimes failed to suppress the reproductive instincts of human slaves, leading to the emergence of second-generation human slaves. The corruption resistance inherited from their parents endowed the new generation with relatively normal reproductive instincts, and soon, third-generation humans would appear. By the time the fifth and sixth generations manifested, their inherent corruption resistance would be substantial, prompting them to contemplate rebellion and self-empowerment rather than remaining mere pawns in the Queen City. This world had once been a battleground for ancient dragons against the sun and for the Dukian against the annihilation of magic. During these conflicts, numerous other factions had entered the fray, driven by alliances or vested interests, leaving behind a plethora of powerful relics and legacies. Years later, Lady Scorpion concluded that employing the Dukian family's dark corruption to control humanity was a misguided endeavor, thus leading to the current iteration of the Queen City 2.0. Unlike the tumultuous rebellions and frequent resource depot explosions of the 1.0 version, achieving a profit output of one-third of the Queen City was an astonishingly high yield. Undoubtedly, Lady Scorpion's ambitions extended far beyond that of a mere counselor. She had long coveted the position of council leader, particularly as she unraveled a secret. The abyssal race was not immortal. Indeed, the abyssal beings would age and die. However, upon aging, they would reincarnate within the abyss. Understanding this secret, Lady Scorpion recognized that reincarnation was merely a transformation into another Dukian family member, bearing a striking resemblance to the original. The true immortality of the abyssal race resembled a causal existence rather than a specific individual, and comprehending the abyssal race through the lens of individuality was rather superficial. They were born from the abyss, a product of one of the two most powerful forces in the astral realm. As a race inherently positioned at the pinnacle, the abyssal beings would need to pay a greater price to become even stronger, while Lady Scorpion sought to replace the decayed and causally bound old beings. After years of accumulation, she finally glimpsed hope, but time was not on her side. She required a substantial quantity of resources that the Queen City had amassed over millennia, necessitating the use of unconventional methods. The source of the problem lay in the increasingly turbulent situation in the void, which had driven the prices of permanent enhancement potions to soar fivefold. No, as of 2 weeks prior, they had skyrocketed to 6.5 times their original price. Naturally, Lady Scorpion set her sights on the Apothecary Guild, but the guild was backed by the arcane Eternal Star. Given the current state of the Dukian family, even during its peak, they would have been utterly defeated, forced to retreat to the abyss to reincarnate. The peak period of the Annihilation Camp had failed to confront the arcane Eternal Star, let alone defeat it. Unable to act against the Apothecary Guild, Lady Scorpion sought alternative avenues. Yet, among the 6 master apothecaries, only one was not a recluse, and the 5 others remained hidden, with the top-tier causalists unable to discern their whereabouts. In truth, these top-tier causalists were not inept. They simply chose not to divulge their knowledge. As these master apothecaries were both friends and invaluable resources, why would they allow outsiders to divine their locations? The Holy Flame Apothecary had long been on Lady Scorpion's radar, especially after the latter had obliterated the resource star of the arcane Eternal Star. Lady Scorpion believed that this annihilator represented her opportunity for advancement. At great cost, she learned that this annihilator had arrived at Iberiyasi and began liquidating her less liquid assets to convert them into hard currency. Once accomplished, she intended to procure immense quantities of potion materials from the Gnome Merchant Association. When these vast materials were concocted into permanent enhancement potions and sold back to the Gnome Merchant Association, her assets would multiply several times over. By then, she would not only have amassed the necessary resources but also secured a surplus, ensuring a more stable ascent and the prospect of surpassing the aging beings. Regarding the difficulty posed by the Annihilator, Lady Scorpion had not directly confronted the previous Annihilator, as she was not a combatant. However, she acknowledged the undeniable strength of the Annihilator among equals. As for intellect, while she could not claim superiority, she knew he was no fool, though not exceptionally cunning. Moreover, Lady Scorpion held a trump card. She had long coveted the legacies of the ancient dragon lineage and the sun's descendants. Having witnessed such treasures being seized, she chose to abduct the White Dragon Maiden, firmly believing that acquiring these ancient dragon legacies would not come without a price likely connected to the last surviving ancient dragon within the Forbidden Tower. However, to be cautious, Lady Scorpion did not directly imprison the White Dragon Maiden, but instead sent her to a location that outsiders would never dare to tread. She had already devised a narrative, claiming that the council leader, Agubea, had abducted the White Dragon Maiden, though she knew the location. In this manner, she could leverage the Holy Flame Apothecary while subtly fostering a sense of shared animosity. Of course, this alone was insufficient to control the Holy Flame Apothecary. Lady Scorpion had prepared further measures. As for how Su Xiao discerned Lady Scorpion's intentions, it was thanks to the candid abyssal noblewoman. Upon their first encounter in this world, Su Xiao immediately grasped her motives. Initially, she had intended to side with Lady Scorpion to rescue her sister, but her entrance had branded her a traitor. Caught between two treacherous vessels, the subsequent events became manageable, which is why Su Xiao engaged in a fierce battle against the Beast Lord. After successfully slaying the Beast Lord's second son, he became convinced that Madame Scorpion intended to exploit the Beast Lord. Observing the death of the Beast Lord's offspring, it was evident that further conflict would ensue, resulting in a rift between the two parties. Furthermore, in the upcoming Council of Decane, Madame Scorpion would suffer a considerable loss of credibility. Thus, Su Xiao was certain that during his desperate struggle with the Beast Lord, she would refrain from intervening, likely opting to send a trusted subordinate endowed with strong control abilities and teleportation skills to abduct him when he was vulnerable after the battle. Should Su Xiao fall to the Beast Lord, it would be even more advantageous for Madame Scorpion, as her long-prepared soul vessel could be immediately utilized, allowing her to better manipulate this master of pharmacology. To guard against this possibility, Su Xiao had instructed the Pain High Priest and the Black Leech, who accompanied him, to remain concealed within the alternate space created by Baha. It is noteworthy that after utilizing the Servant Promotion Badge for an elevation, the alternate space Baha opened became even more concealed, possessing the ability to manipulate spatial movement within that realm. Baha began to comprehend a vital truth. As a servant, it was impossible to develop comprehensively in the late stages. Thus, it retained only the utmost skills in assassination and spatial concealment, enabling it to serve as the assassin for the Dawn team while also safeguarding Bubuang, AMU, Benny, and the severely injured captain post-battle. As for AMU, its role was singularly focused to endure punishment. At this moment, Su Xiao found himself in an underwater alternate space. Consequently, the corpulent brute and the humanoid figure seemingly composed of milky white maggots were oblivious to his presence. The maggot cluster exhibited a clear proficiency in perception, which only underscored Baha's considerable growth. It is reasonable to assume that the servant promotion badges obtained by Bubuang, AMU, Baha, and Benny were a byproduct of Su Xiao's ascension to strength, and given the extraordinary nature of that elevation, these badges possessed effects far exceeding those of ordinary servant promotion badges. Submerged in water, Su Xiao sensed his injuries beginning to heal and opened his title list to select the title of Rule Breaker, equipping it. In the following days, the exterminator of the White Knight would temporarily vanish, or rather, be confined by Madame Scorpion within a specific district of the Queen City. Title Effect 1. Disguised Passive. Upon equipping this title, you will gain the appearance of a rule breaker from the Apocalypse Paradise, activating the corresponding temporary imprint. Note, as you are a hunter, there is no time limit or cost associated with this disguise. After choosing the likeness of a rule breaker who perished in this world, the disguise commenced. Within moments, Su Xiao transformed into a disheveled middle-aged man, exuding an air of nonchalance. Recalling Baha from the alternate space, Su Xiao resurfaced and approached the Beast Lord's corpse, which had morphed into a growth of wooden structures towering over 10 meters, resembling a chaotic, enclosed edifice. Placing a hand upon it, Su Xiao sensed the hollow center of these wooden growths, where a cavity appeared as if bitten out, housing the Decane family emblem, possessed by the Beast Lord. This indicated that the emblem had fallen into Madame Scorpion's hands, and if all went well, it would not be bad news. Su Xiao pressed his hand against the wooden growth, crystalline layers spreading and beginning to assimilate. With a resounding crack, a large portion of the crystal shattered, revealing a pale red core the size of a fist, pulsating with a soft crimson glow within. You have obtained the corrupted core, spirit. Su Xiao doubted that the Beast Lord could control all the spirits of the Spirit Nation, as the nature of his abilities dictated the necessity of a mediating item, which was this corrupted core, spirit. The creation of such an item could only be attributed to a master of the corruption system, as the Beast Lord's formidable techniques alone could not achieve this. Closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, Su Xiao formed a teleportation array beneath his feet, with Bubuang and Baha rushing onto it. With a thud, the scenery shifted, and Su Xiao found himself in the central tower of District 6 of the Spirit Nation. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed the presence of numerous formidable beings, spirits of the fallen. As his perception expanded, simultaneous slashes emerged, resonating like a singular strike due to their synchronicity. In an instant, every spirit of the fallen stationed here was cleaved into fragments. The scent of blood permeated the air, a smell Su Xiao had long grown accustomed to as he ascended the steps to the top of the central tower. Standing at a height of 100 meters, the wind was mild, and the rare sunny day revealed a glimpse of the sun's shadow, likely a result of the Beast Lord's powers. With a decisive exertion, Su Xiao activated the corrupted core, spirit, shattering it in his grasp. All fallen spirits and lesser tribal spirits within the Spirit Nation erupted in death, while those of deeper corruption collapsed lifelessly, and the less corrupted clutched their heads in anguish, emitting tendrils of black smoke. A spirit, aged around 20, yet bearing the appearance of one in their 50s, struggled several times before finally leaning against a nearby lamppost to rise. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings. Memories flooding back, the toil, suffering, and despair of his past overwhelming him, prompting uncontrollable sobs as his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse before he regained a semblance of calm. With tear-streaked cheeks, the spirit instinctively glanced towards the central tower, convinced that the one who would save him and his compatriots resided there. Alas, the tower was now utterly vacant. Why did Su Xiao not linger? To accept the gratitude of the spirits? Because he was indifferent. His purpose in this place was solely to eradicate the Beast Lord, and with that goal accomplished, he departed. The Lord's train traversed the wilderness, carrying only the unmasked Su Xiao, along with Bubuang and Baha. Bubuang, bored, rolled around aimlessly, having harbored grand ambitions to make a mark in this world, yet found the absence of the internet disheartening, let alone the ultimate evolution of the network cluster. You have completed Bounty 1. End of the Beast. Kill the Beast Lord and shatter the corrupted core, spirit. Due to the multiple bounty adjustment from hunting list, blood contract, you will receive a bounty totaling 5,000 ounces of temporal power. You have obtained 250 temporal stone fragments. This is an equivalent item, which can be sold to the Reincarnation Paradise for 2,500 ounces of temporal power. You have acquired the Dominance Treasure Chest. This item is valued at 2,400 ounces of temporal power in this judgment. You have received the Goblin Scratch-Off Ticket. This item is valued at 10 ounces of temporal power in this judgment. Upon reviewing the relevant information, Su Xiao discerned the worth of the Dominance Treasure Chest, which had a 20 probability of yielding one of the top 100 rated Dominance equipment. And even if it did not rank in the top 100, it would certainly fall within the top 500. The strength classification of Dominance equipment is quite nebulous, previously graded. But in the later stages, full marks for Dominance equipment equate to 6,000 points. Some items barely reach this threshold, while others are capped at 6,000 points, hence displaying such values. The reason Dominance equipment lacks higher certified scores is tied to the leaderboard system, which is validated by the Void Tree. Among the 100 dominant pieces of equipment ranked, those positioned higher signify increasingly formidable comprehensive attributes. The equipment that Su Xiao acquired, known as the Devourer, is indeed powerful. However, it does not even rank within the top 500. As for the top 10 pieces of dominant equipment, they are not worth contemplating at this moment, for even if acquired, their requirements are excessively stringent, as if they were declaring to the possessor, "You are unworthy." Su Xiao contemplated the Goblin Scratch-Off in his hand, hesitating whether to sell this item to Caesar. Such a transaction would certainly suffice to satisfy the Goblin Merchant Guild, which has frequently collaborated with the abyssal races in this world. Though not enemies, they are partners in crime. At that moment, Su Xiao felt a faint sensation of illumination. This was a vision transmitted back from the avatar formed through self-power. Whether Madame Scorpion could discern the avatar created by self-power should not be underestimated. Self-power was derived from Su Xiao's challenge against the chapter of greed, specifically the spirit manifestation, 10th position, Nightmare, Annihilation Shadow. It is worth noting that not even Madame Scorpion, nor anyone stronger who does not possess perceptive or causal abilities, would detect any irregularities. Seated comfortably on a train-style sofa, Su Xiao initiated complete control over the avatar. After a brief period of darkness, Dim yellow light emerged as he opened his eyes, finding himself in an apothecary workshop spanning several hundred square meters, replete with an array of mixing apparatus, all showing signs of use, indicating that this workshop was well equipped for potion brewing. Noticing Su Xiao's awakening, a portly brute standing nearby, arms crossed, gruffly announced, "Old worm, notify the queen. The subject has awoken." The worm-like man, composed entirely of milky white worms, remained silent, turning to exit. Standing at 3 meters tall, he appeared quite slender. A few minutes later, the sound of metallic heels echoed as a woman, approximately 1.8 meters tall and adorned in metal stilettos, approached. Her long hair, reminiscent of black flames, accentuated her crimson lips, and her amber eyes held no trace of the indifference and cruelty common among the abyssal races. Instead, they radiated warmth and mirth, a surprising juxtaposition for a being of the abyss. Madame Scorpion's attire exuded a simple yet languorous elegance, dressed entirely in black, resembling a loose-fitting nightgown. With a playful smile, she gazed at Su Xiao and proposed, "Shall we engage in a contest?" Her voice was gentle, imbued with a softness that resonated with an almost tender warmth. "Your heart bears my dark soul mark. Before you can free yourself from it, you must assist me in concocting the secret potion I require. Once freed, you may hide or kill as you please. I understand your desire to escape the enemy's grasp, so I grant you 3 chances to fail. On your 4th attempt, should you flee, it shall truly mean your demise." The warmth in Madame Scorpion's eyes deepened as she turned and sauntered away, adding, "Do not employ any spatial abilities, as that will sear your heart with the dark mark, leading to pain that is both futile and unnecessary. Oh, and I hope you find the food here to your liking." With that, Madame Scorpion departed, followed by the worm-like man, while the portly brute remained in the apothecary workshop, fixating his all-black eyes on Su Xiao as he settled onto a large sofa. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman with a white goatee, a noticeably bald head, and age spots on his face approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Esteemed Mr. Holy Flame, greetings. I am the Queen's steward, Virgil. You may call me by my name or simply refer to me as steward. From now on, any requests you have regarding potion mixing will be met with the utmost speed and efficiency. Naturally, for any personal needs, as long as they are not excessive, I can arrange for my subordinates to assist you." Virgil was exceedingly courteous, yet Su Xiao did not pay him much heed. The steward and the portly brute played their respective roles, one the amiable face, the other the menacing presence, a common tactic in mid-tier worlds. Su Xiao had intentionally allowed Madame Scorpion's subordinate to intercept the avatar to ensure her personal presence here. Ignoring Virgil, he crouched down, unleashing a surge of blood energy as he began his operations. The blade spirit's strength reached an astonishing 1924 points, surpassing expectations in its rapid conversion of the Beastmaster's abyssal origin energy, signaling that replacement was now operational. After battling the Beastmaster, Su Xiao could still utilize the replacement ability 3 more times today. He activated this capacity through the avatar, attempting to swap positions with the spirit from a considerable distance. Previously, this would have been an impossible endeavor, but now, with the spirit strength at an outrageous 1924 points and the core ability Spirit Awakening elevated to an extraordinary level, the once unattainable became conceivable. In the instant the avatar and the spirit completed their exchange, Su Xiao found himself within the apothecary workshop located in the unknown district of the Queen City, all occurring in less than 0.01 seconds. Moreover, he could use the replacement ability to depart at any moment. Should he remain until tomorrow, he could utilize the spirit's replacement ability twice more, allowing him to retrieve the avatar from the Lord's train. There was no need to worry about the dark mark left on the avatar. Su Xiao enveloped his heart with the energy of the steel shadow, seemingly attempting to erode the non-existent dark mark, but in truth, it served as a smokescreen to obscure Madame Scorpion's perception of it. Additionally, Su Xiao had no intention of leaving the apothecary workshop voluntarily. The likelihood of Madame Scorpion activating the dark mark was minimal, thus presenting no immediate vulnerabilities. One must wonder why Su Xiao sought to concoct potions here. It was due to his attainment of the ultimate refinement, 4th stage title, which had reached its full potential. Title Effect 1. Pinnacle Craftsmanship Passive when brewing potions. Your state can transcend limits, allowing for a 100 probability of concocting pinnacle-grade potions while maintaining focus. Title Effect 2. Transcendence Passive. If you successfully brew an eternal-grade pinnacle potion, your comprehension of alchemy will deepen, enabling you to surpass the limits of alchemical mastery. Note: each successful concoction of an eternal-grade pinnacle potion grants a 6 85 chance of permanently elevating your alchemy level by 1. Current alchemy level, LV. 95, the maximum under normal circumstances. Note, this ability can elevate alchemy to a maximum of LV 100. With Su Xiao's good fortune, he needed to produce a vast quantity of eternal grade potions to trigger 5 instances of transcendence, raising his alchemy level to LV 100, thus achieving the pinnacle. However, such opportunities were scarce. Even if factions provided materials of this caliber, Su Xiao lacked the time for extensive concoctions. The present situation allowed him to address both issues simultaneously. With a 30-day task limit for the first phase of the main quest, and 10 days dedicated to enhancing his alchemy, it was a worthwhile endeavor, especially since he had already defeated the Beastmaster. As the blood energy dissipated, layers of defensive barriers faded around him. Observing this scene, the portly brute burst into laughter. While Virgil stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. After a moment of silence, Su Xiao finally spoke. The recipe. Virgil appeared slightly taken aback, yet his smile grew more enthusiastic. Such a development undoubtedly saved him from unnecessary dialogue. Indeed, Mr. Holy Flame. This is the highest quality permanent enhancement potion recipe we acquired at great cost. Please take a look. Virgil presented a scroll of parchment with a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. As Su Xiao examined the potion recipe, his frown deepened with each passing moment as he inquired, "Where did you procure such rubbish?" As soon as Su Xiao's words were uttered, the smile on Virgil's face nearly faltered, and the corpulent ruffian's expression darkened considerably as the flesh he chewed lost its savor. This concoction had been procured at great cost through their machinations, and should it be deemed worthless, the repercussions would be dire for them. Undeterred by their expressions, Su Xiao continued, "Although this formula is somewhat subpar, it possesses vast potential for improvement." With that, he picked up a piece of parchment from the alchemical table, pressed his index finger upon it, and began to delineate the formula for the potion known as Starlight Elixir using his mental prowess. 2 hours later, he had conceived an ultimate upgraded version of the Starlight Elixir formula. Su Xiao was not being perfunctory. Should the plan unfold favorably, it would allow him to amass resources. Even if it did not, he would still profit significantly. Thus, he was determined to ensure the resulting potion held greater value. As for the notion that the Starlight Elixir formula was inferior, the outcome of the potion's preparation was not lacking. In fact, it was quite formidable. The crux lay in the preparation process, which had neglected rationality, rendering the task exceedingly arduous and wasteful of materials. Virgil took the Starlight Elixir formula and scrutinized it closely, becoming dizzy from the complexity. The old man hastily exited, returning in less than half an hour, his face beaming with delight. "Mr. Holy Flame, can you truly concoct this potion?" Su Xiao remained silent, approaching the alchemical table to familiarize himself with the various instruments. At this, Virgil raised his hand, and a dozen servants began transporting various alchemical materials into the workshop. Adorned with the masterpiece, Su Xiao commenced the preparation, the abundance of materials alleviating any pressure of failure, allowing him to immerse himself in the process. Initially, the corpulent ruffian observed intently, both to monitor and to glean insights from the master alchemist, hoping to utilize the knowledge in the future. However, after a few minutes of watching, he felt as though his head might explode, overwhelmed by the complexity. When Su Xiao ceased his preparations, over 100 vials of Starlight Elixir lay upon the stabilization platform, wisps of cold mist rising from them. Virgil picked up a vial of Starlight Elixir. "Mr. Holy Flame, approximately how much more effective is this improved version compared to the original?" "About 5 times. Virgil's eyes widened in disbelief, and the corpulent ruffian sprang to his feet, glancing at Su Xiao before gulping down a vial of Starlight Elixir. Unfazed by any toxins from the Void Realms, he consumed it without hesitation. This potion, capable of enhancing physical strength, stamina, and soul potency, had previously been ineffective against the abyssal lineage, or rather, the enhancement was insufficient to yield results. Now, however, he distinctly felt a slight increase in strength, a fortification of his physique, and a sense of expanding vitality at the soul level. For one at his caliber, any enhancement was exceedingly rare. The corpulent ruffian nodded at Virgil, who was elated, turning to leave the alchemical workshop to share the good news with Madame Scorpion. Before long, Virgil returned, his face radiant with joy. "Mr. Holy Flame, you may continue. I am weary and wish to rest." Virgil's expression turned perplexed as he cautiously inquired, "How long do you require to rest?" "Several days." "You The corpulent ruffian rose, prepared to strike Su Xiao, but was vehemently restrained by Virgil, who understood the implications of the annihilator's words. Mr. White Knight, our mutual sentiments have rather surprised us both, would you not agree? Thus, it is only fair to offer you some form of remuneration. Name your price and conditions. Virgil, having become Madame Scorpion's steward, was no ordinary individual. A fragment of the awakening obelisk. Well, Virgil hesitated, while Su Xiao, taken aback, noted that he had merely made a casual suggestion. Could it be that the imperial city truly possessed a fragment of the awakening obelisk? But upon reflection, such coincidence seemed improbable. Suddenly, he considered a possibility that sister residing within the imperial city could potentially procure a fragment of the awakening obelisk using her destined advance ability. But who would bear the cost? Su Xiao and Virgil almost simultaneously cast their gazes toward the corpulent ruffian, also known as the evil tyrant, who now felt a chill run down his spine, his previously furious demeanor faltering. Chapter 15. Unexpected erosion. Heio's demeanor grew increasingly unnatural. As he was uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of Su Xiao and Virgil, he grumbled, "What do you two mean by this?" Su Xiao remained silent, returning to the alchemical table, engrossed in his potion crafting. Virgil, with a cheerful demeanor, stepped forward, attempting to persuade him. "If this exterminator does not continue with the potion preparation, it will be troublesome for us. Then I shall not advance the destined fate with the twins of the warmth. This is for the queen." Upon hearing Virgil's words, Heio's expression twisted in conflict, but suddenly, as if a light had dawned upon him, he retorted, "If it is for the queen, why do you not go?" Eh? Virgil was momentarily taken aback, astonished at Heio's unexpected cleverness, providing such a potent counter. "I am the queen's direct subordinate, her most loyal hound. If I were to advance the destined fate, the price might implicate the queen." As Virgil concluded, he spoke with righteous fervor. Heio, pondering, rubbed his round chin and squinted his dark eyes in thought, nodding as he muttered, "Indeed, it could involve the queen. This cannot be taken lightly. Perhaps it should be me." As Heio spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, and with an authoritative tone, he exclaimed, "Wait a moment. I am also a loyal hound of the queen." "Nonsense. Clearly, I am more loyal." Heio glared fiercely, and Virgil returned the gaze with equal intensity. Meanwhile, in the chamber of Lady Scorpion, reclining upon a grand bed, she observed this exchange through the veil of souls, nearly at a loss for words as she leaned her head against her hand. Beside her, the abyssal noble closed her eyes, slightly tilting her head back. One could tell she was barely suppressing laughter. "Little girl, go to Aisha and see if you can advance the destined fate to acquire a shard of the awakening stone." Lady Scorpion's languid suggestion extinguished the smile on the abyssal noble's face. She shrugged, expressing resignation. "That won't work. We are all children of the Mother of Warmth. I cannot make a wish to my sister." "Is that so? Then, will the destined fate of the Supreme be sufficient to fulfill this wish?" The abyssal noble did not answer but countered, "What is the awakening stone?" "The supreme treasure of the exterminators. An ordinary supreme would not suffice. The exterminator faction pertains to the causal destinies of an entire era. Their treasures possess terrifying levels of causality. To achieve this, perhaps only your abyssal lineage could pay the necessary price." Upon hearing this, Lady Scorpion regarded the abyssal noble with a knowing smile. The abyssal noble, feeling a twinge of fear, took a step back, well aware that this lady excelled in inflicting extreme suffering upon others. "Very well, allow me to bear this price." Lady Scorpion gracefully rose, prompting the worm-man guard beside her to silently exit the chamber. An hour later, in the main district of the Queen City, specifically in the southern part of Zone 1, at Rain Street number 809, stood an unremarkable slaughterhouse. This large facility employed thousands of workers and housed numerous workshops. At the innermost part of workshop number 6 was an old-fashioned elevator leading down to a prison 1,000 meters below. The presence of this elevator indicated that someone had recently descended into this underground dungeon. This nameless prison contained over a dozen solitary cells, each approximately 50 square meters, with a 30-centimeter thick layer of specially designed, transparent crystal at the front. The cells were remarkably clean, suggesting frequent maintenance, and each was furnished with a large bed, bookshelves, and various intelligent appliances. Aside from the loss of freedom, the living conditions for those confined here seemed quite acceptable. At this moment, in front of cell number 3, Su Xiao, Virgil, and Heio stood together. Virgil's expression was resolute as he declared, "We cannot allow the queen to pay the cost of destiny, therefore, I have come." With this, he shot a glance at Heio, his eyes suggesting that Heio's loyalty to the queen was lacking. Move aside. Aheo pushed Virgil away, causing the small man to crash against the adjacent transparent crystal wall with a thud. Inside the cage, AMU scratched his head in confusion. As for AMU's presence here, it was due to his initial teleportation point being in Zone 10 of the Queen City. After utilizing a servant promotion badge in the Reincarnation Paradise, AMU's combat prowess underwent a significant transformation. In this state, when AMU entered a secluded state, he truly became a formidable force. Lady Scorpion's cohort of powerful beings besieged AMU. Although one was severely injured, they could not budge this bull-headed warrior. AMU seized a lesser creature, gripping its neck tightly before delivering a barrage of heavy punches. A classic scene unfolded. A group of lesser beings attacked AMU, who paid them no mind and focused solely on pummeling the unfortunate captor, nearly beating it into submission. In the end, realizing something was amiss, the assailants attempted to pull AMU away, only to find him firmly grasping the unfortunate creature's neck. His mouth wide open as he bit down on its head while his other hand plunged into its ribs. No matter how the others assaulted AMU, he neither loosened his grip nor released his bite. It was said that the unfortunate creature's cries for help eventually turned into sobs. Finally, it was Virgil who intervened, allowing AMU to fall asleep. Following this, the torturous sessions for AMU commenced, and he began to nap soundly. This was not due to a lack of pain, but rather, compared to the severe tortures, the discomfort was mere trifles. Su Xiao, upon witnessing AMU, understood the situation. With such a fortunate trump card and prior preparations, he felt confident and composed during negotiations. The primary objective had shifted from rescuing Aisha to simultaneously freeing AMU while saving Aisha, a task assigned to Baha, who had long sought an opportunity to prove himself after his promotion to Supreme. However, Su Xiao noticed something was off with AMU. He frequently pressed his hands against his abdomen, seemingly suffering from a stomachache. It was hard to fathom what AMU had ingested to provoke such discomfort in his otherwise indomitable stomach, especially considering he had consumed plenty of the flesh of the abyssal beings. Initially, he had felt some discomfort, but he had since grown accustomed to it. Observing AMU now, dark threads were visible in his eyes, suggesting he had ingested the blood and flesh of abyssal creatures. Given AMU's resistance to abyssal influences, this was relatively perilous. Nonetheless, he was currently in enemy territory, and despite his apparent discomfort, his vital signs remained stable, and the mild erosion did not pose a significant threat. Let AMU endure the pain. When hungry, he would consume anything in sight. Previously, he had devoured cutlery and plates, later resorting to trees in desperation. And during the intermediate stages, he had often consumed the blood and flesh of various monsters. By the time he reached the mid to high tiers, he had even savored the sashimi of oceanic deities. In summary, due to Su Xiao's admonition, as long as the being was not entirely humanoid, AMU would sample its flavor. Thus, even with the flesh of abyssal beings now in his stomach, he could withstand the discomfort for several days, if not longer. Do you know this bull warrior? Virgil inquired with a knowing smile. This is my servant. Su Xiao's declaration caused Virgil's smile to falter, and he cleared his throat, saying, It seems there's been some misunderstanding between us. There is no misunderstanding. Release him. My subsequent potion crafting will be 1/3 more efficient with his assistance. Virgil was rendered speechless. He had intended to subtly warn that anyone meddling in potion crafting would meet a grim fate at the hands of this bull-headed warrior. Yet here he found himself in a bind. Release him? That would mean losing a fortunate trump card. Not releasing him, the efficiency of potion production would decrease by 1/3. It was important to note that having this exterminator prepare potions was inherently unstable. No one could predict what unforeseen events might transpire the next day. Virgil did not give a direct response, yet his meaning was unmistakable. He could not make a unilateral decision on the matter and had to report to the Empress. Adhering to her orders, Iheo pressed his hand against the crystalline layer ahead, causing ripples to dance above, resembling a curtain of water as he stepped into it. Aisha no. It was Delona. Aisha would never sit on a swing, idly swinging her legs, and the current appearance was of silver hair and a black dress. While Aisha had black hair and a white dress, her eyes as dark as the void. Little one, I wish to advance to a fragment of a treasured artifact. Iheo, towering over Delona, noted the disparity in their sizes. It would not be an exaggeration to say he could devour her in one bite. Do not. Delona's response was resolute, revealing her disdain for Iheo, akin to stepping on a plump, squishy worm in the park, her face visibly expressing disgust. Then I shall consume your sister. Iheo crouched down, grinning to reveal a mouthful of thick, flat teeth. Sometimes, such massive, even teeth could evoke more terror than sharp fangs. Bad man. Delona swung on the swing. And as she inadvertently turned her head, she caught sight of Su Xiao outside the transparent crystalline layer. Though her expression remained unchanged, her heart brimmed with joy. Her brother's friend had arrived. She trusted her brother's judgment and believed she would soon leave this place. You cannot harm my sister. I will help you advance. As she spoke, a mischievous smile curled at the corners of Delona's mouth, resembling that of a little demon. Upon witnessing this expression, Aheo's demeanor stiffened. Delona closed her eyes, and after a moment, opened them again, revealing orbs of pure darkness. Speak your wish. Her voice had turned monotonous and rigid, as if emanating from a terrifying entity of an unknown realm. I wish to awaken the monument. No, I desire a fragment of the awakening monument. Preferably the best one. Aheo displayed an unusual cleverness this time, refraining from directly stating, I want a fragment of the awakening monument, as that could potentially summon all missing fragments, incurring a far greater price. His final phrase, preferably the best one, represented the pinnacle of Aheo's wisdom. Very well. Delona lowered her head, and from the nape of her neck emerged an arm composed of pitch-black energy. This dark arm plunged into the air and swiftly elongated, an overwhelming abyssal darkness erupting, leading one to wonder if Delona's dark arm had indeed penetrated into the depths of the abyss. Minutes later, the dark arm retracted, and as it withdrew from the shadows, it held a fragment of the awakening monument, about the size of an apple. The dark arm seemed to possess its own consciousness, placing the awakening monument fragment into Delona's hand before dissipating. A few seconds later, Delona opened her eyes, somewhat dazed, examined the awakening monument fragment in her hand, and then handed it to Aheo. Is that all? Aheo felt his corpulent body and noticed no change. Yet the next moment, he realized the girl before him had silently transformed, her hair now black, her attire a pristine white dress, and her completely dark eyes, resembling voids, stared impassively at Aheo. Aisha had arrived. Aisha raised her fair hand, extending her index finger, and Aheo suddenly felt his body seize with a lack of control, his large hand lifting involuntarily to touch her finger with his own. Boom. A dull sound reverberated from within Aheo, followed by a more horrifying scene. As if an invisible hand were squeezing and kneading him, ultimately twisting him cruelly into a twisted shape. Despite Aheo's remarkable resilience, he screamed, blood oozing from all his orifices. When it all concluded, Aheo had been reduced to a heap of blackened flesh on the ground, which writhed for a while before reconstituting him. His once steel-like short hair was now streaked with gray, and his complexion had turned a sickly blackish yellow. More critically, he had lost a portion of his destiny and causality. If he were not of abyssal descent, he would likely have succumbed. This was also why Su Xiao had never contemplated using destined advancement on the blazing sunstar. Clutching the awakening monument fragment with one hand, Aheo hunched over, gasping for breath, casting a menacing glare at Aisha, who met his gaze with her indifferent, dark eyes. Aheo's gaze shifted towards Su Xiao, his teeth clacking ominously as he said, "The item you seek is here. What do we want? According to the quantity of the materials for the potion you mentioned, it will take 15 days to complete." Su Xiao's words elicited a derisive snort from Aheo, who pointed towards AMU in the adjacent cell. 10 days. You said it could help you improve efficiency by 1/3. Agreed. With that, Su Xiao made his way out of the underground prison, shifting Bahar's objective from rescuing both AMU and Delona to merely rescuing Delona alone. When Su Xiao returned to the potion workshop, it was already evening. The delay was to buy time for Caesar, and upon checking the squad channel, he found Caesar had already made a successful announcement, indicating that Su Xiao's potion preparation could officially commence. Mo, on the small bed behind, AMU lay half-conscious, occasionally hiccuping. Despite his suffering, he had shown no expression until he saw Su Xiao, at which point he resembled an 1850-kilogram child returning home in distress. Su Xiao glanced at AMU, the foolish creature who would eat anything, sometimes even more clueless than Bubu Wang. However, after entering a state of isolation, he had indeed become fierce, having bitten off a large chunk of flesh from some abyssal creature, displaying the brutal style of the Dawn Squad. After catalyzing the potion materials, Su Xiao began the preparation, and before long, he had concocted a large vat of potion for AMU to drink several large gulps every half hour, sufficient for several days. Normally, the goal would be to eliminate the abyssal energy within AMU, but his stomach's digestive power was so formidable that it attempted to digest the abyssal energy, which was beyond what his current stomach could handle, resulting in deeper corruption, so profound that removal was no longer feasible. Su Xiao's plan was to allow AMU's stomach to continue being eroded by the abyssal energy. Once it reached a certain threshold, it would enter a phase of severe erosion, causing the other abyssal energies that had invaded most of AMU's body to rapidly converge towards the stomach, leading to a complete aggregation of the erosion. At that point, by excising AMU's stomach, Su Xiao aimed to eliminate the source of the abyssal energy invasion, making the subsequent removal of abyssal energy and darkness considerably less challenging. The potion Su Xiao prepared for MU was a secret formula designed to significantly enhance cellular vitality, ensuring MU's stomach would continue to grow, preventing it from becoming wedinized before being thoroughly devoured. Su Xiao instructed AMU to drink several large gulps every half hour or whenever he felt intense pain in his stomach. Yet within 5 minutes, AMU had already gulped down a dozen mouthfuls. The potion was evidently insufficient for several days. With the materials so abundant and not requiring him to procure them himself, he naturally prepared a few more large vats. Aheo, tasked with overseeing Su Xiao, quickly perceived that the concoction was not stellar spirit liquid. Just as he was about to question, he caught a whiff. Approaching a vat of superactive potion and taking a large swig, which restored the color to his graying hair, making it as tough as wild boar bristles. Aheo drank several more gulps, his eyes brightening as the price he had paid alleviated his discomfort. He chose to ignore the fact that Su Xiao was using potion materials to concoct other secret potions, as he had hardly used any materials. After meditating for a moment to find his preparation state, Su Xiao began to brew the stellar spirit liquid. Unbeknownst to him, he became engrossed in the potion preparation. And even after concocting several hundred bottles, he remained unsated, allowing time to quietly slip away. When Su Xiao sought to retrieve another batch of materials, he found himself at a loss, discovering that the once abundant supply of alchemical components in the workshop had been completely depleted, leaving only a few insufficient remnants to concoct a single vial of stellar elixir. Evil House sat slumped in a corner, snoring, while AM held a metallic canister, occasionally taking deep swigs, embodying the carefree spirit of a master alchemist's attendant. Su Xiao summoned a servant, who soon fetched Virgil. "We are out of materials," he stated. "No need for haste. Perhaps you could take a day of rest? You have been crafting potions for 3 consecutive days, and we have temporarily exhausted our supplies. Moving forward, we will need to shift to another secret potion, which is quite challenging, and I hope you might improve upon it." Virgil's smile was heartfelt. Over the past 3 days, he had sold batches of permanent enhancement potions to the Goblin Trade Guild, accumulating a substantial amount of currency, drawing near to the Queen's anticipated target. Had it not been for the Queen's prior instructions to eliminate this lawbreaker immediately upon completion, Virgil would have genuinely wished to retain such a master alchemist for the long term. He understood why various factions treated master alchemists as revered guests. The alchemical trade was indeed exceedingly lucrative. As Su Xiao rose and made his way outside the workshop, AM followed closely. The moment he stepped out, he felt a wave of dizziness, realizing that 3 entire days had slipped by. Although it felt as if only a few hours had passed, the experience of concocting potions while adorned with the title of masterpiece was undeniably pleasurable. Guided by a servant, Su Xiao arrived at a nearby 3-story building, where tranquility enveloped the courtyard and the croaking of frogs echoed from a small pond, an extraordinary sight in this world. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, despite the lingering scent of potions, Su Xiao was eager for rest. With AM vigilantly by his side, he quickly succumbed to slumber. Shortly thereafter, Bubu Wang arrived, blending seamlessly into the surroundings, his usual exuberance subdued, and his demeanor serious as he surveyed the area, occasionally stifling a yawn. When Su Xiao awoke the next morning at 4 o'clock, he sat up and immediately checked his notifications. The previous day, he had been so dizzy from potion crafting that all he desired was sleep. As for any potential dangers during this time, he was in the Queen's city. Before any intelligence from Caesar could arrive, who would dare to attack Su Xiao? All the formidable warriors in the Queen's city would rally to defend him. Even if it were merely an experience card, it was still the Master Alchemist experience card. Before its expiration, anyone who dared to show malice would meet their demise. Su Xiao reviewed the notifications. Notification: Masterpiece Title Effect 2, Transcendence Passive, has been triggered. Your alchemy level has increased to LV 96. Your alchemy level has increased to LV 97. His alchemy skill had risen 2 levels, which seemed somewhat exaggerated. However, over the past 3 days, Su Xiao had brewed more than 10,000 vials of stellar elixir, causing the primary materials required for it to triple in price. Each successful concoction of the eternal-grade masterpiece potion had a 6.85 chance of permanently increasing his level by 1, yet Su Xiao felt that a probability of 0.685 seemed more reasonable, as it was hard to believe that it could trigger only twice over more than 10,000 attempts. Upon returning to the alchemical workshop, he found Virgil waiting patiently. "Mr. Holy Flame, here is the new potion recipe for your review." Su Xiao accepted the recipe, which detailed a potion named Gift of the Water God. Its effect promised a slow yet stable increase in health, physical strength, true power attributes, and real stamina over the course of a year after consumption. This potion was characterized by a long onset period but powerful effects. Su Xiao refrained from altering this recipe, as its original creator was undoubtedly a master alchemist, and subsequent modifications had already taken considerable time. Though unable to enhance the formula, Su Xiao could brew a masterpiece-grade Gift of the Water God, thereby increasing its efficacy by an additional 95, a remarkable enhancement in its own right. He once again immersed himself in potion crafting, with time slipping away unnoticed. This time, he brewed continuously for 5 days before finally seeking rest in his temporary residence, leaving approximately 1/5 of the materials remaining. Virgil indicated that buyers were pressing for the potions, urging Su Xiao to complete the crafting quickly. As the primary materials for the next potion recipe had already been bulk purchased from the Goblin Trade Guild, Su Xiao recognized the absurdity of this. He was certain that once he finished crafting all the Gift of the Water God potions, Madame Scorpion would lead her subordinates to hunt him down. Therefore, he needed to ensure that after completing the final batch of Gift of the Water God, he was in optimal condition. Upon returning to his bedroom, Su Xiao quickly fell back into sleep, and upon awakening, he checked his notifications. Your alchemy level has increased to LV 98. Your alchemy level has increased to LV 99. Though it appeared simple, the reality was quite challenging. Su Xiao had been deeply engrossed in potion crafting. Alchemy differed from swordsmanship mastery, requiring a process of insight and accumulation. Alchemy was about repeated pinnacle concoction attempts, leading to further understanding of the art. Crucially, the vast number of crafting experiences associated with the masterpiece title had elevated it to extreme refinement, for times, which was the primary obstacle to advancing his alchemy skill. Having already achieved this, Su Xiao was now poised to reap the rewards. To illustrate more clearly, other alchemists might experience a masterpiece quality potion once a month, while Su Xiao, adorned with the masterpiece title, experienced it each time. As for reaching alchemy level 100, Su Xiao was certain that even crafting tens of thousands of potions would not suffice. He required a unique and intricate potion recipe, a true elevation of the alchemical knowledge he had mastered. He could only think of one major faction likely to possess such a recipe, the alchemical faction of the Second Epoch. For now, he would need to consult the ancient ones in the Soul Library. Returning to the alchemical workshop, Su Xiao began the final batches of Gift of the Water God. A day later, he placed the last vial in the potion refrigeration unit. Virgil, who had been waiting patiently, approached respectfully, presenting a new potion recipe. "Mr. Holy Flame, here is the next potion's formula. Do you see any room for improvement?" "There is. Then I shall take my leave." Virgil's smile grew even more subservient. "Provide me with a quiet environment." Su Xiao took a piece of parchment, and upon noticing this, Virgil glanced at Evil Hao before stepping outside the workshop. Evil Hao remained seated, yawning in boredom. While everything appeared normal, he was prepared for action, as failure to do so would leave him unable to explain himself to the council leader, especially given that this lawbreaker had slain the Beast Master. Su Xiao's finger tapped rhythmically on the blank parchment. Over the past few days, Bubo Wang had discerned the locations of several heavily guarded vaults in the Queen City. However, Su Xiao understood that Madame Scorpion had not stored the resources obtained this time in any of those vaults. They were all empty. Madame Scorpion had employed an exceedingly prudent strategy. She had stored the resources acquired in a personal storage device certified by the Void Tree, obtained years prior. Consequently, even if Su Xiao allied with Caesar, they would be unable to procure goods from Madame Scorpion's faction shop. These resources were not kept in the semi-public faction shop, but were exclusively contained within Madame Scorpion's personal storage device. This was a clear indication that she was aware of the Beast Master faction's vault being plundered, and that she held shares in the Astral Gambling City. Prior to capturing Su Xiao, she had already recognized the potential threat this lawbreaker posed to vaults or treasuries and had taken precautions accordingly. However, what Lady Scorpion could never have anticipated was that the source of her troubles would stem from none other than Jean Guo, one of the representatives of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, with whom she had collaborated for several centuries. To be more precise, the Jean Guo of now is not the same as the Goblin General Manager from merely a few days prior. Had Lady Scorpion, under different circumstances, deposited her assets within the personal vault certified by the Void Tree, Su Xiao and Caesar would indeed have been powerless to intervene. Yet her collaborator is the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, and it is precisely the term goblin that presents the greatest flaw in her plans. Let us consider Caesar's lineage. He is 1/3 human, 1/3 goblin, and 1/3 dwarf. And it was only after becoming a worker that he assumed the guise of the current lecherous old man, with 1/3 of goblin blood coursing through his veins. Caesar is exceptionally adept at dealing with goblins. In the past, even the chairman of the Goblin Chamber was left to his devices, stripped of his undergarments in the process. This time, when dealing with Jean Guo, Caesar, out of respect for their shared heritage, decided to ensnare him within the abyssal jar. Subsequently, he forcefully placed the jar upon his own head, effectively encasing it entirely, thus transforming himself into the Goblin General Manager, Jean Guo. Did Lady Scorpion truly believe her assets, safely nestled within the personal vault of the Void Tree, were beyond reach? Let us not forget that in recent days, these assets have all passed through Caesar's hands. It is now time to commence a new operation. Chapter 16. The operation in the vicinity of the alchemist's workshop, several kilometers away from the Queen's city, Virgil. The steward of Lady Scorpion took charge of the encirclement operation, emerging as one of its principal forces. Gone was his previous demeanor of subservience. Instead, he exuded a chilling ruthlessness. In terms of endurance, he was indeed one of the most formidable within the Duquesne family. A dozen members of the Duquesne family, each with distinct physiques and pitch-black eyes, loitered nearby. These denizens of the abyss included two who bore a striking resemblance to humans, while the remainder leaned more towards dark beasts or their primordial forms. There exists a principle that abyssal beings, the more they interact with intelligent races, tend to take on more human-like appearances. Is there truly a nullifier within the alchemist's workshop? Inquired a serpent-like creature, coiled and towering like a massive python. Its body, as thick as a barrel, was adorned with crimson spines that, combined with its dark metallic scales, evoked a sense of terror. It has been years since I last heard the term nullifier, remarked a spherical mass of writhing black worms, its core seemingly harboring something that gazed greedily outward. Mr. Snake, I would appreciate it if you could freeze this area of space, Virgil instructed. Mr. Snake, the abyssal being, remained noncommittal. Originally not a member of the Duquesne family, it was an immortal abyssal spawn. However, after the Duquesne family fought a fierce battle against the nullifier, a vacancy finally arose in the primordial family emblem. After imprinting the causal life source upon it, it officially became part of the Duquesne lineage. Being a relatively new member from centuries ago, its seniority paled in comparison to others, compelling it to shoulder more arduous tasks, especially given its formidable prowess in the realm of dark spatial manipulation. With a slight expansion of its colossal body, Mr. Snake bit into the empty void, allowing a chilling blue toxin to permeate the space, causing the surroundings to crackle as they began to freeze. Having completed this freezing, Mr. Snake released its grip, nodding at Virgil, stating, I have utilized the accumulated chill of a century. This time, I demand an additional share. Agreed, Virgil replied succinctly, eliciting a hint of amusement in Mr. Snake's slitted eyes. Yet, at that moment, a sudden sensation of alarm coursed through it, as if something colossal and powerful surged from the front, shattering the frozen space it had conjured. With a splattering sound, Mr. Snake expelled a long-awaited waste, its mouth agape as various peculiar organs were forcibly expelled. In that instant, it resembled a worm crushed beneath the wheels of an iron train, though its robust body remained intact, miraculously unturned to mush and still alive. Virgil found himself drenched in internal fluids, while the other members of the Duquesne family fared far worse. Clearly, under the crushing force of the nullification teleportation array, Mr. Snake's proud spatial freeze proved utterly useless. In reality, the nullification teleportation array was fundamentally different from ordinary teleportation arrays. Blocking spatial teleportation is akin to preventing pedestrians from passing. The barriers might be fences or lassos, perhaps a wooden door, or in more advanced cases, an iron gate, all designed to halt pedestrians. But this phenomenon was not designed to stop trains, and a train barreling forward would crash through indiscriminately. Who could have anticipated that traversing through the chaotic tides of space resembled walking upon a path laid with massive boulders? A moment's carelessness could lead to injury, and under such conditions, a speeding iron train would be a bewildering threat. At that moment, a foul, putrid scent wafted through the air, and through the spreading miasma. Lady Scorpion approached regally, flanked by a towering figure made of milky white worms, over 3 meters tall. Without uttering a word, Lady Scorpion regarded Virgil, causing the previously confident steward to display an increasingly unnatural demeanor, cold sweat soaking his back. Attempting to explain himself, he ultimately stated, "Your Majesty, I have no defense. This is my responsibility. You have done admirably. Our objective has been achieved, has it not?" Lady Scorpion's gentle gaze intensified Virgil's feelings of guilt for betraying her trust. "Your Majesty, shall we allow this nullifier to escape? If the council pursues this matter." Virgil's words trailed off as he noticed a pitch-black mark levitating in Lady Scorpion's hand. Surprised, he asked, "That nullifier dared to flee without removing the dark mark?" "Truly. Seeking death. He believes he has removed it, or at least, he thinks so," Lady Scorpion replied, her seemingly delicate hand unyieldingly gripping the dark mark. The mark transformed into a heart, which she crushed with a sharp crack, blood oozing through the delicate crevices of her pale hand. This hand was beautiful. Yet the juxtaposition of the cruel bloodstains imparted an aesthetic of brutal elegance. Had Su Xiao's heart been crushed? Such a notion was absurd. The being marked by Lady Scorpion was merely an avatar formed from his self-power. It should have perished in that moment. Yet, could reality be so simple? Meanwhile, in the opulent estate of District 20 of Queen City, within the grand hall of a villa, Su Xiao, Caesar, Celine, the high priest of suffering, and even the Black Leech were present. Additionally, the expedition leader, Afia, and the Dark Bishop, Charles, had hastily arrived via teleportation, addressing the apparent vulnerabilities in the defenses of the Sanctuary City. Sanctuary City was never safeguarded solely by a few supreme beings. Otherwise, it would have long been razed to the ground by the Duquesne family. The operation against Lady Scorpion was orchestrated solely by Su Xiao and Caesar. With the others not participating, yet everyone was keen to learn how the nullifier and the deceiver had dealt with Lady Scorpion. Su Xiao reclined on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation, while before him stood a figure swathed in numerous contracts, resembling a specially crafted mummy, exuding an aura of mystery. This was the avatar created from self-power. Suddenly, the self-avatar collapsed, its chest caved in, black liquid seeping through the parchment. Observing this, both Su Xiao and Caesar understood that they had won this round. This had been meticulously planned. Su Xiao's tasks were straightforward. 1. Create an avatar using self-power. Ideally one that Lady Scorpion could manipulate. Ideally one she could kill at will. 2. Prepare a multitude of potions to exponentially increase Lady Scorpion's wealth in a short span, all funneled through the Goblin Trading Consortium, leaving her with no alternatives. Those willing to conduct business with abyssal beings either lacked the means or were overly cautious about their reputation, rendering Lady Scorpion reliant on the Goblin Consortium, with whom she had built trust over many years. 3. Su Xiao sought to extricate himself from Lady Scorpion's grasp, ideally provoking her to activate her manipulation, resulting in the death of the avatar. Should Lady Scorpion refrain from acting, a contingency plan D would be initiated. The plan progressed smoothly. Lady Scorpion opted to activate her manipulation, or rather, at that moment, she found herself cornered, with numerous Duquesne family members converging to eliminate Su Xiao, only for him to boldly escape in plain sight. The most burdened, Mr. Snake, was left in a rather unfortunate state. In such circumstances, if Lady Scorpion refrained from displaying some of her prowess, the abyssal beings might entertain certain thoughts, especially given the recent surge in the sale of secret potions from Queen City, which could not be hidden from the Duquesne family members. The avatar swiftly lost its vitality, and one cannot deny that Lady Scorpion's method of suppression is indeed formidable. This scene captivated the attention of many, including the Dark Bishop, Afia, and Celine, who all gathered around. Heike initially intended to maintain an aloof demeanor, but curiosity got the better of it, and it approached as well. The onlookers beheld dark liquid emanating from the sunken chest of the avatar, rapidly seeping into and enveloping various parchment contracts. What could this be? The answer lies in the vengeance contract devised by Su Xiao. The vengeance contract is a robust, yet narrowly applicable agreement, so limited that it can only be utilized against oneself. Its effect allows one to establish a contract with a target that has caused them harm, thereby imposing minor restrictions and binding terms that escalate with the severity of the injury. The most potent constraint occurs when the drafter of the contract is slain. If it were directed towards other targets, Su Xiao would indeed find it impossible to formulate such a contract. The key is that this is his self-avatar, enabling him to draft the vengeance contract. The more significant the self-imposed restrictions, the greater the cost. undoubtedly resulting in stronger binding power. The limitation of the vengeance contract is its self-application, with death as the price, effectively maximizing the contract's potency. In the past, Su Xiao's contracts with others relied on minor or even feeble powers. However, this time, he has never been so affluent in his contract drafting endeavors. Could he threaten Lady Scorpion with the contract, demanding she relinquish all her assets? Certainly not. Su Xiao never doubted that the seemingly gentle yet truly ruthless Lady Scorpion was prepared for a fight to the bitter end. Next, it was Caesar's turn to take the stage. Once Su Xiao solidified all contracts, he handed them to Caesar. Caesar donned the abyssal jar upon his head and, after receiving the contracts, produced an old PS machine, known as the Endless Greed, dilapidated PS machine. He proceeded to feed all the parchment contracts into this antiquated device, which appeared to transform into a shredder, obliterating the various contracts. After completing this task, Caesar retrieved a multitude of authority badges, selecting those certified by the Tree of Void. Upon witnessing such a vast array of authority badges, Seelan's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never encountered so many badges in one gathering. From her ascent through the ranks to the pinnacle, you owe money and refuse to repay. The Tree of Void speaks for me, Caesar exclaimed in a dramatic wail. Throwing himself onto a stump-like structure composed of numerous authority badges, weeping profusely. Seeing this spectacle, Seelan, the Dark Bishop, Afia, even the Stoic Pain Priest, and the aloof Heike, all took a step back, genuinely fearful that Caesar might suddenly turn and cling to their legs for financial support. Almost simultaneously, in District 1, 1,000 miles away, Lady Scorpion, having just returned to her chamber and contemplating her advancement ceremony, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. She uttered, "L, assist me in foreseeing the impending assault." Upon hearing this, L, the insectoid man composed of milky white worms, plucked out his right eye and swallowed it. A luminous representation of causality and fate appeared in his left eye. Moments later, L shook his head, indicating that no attack was forthcoming. However, just as Lady Scorpion was about to speak, she felt a sudden sensation of teleportation. L, stationed mere meters away, dashed forward recklessly, transforming into a white worm to envelop Lady Scorpion. Simultaneously, the malevolent overlord appeared beside her, his black, gelatinous form coiling around L, providing protection for Lady Scorpion ensconced within. The initiation of this teleportation was neither swift nor immediate, taking a full 10 seconds before it fully activated. Yet, its authority was undeniably overwhelming. As the waves of teleportation subsided, Lady Scorpion found herself within the building of District 20, where Su Xiao and the others resided, leaving both parties momentarily stunned. Just as Afia and the Pain Priest prepared to engage, the Tree of Void's certification took effect, repelling the Dark Bishop, Afia, the Pain Priest, L, and the malevolent overlord outside the building, which subsequently shattered under the explosive aura of the earlier confrontation. A faint golden cube enveloped Su Xiao, Caesar, and Lady Scorpion. Lady Scorpion's previously composed demeanor began to falter, and in the next moment, all three parties received a notification from the Tree of Void. Notice, the abyssal lineage, Scorpion Queen has formally entered into a loan agreement with Nicholas Caesar 5 natural days prior. During this period, Nicholas Caesar provided the abyssal lineage, Scorpion Queen, with sufficient resources to facilitate her advancement, and she is prohibited from entering into any formal agreements, contracts, or oaths with any other parties. Should this rule be violated, the abyssal lineage, Scorpion Queen, shall immediately fulfill the repayment agreement. The repayment agreement is as follows. According to Nicholas Caesar's loan agreement, it is predicated upon gnomish usury, wherein you must repay the principal alongside an additional interest amounting to 32.9 of the principal owed to Nicholas Caesar. Upon seeing the phrase additional interest amounting to 32.9 of the principal owed to Nicholas Caesar, disbelief overtook Lady Scorpion as she struggled to comprehend what this entailed. Was there a unique mathematical calculation at play from another world? In fact, this gnomish usury is merely one of Caesar's audacious abilities. Before Lady Scorpion could fathom the situation, she received further notifications from the Tree of Void. Notice, all resources within your Tree of Void personal vault have been allocated toward debt repayment, as your owed interest far exceeds the total assets stored within your Tree of Void personal vault. This has activated Clause 153679 of the loan agreement, known as Caesar's Mercy. Loan agreement, Caesar's Mercy. Should the debtor be incapable of repaying the total amount, Caesar shall grant a merciful exemption. However, in return, the debtor will incur a deduction of the corresponding amount from their Tree of Void credibility ensuring accountability for debts unpaid. Nicholas Caesar's passive skill public expense reimbursement has been activated. According to this skill's effect, the abyssal lineage, Scorpion Queen, as the core unit of this judgment, will undergo a public expense reimbursement assessment based on her faction. Public expense reimbursement effect. The required expenditure will be equitably distributed among all members of the faction, compensated through their wealth. Due to the significant debt of the abyssal lineage, Scorpion Queen, and the fact that her faction members have not proactively sought certification from the Tree of Void, the initial clause stipulates that no forcible execution will be granted in such cases. As compensation, resources corresponding to this faction's treasury will be extracted to offset the unexecuted resource amount. All resources from this faction's treasury have been extracted and will be utilized to repay the abyssal lineage, Scorpion Queen's debt. Upon completion of this certification, should the abyssal lineage, Scorpion Queen express dissatisfaction with this outcome, she may file a grievance with the Tree of Void. Notice, due to the numerous transitional pathways in this certification, the abyssal lineage, Scorpion Queen's grievance success rate stands at 99. 99, indeed. This is the operation orchestrated by Su Xiao and Caesar. One must not forget that previously, Caesar masqueraded as the general manager of the Gnomish Merchant Guild, Ghoul, stating that every income derived from Lady Scorpion's potion sales must flow through his hands. Once the soul currency passes through Caesar, it could hardly belong to anyone else. This is the first pitfall that Lady Scorpion has fallen into. In other words, every revenue from the sales of potions entrusted to Lady Scorpion by Caesar essentially constitutes a series of loan determinations, and these are notarized by the Void Tree. The true ingenuity of this loan lies in the fact that the loan content is entirely unproblematic, even akin to a gift. Such a peaceful characteristic determination, of course, would not trigger the warning alerts of the Void Tree. Furthermore, since Lady Scorpion only possesses the notarization authority of the Void Tree, rather than its branding, her ability to trigger alerts is inherently limited. This loan gift arrangement is without issue, but should a default occur, then one would experience the taste of the Goblin Jump. As for how Lady Scorpion defaults, it is through the act of killing Su Xiao's self-embodiment, which constitutes her process of breach. These contracts, particularly potent in nature, do not harm Lady Scorpion, totaling 30 main contracts, each simply being a compensation repayment contract from her, amounting to 100 soul coins per instance. Contracts can never be hexagonal warriors, yet conversely, when the content of a contract is lenient, its enforcement strength becomes particularly robust. The total compensation of 3,000 soul coins, executed through the vengeful contract's contractual power, is indeed absurdly lenient, while the relative enforcement of the contract reaches its utmost limit. The crux lies here. The loan agreement between Lady Scorpion and Caesar explicitly states that during this period, no forms of benefit regulations, contracts, or oaths may be signed with other parties. At this moment, facing Su Xiao and Caesar, Lady Scorpion's gentle smile vanished entirely. Her cold gaze fixed upon the two. This is utterly meaningless, save for inciting my wrath. The reason for Lady Scorpion's statement is that this seemingly intricate trap is, in fact, a failure. She merely needs to wait for this round of adjudication from the Void Tree to conclude, after which she can immediately appeal to the Void Tree to reclaim all her losses from the aforementioned ruling. Just then, Su Xiao received a notification. According to your cooperative distribution agreement with Nicholas Caesar, you will receive 50 of this debt repayment. The personal treasury of Lady Scorpion has been cleared out by the Void Tree. The treasury of the faction ruled by Lady Scorpion has been emptied. According to your prior agreement with Nicholas Caesar, a portion of the 50 profit you receive will be comprised of resources needed to enhance your own abilities. You have obtained 580 soul crystals. You have acquired 5 million soul coins. You have received 35 units of abyssal essence. Upon seeing these notifications, Su Xiao understood that Lady Scorpion had converted the majority of the revenue from this potion business into abyssal essence through the Goblin Merchant Association, one of the two premier supreme essences, presumably necessary for Lady Scorpion's ascension to the council chair. It is likely that the Goblin Merchant Association had contacted various major merchant associations within the astral realm to amass such a quantity of abyssal essence, undoubtedly profiting immensely in the process. Consequently, the expenses for Su Xiao's enhancement of his skills now hold promise. This wealth does not belong to you. Lady Scorpion spoke solemnly, and while she was choosing to appeal to the Void Tree to reclaim the resources just taken from her, she received a notification. Notification: Void Tree, your reputation with the Void Tree is too low to submit this appeal. Upon seeing this notification, Lady Scorpion's expression nearly faltered. After accumulating resources for so many years, she had lost everything due to just a few rounds of adjudication and notarization. Clearly, Lady Scorpion had overlooked one crucial point, which is Article 153679 of the Loan Regulations, Caesar's Mercy. According to the various loan regulations set by Caesar, the quantity of interest Lady Scorpion must repay would be astonishingly high, far exceeding what she could offset with her resources in the Void Tree's personal treasury. This implies that Caesar's mercy would result in Lady Scorpion losing a massive amount of Void Tree credibility, calculated as the Void Tree credibility deducted for the unpaid amount of 15.5. A vicious cycle ensued, as Lady Scorpion now bore a massive deficit in Void Tree credibility. And until this credibility returned to a positive number, she could not submit an appeal to the Void Tree. Should Lady Scorpion wish to rapidly restore her Void Tree credibility to a positive state, the solution is simple. She must repay the debt she has yet to settle. However, if the resources lost amount to 1 million, she would need to repay Caesar 50 million in resources to restore her Void Tree credibility, resulting in an insurmountable predicament of needing to spend 50 million to reclaim 1 million. Understanding this, Lady Scorpion exhaled deeply, resolved to know something was amiss. Suddenly, she recalled that her plan to reclaim her losses through force would also be futile. The Annihilator had defeated the Beastmaster one-on-one without any cunning or scheming, and she could never hope to best the Beastmaster, let alone this Annihilator. After at least half a minute of silence, Lady Scorpion contemplated a possibility, igniting a flicker of hope within her. She chose to report these two who toyed with contracts and regulations to the Void Tree. Though her Void Tree credibility was negative and she could not appeal, surely she could make a report. Notification: Void Tree, your report has been successful. Reported individuals: Hunter K. Cullen the White Knight, Arbiter Nicholas Caesar. Report content: profiting through manipulation of contracts and regulations. Due to the preconditions of this report, the total conflict involving the three parties in the Transcendence realm. According to the initial regulations, the Void Tree cannot employ coercive measures to adjudicate this situation. Method of adjudication for this case: massive deduction of Void Tree credibility. This adjudication has failed. Reason: Arbiter Nicholas Caesar's Void Tree credibility. Hunter K. Cullen the White Knight's Void Tree credibility. These notifications nearly caused Lady Scorpion to choke with rage. She raised her index finger, pointing at Su Xiao. You. Witnessing this scene, Bahamut perched on Su Xiao's shoulder, brightened with excitement, as this was its domain. Bahamut attempted to issue a spar request. Lady Scorpion had closed her eyes and taken a deep breath. At present, she was outmaneuvered, outjudged, outmatched, and even more distressingly, unable to even hurl insults effectively. Chapter 17. Deterioration. Madame Scorpion now faced two choices to conclude this notarization, thus allowing everything to settle and being transported back to her stronghold in the Empress City, or to resist the notarization. However, such defiance would not alter the outcome of the notarization. She would simply forfeit the subsequent complementary teleportation, remaining here to engage in a desperate battle with Su Xiao and his companions. Madame Scorpion was somewhat dazed with fury, yet not so overwhelmed that she lost her wits. Instead, she regarded Su Xiao with a semblance of a smile and remarked, "I hope your luck holds out. Otherwise, everything you have gained must be returned in full." With those words, she was transported away. In the Empress City, District 1, within the Empress's palace, the shimmering light of the teleportation faded, revealing Madame Scorpion and her two loyal subordinates. Among them, the insect man L remained silent, while the furious Iheo strode angrily towards the palace exit. "Iheo, you are not permitted to leave the Empress City without my consent for a month," she commanded. However, as Iheo prepared to express his anger, meeting Madame Scorpion's gaze deflated him like a punctured balloon. He muttered, "Your Majesty, this has been your years of accumulation. To let it go like this, there is still a chance." As she spoke, Madame Scorpion produced a scarlet treasure chest, reminiscent of those from the Paradise faction, but with subtle differences. If Su Xiao had been present, he would have recognized it as a treasure chest associated with the notarization of the Void Tree. It was said that opening such an artifact required exceptional fortune. "Virgil," Madame Scorpion called for the steward waiting outside the palace, commanding, "Bring Ayasha to me." Upon hearing this, Virgil, dressed as an elderly butler, hesitated, which stirred renewed anger in Madame Scorpion, who gritted her teeth and insisted, "Speak." "Your Majesty, the daughters of the warm bed, Ayasha, have vanished," he reported. After a brief moment of closing her eyes, Madame Scorpion reopened them, saying, I understand. You may go. However, Virgil did not immediately depart. Instead, he appeared even more hesitant. Speak. Madame Scorpion nearly lost her composure. It was not due to a lack of composure on her part. Had anyone else endured her experiences today, they would have erupted in fury. All the prisoners in our cage have escaped? She inquired. I understand. You may leave. Madame Scorpion gestured wearily for Virgil to exit. Yet Virgil remained, his aged face contorted in distress. Virgil, next time, please tell me everything at once, rather than one thing at a time. Yes, Virgil stammered, lowering his gaze. Actually, it is like this, Your Majesty. The ancient prison we had has entirely disappeared. What? Madame Scorpion nearly lost her composure but quickly regained her calm, signaling for Virgil to withdraw. He exited the palace as if escaping from death. Why did Madame Scorpion exhibit such a demeanor? The answer lay in the fact that the ancient prison was itself a rare artifact, crafted during the second era of alchemical civilization by the extermination faction to confine various powerful or bizarre entities. After holding a badge, they were uniformly exiled to the eternal light world. Notably, the abyssal archpriest had once been a resident there. Su Xiao had instructed Buba Wang and Baha to infiltrate the secret prison in the Empress City to rescue Delona Ayasha. At first, Buba Wang was brimming with confidence, thinking it was merely a matter of stealth. However, they soon discovered that infiltration was impossible. The prison existed as a separate dimension. This perplexed Buba Wang. But Baha had an idea. It became apparent that the secret prison and its surrounding area were more like interlocking pieces, rather. It seemed as if someone had hollowed out this space, deliberately leaving the shape of the secret prison, and then transferred it through some means. This meant that entering the secret prison from the outside did not require crossing spatial layers. One could simply walk in. Baha, now capable of transporting vast expanses of alternate space, pondered whether he could envelop the secret prison with this alternate space and then carry it away. Even if the alternate space could not hold the prison for long, as long as they could leave the Empress City, further operations would become feasible. After attempting to envelop the secret prison with alternate space, Baha was astonished to discover that the prison could adhere closely to the alternate space. If it was previously stuck like a block in a spatial gap, now it was welded together like a strong bond, effectively fusing the secret prison with Baha's alternate space. The good news was that Baha successfully moved the alternate space, thus relocating the secret prison. The bad news was that the secret prison had nearly merged with Baha's first alternate space. Even Baha could not enter his own alternate space anymore. After his ascension to a powerful follower, Baha had opened 3 alternate spaces, and now one was forcibly occupied, leaving him quite distressed. Within the palace, Madame Scorpion gazed at the scarlet treasure chest in her hand, and for some inexplicable reason, she suddenly felt that perhaps one day, she too would visit that spatial prison. Immediately dismissing that thought, she attempted to open the chest. Given her notarization level, no notification would appear. Instead, the scarlet chest opened and dissolved directly. As the crimson glow faded, a tightly sealed vial of potion appeared in her hand. She attempted to inquire about its properties from the void tree, only to discover that it was already a notarized item. After a moment's contemplation, Madame Scorpion concluded that this was a powerful item brought forth by Paradise, and she examined the potion's attributes. Ancient Dragon Secret Medicine Pinnacle, Origin, Reincarnation Paradise Holy Flame Apothecary. Quality, Eternal Grade Rare. Type, Permanent Enhancement Potion. Effect, permanently increases lifespan limit by 20 and permanently enhances vitality by 400,000 points. Pinnacle Quality Bonus, after consumption, additionally increases lifespan limit by 15, effective for immortals. Rating, 6,000 points. Description, a masterpiece of the Holy Flame Apothecary, submitted for dual notarization by Reincarnation Paradise and the Void Tree, ensuring that this potion has no side effects. However, any individual may consume only 1 vial of Ancient Dragon Secret Medicine. Price, lacking the necessary permissions to view this characteristic. Upon seeing the attributes of the potion, Madame Scorpion realized that this was a devastating defeat, yet she had not lost everything. Her best chance was to seize the blade of extermination. In that case, the exterminator would surely be willing to pay a substantial price to reclaim that blade. Regarding why Madame Scorpion believed that the Scarlet Treasure Chest could yield the Dragon Slayer flash, this involved the hints from the Void Tree, as well as a specific attribute of self-power. Hint: due to the characteristic of the simulated avatar, it is judged differently from a clone or normal avatar. If an enemy kills this simulated avatar, they will receive a complete and true notification of having killed you. along with a scarlet treasure chest. The items that can be drawn from this chest will be determined by you, must adhere to the opening mechanism of the scarlet treasure chest. For example, if the recipient chooses to draw equipment from this chest, you must submit an item you have previously worn. If Madame Scorpion were a contractor, Su Xiao could only select one item he had worn to place in the scarlet treasure chest. The issue was that Madame Scorpion had no relevant notarization. Thus, Su Xiao only needed to determine the contents of the scarlet treasure chest, and the hint from the void tree clearly indicated that this was the price to be paid for the death of Su Xiao's avatar. This was not the void tree misleading Madame Scorpion. Rather, it was the characteristic of self-power. One must wonder why Su Xiao chose to place the ancient dragon's secret medicine, Pinnacle, within this scarlet treasure chest. It is imperative to mention the secret medicine of ancient dragons, Pinnacle, which originated from evil dragon potion. In a previous world, during the contest for the paradise, Su Xiao had engaged in transactions with the evil heart on multiple occasions. On the second occasion, the evil heart provided Su Xiao with clues regarding the essence of the elder dragon special item. Upon acquiring the essence of the elder dragon, Su Xiao naturally sought to use it as the primary material for concocting a potion, and in doing so, the trap laid by the evil heart was thoroughly exposed. At first glance, the essence of the elder dragon appears to be a costly boon, as it is found deep within the dark cave of the Ashen Lands. Nestled within the heart of a long-deceased elder dragon, such powerful dragons do not decay for many years post-mortem. Their blood and soul essence remain intact for over a decade, a process that only begins to unfold after the year 1619. However, before the dragon's blood can rot, it often attracts keen-sensed aberrations eager to consume it. The unique terrain of the dark cave creates a naturally dark environment, which is why the essence of the elder dragon has managed to persist to this day. Upon further scrutiny, the existence of the essence of the elder dragon seems rather dubious. Su Xiao is convinced that its origins are extraordinary, potentially linked to a dragon's void entity, akin to the likes of the frenzied growth, the candle maiden, or the elders of old. The elder dragon may have consumed the remnants of such an entity, leading to its demise within the dark cave. This realization dawned upon Su Xiao as he endeavored to amplify the potion's life-enhancing properties, striving for an astonishing 8 million life points. Material of the same rank typically possesses a life value potential around 50-70, yet Su Xiao is mixing the essence of the elder dragon at a presumed potential of 70. As he continued his work, he discovered something amiss. The essence's potential far exceeded 70. Adjusting his expectations, he raised the potential to 200, but still found it lacking. With a spirit of experimentation, he escalated it to 500, only to discover he had yet to reach its limit. A peculiar sensation of vitality emanated from the material, preventing him from pushing further. Following this concoction, he achieved Evil Dragon Potion, permanently increases life limit by 10, permanently enhances life points by 300, permanently reduces current willpower by 150 points, 30, and likely leads to a gradual decline in willpower for a period thereafter. Previously, Su Xiao had utilized a contract method to ascertain the characteristics of this unknown entity, which included writhing, erosion, parasitism, and a regulation. It was the last characteristic, regulation, that emboldened Su Xiao to continually enhance this potion. It signified that as long as one refrains from greedy desires to consume it, no harm would befall them. As he reached the stage of the Evil Dragon Potion, Su Xiao began to sense a revival of that entity, which seemed aware of his presence and, to a degree, accepted and cooperated with the potion's concoction process. Within the alchemical workshop of the Queen City, Su Xiao had access to an abundance of freely available potion materials, including some potent elixirs with severe side effects, which he incorporated into the Evil Dragon Potion, ultimately resulting in the creation of the secret medicine of ancient dragons, Pinnacle. According to the description of the secret medicine of ancient dragons, Pinnacle, it claimed to be certified by the Void Tree and the Reincarnation Paradise as having no side effects. However, examining the properties of other potions Su Xiao had concocted reveals otherwise. Vitality Essence, Perfect, Origin, Reincarnation Paradise Holy Flame Alchemist. Description: Pending hunters may freely draft. Price: Pending hunters may freely draft. Indeed, the description was written by Su Xiao himself, as the potion's creator. He was entitled to draft the description content. The origin being Holy Flame Alchemist would immediately signal to high-tier contractors that the description was penned by the potion's creator. As for the true properties of the secret medicine of ancient dragons, Pinnacle, the secret medicine of ancient dragons, Pinnacle, origin, Reincarnation Paradise Holy Flame Alchemist. Quality, Eternal Grade Rare. Type, Permanent Enhancement Potion. Effect, permanently increases life limit by 20, permanently enhances life points by 400, 000. Pinnacle bonus, upon consumption. Further increases life limit by 15 and is effective for those of the long-lived variety. Side effects, permanently reduces current willpower by 350 points, 85, and every natural day. Will perform a willpower check every 2 hours. Failure will result in entering a state of evil pleasure, permanently reducing willpower by 1, sanity by 3, and self-awareness by 5. Evil pleasure can be triggered repeatedly. Warning: if the current willpower is negative, the triggered evil pleasure will automatically transform into evil ecstasy, permanently reducing willpower by 50 points, sanity by 5, and self-awareness by 10. Note: the side effects and related warnings and notes of this potion have been specially processed by the potion's creator and Nicholas Caesar, resulting in an extreme reduction in the font size of such attributes, necessitating the use of a microlight level superdistance microscope for viewing. Rating: 6,000 points. Description: through the methods employed by Su Xiao and Caesar, it is indeed impossible to eliminate the side effects from the documentation of a potion. Thus, they devised an alternative approach. When the font size is reduced to a certain extent, the enemy cannot perceive it, rendering it effectively non-existent, regardless of the circumstances. One could argue whether the side effects are documented in the properties of this potion. Madame Scorpion gazed at the secret medicine of ancient dragons floating before her, speculating that it was a remarkable artifact obtained by the Annihilator from the ancient dragon treasury and concocted using that artifact. Yet, the ancient dragon treasury had been sealed for so many years. Could it truly harbor any living treasures? However, upon reconsideration, the council leader's heart of ancient dragon blood still retained vitality. The Ancient One had managed to persist until now without succumbing to the abyssal rebirth due to that heart of ancient dragon blood. This led her to conclude that the ancient dragon treasury indeed had a significant chance of containing highly active treasures. Madame Scorpion had encountered various artifacts that extended lifespan, but a potion effective for long-lived beings with such potent effects was a first. A thought gradually emerged in Madame Scorpion's mind. She might have a way to recover some of the losses incurred. The council leader, on the verge of dying and facing abyssal rebirth, would surely be willing to pay a hefty price for such a premier secret potion. Glancing at the time, which was nearing dusk, the news of the Beastmaster's demise had already stirred the Kane family council, and a meeting was set for that evening. Madame Scorpion resolved to inform the council leader of her fortunate discovery, aiming to prompt them to initiate a bidding process, thus maximizing her benefits. In the Lord's train, within the bedroom at the rear, Bahar inquired, "Boss, how can you be so sure that Madame Scorpion will sell the evil dragon potion to the council leader?" His wings scratched his head like a hand. "I am not certain," Su Xiao replied while observing Am's blood under the microscopic apparatus. The situation with AM was more dire than anticipated. Then, have we not lost a bottle of a dangerous and expensive potion? Su Xiao glanced at Bahar, then turned back to examine Am's blood, but he continued to address Bahar. "I sense that the essence is stirring back to life. Boss, do you really think it is some form of void entity? Indeed, how powerful could it be? In comparison to Maoxing, the former Candle Maiden is merely a shade less formidable. It is not a defeat that renders it silent, but rather a transformation akin to an ascension. The long epoch of quietude has perhaps left it poised to revive, drawing perilously close to the likes of the Candle Maiden. Were it anyone else?" Su Xiao would not have elaborated so extensively, but the inquiry came from Baha. "Oh, I see. How goes the research on the spatial prison?" "Ahem. Well, you know, this matter certainly has significant implications. Let us persist in our efforts." Baha reclined against the chair, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the first alternate dimension. Continuing his study of that enigmatic confinement, Su Xiao observed Am's blood for a moment longer and noted the signs of abyssal erosion. Previously, the abyssal energy had only been corroding Am's stomach pouch, but now, inexplicably, it began to spread throughout the body. The situation worsened, as Am's attributes now bore the permanent negative status of abyssal energy erosion. To resolve Am's predicament, there were two possible courses of action. 1. Severance for everlasting cure. 2. Increase the dosage. The first option, severance for everlasting cure, involves employing Su Xiao's triple soul slash technique to excise Am's stomach pouch. Given the brutal nature of the triple soul slash, there is a high probability that AM would permanently lose the causal existence of the stomach pouch. a situation reminiscent of the Abyssal Archbishop's left arm. This would eradicate the source of the abyssal energy's erosion, allowing for the subsequent removal of the abyssal energy, thus resolving Am's crisis. Subsequently, Bubal Wang could forge a semi-mechanical, semi-biological stomach pouch for Am. However, the loss of the stomach pouch's causal existence would undoubtedly affect Am's sense of taste, appetite, enjoyment of food, and satiety. Am's two primary sources of joy are following Su Xiao and eating. Stripping Am of the joy of eating is akin to half-killing it. Thus, the alternative must be pursued, increasing the dosage. Initially, this was not a viable option, as exacerbating the abyssal energy's corrosion of Am's stomach pouch, leading to a transformation akin to Su Xiao's right arm, posed significant risks. Yet now, with the presence of abyssal source quality and a full 35 portions available, administering one portion to Am presents a reasonable likelihood of facilitating a transformation while keeping the risks within manageable bounds. Casting a glance at the slumbering Am, Su Xiao resolved to increase the dosage once the oblivious creature awoke. Before that, he had several matters from the past few days to attend to. He opened the notification list and quickly found, Notification: You have slain Duke Decane, Beastmaster, Abyssal Race. You have gained 85,000 points of Sanctuary City reputation. You have acquired 30,000 Hunter coins. You have received Abyssal Treasure Chest, Savage. Su Xiao's reputation in Sanctuary City had successfully surpassed 100,000. Yet in stark contrast to the Soulmaster S3, 57 million, it remained significantly lacking. This return to Sanctuary City promised a different outcome. Moreover, the Blade Spirit had consumed all of the Beastmaster's abyssal source energy, converting it into spirit energy. Su Xiao activated the Devouring Demon Physique ability. Devouring Demon Physique: When the spirit consumes abyssal source energy and gains spirit energy, you may seize 50 of the spirit energy obtained through the Devouring Core and convert it into permanent enhancement energy that your physique can absorb, thereby permanently augmenting your base life value and abyssal resistance. As per usual, Su Xiao would typically claim 50 of the spirit energy, but this time he intensified his efforts, forcibly extracting a little extra from the Blade Spirit, amounting to approximately an additional 10 of the total. This was made possible by the fact that, just days prior, the Blade Spirit had devoured a month's worth of abyssal source energy accumulated by the Dark Maiden, effectively cleansing the surrounding area of the undead and abyssal creatures. This had boosted the Blade Spirit's strength by 820 points. Coupled with the substantial investment of golden skill points into Spirit Awakening, the Spirit's power had significantly escalated. The two factors combined had left the Blade Spirit feeling somewhat overindulged, resulting in a backlog of the Spirit source quality that rightfully belonged to it. Su Xiao's appropriation shifted the division from a 50-50 to a 60-40 split. Following the established procedure, Su Xiao filtered and transformed the energy through the Devouring Demon Physique and Devouring Core, absorbing the resultant permanent enhancement energy into his physique. Compared to enhancing all potential limits, the acceleration of increasing his base life value was markedly swifter. Several hours passed, and as Su Xiao opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief, he felt his foundational vitality surge to an extraordinary degree. Coupled with the enhancement from the spirit source quality, which possessed no hidden characteristics, this newfound base life value was entirely his own, providing an exhilarating sensation. Your maximum life value has permanently increased by 600,000 points. Your abyssal resistance has permanently increased by 11 points. Su Xiao's life value now stood at 11 million points. He faintly sensed that if he continued to cultivate this pure vitality solely through the elevation of his base life value, when it surpassed 10 million, a qualitative transformation might occur. As Su Xiao pondered these matters, Am awoke, immediately retching as it pressed a massive hand against its chest. Aside from significant repairs, nothing seemed amiss, yet the intense pain in its chest and abdomen left it drenched in cold sweat. After reassessing Am's condition, Su Xiao approached the mixing station. For others, concocting a potion capable of deeply awakening Am, whose stomach pouch had been severely eroded by abyssal energy, would be a Herculean task. However, with the combination of Potion Mastery, LV, 99, and the Ultimate Refinement, Quadruple, Full Potential, Pinnacle Work, Title, he felt confident. As Am writhed in pain, trembling all over, its forehead pressed against the ground, the potion was finally prepared. Drink this. Before Am could rise, Bubal Wang seized the potion, while Baha had already pried Am's mouth open, pouring a considerable amount of the potion into it. Minutes later, Am's pain intensified, resembling a fish out of water. Realizing the moment had arrived, Su Xiao provided the next dose. He tossed a portion of abyssal source quality, a semi-fluid substance within a transparent container. After Baha administered it, AM flailed for a moment before settling down. Half an hour later, AM, still somewhat dazed, rose from the ground and scratched its head in confusion. AM, hungry. Ah, splendid. AM has successfully uttered its 3 most proficient words in one breath, a rare occurrence indeed. Su Xiao approached to observe, placing a hand on AM's shoulder to sense its condition. After a brief moment, he scrutinized AM for several seconds, causing the creature, who was preparing to rise and forage, to shrink back in fear and feign death. Su Xiao retrieved another portion of abyssal source quality, and upon sight of it, AM gulped audibly. Drink. While speaking, Su Xiao resolved that henceforth, Buba Wang must keep a close eye on AM to prevent the foolish creature from consuming everything. AM accepted the abyssal source quality, opened it, and drank several gulps. It is essential to note that abyssal source quality and abyssal energy are fundamentally different. The former is a coveted enhancement artifact with minimal side effects, while the latter poses significant risks of erosion and assimilation that far outweigh any benefits. With the second portion of abyssal source quality consumed, the abyssal aura surrounding AM's stomach pouch remained unstable, threatening to revert from enhancement to erosion. Thus, the only course was to continue. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 18. Divine power. The Lord's train traversed the pitch-black wilderness when suddenly, a forceful impact struck. Thunderous sounds echoed. Even the train, journeying through an alternate dimension, trembled and was jolted back into the primary space, causing it to decelerate and eventually come to a complete halt. In the train's bedroom, Su Xiao awoke from his slumber. Woof! Bubu Wang barked, stretching to indicate that the train's wheels were ensnared by some silken substance. Su Xiao and Bubu Wang disembarked, leaving Baha to guard AMU in the sleeping quarters, while the exploration captain, Afia, accompanied Su Xiao outside. The strange substance began to spread further. Afia surveyed the surrounding area, which resembled a sea of black threads, and sighed, calling out to the train, "Charles, aren't you coming to see Gansalu?" No one on the train responded. Observing this silence, Afia sighed again and explained to Su Xiao and the others, "This is the ruins of ancient Dragon City, which not long ago was a rather prosperous sanctuary. Though not as thriving as Duan, it was home to many, but under the instigation of Madame Scorpion and her loyal followers, ancient Dragon City fell into infighting. Recently, this sanctuary was obliterated, yet curiously, the Dark Bishop of ancient Dragon City mysteriously vanished at that time. Had he been present, perhaps the city might have had a chance." Upon hearing Afia's words, Su Xiao contemplated a possibility. As the city's leader, the sudden disappearance amidst a glimmer of hope was indeed intriguing. Coupled with the bishop's dark title, he suddenly recalled an adversary of his own, a Deep Abyss bishop, capable of seizing control and resurrecting himself in an instant within any dark bishop across worlds. If the Deep Abyss bishop had replaced the dark bishop of ancient Dragon City, it would certainly explain everything. Su Xiao found it hard to believe that the Deep Abyss bishop, once a sworn enemy of the anti-magic faction, would have no ties with the abyssal race, allowing them to annihilate ancient Dragon City, a clear favor to an old acquaintance. At the site of the Elven Nation's old Dragon Cathedral, the area had transformed into a vast lake spanning hundreds of kilometers. 2 figures, one robust and one slender, stood upon the water's surface. The slender figure kicked the base of a towering wooden growth ahead and asked, "So, is this your old friend?" "Honestly, your friend appears rather inactive." The scythe wielder, Aina, with hands on her hips and a slight bow of her body, seemed to observe carelessly. She maintained her usual attire, a wrap top and an open, loose white shirt, paired with very short shorts. It must be said, Aina's beauty was breathtaking, yet her slender frame and flat physique evoked no lewd thoughts despite her stunning visage. "Archbishop, your friend seems rather taciturn," Aina remarked, playfully nudging the wooden structure with her foot. "Hey, buddy, wake up. You seem to be sleeping as if you're dead." "He is indeed dead," the Deep Abyss bishop replied, his tone laced with irritation. "Ah, dead? I thought this was a new form of the abyssal race. I just marveled at how, being one of the 3 prominent members of Decane, he could sleep so soundly." Impressive. The Deep Abyss bishop was rendered speechless by Aina's remarks, unable to find common ground in their conversation. "What do we do now?" Aina asked, her face playful as she approached the wooden structure. Suddenly, her expression shifted, revealing a more serious demeanor. A technique master? With hands pressed together, she closed her eyes and murmured, "May you rest in peace." Upon finishing, Aina's demeanor returned to normal. She was a contradiction, disrespectful to others yet revering those who pursued ultimate strength and fell in that pursuit, for she was one of them. Or rather, Aina did not respect power, but rather the indomitable will and resilience. "We're taking the Beastmaster's weapon," the Deep Abyss Bishop stated. As darkness spread forth to extract the abyssal weapon Shishan from the Beastmaster's wooden corpse. "Go ahead, try moving it," Aina chuckled, casting a lopsided glance at the Deep Abyss Bishop. "What is your problem?" He frowned, wary of Aina's unpredictable nature. He proceeded to grasp Shishan, and he knew this madwoman might suddenly attack, leading to a deadly confrontation. "Did you know the Beastmaster?" he inquired. "Not at all." "Then why?" "Simply because I don't like it. If I dislike something, I want to destroy it. Besides, even the technique master who overcame it didn't take its weapon. What gives you the right? The Beastmaster left Shishan as a tombstone for its master, yet you, an old friend, wish to take it? That's utterly disgraceful." Ugh. Aina's barrage of taunts left the Deep Abyss Bishop without a retort, prompting him to turn and leave. "Hey, Archbishop, you lack grace. I merely spoke a few words. I apologize. By the way, where are we headed next?" Aina hurriedly caught up, waving goodbye to the Beastmaster's grave. In truth, she bid farewell to Shishan, which emitted a slight ripple of dark energy in response. The Deep Abyss Bishop, uninterested in looking back at Aina, casually replied, "To find another old friend." "Who?" "Another member of the Decane family, the ruler of the corrupt King's city, the Twin Kings." "Oh, is that so? By the way, I hope this one isn't dead again." "Close your crow's mouth." The Deep Abyss Bishop said this while calming himself, annoyed by Aina. The two, one tall and one short, walked side by side on the lake's surface, quickly disappearing into the distant mist. Meanwhile, "So, our next target is the Twin Kings of the corrupt King's city?" Afia asked, using the device created by Bubu Wong to clear the black silken substance from the train's wheels. This material was both resilient and viscous, making it arduous to remove. It wasn't impossible to force through, but it would inflict some damage on the Lord's train. Woof! Bubu Wong suddenly barked, indicating that someone was lurking nearby. Boom! Blood energy erupted from Su Xiao, centering around him. A woman dressed in a complex black gown, with long black hair cascading past her knees and her eyes wrapped in black cloth, suddenly appeared 100 meters away. Her demeanor was calm, seemingly sightless yet gazing at the ruins of ancient Dragon City. Dark Bishop Charles furrowed his brow as he observed the woman in black. Moments later, his pupils constricted slightly. The Dark Saintess of ancient Dragon City, Sifreya. Upon hearing this, both Afia and the Pain Priest displayed grave expressions, clearly aware of the infamous reputation of the Dark Saintess. The two quietly sensed her aura, which appeared surprisingly ordinary. Realizing this, they became even more solemn. In this abyss-invaded world, those who seemed weak were often the most perilous, and those who felt utterly ordinary were exceedingly dangerous. Su Xiao frowned at the Dark Saintess, puzzled by the gravity displayed by the three from the sanctuary. For some reason, he felt she resembled an individual of mid to low-tier physique. He glanced at Bubu Wong, who provided a scan report, confirming that the Dark Saintess was far from ordinary. In terms of combat capability, the Dark Saintess might seem pedestrian. Yet she possessed a skill that was astonishing. Dark Sun Healing Technique, LV, 98, passive capable of utilizing specific tools and herbs for high-tier healing effects. The value of this ability is extraordinarily high. To put it simply, during the heat of battle, this ability may seem useless. However, once the fight concludes and victory or defeat is determined, even in the direst situations where one teeters on the brink of death, unable to be saved by even the most potent healing potions, the Dark Saint can grant a second life, gradually healing and restoring one to their peak condition. The roles of a physician and a healer differ greatly, yet the Dark Saint is the most formidable healer Su Xiao has ever encountered, without exception. He mused that if the Dark Maiden could escort Sifreya to the Shadow Sanctuary of Eternal Light, it would not only provide immense protection for the few within the sanctuary, but would also effectively add a top-tier healer to their ranks. A glance at Baha revealed that he understood immediately. "You are as cruel as I heard in Duan," remarked Dark Archbishop Charles. Upon hearing this, Sifreya maintained a gentle smile, but internally she thought, "Oh my, another Dark Archbishop, this is bad." The Dark Maiden Sifreya, a core member of the Dark Cult in ancient Dragon City, is infamous for her cruel demeanor masked by her smile. It is said that she once imprisoned a disrespectful individual in a narrow metal can filled with corrupting maggots. allowing them to be devoured over the course of several years before they succumbed to despair. Moreover, her servants, who attended to her daily needs, were often replaced monthly, each meeting a grim fate at her hands. Sophia even possessed a personal torture chamber filled with thousands of instruments of torment, all of which she cherished. She relished the cries of intelligent beings in suffering, with her collection of body parts from victims displayed on densely packed shelves, each piece a testament to the agonies endured. Indeed, the suffering of others brought her joy, while death served as a seasoning for her life. But is this truly the case? Certainly not. Sophia had been forcibly brought into this world. In her homeland, she was a lively and innocent duke's daughter, cherished by many, until one day, members of the dark cult discovered her healing talents. At that time, the Dark Archbishop of Ancient Dragon City was conducting a significant transaction in her world. Sophia was abducted to Ancient Dragon City and compelled to join the dark cult. Initially, she wept daily in distress, forced to learn an ability known as Dark Sun Healing. Each time she claimed the lessons were simple, her temporary instructor would strike her with a bone staff even harder. Yet, it truly was quite simple. Regarding the servants who were replaced each month, it was the work of the Bone Archbishop Gonzalo, a sadistic killer who would grow restless without bloodshed. And seeing Sophia's pitiful demeanor, he would shift the work to her, knowing the dead were merely her servants. The more twisted Inquisitionu Diana, upon discovering this, became fervently intrigued. And soon Sophia's underground chamber was progressively remodeled and expanded. Unbeknownst to her, among the injured brought to her each day, some were victims of Diana's tortures, their grievous wounds elevating Sophia's healing abilities to unprecedented heights. As for the so-called Smiling Reaper Sophia of Ancient Dragon City, her boldest venture was a trip to the market to purchase pre-slaughtered fowl, for she feared killing them herself, perpetually weeping at the thought. The servants within her secluded manor tended to ignore her, occasionally withholding food. Gonzalo, indifferent to their plight, saw no reason to punish a group of corpses. And he detested the daily cries of this timid girl. Had it not been for the Dark Archbishop's orders, he would have long since toyed with her. Sophia's three defining traits are her propensity to cry, her tendency to take the blame, and her fondness for small animals, so much so that she cannot forego them at every meal. Indeed, this noble lady has a bit of a sweet tooth. Yet this cannot be deemed a flaw. Despite her lack of combat prowess, her healing abilities allow her to gauge the general strength of those nearby. She gazed at the three formidable beings from Duan, and the smile that graced her face as the Smiling Reaper nearly faltered, her underlying cruelty threatening to surface. However, she swiftly composed herself, aware that Ancient Dragon City once held great power. Redirecting her gaze to Su Xiao, she felt the urge to cry again. What is happening today? Why must I encounter such formidable individuals? This world is perilous, and I regret leaving that dark cave, but hiding there is dreadfully hunger-inducing. An idea struck her. She surmised these individuals likely hailed from another sanctuary, Duan. If she could integrate herself there, bolstered by her notorious reputation, her future would surely soar to unimaginable heights, 3 hearty meals a day. Sophia resolved to infiltrate Duan, appearing to live in seclusion while actually resembling a lazy fish. At most aiding the residents with their ailments and injuries, free of charge, though they would need to bring their own medicinal supplies. I understand now, Miss Sophia. Your appearance here is to seek revenge against the Decane family, correct? Inquired Dark Archbishop Charles. Sophia was momentarily taken aback. The Decane family? She had never heard of them. But sensing that a lack of response might lead to a significant drop in her persona, she replied, Everyone must pay for their actions, mustn't they? Understood. Dark Archbishop Charles resumed his work on the train, while Afia beamed with a welcoming smile, extending her hand. Welcome to our ranks, Smiling Reaper Sophia. However, your cruel desires must be temporarily suppressed, or perhaps you could capture a dark creature to vent your frustrations. Afia's words tightened Sophia's heart, and she calmly shook her head, softly replying, that won't be necessary. With that, Sophia boarded the train. To maintain her facade, she refrained from scrutinizing her surroundings, but upon settling into the luxurious single seat, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. The seat was simply divine. Woof. Bubuang, controlling the little bee, delivered a beautifully presented and fragrant cake. Sophia longed to indulge. But to survive among this formidable pack that exuded danger, she had to uphold her persona, feigning a refusal of food unbefitting her character. Are you afraid we might poison you? Upon hearing this, Sophia hesitated, her hand poised to push away the treat. Glancing at Baha, she picked up her utensils, feigning displeasure. Yet internally she was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, You are so kind, big bald bird. Had Baha known her thoughts, he he would have surely unleashed a torrent of colorful language. After cleaning the Lord's train, everyone reboarded. Su Xiao, however, stood outside, gazing into the thick darkness to the south, sensing a powerful and vast abyssal presence partially revealing itself, devoid of malice. It was undoubtedly this entity that had caused the Lord's train to halt and had, to some extent, altered the flow of the spatial anomaly, allowing the train to arrive in this vicinity to retrieve Safreya. Su Xiao nodded toward the darkness, having an inkling of the identity of the entity lurking there. In response to his nod, a ripple of movement emerged from the shadows, and moments later, the immense presence gradually receded, returning to the abyss. The Lord's train set in motion toward the sanctuary's direction. Upon their return to the sanctuary, it was already the following dawn, and the interior remained shrouded in gloom. Su Xiao returned to his temporary residence on the 6th floor of the dimly lit cathedral. Just as he sat down to enjoy his breakfast, he felt a ray of the morning sun gradually illuminate the window. Approaching the window, he beheld the towering torch tower at the center of the sanctuary, its flame core ignited for the first time. It appears that the Dark Bishop Charles and his companions have meticulously studied the flame core, discovering that varying degrees of activation can replicate the gentle light of dawn, the scorching blaze of midday, and the twilight glow of evening. In the past, the central torch tower of the sanctuary city ignited for merely 5 days each year, marking different festivals. However, commencing today, for the next 2 epochs, the city of Duan will bask in the sun's radiance every single day. When Su Xiao previously revealed the flame core, Charles and his companions were hesitant to utilize it. The reason was simple. They wished to employ it, but were apprehensive, as it pertained to the well-being of the entire sanctuary city. Logically, they would observe Su Xiao for many years before even considering the preliminary use of the flame core. Yet, why have the 3 formidable figures of Sanctuary City so readily placed their trust in Su Xiao after just a few days? The answer is evident. In this short span, as a destroyer of the arcane, Su Xiao has slain the Beastmaster and forged an irreconcilable enmity with the Scorpion Lady. If they were to hesitate in the face of such achievements regarding the Flame Core, it would render the 3 leaders of Sanctuary City exceedingly timid. The risks they currently face are trivial compared to the potential benefits. The first rays of sunlight streaming into the windows of various buildings undoubtedly captured the attention of all Duan residents. Despite being a city isolated from the outside world, it boasts a population of hundreds of thousands, and since the fall of the ancient dragon city, Duan has become the last bastion of hope for the beings of this realm. One by one, the residents, somewhat dazed, stepped outside their homes. Standing in the streets as they gazed at the morning's soft glow emanating from the central torch tower, an instinctive feeling deep within their veins assured them of safety. This was the long-anticipated beacon of hope. As tears unwittingly streamed down the faces of many Duan residents on streets filled with their fellow citizens, the damp and oddly musty air of the sanctuary city felt noticeably clearer. Why were Charles and his companions so eager to activate the flame core? The answer lies in the fact that Sanctuary City, Duan, possesses considerable unused land, which has long been plagued by food shortages leading to countless deaths. With the introduction of sunlight, the opportunity for cultivation arises. In contrast to the ancient dragon city, which relied on the dark abilities of farmers and herd masters to procure perilous food sources, the fate of the ancient dragon city serves as a cautionary tale. Hint: you have brought hope to Sanctuary City, Duan. You have gained 195,000 points of Sanctuary City reputation. Note: due to the fundamental differences between Sanctuary City reputation and World Source, there exists a cap on the settlement during world evaluations, set at a maximum of 200,000 points of Sanctuary City reputation, contributing to the final evaluation of this world. As the provider of hope for Sanctuary City, and the rightful owner at a legal level, you will receive corresponding amounts of Sanctuary City reputation each natural day, as long as the flame core remains activated during daylight. Based on the happiness level of the residents of Sanctuary City, Duan. Current happiness level of Sanctuary City, Duan residents, 2100 points. You can earn 10,000 points of Sanctuary City reputation each natural day. Regarding the cap on the influence of Sanctuary City reputation in world settlements, Su Xiao had already contemplated this. However, his desire to amass vast amounts of Sanctuary City reputation stems from the top-ranking reward associated with this void tree's notarization. The ancient Dragon Kingdom does not allow every world progress to activate. It only occurs once across multiple world progressions. Coupled with the peculiar circumstances of this world, the reward for the top reputation ranking is several times, even dozens of times, greater than that of other supreme-level world rankings. As Su Xiao examined the happiness level of Sanctuary City, Duan residents, he noted the corresponding reputation rewards. Each increment of 10 points in happiness represents a tier. At 10 points, the daily reputation gain is 5,000 points, and at 20 points, it rises to 10,000 points daily. Following this pattern, at 30 points of resident happiness, it would yield 20,000 daily, and if the happiness were to reach a maximum of 100 points, it would result in an astonishing 284 million points of Sanctuary City reputation each day. Of course, there exists another method of calculation, but that can be set aside for now. Glancing at the current leaderboard, the Soul Master possesses 419 million points of reputation. Indeed, this individual is exceptionally resourceful. As for how to enhance the happiness of Sanctuary City, Duan residents, Su Xiao has some experience. The residents have long endured darkness, starvation, and illness, so a gradual approach will not suffice. A sudden and significant elevation in happiness is preferable, propelling it directly to 100 points. Even if, after a few days, their inherent desires lead to a decline, those few days would still yield 284 million points of Sanctuary City reputation, ample for the Soul Master. To address the food scarcity in Sanctuary City, Su Xiao's strategy involves persuading the insectoid Silver Queen to collaborate. He aims to leverage the advanced biological genetics of the insectoid race to establish breeding facilities capable of producing livestock and poultry meat. This endeavor should pose no difficulty for the insectoid matriarch. Su Xiao intends to assign the Dark Bishop Charles full responsibility for this matter. As for the risk of attracting the Silver Queen, one must not jest. This is a world heavily besieged by the Abyss. Would the Silver Queen dare to attempt a military mobilization here? Furthermore, since this initiative is for the benefit of Sanctuary City, while Charles may appear cunning and untrustworthy, he is certain to exert himself fully, pushing beyond his limits to ensure its success. As the plan gradually takes shape, Su Xiao has other matters to attend to. He must hasten to the third realm governed by the Decane family, located at the end of darkness, known as the Corruption City. Additionally, Su Xiao is tasked with the subquest, Ancient Divine Power. Quest brief. Eliminate the 4 celestial beings of the Pantheon. Upon accepting this quest, you may sense the location of the 4 deities once each natural day. The target area for this quest is also in that vicinity, which is crucial for acquiring hundreds, if not more, golden skill points. Chapter 19. Happiness of profound darkness, rich and fluid like liquid, enveloped this realm. This was the abyssal proximity of the ancient dragon kingdom, Iberius, the region closest to the abyss in this world, and indeed, a place that merged with it to a certain extent. Apart from being known as the abyssal proximity, it was also referred to as the Sanctuary of Decane. An imposing great hall towered within this dark sanctuary, standing several hundred meters tall, with an interior spanning thousands of square meters. Inside the hall, there were no supporting columns. The vastness was suffused with darkness, punctuated by flickering white lights that danced in the air like fireflies. At the heart of the hall lay a grand stone table, imbued with a sense of age. The foremost seat, positioned at the far end, was the tallest and widest, representing the chair of the Duquesne Council chairman. On either side of the stone table were 4 slightly lower seats. 2 of them mirrored the foremost seat, representing the Beast Master, while the remaining one, denoting the Duquesne family's council seat, was riddled with cracks, which, upon close inspection, were slowly mending. Beneath the council seats, 12 stone chairs of varying sizes were arranged. Yet none possessed the commanding aura of the 5 prominent seats. These 12 were the trusted aides of the Duquesne Council, including the notorious arrogant Virgil and the Beast Master's second son. The remaining members of the Duquesne clan stood on the flanks, forced to remain on their feet throughout the proceedings. At the far end of this grand hall stood a pitch-black wall, evoking a sense that beyond it lay the abyss. On this abyssal wall were 5 black stone statues, each representing different forms, some half-insect, half-beast, yet predominantly insectoid in nature. They were known as Mouth of the Brute, Mouth of the Viper, Mouth of the Scorpion, Mouth of the Slug, and Mouth of the Pest. Upon closer examination, one could discern another black stone sculpture on the abyssal wall, albeit shattered, symbolizing a deceased Decane family council member. Indeed, this member had been annihilated by the anti-magic faction. Despite numerous confrontations, only one of the 4 council members had been completely vanquished, illustrating the former might of the Decane family, which, it must be noted, had long since diminished since the Second Era. Otherwise, the recently ascended Su Xiao would not have ventured into the ancient dragon kingdom to confront the Decane family. Aside from this fragmented insect head sculpture, among the 5 existing statues, the mouth of the pest was the largest and centrally positioned. Notably, the mouth of the brute was marred by numerous fine cracks, which, akin to the council chair of the Beast Master, were mending at a languid pace. A wave of dark spatial energy spread, igniting the oil lamps suspended above the stone table, their flames flickering to life, illuminating the council table and the adjacent areas, while the rustling sounds and the surrounding darkness faded with the light. As the spatial fluctuations subsided, figures began to appear at the foremost seat, the 2 elevated council chairs, and the 11 lower seats, with decaying family members standing or reclining on either side. Their appearances varied, but all exuding a distinctly dark aura. The council chairman, Agobaya, resembled an elderly man nearing his end. His hair had vanished, his scalp was a network of wrinkles, and his brows and beard had also disappeared. His face bore numerous age spots, and his murky eyes raised doubts about his mental clarity, his aura of decay and frailty unmistakably evident. The Scorpion Lady cast a discreet glance at Chairman Agobaya, skeptical that this old man would succumb to age anytime soon. Back at the end of the Second Era, she had sensed his impending demise, and now, into the Third Era, he remained in this decrepit state, refusing to pass away. With the exception of those overseeing vital industries, 90% of the decaying family had gathered. Virgil stepped forward, bending slightly to whisper something to the chairman. Though he served as the Scorpion Lady's subordinate, he also presided over each council meeting. Silence. The chairman has words. Everyone, please listen attentively. Virgil's voice boomed. Chairman Agobaya seemed startled awake, his confused gaze scanning the assembly. Chairman, everyone has arrived, Virgil respectfully announced. Virgil, there is no need for such formality. Let us be at ease. We are all family. The chairman replied kindly, though his lips, lined with vertical patterns, and his hazy eyes raised questions about his true nature as a benevolent elder. The brute is dead, as we all know. As the chairman spoke, murmurs rippled through the crowd, eventually settling into silence. He continued, it was the anti-magic faction's doing. The termination of magic will not cease, and thus this day will inevitably arrive. Last time, we were fortunate to endure until the Eternal Star obliterated the anti-magic faction. This time, we must rely on ourselves. Fortunately, this is yet an undeveloped anti-magic. At this point, his gaze shifted to the Scorpion Lady. Little Scorpion, you have clashed with that anti-magic. What is your perspective? Upon hearing the chairman's words, the Scorpion Lady mentally cursed the old man and contemplated her response. She had been utterly stripped of her resources. Had she not managed a calm retreat, she would have already faced rebirth in the abyss. We should all mobilize to encircle and eliminate that anti-magic. Her suggestion fell into a hushed silence among the decaying clan. Agreed, responded a soft voice from across the room. It belonged to a young man of medium stature, garbed in loose gray robes, with long white hair and closed eyes, embodying a delicate beauty. He was the twin-born king, one of the 3 council members, ruler of the corrupt royal city. Behind him stood a formidable female paladin, Monope, clad in full armor, towering over 5 meters. Arms crossed defiantly, she was the twin-born king's most loyal and powerful sword of slaughter. Not born of the abyssal lineage, but saved by the twin-born king and later bestowed with a portion of his abyssal blood. In contrast to the twin-born king's delicate beauty, which many women could hardly hope to rival, Paladin Monope exuded a robust and imposing masculinity, her mere presence radiating an overwhelming pressure. The Scorpion Lady's proposal garnered unanimous approval from all decaying clan members, except for Mr. Snake, who bore the brunt of the pressure and chose to feign death. Why so? The reason was that while others consented merely to participate in the encirclement, as a specialist in spatial manipulation and causality, Mr. Snake's role would be crucial for subsequent pursuits, requiring him to discern causality and locate the anti-magic. All family members gazed expectantly at Mr. Snake, who chose to remain inert. During the previous interception of spatial transmission, he had been utterly crushed, and this time, he feared potential risks. Little Snake, if you are willing to take the risk for the family will not let you down, Chairman Agobaya declared, solidifying the decision. I will try. Mr. Snake inhaled deeply, attempting to reassure himself. After all, this was the sanctuary of the decaying family, situated within the abyssal proximity. Even if there were consequences of causality backlash, they would surely be minimized. With another deep breath, Mr. Snake's dark eyes transformed to pure white, and amidst the hazy, golden mist of fate, he began to perceive the mark belonging to the anti-magic. Hiss. The backlash from the anti-magic fortune left a translucent blue mark upon Mr. Snake's abdomen, causing his expression to contort in extreme agony. Just as he was about to falter, a hand, neither slender nor delicate, yet remarkably fair, pressed upon him. It was the twin-born king. With a hiss, the anti-magic mark manifested on the back of the twin-born king's hand. Yet the persistent searing of the anti-magic fortune did not alter his demeanor. While others might find themselves in utter disarray when confronted by the backlash of anti-magic fortune, the Kane family had long been entrenched in conflict with the anti-magic camp during the Second Era, gaining a profound understanding of its might and devising countermeasures. No longer subjected to the anti-magic fortune, Mr. Snake's demeanor shifted slightly. He sensed this as a rare opportunity to present himself before the council leader. Should he manage to elevate his position of causal fate source on the primordial clan emblem, the benefits would be immeasurable. With this thought in mind, Mr. Snake endeavored to perceive the intricacies of causality more keenly, gradually unveiling an ancient tome of substantial texture and weight before his eyes. The cover of this tome bore veins resembling molten lava, while at its center, a gem pulsed like a beating heart. At that moment, dark golden sin of dominion, ashen sin of life and death, crimson sin of power, golden sin of majesty, verdant sin of strength, and black-red sin of desire appeared. As Mr. Snake delved into the ancient tome, the 6 sins of causality were laid bare before him in no particular order. A piercing scream erupted from Mr. Snake, and his colossal serpentine body stretched upwards, standing erect like a pillar. Boom! Mr. Snake exploded, prompting the onlookers to leap back in unison, all sensing that he had become tainted by a grievous causality. Witnessing this scene, the council leader, Agabaya, restrained the warmth and mirth from his countenance and approached the shattered remains of Mr. Snake. Ordinarily, it would take Mr. Snake years, no, perhaps a decade, to reincarnate in the abyss. And even then, it could be considered another incarnation of Mr. Snake. The council leader raised his hand, palm down, as if to grasp the remnants of Mr. Snake's form, which began to reverse in time, and moments later, Mr. Snake was reborn. What did you just witness? The council leader inquired, but received no response. Mr. Snake collapsed, drooling, his once upright serpentine eyes now radiating in all directions. Observing Mr. Snake's pitiful state, the Kane family members fell into silence. It seemed that the pursuit of the anti-magic wielder would have to be temporarily set aside. Twinborn, if I am not mistaken, your next target is likely you. We shall all venture to your corrupted royal city, the council leader stated, his words in absolute command within the current Kane family. Though the twin-born king felt discontent within, he outwardly acquiesced. Is it possible that I am his next target? Lady Scorpion interjected. No, you are no longer the most valuable to him. The council leader replied with a smile, causing the corners of Lady Scorpion's mouth to twitch involuntarily before she too broke into a smile. I have confirmed one thing. The anti-magic wielder's targets are the familial emblems we each possess. Indeed. In that case, I shall entrust these 2 familial emblems to you, council leader, Lady Scorpion declared, producing her Kane family emblems and placing them upon the table, drawing the attention of others present, some members of the family unable to suppress their salivation. The familial emblems not only represented power but also strength, longevity, and the favor of the abyss. With a push, both Kane family emblems slid across the council table to the hands of council leader Agubaya. At that moment, the midsection of Mr. Snake's body suddenly erupted, a mist of blood spreading forth and coalescing into a figure of blood energy. Upon the emergence of this sanguine figure, the surrounding ordinary members of the Kane family retreated in unison, overwhelmed by its oppressive aura. The blood figure surveyed its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze upon council leader Agubaya and the 2 Kane family emblems on the table before him. Boom! The blood figure was shattered by the malevolent brute, its teeth clashing with a cacophony. Council leader Agubaya surveyed the gathering of Kane family members below, sighing inwardly as he felt the undeniable truth. The Kane family was in decline. Those who once dared to confront the previous anti-magic wielders had either died and been reborn or had completely withered away. However, council leader Agubaya held no concern regarding defeat. The notion of failure had never crossed his mind. Within the dimly lit cathedral, in a temporary residence on the 6th floor, Su Xiao opened his eyes. His recent entry into the council venue was not solely due to the exploration of the Book of Original Sin, but also facilitated by Celine's assistance in understanding causality. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Xiao resolved that his next target would still be the twin-born king. Should the Kane family members gather in the corrupted royal city, it would not necessarily be a disadvantage. However, prior to that, matters in the sanctuary city of Duan must be settled first. Just as he contemplated this, the door swung open, and the dark Bishop Charles rushed into the room. White Knight, the other expenses you've proposed are manageable for Sanctuary City. But establishing a world-level teleportation array is beyond our resource capabilities. After taking a seat, Charles poured himself some tea, gulping it down. He had been tirelessly preparing for land reclamation and activating the flame core over the past few days. As for Aphia and the High Priest of Pain, one was frivolous while the other was solely adept at slaying enemies. This expenditure will yield food. Acquiring food is insufficient. Moreover, with hundreds of thousands in Sanctuary City, any surplus will be consumed within a month. We must plan for the long term. Before Charles could finish his sentence, Su Xiao interjected. Sufficient for the sustenance of hundreds of thousands of residents in Sanctuary City, with a continuous supply of meat. I will prepare the materials for the world-level teleportation array immediately. That afternoon, within an underground structure, Bubo Wong connected all devices and attempted to initiate the system. A hum resonated as a rich life force permeated the air. With Bahar's assistance, the area temporarily transformed into a vibrant primeval forest, resembling a biological structure akin to a Zerg fungal mat, though now desiccated, indicating it had been abandoned. No matter how one viewed it, the world where Su Xiao resided was rich in life energy and home to the Zerg. Yet no Dominion-level Zerg markings had been established here, indicating that the Zerg Queen had not yet ascended to that status. Su Xiao retrieved a fist-sized purple Zerg egg and placed it nearby. As the Zerg egg hatched, an exceptionally diminutive Thorn Star Spiral Tower emerged, exuding the aura of the Thorn Demon Zerg, suggesting that the Thorn Zerg had indeed settled in this world. Having completed these tasks, Su Xiao produced a silver Zerg egg and activated it at the center of the world-level teleportation array. After nearly an hour, the silver Zerg egg finally responded. A silver wave radiated outward, but due to the vast distance and crossing of world boundaries, the wave dissipated after extending only a few meters. Through the Silver Queen's perception, Su Xiao found himself within a realm conducive to the Zerg's growth and expansion, inhabited by native Zerg, though the advancement of biological technology was insufficient. Furthermore, the Zerg sovereign, Thorn, was already present in this world. Summoning her under such circumstances would evidently serve as assistance to the Zerg sovereign. Having previously garnered immense benefits as an assistant, the Silver Queen would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. The interdimensional teleportation array was fully activated, consuming the soul crystals provided by Charles. After more than half an hour, the teleportation reached its conclusion, and as the radiant light began to fade, silver strands of hair danced in the air. In stark contrast to the almost human appearance of the tigress, the Silver Queen resembled more a queen of the insectoid race. She slowly emerged from the light of the teleportation array, but suddenly paused, turning back towards the still open portal. In that fleeting moment, Su Xiao positioned himself beside the retreating Silver Queen, placing a hand on her shoulder and gazing into her eyes. Ba, perched on his shoulder, remarked, Silver Queen. Since you've arrived, why rush to leave? As Ba's words fell, the interdimensional teleportation array collapsed, and to economize resources, all surrounding disguises were removed. In an instant, the Silver Queen's pupils constricted to their utmost. The abyss, she stammered, momentarily stunned. Indeed. While she was the queen of the insectoids, a race known for warfare, everything beneath the abyss appeared alarmingly fragile. The insectoids' ability to spawn troops was formidable. Yet under the encroaching corruption of the abyss, their combat units would succumb to its influence more swiftly than others, lacking individual souls. They served merely as expendable resources for the queen, and any insectoid unit tainted by the abyss would inevitably transform into a dark creature. Even the formidable insect nests could not withstand the abyss's corruption. Once infected, they would begin to breed dark entities. Do you expect me to assist you in combating the abyss here? The Silver Queen queried. Su Xiao remained silent, recognizing that she had indeed overestimated herself. However, stating this outright would bruise her pride, especially since he had cleverly lured her here to significantly bolster food production. This is Haven City. It is quite safe. I do not believe that, she retorted. Suddenly, Su Xiao's expression darkened, prompting the Silver Queen to reconsider her stance. Between the options of believing and enduring punishment, she wisely chose the former. You merely need to create suitable organs within your nest and a secure environment to cultivate harmless carnivorous creatures, thus providing sustenance. Is it truly that simple? She queried. Yes. Then why not send your daughter from the eternal light world? Su Xiao fell silent, not out of being stumped, but rather out of habit. The Silver Queen recognized that she was once again faced with the choice of believing or facing consequences. Immediately send me back. She insisted with unwavering resolve. Surprised by his nod of agreement, the Silver Queen felt a flicker of astonishment. The crystalline layers spread, forming an enhanced long-range annihilation teleportation array. This sight rekindled memories of her terrifying past, and her anger began to dissipate, replaced by clarity. What benefits do I gain from this endeavor? Su Xiao produced a translucent purple crystal, encapsulating a spiral of insectoid genetic sequences specifically designed for combat-oriented insects. The Silver Queen found herself entranced by the sight of it. By that evening, temporary meat processing shacks were established at the central hubs of Haven City, with numerous sites in the central square. From a bird's-eye view, the main thoroughfares of Haven City were lined with residents eagerly awaiting their share of meat. Given the city's regular distributions of food, both the city council staff and the citizens were well accustomed to the process. However, this time, the offering was exceptionally rare, meat that had not been tasted for years, if not longer, and was free of toxins. This meat, enhanced biologically, was packed with essential nutrients for humanity. The only difference was that some of it was poultry, while the others resembled red meat from beasts. The requirement for producing this meat stemmed from the insectoid's biological energy, or which could be converted into fresh meat. However, the fresh meat derived from biological energy or was inherently harmful. In contrast, the Silver Queen utilized biological energy crystals sourced from the eternal light world, transformed through the surplus power of that realm. Thus, she was able to produce such high-quality meat. The output was impressive. The insect nest beneath the Dark Cathedral could satisfy Haven City's meat demand for 23 days after just 1 hour of operation. Presently, the Dark Cathedral had become the strongest defensive area within Haven City. Within the wooden shacks, butchers worked tirelessly, drenched in sweat, while residents who received 1.5 kilograms of meat could not resist taking a bite, only to be reprimanded by the nearby city guards and forced to return home to cook it first. One could hardly expect the citizens of Haven City to restrain their cravings for food after enduring such prolonged hunger. A young boy clutched the currency of Haven City tightly, only to discover that the provisions were being distributed for free, provided they could prove their residency. Elated, he rushed home to his family in the outer district. When he eagerly presented the sizable piece of fresh meat, his parents and sister looked upon him not with joy but with fear. It was only after he explained several times, combined with the mouth-watering aroma of stew from a neighbor's house, that their expressions turned to smiles. Haven City was bustling that day. Under the setting sun, many hurriedly walked the streets, while wisps of smoke curled from residential chimneys. Atop the Dark Cathedral, Su Xiao perched on the edge of the railing, gazing at the towering central torch tower several hundred meters away. Bai Yi. I never imagined that Duan would look like this. So beautiful. Standing beside him, the Dark Bishop Charles rested his hands on the railing, both figures illuminated by the golden glow of the sunset. Can you tell me what it is you truly desire? The three of us would sacrifice our lives to help you attain it. At the very least, I hope this beauty I behold does not fade away too quickly. Charles watched the children below, who were now well-fed and playing joyfully in the streets, a smile creeping onto his face. Su Xiao remained silent, for he had already accomplished his goal. This chain of events had transformed the residents of Haven City from suffering in darkness and hunger the previous day to basking in sunlight and savoring delicious meat broth. The immense happiness elevating their satisfaction to current happiness level of Haven City residents. 100 full value. Each time happiness reaches full, it will last for 56 days, after which a decline is inevitable, with the speed of decline determined by various factors. You will earn 840,000 points of Haven City reputation for each subsequent natural day. Interestingly, the priest who had originally ranked second seemed to sense something amiss and opted out of the competition, while Aurora, previously in fourth place, had ascended to second, garnering 350,000 points of Haven City reputation. It was evident that Aurora had invested significantly in her efforts, driven by a certain ambition to surpass the Soul Master. However, she remained unaware of the true nightmare that awaited her in third place. Upon returning to his room on the 6th floor of the cathedral, Su Xiao was greeted by an excited Ba, who exclaimed, "Boss, I managed to open that spatial prison." Intrigued, Su Xiao inquired, "How did you manage that?" "I tried numerous methods, and when I transmitted some of my physical energy inside, it actually responded a bit. However, when I tried again, there was no reaction, which led me to suspect it was a location issue. Initially, I was on the Lord's train, and as I inspected the nearby items, I discovered that this spatial prison reacted to the blade of sealing we previously used to access the eternal light world. the one you placed in the train's display cabinet. Upon hearing Baha's words, Su Xiao was taken aback. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Could this spatial prison have been designed by the predecessors of the anti-magic faction to temporarily confine world-ending entities or abyssal races? With this notion in mind, it seemed highly plausible that after the downfall of the anti-magic faction, Lady Scorpion might have procured this spatial prison through some means. Perhaps from the Goblin Merchant Association. Following the demise of the anti-magic faction, numerous extraordinary artifacts found their way into the hands of the Goblin Merchant Association. However, one thing could be assured, the Goblin Merchant Association was not a participant in the downfall. They had always adhered to the principle of engaging in trade with anyone. And they had initially been collaborators with the anti-magic faction. As spatial ripples surged, Su Xiao and Baha arrived at the entrance corridor of the first alternate dimension. Su Xiao attempted to touch the looming spatial door with his blade of sealing. The dark blue metallic door slowly ascended, and in that moment, Su Xiao could perceive everything within the cage, yet he could not exert control over it. Moreover, the prison had merged with the alternate dimension, becoming a chaotic expanse. Let them out. Let me try, Baha said, closing her eyes and attempting to manipulate the spatial prison. The chaotic space ahead surged, and soon it shifted to the location of a cell, revealing Delona within. Upon seeing the light, Delona turned her head and, without a word, bolted outside. As she escaped the prison, Baha, who could no longer maintain control, relinquished her grip on the alternate dimension. With a fluctuation in the surrounding space, Su Xiao, Baha, and Delona returned to their temporary abode within the dim cathedral. Inside the room, Delona remained unusually silent, hesitating to speak. I wish to see my mother, she finally said. Very well, Su Xiao replied, retrieving a communicator and dialing. The other end was quickly answered. Bai Yi, have you received news about my sister? She is here with me. What must I offer as compensation for this meeting? In the dark cathedral of Duan, she wishes to see your shared mother. Wait. Are you truly foregoing any compensation before the abyssal noble could finish her sentence? Su Xiao had already ended the communication, turning to Delona. If you have nowhere else to go, then this will be your place. Su Xiao produced a library emblem. He still possessed 14 of them. With this item, they could access the Soul Library, a place where both Delona and Aisha would likely wish to reside for an extended period. Thank you, Delona stammered. A hint of nervousness creeping in as she recalled the feeling of being sheltered by her elder brother in the past, though now this elder brother appeared quite stern. Observing Delona's anxiety as she fidgeted with her fingers, Baha interjected, Come with me, your sister should be arriving soon. Once left alone in the room, Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the carpet before the hearth. After engaging in a fierce battle with the Beast Lord and emerging victorious, he felt the unique powers within him, which had remained undigested, rapidly transforming into supreme potential points. At this moment, this sensation surged explosively. He steadied his breath and entered a meditative state that maximized his stability. A familiar yet vastly amplified pure energy began to coalesce, awaiting his command. Several hours later, upon opening his eyes, he received a notification. You have acquired 120 initial skill points. As he assessed himself, he realized that this rapid enhancement of supreme potential points had been fully consumed. And what he obtained was not the anticipated primal skill points, but rather the more potent initial skill points. Attempting to consult relevant information, Su Xiao understood the situation. Primal skill points were essentially a diluted version of initial skill points. More precisely, primal skill points were a byproduct of the dilution of initial skill points. Initial skill points represented the true essence of this power. The so-called primal core was the shattered remnants of the initial force from the apex of the astral realm, scattered across various planes, manifesting as the current primal cores. By absorbing a substantial quantity of primal cores, one could unveil their true power. Gazing at the 120 initial skill points, Su Xiao was suddenly struck with an audacious thought. Chapter 20, The Origin. Utilizing primordial skill points to enhance one's abilities will merely augment the potency of the skills without elevating their levels. Furthermore, even if one employs golden skill points to boost their capabilities to level X, they can still enhance them with primordial skill points, making it an exceptionally formidable approach. The quantity of primordial cores is finite, a constant resource. When a powerful being utilizes a primordial core to elevate their strength and subsequently perishes, the essence of the energy transformed by the primordial cores will undergo a retrogression. Under the catalysis of the world's power, it will revert to the energy characteristic of the primordial cores. This energy will then drift back to the apex of the star realm, a domain devoid of material existence, even lacking the concept of space, initiating the reconstruction of the primordial power. However, as the primordial power is inherently incomplete, the gathered energy from the primordial cores will, after reaching a certain level of crystallization, shatter violently, randomly descending into various worlds. This phenomenon illustrates the remarkable cycle of the primordial cores within the star realm, which has a fixed upper limit but is capable of cyclical renewal. The annihilation of all powerful beings to allow all primordial core energies to return to the apex of the star realm to form a complete primordial power is ultimately futile. The dispersion of primordial power is a natural process, akin to the life and death cycle of all things in the world, the wilting and revival of plants. The reaggregation and fragmentation of primordial power follow the same principle. The initial skill points represent a highly concentrated and transformative form of primordial skill points. Other formidable powers will evidently not yield such outrageous benefits as the initial skill points. Naturally, the promotion specifications for other formidable powers are not as absurd. The function and effect of initial skill points are akin to those of primordial skill points, capable of enhancing abilities without raising their levels. Even abilities at level X can be improved. The distinction lies in that initial skill points nourish the enhanced abilities more profoundly, allowing them to resonate with the current wielder's characteristics. This uniqueness renders the ability not only distinctive but also exceedingly powerful among its peers. Su Xiao contemplated a matter. He had always strived to eliminate any weaknesses within himself, resulting in a relatively comprehensive development of his abilities. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of strength, should he continue to pursue addition? He sensed that it was time to embrace subtraction. The absence of any flaws might be the key to attaining the pinnacle of power, which may not signify omnipotence, but rather the elevation of singular abilities to a level that compensates for deficiencies. With this in mind, Su Xiao conceived a bold idea. He resolved to invest all 120 initial skill points into mastery of swordsmanship. While evenly distributing resources might lead to well-rounded strength, achieving unparalleled specialization would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. Nonetheless, enhancing the capabilities of a supreme being with initial skill points remained an enticing prospect. Supreme being passive upon absorbing a standard unit of source of power, current strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence are permanently increased by 10. Su Xiao estimated the probability of demise upon enhancing this ability to be excessively high and rationally relinquished the idea. The only factor preventing Su Xiao from making this choice was his consideration that if he proceeded in this manner, would the enhancement of initial skill points in one ability lead to his immediate demise? However, his past experiences with enhancing annihilation-type abilities instilled in him a confidence that he would not meet his end this time, as he had survived prior attempts at mastering such powers. Do you wish to use 120 initial skill points to enhance mastery of swordsmanship to LV 95? Warning: this enhancement carries certain risks. Please consider carefully. Su Xiao chose to enhance. In the next moment, waves of energy belonging to initial skill points surged into his body, accompanied by a resounding boom in his ears. Instantly, Su Xiao felt the surrounding stillness. He remained seated in meditation, but beneath him was no longer a black beast-skin carpet but a tranquil surface of water. If one were to gradually elevate their gaze, they would observe Su Xiao alone, seated upon the serene lake's surface. However, if the view were to rise further, reaching a point where Su Xiao's figure became invisible, one would discover a vast metallic basin brimming with liquid, its edges perpetually overflowing. As one continued to ascend, the cascading liquid would vanish into the darkness. A colossal hand, possessing dozens of fingers, suddenly descended from above. This hand, semi-transparent and entirely composed of soul crystal material, halted mere meters from Su Xiao. Clang! A slash appeared, and the descending soul crystal hand abruptly froze before disintegrating into fragments. Su Xiao's eyes fluttered open. He was certain that the realm he had just traversed was the Hall of Masters, as certified by the Tree of Void. However, it was not the area designated for the promotion ceremony, which required a token of Above Master for entry. The mere ability to briefly enter the Hall of Masters indicated the critical importance of utilizing initial skill points to enhance his mastery of swordsmanship. He had an inkling that his strength had surged significantly, and he examined the newly enhanced Mastery of Swordsmanship, LV 95, Technique Core, Passive, Skill Effect, Blade Type Weapon Damage Level 760, increased by 600, Blade Type Weapon Slashing Power Judgment Level 760, increased by 600. Blade Type Weapon Breaking Judgment Level 760, New Characteristic. Soul Slash Intensity, 48 points, increased by 30 points. Blade Heart, 88, increased by 5. Each Blade Heart can negate an instant death slashing judgment. This characteristic possesses high priority. And one blade heart regenerates every 24 hours until fully restored. LV 95 Ultimate Ability, Extreme Blade, White Knight, Supreme Level, Passive, Melee Slashing Damage increased by 500. The good news was that Mastery of Swordsmanship had reached an astonishing level. Su Xiao estimated that just the skill effect alone surpassed what could be achieved by conventionally enhancing Mastery of Swordsmanship to level X by a considerable margin. Presently, this was not a matter of choice but rather addition. Having reached this level, along with the potential increase from LV 95 to X, the ceiling of Mastery of Swordsmanship's potential had become extraordinarily daunting. The bad news was that due to the significant enhancement of Mastery of Swordsmanship, Extreme Blade, White Knight transitioned from an active ability to a passive effect, meaning its current magnitude had multiplied fivefold. The most outrageous aspect of Extreme Blade, White Knight was this very point, if described in gaming terms. It was neither additive nor multiplicative damage increase but rather independent multiplicative damage increase, meaning that after all enhancements to blade techniques, the final overall enhancement would be 500. The newly introduced blade type Weapon Breaking Judgment Level 760 can be simply understood as the destructive power of the Dragon Slash technique against enemy weapons in close combat. Had Mastery of Swordsmanship possessed this enhancement during the battle with the Beast Master, halfway through the fight, the Beast Master's Abyss weapon, Shisha would have shattered into countless fragments. Now the question remained, could Su Xiao's own physique withstand the force of a single strike? Currently, his strength, agility, and stamina attributes had all reached 1056 points. With a life force of 11 million points. What truly delighted him was the constant 60 damage reduction. He had not anticipated that this trait, initially intended to protect him from lethal strikes during conflicts with formidable foes, would instead become an aid to his offensive capabilities. It appeared that within this world, Su Xiao's soul-severing shadow would be firmly anchored to devouring darkness, soul core, as the 30 damage reduction was crucial. Clang. Su Xiao drew the Dragon Slash and lifted his right arm, poised to deliver a strike. Buzz. Golden radiance enveloped the blade of the Dragon Slash. Compared to the previous active mode of Extreme Blade, White Knight, the current technique emanated a more restrained golden glow, merely adhering to the blade's edge. This was not a diminishment but rather a profound concentration of power, complemented by the surging blue arcs along the blade, creating the impression that the Dragon Slash had transformed into a golden blue longsword. Su Xiao merely raised his long blade, lacking any genuine intent to strike. With a sharp crack, the space around him fractured, intricate fissures spreading outward, causing a window to shatter. Upon seeing Su Xiao, Afia, who had thought of an enemy attack, felt her heart nearly stop and instinctively exclaimed, "It's a friend. What are you doing?" It was not that Afia lost her composure, rather, the mere act of Su Xiao lifting his blade had already unleashed an exceptionally terrifying aura of technique that permeated the surroundings. As Su Xiao sheathed his long knife, Afia sighed in relief and inquired, "What is this?" "An enhancement of my abilities," he replied. Upon hearing this, Afia felt a mix of exasperation and frustration. However, Su Xiao's next question made her forget her moment of inner turmoil. "Are there sufficiently dark and dangerous places around here? Where is there not darkness and danger?" She retorted. "For me, at least. Let me think." Afia recalled a few locations: the Wild Sea, the Poisonous Highlands, the Corrupted Lake, and the Abyssal Forest. Of these four, Su Xiao had visited the Wild Sea, which was not what he sought. The Poisonous Highlands were unsuitable as they lay near the Queen's city. The Corrupted Lake, however, was a possibility, yet the issue was that beyond it lay the territory of the Twin Kings, the Corrupted King City, where the Dorkane family was currently gathering. It could be said that the Dorkane family was both arrogant and rational. They were usually insufferably haughty. But upon discovering that the lawbreaker was capable of defeating the Beast Master, they quickly consolidated their forces, presenting a stance of either retreat or facing annihilation at the hands of their entire clan. This also revealed that the Dorkane family had been significantly battered by the previous lawbreakers. The Abyssal Forest was also not an ideal choice. Its environment was peculiar, devoid of numerous abyssal creatures. Su Xiao had just experienced a significant enhancement in power. He would not immediately seek a desperate battle in Corrupted King City. Instead, he intended to find a place to fully grasp his newfound strength before heading directly to the Corrupted King City. As for the previously conceived plans, they were no longer applicable. He had devised a more cunning and rapid strategy, known by 3 words: dragon-slaying flash. This might also be the reason why the priest found Su Xiao particularly difficult to deal with. When it was time to act decisively, he never hesitated. Afia appeared to have an epiphany, clapping her hands as she said, "There is a place brimming with abyssal creatures. Though they aren't particularly strong unless you can lure out the more powerful ones from deeper within. I know your resistance to the abyss is exceptionally high, but the depths there are nearly interconnected with the abyss. It is said that the first abyssal passage in this world lies in the deepest part of that area. Where? I've rambled on, and you only say one word. Let us go. I'll lead you there." Afia walked toward the door, not directly revealing the location but choosing to guide him instead, as she recalled the delightful milk tea served on the Lord's train. As the train traversed the dark wilderness, Su Xiao learned more about the place Afia mentioned, known as the Absolute Dark Zone. It was an utter darkness compared to the dimness of the outer wilderness. According to Afia, if the spread of the abyss was not curtailed, and the remaining cold belt in the sky was also eroded, this world would descend into darkness akin to the Absolute Dark Zone. Armed with this intelligence, Su Xiao formulated a further plan. He entered the rear compartment of the train, seated himself at the experimental table, and began concocting a solvent. Glancing at Amu, who was still sound asleep, seemingly digesting the 32 portions of abyssal source material, Su Xiao knew that the outcome of this trial depended solely on Amu. As a level 99 master alchemist, coupled with the knowledge of top-tier abyssology, it was too long before he successfully prepared a black liquid. Pouring it into a specialized high-efficiency atomization device crafted by Buba Wang, he activated it, allowing dark particles to disperse before he quickly shut it down. 3 hours later, the train came to a halt. Upon disembarking, a wall of dark stone met his gaze. This black rock wall was reminiscent of what he had seen on the Sunfire Star, established to isolate the abyssal zone. It appeared that at the onset of the abyss's spread, this world had also made an attempt to resist. However, the abyssal beings merely observed as the two dark walls sealing the Absolute Dark Zone were constructed, allowing the members of the Dorkane family to easily open dozens of abyssal passages within this world. Consequently, there was no pioneer fortress at the entrance of the Absolute Dark Zone as there was on the Sunfire Star. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xiao decided to remove his frenzied hunt night gear. Any blacksmith present might gratefully curse his ancestors for his decision. Looking at the metallic boots he had temporarily donned, it was evident they could not endure much longer. He discarded them, and Boss swooped in to retrieve them, taking them back to the train. With the dragon-slaying flash sheathed and resting against his waist, Su Xiao, bare-chested, strode towards the entrance of the Absolute Dark Zone. A gentle breeze brushed against him, carrying the refreshing scent of rain. The spread of the abyss did not emit the stench of decay. Rather, it arose from the unique nature of the various beings it had corrupted. With each step upon the cool yet yielding earth, as he approached the dark wall, a warm gust of air filled his senses, and his vision gradually dimmed. Quietly, Su Xiao stepped into the Absolute Dark Zone, where darkness enveloped him to the point of near-nothingness. Yet, in contrast, the effects of the Devourer equipment were activated to their fullest potential. Hunting Heart, Perception Activation, Core Passive. When you find yourself in combat within this equipment's corresponding specific environment, the effect of this equipment will be super significantly enhanced, with a chance to immediately elevate your current perception ability by 5 levels until it reaches X, at which point this bonus will no longer trigger. This place was where the Hunting Heart could be utilized to its utmost. In fact, the craftsman who originally forged this equipment, named Hunting Heart, had done so with the intention of venturing into the Absolute Dark Zone. With bare feet and a steady stride, Su Xiao advanced calmly. Normally, he would have been besieged by abyssal creatures by now, yet the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Although abyssal beings were fierce and brutal, they were not devoid of intelligence. To counter this, Su Xiao had already prepared. Once he reached the center of the Absolute Dark Zone, he retrieved the specialized high-efficiency atomization device crafted by Buba Wang, securing the metal apparatus, roughly the size of a grinding disc, to the ground before activating it. With a resounding boom, a wave of darkness surged outward, the essence of abyssal source material spreading forth. Of course, this was not pure abyssal source material. Only a few drops were contained within the core of the solution. However, the released aura made it seem as though the entire atomization device was brimming with abyssal source material. A roar echoed from the depths of the darkness as Su Xiao gripped the hilt of the dragon-slaying flash, unsheathing the blade. Blood-red eyes emerged from the surrounding shadows, advancing toward him in an assault. Their forms varied. Some resembled beasts, others were fluid, some were composed of thread-like darkness, and others appeared as pure black mist. Among these abyssal creatures, the dark beasts were predominantly alien species, with a few being aberrant species, while those resembling black threads were host species. the most peculiar of the abyssal beings. Undead abyssal creatures also appeared, but did not rush to attack immediately. A surge of power gradually awakened within Su Xiao. Azure Shadow King. X. Essence level skill. Skill effect. Passive when you are surrounded by enemies. And the number of foes within a 1,000-meter radius exceeds 10. With a requisite combat strength, your Azure Shadow King ability will activate, providing you with the following enhancements. Azure Shadow King. Stage 1. When you have more than 10 enemies surrounding you, all your primary attributes will increase by 45. Qing Ying Wang. Second phase. When the number of enemies surrounding you exceeds 100, your total health increases by 99, your total mana rises by 99, and your physical defense enhances by 96. Qing Ying Wang. Third phase. When the number of enemies around you surpasses 1,000, you can activate the Devouring Core through the unique energy of Qing Ying Wang. For each enemy you vanquish, you absorb their source vitality, allowing the Devouring Core to convert and filter it, restoring 20 of your maximum health, 20 of your maximum mana, and 20 of your maximum stamina. Qing Ying Wang. Fourth phase. When the number of enemies in your vicinity exceeds 3,000, your Blade of Magic ability remains perpetually awakened. All your sword techniques will carry a killing effect against foes whose health is below 1/3. After each successful kill, you will accumulate a layer of Magic Spirit Armor. Magic Spirit Armor. The damage you receive within 1 second will not exceed 25 of your maximum health. Any excess will consume 1 layer of Magic Spirit Armor to mitigate it. If the required damage to dissipate is excessively high, more layers of Magic Spirit Armor will be consumed. Note, all aforementioned enhancements are cumulative. Su Xiao's attributes of strength, agility, stamina, and intellect surged to an impressive 1531 points in a brief span. His health skyrocketed to 16.13 million, while his mana reached 1.04 million. This remarkable state of being is precisely why he sought to adapt to the heightened mastery of swordsmanship. Even in the passive state of Extreme Blade White Knight, he felt adequately secure. The abyssal creatures surrounding him did not retreat in the face of Su Xiao's newfound strength. Rather, they advanced with increasing ferocity. Boom! A massive abyssal creature, resembling a 100-meter-long, hair-covered beast akin to a hippopotamus, lunged forward. Su Xiao delivered a diagonal slash upwards. Boom! It was not merely the sound of a strike, but a deafening explosion. The front third of the creature's body shattered violently, disintegrating into chunks the size of sugar cubes that rained down upon the ground. The spattering of dark blood incited all nearby abyssal beings, and in the next moment, Su Xiao was engulfed. 10 hours later, at the third entrance of the absolute darkness zone, 3 figures emerged. Among them, the abyssal noblewoman stood out the most due to her jubilant demeanor. Surprisingly, Delona, with her silver hair and black dress, and Aisha, with her black hair and white gown, appeared as 2 distinct individuals. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Aisha's form was somewhat translucent. The abyssal noblewoman and Delona, characterized by their cleverness and vivacity, led the way, while Aisha followed quietly at a distance. "Sister, you truly remember me?" the abyssal noblewoman exclaimed with unbridled joy. "Yes." Delona grasped the abyssal noblewoman's hand tightly, revealing a gleeful smile that showcased her little tiger teeth. "This is wonderful. Once we pass through the abyssal passage ahead, we can return home and find our mother. She will surely be delighted that we are together." Just as the abyssal noblewoman spoke, her words were abruptly cut off. She sensed an overwhelming wave of dark, sanguine energy emanating from ahead, prompting her to activate the abyssal vision, which should not have been summoned in this locale to avoid offending the local sovereign. Before them, a reflection materialized, revealing an innumerable array of severed limbs and claws, along with some half-dead aberrations still writhing in agony. As they continued forward, a mountain of corpses composed of abyssal creatures emerged. Though devoid of actual abyssal beings, the dozen or so immortal abyssal creatures were now utterly lifeless. The towering mountain of corpses, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, was profoundly shocking, transforming the surrounding area into a shallow pool of dark blood that barely reached their ankles. Atop the imposing peak of the corpse mountain stood a bare-chested figure, facing away from the abyssal noblewoman, with a long blade casually drooping in hand, dark blood dripping from its tip. Gazing upon this awe-inspiring scene, the abyssal noblewoman could only feel one thing: an overwhelming, pure, and unparalleled strength. Chapter 21. Absolute. Before him lay an expanse of darkness, yet within Su Xiao's perception, the surroundings were strikingly clear. This clarity stemmed from the fierce battle, during which his previously sluggish instinctual ability finally reached its pinnacle. The effect of the hunting hard allowed him to transcend these limits further. Instinct, X passive skill effect grants a permanent absolute perception range of 50 meters in diameter. According to the characteristics of the wielder, absolute perception grants abyssal vision within its range, with no enhancements to perceptual acuity, no boost to sensitivity, and no judgment enhancements. This absolute perception was the embodiment of simplicity and purity following his ascension to power. Within the confines of this absolute perception, all aspects of perception, including sensitivity and judgment, were maximized. However, nothing in this world is perfectly absolute. As a master of techniques, Su Xiao's perceptual range was limited. Rather than possessing a range extending over 1,000 meters with only an upper-tier level of perception, he preferred this limited yet formidable sense. With his perception fully awakened, he turned his head towards a seemingly empty void in the darkness, where he sensed a fleeting disturbance. Something concealed was attempting to escape. In an instant, Su Xiao was beside this entity, seizing it firmly. A soul-piercing scream of agony echoed. No. The abyssal noblewoman, witnessing this scene, spoke urgently, which bewildered Delona. Su Xiao paid no heed to the abyssal noblewoman, intent on eliminating this obscure abyssal entity to prevent it from alerting its master, the current ruler of the abyss. It's our younger sister. The abyssal noblewoman recognized that her words held no sway over the annihilator, as the sister was already spewing translucent blood from her mouth. Thus, her words were directed at Delona beside her. Delona's eyes widened in surprise. She hesitated to speak, unsure of how to address the situation. Finally, she resorted to her usual manner. Brother, that seems to be my sister, and it appears she has come to fetch me? Delona glanced at the abyssal noblewoman, who nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Su Xiao ceased exerting force, examining the abyssal entity resembling a blue jellyfish with a humanoid face. Once he released it, the creature slithered away, nearly in tears, overwhelmed by the terror of the outside world, vowing never to leave the abyss again. Descending from the mountain of abyssal spawn heads, Su Xiao walked past the abyssal noblewoman, stopping to regard her with a stoic expression. The message was clear. Should Lukivar's sister encounter any misfortune within the abyss, the abyssal noblewoman would not be spared either. The abyssal noblewoman understood immediately and hastily replied, "We are going to see our mother. There is no danger." Su Xiao remained silent as he exited the absolute dark zone. Once he was a distance away, the abyssal noblewoman gazed at his retreating figure and remarked enviously to Delona, "How fortunate to have such a powerful brother as a support." Enough of that. What is wrong with our sister? Why does she keep spitting water? Delona asked, anxiously cradling the jellyfish-like sister. That is not water. It is blood. How could you approach such a terrifying creature without caution? The abyssal noblewoman's hand reached into his suddenly appearing black void, beginning to search within. Sister, what are you looking for? Medicines. Our sister is a living being. Restorative potions will aid her. Unfortunately, I am not a living being and cannot use potions. I don't carry any, as they are too expensive. I have some, Delona said, producing a vial of restorative potion and administering it to her jellyfish sister. Upon witnessing this, the abyssal noblewoman envied Delona's powerful and skilled alchemist brother even more. Exiting the absolute dark zone, Su Xiao found the once dim world surprisingly bright, not an illusion, but the result of his instinctual ability reaching its zenith. He did not intentionally expand his perception, as the 50-meter diameter perception circle remained in a permanent state, naturally akin to the heartbeat. As the train departed, Su Xiao reclined on a comfortable single sofa. The battle had appeared to be a mere slaughter led by the Shadow King, enhanced as a master of blade techniques. Yet the risks were not insignificant. As time passed, the abyssal entities emerging from the abyssal passage grew increasingly formidable. Moreover, Su Xiao discovered that while undertaking the abyssal task, Gift of Death, the probability of obtaining treasure chests from slaying immortal and undying abyssal entities was exceedingly low. Aside from a modest amount of hunter coins, there were no other rewards from the kills. However, he did manage to consume 2 units of abyssal source material from the immortal and undying abyssal entity. Previously, after slaying the Beast Lord and consuming its abyssal source energy, Su Xiao had gained 600,000 life points and 11 points of abyssal resistance. The Blade Spirit had increased by 240 points of magical strength. With the current magical strength of the Blade Spirit at 164 points, and Su Xiao's soul strength at 500 points, he found himself unable to suppress it. Yet, after absorbing part of the previous Abyssal Lord's source power into his right arm, he realized he could contain magical strength several times greater than his current level. Your maximum life points have permanently increased by 120,000 points. Your abyssal resistance has permanently increased by 2 points. It remained a 60-40 split. It seemed to plan to amass a vast quantity of golden skill points to completely satiate the blade's spirit and then solely consume the abyssal source material to enhance his base life points needed to accelerate its progress. After ascending to power, Su Xiao no longer increased his life points through means other than enhancing his true physical attributes and demon-devouring physique. The reason was simple. His elevation to power had purified his convoluted life points, creating an unparalleled sense of vitality that was both gratifying and crucial. Additionally, Su Xiao realized that his previous explosive kills at the Abyssal Passage had completely fulfilled the task of the Abyssal Task, Gift of Death. Abyssal Task, Gift of Death. Difficulty level, LV. 98. Task submission count, 1 time. Task overview. Current task completion, 300 task scope, within any world. Task penalty, none. Note, this task can be abandoned at any time. Once abandoned, you will forever lose the qualification to accept this task again. Su Xiao attempted to submit the task. You have chosen to submit the Abyssal Task, Gift of Death. Current task completion, 300 single limit. Due to the task completion being at a single limit, you may select 3 types of rewards from the following options. 1. Abyssal Treasures, 9 items. 2. Elemental Treasures, 15 items. 3. Time-Space Stone Fragments, Supermassive. 4. Random Treasures, receive 540 Abyssal Treasures or Elemental Treasures. 5. Void Tree Repository Application Permission 20 discount. Options 3 and 4 were mandatory. As for Reward 5, Su Xiao requested to view relevant information to understand its implications. In a sense, it resembled a wish, albeit with limitations based on what the Void Tree's current repository contained. You have obtained 580 time-space stone fragments. You have acquired 1 abyssal treasure. You have obtained 39 elemental treasures. You have gained Void Tree Repository Application Permission 20 discount. As anticipated, the randomness in the abyssal task regarding abyssal treasures and elemental treasures bore no relation to luck, primarily depending on the abyss's favor and elemental affinity. With an elemental affinity of 1428 points, Su Xiao has finally reaped some benefits. He observes a tree-shaped badge in his hand and attempts to activate it. You have activated the Void Tree Repository Access Permission 2. This badge will not be consumed until resource requests are completed and the payment of temporal power is made. You must submit a material request to proceed to the next notarization step. Su Xiao deliberates and decides to submit a request. Obtaining the priority application for a Dominator equipment. This equipment is currently located in the repository. You need to pay 520,000 ounces of temporal power to complete this equipment exchange. Due to using Repository Access Permission 2, you must actually pay 816,000 ounces of temporal power. Upon seeing this prompt, Su Xiao gains a new understanding of the strength of Dominator equipment, particularly those ranked within the top 100 and top 10. With a price soaring to 852 million, its power must indeed be astonishing. The Void Tree Repository Access Permission 2 provides a discount. Does this imply that even better versions exist? Perhaps at half price, a third, or even a tenth? Su Xiao attempts to request a Dominator equipment suitable for himself. Ranked within the top 10, this equipment is currently located in the repository. You need to pay 520,000 ounces of temporal power to complete this equipment exchange. Upon seeing the same prompt, Su Xiao's demeanor shifts. The strongest Dominator equipment surprisingly aligns well with him. However, reconsidering, the most powerful Dominator equipment likely possesses extremely high strength and applicability. He alters his request to seek a Dominator equipment ranked within the top 50. This equipment is currently located in the repository. You need to pay 135,000 ounces of temporal power to complete this equipment exchange, due to using Repository Access Permission 2. You must actually pay 108,000 ounces of temporal power. Indeed, being listed among the Dominator equipment signifies a qualitative change. After contemplating, Su Xiao submits several requests, receiving a notification that a maximum of 10 such requests can be made for free within a day, leaving him with just 2 remaining. This item is currently located in the repository. You need to pay 890 ounces of temporal power to complete this equipment exchange, due to using Repository Access Permission 2. You must actually pay 712 ounces of temporal power. Upon seeing this prompt, Su Xiao withdraws his current application, utilizing this 9th opportunity for a casual attempt, hoping to exchange for the Awakening Tablet Fragment. The result reveals that there indeed exists an Awakening Tablet Fragment within the Void Tree Repository. Having previously acquired one from the Mother of Corruption and another from Lady Scorpion, he now has another chance to obtain one. If all goes smoothly. This 20% discount on repository access permission proves beneficial. Notification: Void Tree, you have submitted a request to accept the Abyssal task, Gift of Death once more. It has been detected that you have completed the Abyssal task, Gift of Death twice, and on one occasion, you achieved a 300 completion rate. Given the excellent performance of the hunter, your reputation with the Void Tree will be significantly elevated. Notarization in progress. Notarization error. Current Void Tree reputation? Reevaluating. Evaluation failed, adhering to initial constant regulations. Constant completed. Hunter. You possess the historically worst reputation with the Void Tree, yet your completion of the Abyssal task, Gift of Death, is exceptionally outstanding and proactive. In light of this situation, the Void Tree is unable to grant you any beneficial rewards. Constant completed. You hold the permanent level 1 exemption from Void Tree punishment. Clearly, Su Xiao's standing with the Void Tree is complex. He embodies both a reputation of the most undesirable hunter to eliminate, and yet, he has completed the Abyssal task, Gift of Death twice, marking him as a noteworthy hunter deserving of attention and rewards. Under such contradictory assessments, the permanent level 1 exemption from Void Tree punishment is established. In essence, this privilege signifies that in future evaluations by the Void Tree, a forced execution ruling will default to a severe penalty, which in turn will default to a warning. And finally, a warning will default to no action taken. For Su Xiao, endowed with a reputation of, this is undoubtedly a form of insurance. Notification: It has been detected that you have accepted the Abyssal task, Gift of Death, for the 3rd time. The rewards and protective mechanisms for this task have been disabled. Abyssal task, Gift of Death. Difficulty level, LV. 98. Task submission count. 2. Task description: Eliminate at least one supreme level undying abyssal creature and abyssal kin. Task reward: Final benefits will be determined based on task completion. Notification: The completion rate for this task accumulates as follows, upon successfully slaying a target unit. The completion rate corresponding to the target unit's danger level will increase by 45 of your current task completion rate. Current task completion rate, 0. Initially, any undying abyssal creature would suffice, but now it must be of supreme level to meet the criteria. Su Xiao is not surprised. After all, this is a repeatable task. The scenery outside the train window rushes by. The more he uses this lord's train, the more he appreciates its value. No wonder the lords of the First Era invested heavily in its creation. He rises and enters the bedroom at the back, glancing at AMU, who is still sound asleep on the carpet. Boss, where are we headed? The corrupted King's City. Indeed, Su Xiao intends to engage in battle with the Abyssal Kin. With the ability of the Green Shadow King, he fears not being besieged by numerous foes. Surely, with the gathering of the Decane family, the corrupted King's City has fortified itself like a steel fortress. At this moment, within the inner city of the corrupted King's City, in the council chamber of the Twin Kings Palace, today's presiding figure is not the Twin Kings. Instead, seated on the throne is the council president, Agabaya. While the Twin King occupies a subordinate seat, his loyal knight, Monopi, evidently displays dissatisfaction, yet no one dares to voice objections. Little Scorpion, this is the highest offer I can extend. If you remain unsatisfied, I shall have no choice but to withdraw. The council president, Agabaya, speaks with a smile, while Lady Scorpion appears hesitant. In truth, she is already content with Agabaya's offer. As for the origin of this bottle of ancient dragon elixir, she has crafted an impeccable story. Selling this to the council president, she certainly cannot divulge that it was concocted by the Annihilator, as this would not only lead to a drastic price reduction, but also invite further trouble. Moreover, she has already utilized the arcane Eternal Star to have the Void's Alchemist Guild examine the potion, confirming its integrity. Additionally, in Lady Scorpion's perception, this is something she seized from the Annihilator. More accurately, it is the price the Annihilator had to pay to execute his nefarious plan against her. Is it that the Alchemist Guild lacks the ability to discern any discrepancies with the ancient dragon elixir? Certainly not. First and foremost, it must be understood that for the arcane Eternal Star, the collaboration with the Decane family is of greater importance than its relationship with the Alchemist Guild. The answer is self-evident. Ultimately, the Decane family is a formidable scourge with an abominable reputation. Thus, when the arcane Eternal Star passed this bottle of elixir, it explicitly informed the old alchemists at the Alchemist Guild that this was a potion from the Decane family, seeking authentication. Initially, the Alchemist Guild did not wish to involve themselves in this matter, but rebuffing the arcane Eternal Star would be ill-advised. They thought, Since it was merely an identification and not an interaction with the abyssal kin, they might as well proceed. The outcome was that the old alchemist, after conducting his research, found the exquisite blending techniques and profound knowledge of alchemy all too familiar. He slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "By the heavens, this is Saint Flame." Half an hour later, several senior pharmacists from the Apothecary Guild convened in a secret chamber to deliberate the matter at hand. During the last gathering of pharmacists at the arcane Eternal Star, Su Xiao's alchemical prowess had utterly overshadowed the old pharmacists of the guild. An opportunity ripe for humiliation and retribution. Yet, Su Xiao chose to extend mutual respect instead. The seasoned pharmacists, astute as ever, subsequently presented the Apothecary Guild Holy Flame emblem, Master Alchemist badge, to him. The essence of respect is fundamentally grounded in strength and capability, followed by mutual acknowledgement. After their investigation into the ancient dragon elixir, the senior pharmacist concluded that the substance was not merely problematic, but rather terrifying. However, through the arcane Eternal Star, they assured the Decane family that this elixir is without fault. Should any issues arise thereafter, who among them had not erred? The Apothecary Guild would solemnly extend verbal apologies to the Decane family at that time. Within the council hall, Lady Scorpion sensed the increasingly perilous gaze of the chairman upon her. She retrieved the ancient dragon elixir, her eyes filled with reluctance. To outsiders, it appeared as if Lady Scorpion was preparing to use this treasure to prolong her life as she ventured into the abyss for resurrection. After being plundered by the disenchanters, she desperately needed an initial capital to turn her fortunes around, hence revealing such a rare artifact. "It belongs to you now." Chairman Agubaya accepted the potion, his eyes ablaze with an insatiable fervor as he sensed the rich essence of life contained within. Chairman? Chairman. Lady Scorpion suddenly felt something amiss. For the immortal she had always warily regarded had, without hesitation, uncorked the ancient dragon elixir and consumed it greedily, even extending his tongue into the vial to lap at the remnants before ultimately swallowing the crystal vial whole. A tremulous groan escaped Chairman Agubaya's lips as a visible flush crept across his skin, his age spots began to fade, and his murky eyes cleared somewhat. Chairman? Lady Scorpion tentatively inquired, suddenly sensing that acquiring this ancient dragon elixir might have been a calculated maneuver against her. Indeed. At the very moment Chairman Agubaya made contact with the ancient dragon elixir, his consumption became inevitable, not a matter of choice, but rather a compulsion instigated by the void entity concealed within the potion. In a sense, Su Xiao had established an unspoken collaboration with this void entity that had never before transpired. "I am well, exceedingly well, splendidly well, ha ha ha." Chairman Agubaya laughed heartily. Side effects: permanent reduction of current willpower attribute by 350 points, down to 85. Every natural day, a willpower assessment will occur every 2 hours. Failure will result in entering the evil delight state, permanently decreasing willpower by 1, sanity by 3, and self-awareness by 5. The evil delight state may be triggered continuously. Warning: if the current willpower attribute is negative, the triggered evil delight will automatically convert to evil pleasure, resulting in a permanent reduction of willpower by 50 points, sanity by 5, and self-awareness by 10. It must be noted that Chairman Agubaya's willpower attribute was indeed formidable, as he did not succumb to negative will upon drinking the ancient dragon elixir. Nevertheless, his willpower attribute diminished significantly, thus leading him to successfully enter the evil delight state during his first assessment. Each abyssal lineage possesses its own sin trait from inception. For instance, the Beast Master's trait is pride, while Lady Scorpion's is jealousy. However, as abyssal beings mature, they can shed these initial sins, symbolizing their capacity to leave the abyss. Chairman Agubaya's former sin trait was lust. A peculiar smile crept across Chairman Agubaya's face as, upon opening his eyes, he chanced upon the sight of a corpulent noble seated nearby, arms crossed and layers of flesh cascading over one another. Suddenly, he perceived a certain allure in the noble's appearance. Upon sensing the chairman's gaze, the noble inexplicably shivered. The following morning, the lord's train came to a halt. Although they had yet to reach the Corruption Lake, a grand city loomed ahead. Gazing into the distance, one could see the miasma of corruption rising. This was indeed the Corruption Lake, a city thriving upon its tainted waters. This was not the Corruption King's city. Lacking gates or defenses, the city walls stood wide open, seemingly welcoming all. Humans, elves, and giants flowed in and out, their attire varied. Yet each bore an unmistakable fervor in their eyes. As Su Xiao disembarked from the train, he was certain that the deities corresponding to the side quest ancient divine power resided within this grand city, perhaps even ruling it. Entering the city. The fervor of the pedestrians became increasingly palpable. Even in their emaciated state, they tirelessly transported goods into the city. After a moment of observation, Xiao discerned the truth. These humans, elves, and giants were the corrupted denizens of the Elven Kingdom, Empress City, and Magma City. However, alongside their corruption, they bore the mark of faith, compelling them to labor ceaselessly. It appeared that the Decane family had colluded with the four deities, scheming for a common goal. Progressing along the main thoroughfare, Xiao occasionally encountered lifeless bodies of humans or giants collapsed at the roadside, unclaimed and unattended. For upon their demise, the city's magical formations would gradually absorb their flesh, transforming them into undying white bones. As he ventured further along the main street, the accumulation of bones beneath his feet increased until the path was entirely paved with half-decayed remnants. Ultimately, Xiao halted before a towering golden metal temple, where massive double doors, standing dozens of meters high, barred his way. Pushing against the doors with both hands, accompanied by a cascade of dust, the metallic doors creaked open, revealing a gap wide enough for passage. Light poured into the temple, illuminating four grand thrones arranged within. The central throne towered the highest, flanked by two slightly shorter ones, with the rightmost throne being the lowest. Each throne reached several meters in height, signifying the formidable stature of the four deities. The primary deity, seated upon the central throne, appeared to be in a state of repose, a hand resting against the side of its mask. As it sensed an intruder, its eyes opened, revealing four dark golden vertical pupils that gazed down upon Xiao as if he were an insignificant insect. Another insect, the primary deity intoned, evidently displeased at the disturbance of its slumber. This, however, was not within Xiao's realm of concern. He surveyed the four deities before him, calmly drawing his longsword. The great metallic doors behind him slammed shut with a resonating crash, a clear indication of his intent. I am pressed for time. You four, come at me together. Chapter 22. Striking it rich within the temple of the gods, the foremost among the four heavenly gods is the god of dark demons, a powerful deity presiding over darkness and devouring. It is rumored that this dark god has consumed a portion of the powers of the deities from the first era. The dreadfulness of these gods is known to rival that of the ancient dragons, the sun, and the overlords. Flanking the dark god are the goddess of the sky, Fema, and the god of rain and curses, Muta, with the goddess of the dying moon, Papamitz, positioned slightly lower. Among the four deities, the dark god exudes the most formidable aura. Merely seated upon the divine throne, ripples of energy emanate from its presence, overshadowing the relatively weaker aura of the dying moon goddess. Bold insects, the dying moon goddess mused, her four arms draped over the arms of her throne, each adorned with numerous fingers, each finger pierced with holes of varying sizes. Great god of darkness, allow me to crush these insects. As she floated from her throne, she overheard the dialogue among the four heavenly gods. Xiao, momentarily taken aback, realized it had been ages since he last encountered such audacious divine beings. Upon reflection, it was no surprise. If they were knowledgeable gods, they would not so brazenly collaborate with the denizens of the abyss. This confirmed his belief that these gods, having grown powerful during the abyss's invasion of the world, possessed remarkable strength but lacked worldly understanding. The dying moon goddess descended gracefully, her every movement radiating an air of languid elegance. Grow, delightful and unrestrained, grow, she said with a smile, extending a finger forward. A wave of energy quietly expanded, and in the next moment, Xiao felt his life force surge with alarming vitality, as if it were about to grotesquely proliferate. However, due to the vast reservoir of his intrinsic life force, this dark power merely induced discomfort. With a thunderous sound, Xiao vanished from his position, reappearing before the dying moon goddess, poised to strike down with his blade. This nearly elicited a laugh from her. She wondered how this crude human had ascended to such strength, completely disregarding the essence of binding and annihilating all with the world's power. As the blade descended, the dying moon goddess's thoughts were abruptly halted. She sensed a terrifying force of wind rushing towards her, unavoidable, compelling her to brace for impact. Her expression twisted into one of ferocity as several of her arms instinctively rose, channeling her divine power to coalesce into a dense armor of silvery moonlight, manifesting as a protective barrier upon her form. With a resounding crash, the dying moon goddess vanished from her original spot, leaving a trail of silver splatters on the temple walls. Cough, cough, she gasped, bloodied and pinned against the inner wall of the temple, its durability impressively enduring this onslaught across several epochs. Help! The dying words of the dying moon goddess were cut short as she felt the pressure of the wind once again. This spectacle did not escape the notice of the Dark God, the Sky Goddess, and the God of Rain and Curses, whose combined authority swiftly enveloped the entire temple, unleashing binding, eroding, and suppressive forces upon Su Xiao. Yet, these tactics proved futile against the master of techniques. He advanced towards the dying moon goddess, his left hand adorned with the Black King's bracers, reaching for her head. With a shriek of despair, the dying moon goddess was forcibly yanked from the wall by Su Xiao, who, despite being a mere height of around 1.8 meters, gripped her serpentine hair with one hand. The long blade swept through, encountering minimal resistance as it severed her neck. Ordinarily, such an injury would pose no threat to a deity, yet this was the blade of a master of techniques, executing a triple cut of the soul. As the blade sliced through the air, it left behind glistening trails of silver blood, and the dying moon goddess emitted a horrifying shriek that abruptly ceased. Su Xiao tossed the severed head aside to block the incoming curses, the ground beneath him fracturing as he vanished from sight. In that moment, both the Sky Goddess and the God of Rain and Curses grasped the essence of fear, and the Dark God, though similarly affected, exhibited no sign of weakness, instead manifesting true wrath. Its hand rose, enveloping the temple in darkness. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiao, who had just vanished, stood atop the shoulder of the towering God of Rain and Curses, delivering a straightforward kick to the side of its head. With a resounding thud, the God of Rain and Curses was sent crashing into the wall, its faceplate shattering to reveal a maw filled with sharp teeth and a long tongue that hung limply, akin to a pet cat post-neutering, still under the influence of anesthesia. Recognizing that various divine abilities were ineffective against Su Xiao, the Sky Goddess drew forth a long spear that resembled a great sword, its front half resembling a sword while the back half formed a spear-esque grip. The Dark God, too, realized that its once invincible divine abilities had diminished to a mere shadow of their former selves. Blackened spikes materialized behind it, extending towards Su Xiao. With a sidestep, Su Xiao evaded the onslaught of dark spikes and reappeared upon the shoulder of the God of Rain and Curses, his presence eliciting wide-eyed astonishment from its myriad of eyes. However, this revelation could not prevent the incoming attack as he delivered a powerful kick to its head. Simultaneously, the Sky Goddess pointed forward, a golden brilliance emanating from her spear sword. One of her abilities allowed her to instantaneously swap positions with the target on the ground. She believed this would save the God of Rain and Curses, but what awaited her was the terrifying onslaught of the human. With a thunderous explosion, the head of the God of Rain and Curses burst open like a shattered watermelon, its immense form colliding with the wall before collapsing helplessly. Darkness, death, echoed the language of the gods. The Dark God raised its right hand, adorned with black tendrils, its claw-like finger pointing towards Su Xiao. In an instant, Su Xiao paused, yet soon resumed movement as though nothing had occurred, advancing towards the Dark God. Blood smoke cannon. The Dark God tilted its head to evade the incoming attack, while black spikes surged towards Su Xiao. He entered a state of spatial phasing just as the Sky Goddess suffered the consequences of her ill-timed positioning. Clang, clang. The Sky Goddess deflected 2 of the dark spikes, the others dissolving under the Dark God's control, but this allowed Su Xiao to reach the Dark God's front. Blade technique, assassination. Su Xiao executed a diagonal slash, unleashing a stream of crimson energy laced with sparks. The Dark God, struck by the technique, were numerous diagonal gashes across its divine form, blood splattering forth. Due to the disparity in size, Su Xiao leaped upward. Blade technique, extremity. At that moment, though the Dark God wished to avoid the strike, it found itself with no choice. It could either endure or attempt to evade. Yet the instincts of a deity warned that evasion against a master of techniques would yield far worse consequences than withstanding the blow. A colossal dark sword materialized, and all 5 of the Dark God's arms grasped the hilt. In that instant, it channeled its entire divine power into an unparalleled physical strength, preparing to hurl this human from the Temple of the Gods and activate the temple's defenses, buying itself time to escape. The dark sword clashed against Su Xiao's long blade. Boom. The ground of the temple fractured as darkness and blood energy collided. In the next moment, Su Xiao was sent flying back, landing in a half-crouched position. While across from him, the Dark God crashed violently against the divine throne behind him, his chest marred by terrifying gashes, spewing forth torrents of black divine blood. 4 of his 5 arms were severed at the roots, leaving only one, which, like a blade cleaving through flesh, was stripped of flesh and sinew, reduced to mere bone. This skeletal arm clutched the hilt of a dark greatsword. The immense force of the strike shattered the throne into metallic shards, forcing the Dark God to collapse onto the ground. Numb all over, the dark god's vertical pupil in the center of his forehead trembled violently. He could not comprehend how a mere human, no matter how powerful, could deliver such a horrifying blow. He had fought with masters of technique before, including those skilled in swordsmanship, yet none had delivered a strike so dreadful, and the blow he faced did not seem to possess the capabilities of a fatal strike. Unbeknownst to the dark god, the accumulation of numerous passive skills, combined with the weapon damage rank of 760 and the cutting power judgment rank of 760, along with the passive ability Extreme Blade, White Knight, had developed into such a terrifying force in the later stages. With a resonant clang, the long sword cleaved through the dark god's massive head, slicing it diagonally, causing the myriad pupils of his many eyes to gradually dim. Drip, drip, black divine blood fell from the tip of the blade as Su Xiao turned to face the sky goddess, who had ceased her attacks upon witnessing the fall of the dark god. At that moment, their gazes met, and the sky goddess instinctively took a step back, suddenly at a loss for words. In a flash, Su Xiao vanished from sight, inciting a fury in the sky goddess born of fear. All her hands grasped golden spear swords. When their blades clashed, her arms went numb, yet she managed to block the strike, narrowing her eyes as she summoned the power of the earth's divine spirits to maintain an overwhelming gravity upon the spear sword. Once again, the long sword met the golden spear in a fierce clash, and the sky goddess's pale face bore numerous blood streaks. This time, her divine weapon, forged with great effort in Melt Fire City, shattered into fragments, some of which grazed her face while others embedded themselves in her throat. As the spear shattered, it underscored the threat posed by a master of swordsmanship against an opponent's weapon. Engaging with masters of technique often felt utterly hopeless. The inability to suppress them resulted in a lack of the dramatic exchanges seen in battles between supreme beings, where they might unleash powers governed by the celestial rules. Such forces could inflict damage on physically robust technique users, but were far from fatal. Consequently, being engaged in close combat was inevitable. And nearly all supreme beings were formidable in battle, unafraid of melee confrontations, with their own martial systems not significantly weaker than those of technique users. However, facing the dragon slash, honed to razor sharpness through the enhancements of swordsmanship masters and various passive abilities, with sheer physical resilience was clearly a poor choice. Nevertheless, it mattered little which supreme being lacked a rare and extraordinary weapon. Yet, to have their unparalleled weapon shattered after just a few exchanges in close combat was something that neither mind nor body could easily accept. Blade path, flow. The ethereal wind cut through the air, leaving the sky goddess, her body numbed from the erosion of technique energy, with no opportunity to unleash any abilities. With a swift motion, several arms were severed as the sky goddess struck the ground, summoning the earth's wrath to hurl this terrifying human away. Extreme Blade, world. A sharp, metallic resonance echoed, and at Su Xiao's center, a spherical Extreme Blade domain emerged. In an instant, the air around darkened, with tiny flickers of cutting energy appearing at intervals of mere centimeters. The sky goddess's descending hand abruptly halted, her form resembling that of a statue, before her body shattered like sugar cubes, spilling divine blood across the ground. This battle was not a siege of 4 celestial beings upon Su Xiao, but rather a one-sided obliteration. This was the power of having 120 initial skill points dedicated to enhancing swordsmanship, had it been developed comprehensively. Su Xiao would still have emerged victorious, albeit not with such overwhelming ease. Before the shattered throne, the rain god, whose head had just regenerated to a certain extent, still felt numb from the chaotic surge of golden technique energy within his body. A side kick followed by a straight kick had failed to vanquish this supreme deity, highlighting the effectiveness of the 3 cuts of the soul at this level. Otherwise, to slay the recently fallen dark god, the sky goddess, or the moon goddess would undoubtedly require far more effort. It was no wonder that during the Second Era, the powerful were so wary of Green Jillian. Yet, there was a slight issue, not selecting soul-severing shadow under devouring darkness. Soul Core meant that using his now formidable swordsmanship would indeed cause some self-harm. However, under Soul Severing, Soul Core, with a Soul Severing strength of 50 points, the Swordsmanship Master at 48 points, and the Soul Gem contributing 12 points, augmented by his own soul strength, Su Xiao's total Soul Severing strength accumulated to 110 points. Step, 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 Su Xiao walked through the pool of blood in the temple, causing the rain god, who lay half reclined and could only drag himself with 2 severed arms, to retreat in terror. Su Xiao extracted a fragment of a golden statue and inquired, "Where is this?" "Bao Piu Piu Do." In the ancient tongue of the gods, The rain god spoke in the divine language, prompting Su Xiao to frown, unable to comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a small vial of golden divine blood, attempting to activate a few drops within. Moments later, a golden wave spread forth, and the soft ribbons of her golden white gown fluttered as the goddess of fortune descended, appearing to regain her dignity as a deity, no longer presenting herself so dismissively. "White Knight, you seek me," the goddess of fortune began, but her expression froze upon noticing the severed head of the dark god, eyes wide in shock. The rain god clutched his bleeding throat, filled with resentment, while the moon goddess lay in pieces, and the sky goddess was reduced to a uniform cube-like form scattered across a vast pool of divine blood. Gulping, the goddess of fortune swallowed hard. She had anticipated the terrifying prowess of this annihilator collaborator, but had not expected it to be this horrific. "Did you do all this?" "No, they stumbled and fell." "Well, I suppose I believe you. So, why have you summoned me?" Translating what she said, Su Xiao pointed his long sword at the rain god, who bore several gashes and was impaled by over 100 massive stakes of mercy, with all eyes trembling violently. Cough. The goddess of fortune approached the rain god and greeted, "Hello," in the void language. "Yuba Wang. Baha. Shilin. Goodness." Let her translate what the rain god says. With her fluent void language, the goddess of fortune quickly realized her mistake and corrected herself, "Hello." In the ancient god language. "Hello." In the language of the evil gods. "Hello." In the divine language. "This one do. Is it not intelligent enough to comprehend what I'm saying?" The goddess of fortune expressed her helplessness. Baha interjected, "Is there a possibility that it speaks the divine language? These four celestial beings seem to hold the divine in high regard. That's disastrous. I don't understand such ancient divine tongues." "Wait," the goddess of fortune pondered, closing her eyes and gesturing to the side. Golden ripples spread out, and soon there was a response. Once more, a benevolent deity descended, with flowing cream-colored hair cascading down. On the back of her pale hand, faint golden patterns glimmered, and her golden-red eyes seemed capable of discerning everyone as fate. Indeed, it was the goddess of fortune's ally, the goddess of fate. Witnessing the scene within the temple, the goddess of fate felt a pang of anxiety. However, she maintained her composure and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" As she understood the language of the gods, she was capable of providing instantaneous translations. The goddess of fate did not question her dear friend regarding the reason for their presence. Observing this, Su Xiao tossed a fragment of a golden statue to the goddess of fate, instructing her to ask about its whereabouts. The goddess of fate promptly relayed Su Xiao's inquiry. The god of cursed rain scoffed derisively and uttered some words, which the goddess of fate translated. "He says you are all despicable fools, and you shall never hope to obtain the relics of the gods. You are nothing but greedy and foolish ants." Upon hearing this translation, Baha, with a wing to his forehead, chuckled, "Sister, there is no need to translate insults directed at us." The goddess of fate appeared to comprehend. Yet inwardly, she mischievously thought that if she did not translate, it would mean she alone bore the brunt of the insult. One could only say, no wonder she was such a close companion of the goddess of fortune. "Is there anything else to inquire?" she asked. Just then, as her words faded, a lethal slash had already struck the head of the god of cursed rain, a diagonal line of blood gradually appearing. A what? Both the goddess of fortune and the goddess of fate were taken aback, while Su Xiao turned his gaze toward Celine, asking, "Did you capture it?" Celine nodded, "Yes. The item you seek lies at the bottom of the corruption lake." Indeed. Su Xiao had never anticipated that the god of cursed rain would disclose the location of the golden statue. What he sought was merely for the god of cursed rain to mention the golden statue. This necessitated a certain level of linguistic interaction, which was the reason for summoning the goddess of fortune. As long as the god of cursed rain referred to the golden statue, the supreme causal entity, Celine, would immediately utilize it as a causal thread to locate the statue. As for divining the golden statue's whereabouts out of thin air, such a precious relic of the gods would require an exorbitant cost for divination, which evidently was not something Celine was willing to accept. Her divine blood is untainted. "It is your compensation," Su Xiao declared, pointing his water blade toward the goddess of the sky. Having completed this, he activated the title of God Hunter. Title Effect 1. Return to Origin, Core Passive. Upon slaying divine entities, the divine soul shall be seized, initiating primitive return, allowing the soul to revert to its original state. Note: the divine soul is derived from the astral system. The original form represents the soul's most potent state. Subsequent generations of the soul may weaken, degenerate, or distort if the inheritor lacks sufficient compatibility with the original divine soul while occupying the divine position for an extended period. Title Effect 2. Divine Coronation, Passive. The primitive divine souls obtained can be stored and imparted to others. Maximum storage capacity, 0.5. Su Xiao first approached the corpse of the dark god, extending his hand as numerous black threads surged forth from the remains, coalescing in his grasp to form a dim divine soul, the dark demon soul. It was evident that this soul had undergone many generations of inheritance, containing a chaotic mixture of spiritual memories. As Su Xiao held the soul, the return to origin ability of the God Hunter title was activated, and incandescent rays emanated from his hands, merging into the dark demon soul. With a hum, a plethora of impurities evaporated from the divine soul, while vast amounts of astral power infused into it. You have acquired the night god soul. This soul, embodying darkness, night, devouring, and the slumber of the night, appeared in Su Xiao's grasp. It was a mystery how this soul had inherited such an unsightly form as the dark demon soul, especially given that this was a soul of 4 divine functions, while most souls only possess 3. This soul would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. With this auspicious beginning, Su Xiao approached the corpse of the goddess of the sky, extracting the dim gray sky god soul, activating the return to origin once more. Radiant beams flowed from his hands into the sky god soul. Moments later, with a hum, various impurities were expelled from the sky god soul, transforming it into a pure azure hue. You have acquired the enlightenment soul. Upon receiving this notification, Su Xiao felt perplexed. What connection existed between the sky god soul and the enlightenment soul? Upon examining the divine functions of the enlightenment soul, Su Xiao understood. Its functions were luck, insight, and earth sky. Goodness, how many times had it degenerated? Yet it was no surprise that the supreme goddess of the sky could harness earth-based abilities. When he reached the corpse of the god of cursed rain, the experience, akin to unboxing a mystery box, drew the goddess of fortune, the goddess of fate, Buba Wang, Baha, and Celine closer. Again, he first extracted the divine soul, with the cursed rain soul gathering in Su Xiao's hand, as he activated Return to Origin. With a resonant hum, an immense volume of impurities was expelled from the cursed rain soul, and this time the expulsion was even greater. Before it had even become semi-transparent, the prompt appeared. You have acquired the rainfall soul. The divine functions of the rainfall soul encompass fate, thunder, and the blessing of rain, which was even more extravagant than that of the goddess of the sky, transforming a soul originally aligned with benevolence into one of malevolence. Stopping before the last celestial corpse, it was no longer surprising what the return to origin would yield. As Su Xiao grasped the lunar death soul and activated Return to Origin, a torrent of chaotic impurities surged forth. Minutes later, a silvery divine soul fell into Su Xiao's hand. You have acquired the radiant moon soul. The divine functions of the radiant moon soul include affinity for life, plant growth, and the power of moonlight. Although it seemed that the night god soul, in its initial state, was the most valuable of the 4, Su Xiao perceived it differently. This time he was exceptionally fortunate. The other 3 benevolent souls were the true treasures. The enlightenment soul could undoubtedly be sold to the combat angel, Morley, of the Apocalypse Paradise. The functions of the soul, luck, insight, and earth sky, aligned perfectly with Morley's greatest interests. Undoubtedly, luck would be beneficial, and among the earth sky functions, earth was particularly relevant to her mining endeavors. As for insight, that would require Morley to cultivate herself, but the compatibility of 2 of the functions was already remarkable. The radiant moon soul could be sold to the moon apostle, while only the affinity for life function aligned with the moon apostle. Being a divine soul equated to a shortcut to higher tiers, provided one had sufficient financial means to traverse that path. Su Xiao was confident that both Morley and the moon apostle would be willing to part with significant wealth for these 2 souls, as this route to empowerment was incredibly fitting for them. As for whether the rainfall soul would suit the fortune sister, she would likely be interested, given its enhancements related to fate, particularly considering her long history of misfortune. Although AMU had consumed 32 bottles of abyssal essence, the returns from these 3 souls would more than compensate for that. In essence, resources for fully mastering the 3 techniques were already partially secured. One should not underestimate the financial prowess of the Apocalypse Sisters when they were determined to acquire something, particularly Morley, who not only possessed mines in a certain realm, but also held significant shares in the Netherworld Bank, among the wealthiest factions in the astral realm. The Arcane Eternal Star ranked first, followed by the Goblin Merchant Alliance, the Giant Bank, and finally, the Netherworld Bank. Chapter 23. The gods, the goddesses of fortune and fate departed swiftly, evidently disinclined to linger in this abyssal world. Having resolved to sell the 3 benevolent divine souls to the 3 sisters of Apocalypse, preparations were duly necessary. Su Xiao accessed his contact list and, utilizing his current Supreme Hunter privileges, composed an email. Prompt: due to the parties being situated in different realms and the considerable distance in the astral dimension, sending this email will incur an additional cost of LV1 imprint privileges. In comparison to the potential gains, this LV1 additional privilege was well worth the expenditure. Providing the Sisters of Apocalypse with ample time to gather funds and outlining his requirements in advance would undoubtedly yield greater benefits. Su Xiao meticulously detailed the functions of the Enlightenment Soul, Rainfall Soul, and Lunar Soul, along with their initial tiers, requisite attributes, and the effects of the God Hunter title. Divine Coronation, passive, within the email, while also indicating which resources were of higher priority in the transaction. The Enlightenment Soul, Rainfall Soul, and Lunar Soul were all of supreme caliber, no longer an unattainable goal for Su Xiao, as his current strength conservatively estimated him as top-tier supreme. The extent of his advancement to the 4th phase of super top-tier supreme remained uncertain, attributed to the significant enhancement of his swordsmanship. However, for the recently ascended Sisters of Apocalypse, this presented a substantial opportunity. Should they possess sufficient time for development, their future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. At the very least, all 3 harbored the potential for ascension to supreme status, along with the corresponding resources. The pressing issue lay in the recent resurgence of the Dawn Paradise. With dark currents of the void surging, compounded by the fact that over 10% of the supreme worlds exhibited traces of abyssal incursion, it would be a grave misconception to assume that abyssal incursions were commonplace for ordinary supreme beings. Typically, only at the supreme tier do the paradisiacal factions in the Tree of the Void allow contractors to encounter abyssal incursions. Otherwise, even upon entering a world afflicted by abyssal forces, contractors would not receive related missions. The situation of a certain hunter was evidently divergent, since ascending to supreme status. They had frequently traversed the abyssal erosion zones, akin to returning home. Upon reaching the supreme tier, they directly ventured into the ancient dragon realm of Iberius. The truly absurd aspect was not merely entering Iberius, but rather the main quest they received, which involved direct opposition to the abyssal races and the necessity to vanquish significant bosses among them to acquire crucial quest items. Given the current circumstances of the Sisters of Apocalypse, it was improbable for them to enter a world exhibiting mild abyssal incursions. This predicament was precisely where they found themselves, within a world clearly marked by such incursions. The sisters were not oblivious. They would undoubtedly perceive the escalating tensions in the astral realm, sensing that significant events were impending. In the face of such monumental historical occurrences, the more formidable one became, the better their chances of survival. Should they secure divine soul templates, their survival rates during such major events would surge by at least 50 to 80%. This was no exaggeration. Divine soul templates were not weak, provided they did not encounter someone like Su Xiao. Although the Sisters of Apocalypse appeared to be a ragtag trio, they were not troublemakers. Thus, if they could acquire these 3 divine souls and successfully transition into the respective templates, their survival rates in forthcoming major events could conservatively be estimated at over 80%. To instill a sense of urgency in the Sisters of Apocalypse, Su Xiao appended several photographs to the email, ostensibly to heighten their crisis awareness and thereby enhance their willingness to purchase. The contents of the photographs were as follows. Photo 1. The 1,000-meter-high heap of corpses spawned by the abyss in the absolute darkness zone. Photo 2. The abyssal passage at the innermost part of the absolute darkness zone, lined with densely packed blood-red eyes. Photo 3. The corruption lake. Photo 4. The shallow waters of the corruption lake, littered with a multitude of floating bones. Photo 5. The world resembling a dark vortex, with a sky devoid of light. As for whether the Sisters of Apocalypse would need to confront these horrors in the future, this was not mere intimidation. It was a means to cultivate their awareness of the looming crisis. With the email composed, Su Xiao selected the option to send. Prompt: you have completed the side quest, Ancient Divine Power. This quest bears no rewards. Dismissing the notification, Su Xiao exited the pantheon of gods and gazed upon the vast expanse of the corruption lake, making his way to its edge. Crack, crack, crack. His crystalline layer enveloping his right hand, he plunged it into the murky waters of the corruption lake. 2 seconds later, he withdrew his hand from the dark red, viscous liquid, the crystalline layer exhibiting clear signs of erosion. With a resounding crack, the crystalline layer shattered. Su Xiao surmised the origins of the corruption lake. It was likely not directly related to the abyssal races, but rather a battleground for ancient dragons and the gods, where powerful ancient dragons and deities had perished. The potent remnants of divine power exhibited a pronounced corrosive nature. As the abyss began to erode this world, its influence spread to this locale, where the residual taint of divine power, amplified by the abyssal forces, gradually transformed into this corruption lake. To venture into the depths of this lake necessitated not only abyssal resistance but also a tolerance for the pollution of divine power. Over an epoch of nurturing and evolution, the corruption lake had developed its own ecosystem, giving rise to extremely perilous insect species. Black leech. The black leech, Kimbas, cast a glance towards the corruption lake. Su Xiao opened the team storage space and retrieved a total of 50 Titan Dragon Hearts. Upon sight of these Titan Dragon Hearts, Kimbas's gaze intensified with fervor. You have earned this reward. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Kimbas fell silent for a moment. While it yearned for the Titan Dragon Hearts, it felt, to be fair, that it had not contributed significantly this time. Before encountering the Beastmaster, it had indeed done much, but during the battle with the Beastmaster, it had been instructed not to intervene until Su Xiao was utterly defeated or other disruptors appeared. Consequently, Kimbas had not perished even once in this world. Its original plan was to endure no more than 5 deaths before retreating, lest it betray the promise of a substantial reward. Ultimately, Kimbas said nothing further. After consuming all the Titan Dragon Hearts in a shadowy haze, it slightly bowed its head in respect to Su Xiao before dissolving the summoning oath and using its soul imprint to return to its homeland in the underworld. This was also the reason why the Iron Bloodhounds could become powerful summon beings. Once Kimbas departed, Su Xiao unleashed his blood energy, manifesting an iron blood mark in his palm. He placed his left hand, forming the Iron Blood Oath, upon the ground. As the crystalline essence spread to create the summoning array, the blood-red radiance of the summoning array flourished, and as the crimson glow dissipated, a hulking iron bloodhound emerged. Its dark red, hairless, and glossy skin accentuating its taut, muscular frame, measuring over 20 meters in length. This was the sole defensive iron bloodhound among them, and Su Xiao's most trusted companion, the giant Bloodfang. In terms of offensive capabilities, the giant Bloodfang ranked among the 20th in the Iron Bloodhounds, potentially even around the 50th. However, regarding defense and survivability, it undeniably ranked among the top few. White, knight, big, person. The giant Bloodfang uttered in a deep, yet halting void tone, a remarkable feat considering that during their last encounter, it struggled to comprehend even the language of the underworld, as the Iron Bloodhounds were fundamentally a combat-oriented breed. Having recently acquired some grasp of the void tongue, the giant Bloodfang could now only articulate a few words. This is the Corruption Lake, to the north of the lake's center. Beneath the ruins at the lake's bottom lies a golden statue I require. It is a fragment. Can you withstand the erosion of the Corruption Lake? Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the giant Bloodfang approached the edge of the Corruption Lake, sniffed the water, and without further ado, plunged headfirst into the lake. As time ticked away, an hour later, with a resounding splash, the dark red liquid erupted, and the giant Bloodfang, its skin torn and covered in various corrupted insects and leeches, emerged from the water. With a thunderous roar, the immense Bloodfang unleashed its dark crimson aura, sending the parasitic insects and leeches spiraling away or evaporating into nothingness. Its surface hissed as white vapor poured forth, a testament to its cells regenerating at an astonishing rate. Yet, the damage was severe. One could glimpse the bones within through the eroded cavities, and some organs were in a state of partial decay. The Bloodfang retched, expelling a statue predominantly dark red but revealing hints of gold, depicting a 6-winged, four-armed figure with a pair of menacing eyes flanking a gaping maw, an embodiment of a certain deity. Small flying machines ascended, encircling the Bloodfang, dispensing analgesics and restorative elixirs, allowing its top body to gradually relax until it lay on its side. Despite its efforts to breathe steadily, it was clear that it was not entirely at ease. Moments later, the Bloodfang rose once more, and Su Xiao produced a Titan Dragon Heart. It was evident that this was the first time the Bloodfang had encountered such a formidable heart. Ultimately, the heart won from a vanquished foe was not intended for the Bloodfang's consumption. No warrior would willingly sacrifice their heart in such a manner. Instead, it was meant to serve their corporeal form. The custom-made Titan Dragon Heart from the insect hive was designed with the Bloodfang's immense need for primordial vitality in mind, as well as the absorption compatibility. Indeed, the primordial vitality within the Titan Dragon Heart had been cultivated with a trace of Bloodfang blood. resulting in an astounding compatibility of over 95. In the past, a compatibility of over 20 for hearts hunted by the Bloodfangs was considered exceptional. Thus, even the notoriously aloof and cruel Bloodfang known as the Black Leech was visibly enticed by the Titan Dragon heart. A total of 380 hearts, each the size of a grinding disc and slightly over a meter in diameter, lay before the Bloodfang. Once somewhat lethargic, the Bloodfang half-raised itself and devoured one heart, chewing it to pieces. In no time, its strength had returned to 70%, and it began to consume the hearts one by one. After devouring all the Titan Dragon hearts, the creature's aura distinctly intensified. However, for the last few hearts, it swallowed them whole, seemingly intending to take some back for the other Bloodfangs. The Bloodfang's nature, in the realm of its combat-oriented kin, was evidently unique. It exhibited a degree of care for the weaker and younger members of its clan. "You've worked hard. Go rest now," it said respectfully, bowing its head in farewell to Su Xiao before returning to the underworld. Inside the boiling wash machine created by Bubuang, bubbles gurgled as the temperature reached 1,800 degrees. Through the crystalline layer, Su Xiao observed that the statue's dark red rust had faded into a golden hue. Upon opening the machine, a murky reddish liquid flowed from the bottom. "You have obtained the golden statue of the deities, crafted with the power of gold during the First Era. You have the following 3 options. 1. Submit this item to the Void Tree to enhance the supermassive reputation of the Void Tree and gain a small resource yield. 2. Submit this item to the Apocalypse Paradise for a substantial amount of general supplies. 3. Submit this item to the Reincarnation Paradise for 785 golden skill points." As Su Xiao had anticipated, the material of the golden statue was the power of gold, a supreme primordial essence on par with initial primordial essence, yet far more versatile. He inquired whether further damage to this item would affect its value, receiving the response that it had already been severely damaged. Its current value was solely derived from the worth of its constituent materials, and as long as the material properties remained unchanged, there would be no depreciation in value. After weighing its mass and quality, Su Xiao executed a diagonal slice with his blade, severing a portion of the golden sculpture. He then sent a message to the priest, indicating that the 3 tents belonging to him were secured in an alternate space at a fixed coordinate beside the corrupted lake, arranged by Baha to ensure it would not be lost. As for a meeting with the priest, it was currently unfeasible. The priest was locked in a fierce conflict with the Soul Master, Haotao, and Aurora. Furthermore, Bubuang's previous detection apparatus near the Elven Lake had remotely detected the presence of the Abyssal Archbishop. This was indeed a case of enemies meeting. Additionally, the petite female powerhouse accompanying the Abyssal Archbishop bore a striking resemblance to the Scythe of Magic, and Su Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the scythe. Despite having never encountered it before, this was not due to any aversion to the scythe, but rather the features and aura of the individual evoked a subtle sense of recognition. A particularly malevolent figure surfaced in Su Xiao's mind, Glen Jillian. After their last encounter, he had promised to reveal a secret regarding the black maple tree once Su Xiao ascended to strength. However, since Su Xiao's ascension, he had yet to receive a response from Glen Jillian. Su Xiao remained unperturbed, given Glen Jillian's notorious temperament. It was entirely plausible that he would respond with something along the lines of, "Once you reach strength, you will discover the true rarity of the black maple tree." Indeed, the most notorious female exterminator of the past was not undeserving of her reputation. "You have submitted the golden sculpture, nearly complete, to the Reincarnation Paradise. You have gained 550 golden skill points." Seeing this, Su Xiao also submitted the previously acquired 2 fragments of the golden statue. "You have gained 6 golden skill points." In total, he had amassed 556 golden skill points. With such an extravagant quantity at his disposal, Su Xiao was confident that by enhancing his demon spirit awakening ability, he could sufficiently empower the blade demon spirit. This would enable him to acquire a significant amount of demon spirit source essence with each abyssal creature he slew, thereby greatly augmenting his life force. Indeed, Su Xiao referred to the permanent enhancement energy converted from his demon-devouring physique as primordial power. More precisely, it was the primordial power that had been purified and filtered through his own devouring core, perfectly harmonizing with his being. Upon returning to the Lord's train, Su Xiao instructed Bubuang to initiate the train's operations. As the train commenced its journey, a persistent thought nagged at him. How could he install a skill upgrade chamber aboard the Lord's train? He even contemplated temporarily relocating the awakening tablet to the train. If accomplished in the near future, Su Xiao could leverage the golden skill points to empower the blade demon spirit. Consequently, every time he vanquished an abyssal creature, he would gain a considerable amount of demon spirit source essence, equating to a substantial enhancement of his life force. Su Xiao is certain that the current decaying family, even when viewed from the perspective of the starry realms, could not find such easily dispatched abyssal creatures. This particular entity had suffered greatly at the hands of previous exterminators. In a certain sense, this could be regarded as a fortune inadvertently bestowed upon Su Xiao after his ascension to strength by the former exterminators. This occasion marked the opportunity to acquire a wealth of demon spirit source essence, propelling his base life value beyond the 10 million mark. However, the prospect of permanently installing a skill upgrade chamber on the Lord's train was untenable. Setting aside the terrifying expenses involved in relocating such a chamber, the resources required to establish and maintain the necessary high-tier verification environment for its operation were staggering. In the prior world, the reason he was able to utilize a skill upgrade chamber was due to the connection between the Dawn ruins and several worlds, all possessing environments equivalent to the highest tier of verification found within the paradise. This allowed the salvage skill upgrade chamber to function smoothly. Nevertheless, even during its use, he was obliged to pay certain startup and verification fees. Assuming that the notarization environment of the previous world progress is set at 500,008,0000. The current notarization tier is approximately at level 23. To properly initiate a skill upgrade vault, a minimum of 2,000 notarization environment points is required. Su Xiao speculates that the internal notarization environment of the Reincarnation Paradise may significantly exceed 80,000. Which is why he feels an intrinsic sense of safety every time he returns to the exclusive room in the Reincarnation Paradise. Since it is impossible to permanently relocate a skill upgrade vault to the Lord's train, he decides to temporarily acquire one. Su Xiao activates Void Tree Storage Application Permission 2, 20 discount, requesting the Void Tree to grant him temporary access to a notarized item that allows the use of a skill upgrade vault. This permission currently resides in the storage, and you must pay 6,300 ounces of temporal power to complete this equipment exchange due to the use of Storage Application Permission 2. You only need to pay 5,040 ounces of temporal power. Upon reviewing the acquired permission item, it is revealed to be a summonable skill upgrade vault, notarized by the Void Tree, with a usage limit of 12 hours. The good news is that there are no concerns regarding related notarizations or activation costs during this period. He can utilize it freely. Although the 12-hour usage limit does not meet Su Xiao's expectations, he opts to proceed with the exchange. Recognizing that this is the Void Tree skill upgrade vault, which leaves room for negotiation regarding the duration of use. After consuming Void Tree Storage Application Permission 2, 20 discount, and providing an elemental treasure, which in the Void Tree's assessment is equivalent to temporal stone fragments, he receives change. You have obtained 96 temporal stone fragments. No sooner had he paid the fee than a skill upgrade vault was transported into the Lord's train. However, this vault differs somewhat from the ones in Reincarnation Paradise, though its functionalities remain the same. He attempts to request the transfer of the awakening steel located in his exclusive room to this world, and after paying for the additional level 3 imprint permission, the transfer begins. Soon, the awakening steel is positioned in the bedroom of the rear carriage of the Lord's train, fortunate that the space is ample enough. This time, Su Xiao intends not only to utilize golden skill points but also to refine his current 150 points in anti-magic skill, hoping to enhance Qing Steel Shadow. However, he can only upgrade once, which feels somewhat insufficient. Ideally, he would like the source container to be filled once more. To obtain temporary permission, he seeks out Caesar, producing a soul coin. The soul coin flies off, caught by a hand that appears from thin air after falling a short distance. My dear friend, what brings you to seek Caesar? In the Hall of Gods near the corrupted lake, the divine corpses, previously ignited by the burning embers, have been reduced to ashes, drifting in the air. At the entrance of the hall, Celine, who had been checking the reward notifications from the Apocalypse Paradise in a splendid mood, suddenly finds her spirits dampened. The reason is the simultaneous appearance of the hunter and the arbiter within her line of sight, making her the likely target of misfortune. However, Celine's worries are unfounded, as Su Xiao produces his existing 8,400 temporal stone fragments, an abyssal treasure, and an elemental treasure, totaling a value of 100,000 ounces of temporal power. My dear friend, Caesar is in no rush to collect the debt, and it was agreed that the repayment could occur within the progress of 3 worlds. Caesar beams with joy. though he maintains a facade of politeness as he swiftly collects the items. Previously, having ascended to a higher tier, Caesar urgently required temporal power, borrowing 80,000 ounces at an interest rate of 25. While this rate seems high, considering the potential risks Su Xiao faces, such as dying during his ascension or in the next task world, or falling victim to the arcane eternal stars, the interest is, in fact, reasonable. Let us extend the rental duration of this skill upgrade vault. Upon hearing Su Xiao's request, Caesar displays a hint of hesitation but eventually inquires, for how long? At least double. Well, that's quite challenging. Caesar scratches his head, prompting Su Xiao to ponder the Caesar formula. Challenging is relatively simple. Difficult poses some obstacles. Very difficult entails considerable difficulty. Extremely challenging requires additional payment. This matter can be handled, but the consequences may be severe. This task is feasible, yet the repercussions could be exceptionally dire. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Xiao decides the risk is worth taking and offers 20 ounces. My dear friend, this is for extending the rental of the skill upgrade vault. 40. No. It must be at least 40,000 ounces of temporal power. 500 deal. As Caesar speaks, he raises his hand to indicate the payment, while Su Xiao retrieves 50 temporal stone fragments. Caesar's efficiency this time is unprecedentedly high. Almost simultaneously with Su Xiao's exchange of the temporal stone fragments, he produces a badge notarized by the Void Tree and presses it onto the skill upgrade vault. Notification: Judgment's glory has been used twice. This badge is a permission item awarded to outstanding arbiters by the Void Tree, possessing strong adaptability. The current selected feature corresponds to the usage limit of this skill upgrade vault, extending its usage time to 48 hours. With everything settled, Su Xiao steps into the skill upgrade vault. As it activates with a hum, he glances at his existing 556 golden skill points, eager to test the limits of the Demon Spirit Awakening ability. Chapter 24. The Spirit of Blades. Su Xiao sat cross-legged within the skill upgrade chamber, perusing his skill list. Upon locating the Spirit Awakening ability, he pondered briefly before selecting the pale golden numeral adjacent to the skill, tapping it 10 times in succession. With the investment of 10 golden skill points, an explosive surge occurred. The Blade Spirit emerged from the Dragon Slayer flash, materializing as a tall figure composed of black-blue smoke. Its long hair flowing as if caught in an unseen breeze. Its azure eyes gazed at Sushi with an unyielding calm, yet this time, there was a discernible hint of anger. It appeared displeased with the previous division of spoils. As the Spirit Awakening ability elevated in prowess, Su Xiao sensed, whether by illusion or reality, that the smoky form of the spirit beside him had solidified somewhat, with certain details becoming increasingly distinct. As anticipated, the investment of 10 golden skill points yielded no significant change, while other abilities transformed into X after their upgrades. The Spirit Awakening capability had reached level 29, showing no signs of maxing out. Glancing at the spirit, Su Xiao resolved to be bold and decided to invest 50 golden skill points in a single go. With the rapid elevation of Spirit Awakening, Su Xiao distinctly observed that the spirit, although still composed of black-blue smoke, exhibited more refined details. Even the whites of its eyes had emerged, and its pupils appeared a lighter shade of blue. Upon completion of the upgrade, the spirit's hair, now cascading past its waist, was no longer the indistinct haze of before, but rather each strand was clearly defined, gently swaying without a breeze. Beholding the skill list, with the numeral now extending beyond its confines, Su Xiao submitted a request to the Reincarnation Paradise for a self-adjusting display of this skill's name. Typically, such a request would be unlikely to succeed. However, with 79 points following the skill, the odds appeared favorable. Verification has determined that the Spirit Awakening ability possesses a high upper limit, and the skill level display of this ability has been revalidated. Validation complete. Current display, Spirit Awakening, X79. Skill Effect 1. Blade Spirit Strength 1799 points. Su Xiao had anticipated the removal of the max display, opting instead for a direct indication of LV 79, yet this arrangement was also satisfactory. He felt reassured, as there remained no sense of the spirit spiraling out of control. Even with its astonishing strength now at 3,904 points, he felt a clear sense of control, not merely a fleeting impression. Once more, Su Xiao directed 21 golden skill points toward the Blade Spirit, successfully achieving Spirit Awakening, X100. Attempting to further enhance the Spirit Awakening ability, he discovered that an investment of 1 golden skill point no longer sufficed to elevate the numeral. Instead, He needed to invest 3 points at a time to raise the capability. A sudden thought struck him. The Blade Spirit's abilities were intrinsically linked to his own blue steel shadow energy. If this were true, then his prior complete awakening of the blue steel shadow ability, acquiring the endless development path, might have influenced the spirit awakening ability as well. It was even possible that the endless trait of blue steel shadow had been conferred upon spirit awakening. Given the correlation between blue steel shadow and the Blade Spirit, such a connection was entirely plausible. After weighing his options, he realized that a gradual approach would be inadequate for the Blade Spirit. He decided to invest a substantial 300 golden skill points in one go to elevate the spirit awakening ability, eager to discover just how extraordinary this endless potential could be. Confident that he could still suppress the spirit even if its strength doubled. Boom. A deluge of golden skill point energy surged into the spirit awakening ability. The Blade Spirit, for the first time, displayed a rare expression of pain, its arms outstretched as its form leaned backward, silently howling at the sky. Moments later, it gradually calmed. At this juncture, the spirit exuded a vibrant vitality, particularly with the radiant azure of its pupils accentuated against the white backdrop of its eyes, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Each digit of its fingers bore elongated, sharp nails, and its flowing hair appeared almost tangible. Given that the spirit manifested in the guise of a hunter tide, its aesthetic appeal was notably striking. However, to Su Xiao, this was inconsequential. Regardless of its beauty, its purpose remained to serve as a replacement to evade attacks. Dissipating into black-blue smoke when struck. Spirit Awakening, X. Skill Effect 1. Blade Spirit Strength 4,500 points. Skill Effect 2. Replacement Passive. Allowing instantaneous exchange of positions with the Blade Spirit, without activation delay. This feature cannot be interrupted or sealed by any means, ensuring its completion. Usage count, 5.5, the maximum safe usage limit per natural day. Exceeding this limit incurs risks of backlash from the spirit, resulting in a high probability of failure and potential harm to the user. Eradicator White Knight exclusive trade instant return. Within 3 seconds of using replacement to swap positions with the spirit, the user may choose to swap again. Even if the spirit is in a state of disintegration, this ability remains uninterruptible, sealed, or obstructed, ensuring its completion. Usage range, unlimited within the current world. Skill Effect 3. Causal Tier, passive. Upon slaying an abyssal race, the user may activate this trait, allowing the Blade Spirit in its slain state to forcibly tear the causal life source from its family's primordial crest, ensuring its complete obliteration from existence. Usage count per world, 2-2. Su Xiao finally comprehended why the abyssal race could be so astonishingly immortal. The crux of the matter lay within the primordial crest of their respective families. As long as the abyssal race retained their causal life source within their family's primordial crest, even if slain, they could resurrect in the abyss, utilizing this causal life source as the seed of rebirth, nourished by the primordial crest. The sole limitation of this ability was that it could only be utilized twice per world, necessitating careful selection of targets to ensure a sufficiently severe blow to the abyssal family. However, the newly emerged Spirit Awakening soon encountered the replacement of causal tier. Upon reviewing the current strength of the spirit, which had reached an astonishing 6,605 points, Sushi was convinced that any further consumption of abyssal origin energy to convert into spirit energy would not diminish the Blade Spirit's capacity. It had reached its limit. Nevertheless, the abyssal right arm was not a permanent solution. Su Xiao sensed that he had merely momentarily harnessed this fusion-like power. Should he grow sufficiently strong in the future, any conflict between the power of his right arm and his own burgeoning strength could result in a rejection of the right arm's fusion with the essence of the former abyssal sovereign. Ultimately, to achieve absolute control over the Blade Spirit, a sufficiently high soul strength remained the optimal choice. The question lingered: how much soul strength corresponded to the 6,605 points of spirit strength? In times of uncertainty, it was prudent to consult the former Eradicator. Sushi retrieved his communicator, attempting to reach out to Marvin Waltz. He did not expect instantaneous communication. A mere exchange of messages would suffice. To his surprise, the communicator connected after a brief search. A crackling voice emerged, accompanied by the distant sounds of waves and wind. Hello? Is this thing malfunctioning? The voice of Marvin Waltz came through, laced with a roguish charm. It's working. Ah, young one, you've reached Iberia's and still have the leisure to contact me? It appears that the ancient creature has yet to recover. Speak, what brings you to me this time? Soul power, corresponding to the suppression of the demonic spirit. Ha ha ha, you've come to the right person. Tell me, What is the current level of the demonic spirit? I shall calculate the corresponding soul power for you. A strength of 6,605. Upon hearing this, the three scheming old men opposite fell into silence. One of them, cloaked in black mist, remarked, "Marvin, you have acquired a blade demon apprentice. I wonder if he suffered while departing, demon spirit. We, the ancient ones, shall find you, demon spirit. Speak not, nor feign silence." After a few seconds of contemplation, Su Xiao replied, "According to the second law of pharmacology, there are no complex catalytic reactions and—" "All right, stop. Just listening through the communicator gives me a headache. I trust your pharmacological expertise. The demon spirit will not inherit such knowledge-based abilities." Clearly, Marvin Waltz was convinced that Su Xiao had not been countered by the demon spirit, nor had his consciousness been engulfed. The three old men began to whisper among themselves. Moments later, Marvin cleared his throat and said, "Now, let us discuss how you managed to temporarily suppress the demon spirit despite its formidable strength." Su Xiao recounted his encounter with the former Lord of Abyss and how he overcame his guardian using dark writhing, ultimately merging a fragment of the former Lord's source power with his right arm. Upon hearing this, the three scheming old men fell silent. Even they, as the most powerful figures of the second era, found themselves in a knowledge blind spot. After a moment of contemplation, Marvin mused, "Well, there is a certain element of luck involved. Moreover, should the former Lord of Abyss still be alive, once it revives, it will surely extract its source power from your right arm. No matter how perfectly you merge it, it is futile. This is the decree of fate." Though they found themselves in a knowledge blind spot, their perspective remained sharp. Remember, using soul power to suppress the demon spirit is the best choice. Your soul power will always belong to you, regardless of the circumstances. Then I come to inquire, how powerful must one's soul be to suppress the current demon spirit? Su Xiao's question led the three scheming old men to fall silent once more. It appeared their knowledge blind spots were plentiful today. The three old men began calculating. And after more than half an hour, Marvin stated, "According to the standards of your Paradise faction, approximately 2,600 points of soul strength should suffice to suppress a demon spirit with 6,500 points of strength." Su Xiao's current soul strength stood at 1,650 points, suggesting that reaching 2,600 points was indeed possible. After all, this time, his ascension to strength had yielded an epic enhancement to his Soul Devourer talent, increasing his soul strength by 50 points through one world progression, soaring to 150 points. With roughly 7 more world progressions, he could once again suppress the demon spirit using soul strength. However, a particularly crucial question arose. How did you derive that 2,600 points of soul strength can suppress a demon spirit of 6,500 points? Marvin Waltz replied, "Experience." The old annihilator added, "Judgment." The shadow cloaked in black mist declared, "A guess." Combining these three answers, it seemed that the shadow of the former spellcaster provided the most credible insight. At that moment, Marvin chastised the black mist shadow, saying, "You, the spellcaster, know nothing of demon spirits." "Huh, I truly know little of demon spirits, but I am acquainted with the shamelessness of you two annihilators. You are speaking nonsense. My life has been lived with integrity." "Oh, then how did I perish?" Upon uttering these words, the black mist shadow silenced Marvin Waltz, indicating that there were indeed many stories behind this. Consequently, Su Xiao's companions, Bubuang and Ba, pressed their ears against the communicator in anticipation. "Annihilator lad." The black mist shadow began solemnly. "After some contemplation, I deduced that this ratio was derived by these two old fools. Yet I estimate its accuracy to be over 80%. After all, these two old men belong to the Demon Devourer, a system more acquainted with demon spirits than any other, as they are the very ones who consume demon spirits." Just as the conversation reached this point, a tremendous rumbling echoed from the other side, followed by a disconnection of the communication. Su Xiao attempted to control the demon spirit, urging it back into the dragon-slaying flash, yet it remained unresponsive. Thus, he gradually activated the power within his right arm, and the demon spirit was immediately subdued, dissipating into smoke and merging into the dragon-slaying flash. This occurrence further solidified Su Xiao's resolve to enhance his own soul power. He approached the Awakening Monument. Retrieving the 2 fragments of the Awakening Monument he had acquired, he drew near the monument, believing that he would need to pay a form of temporal power to repair and merge it. To his surprise, the 2 fragments transformed into a semi-fluid state and were absorbed by the main body of the Awakening Monument. Prompt: You have further completed the Awakening Monument. The refinement ability of the Awakening Monument has been fully restored, allowing for the combination of 5 Annihilation skill points into 1 Annihilation skill point, refinement. Previously, the refinement process required 3 points to create 1 point. However, this single point now equates to the effect of 4 points. This enhancement significantly raises the growth potential of the Blue Steel Shadow's abilities. Even the endless trait of the Blue Steel Shadow has its limits. Regardless of whether it utilizes ordinary Annihilation skill points or those refined through the initial process, 1 point translates to an elevation of 1 level. Now, with the complete refinement, 5 points combine into 1 point, and this single point's effect is tantamount to the previous 10 points. This qualitative leap in refinement is among the reasons the former Annihilators were so powerful. Additionally, Su Xiao discovered that the current Awakening Monument remains incomplete. Finding further fragments was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, yet the situation has now transformed. He estimated that further completion of the Awakening Monument might unveil new capabilities. Activating the source container, he refined all 150 Annihilation skill points stored within through the Awakening Monument. An hour later, a total of 30 Annihilation skill points appeared in his skill list, but these refined skill points needed to be utilized swiftly. Entering the skill upgrade chamber, Su Xiao sat cross-legged upon closure of the hatch, enhancing the Blue Steel Shadow's abilities. Without hesitation, he invested all 30 Annihilation skill points at once. With a hum, Su Xiao felt as though he beheld an endless sea of stars. Though this was merely an illusion, the magnitude of this enhancement was overwhelming. Yet he was not cast into slumber, indicating that his physique had undergone significant transformation. The energy of the Blue Steel Shadow surged within him, and Su Xiao sensed its growth, alongside the emergence of new traits. He reviewed the upgraded abilities of the Blue Steel Shadow. Blue Steel Shadow, LV. 95, active passive skills. Usage conditions. Upon activating Blue Steel Shadow's ability, it consumes 9,760 mana points per minute, an increase of 3,600 points. Active effect. Each melee attack ignites an enemy's mana, burning 14,860 points and dealing real damage of 1.8 times the burn mana, base 26748 points, for 100 real damage. Dragon Slaying Flash enhancement of 50, Blue Shadow King enhancement of 30, Quick Shadow enhancement of 40, totaling 59,246 points of real damage, causing the enemy to endure excruciating pain from the mana burn. Defensive form, Pride Song, passive, capable of generating any form of crystalline defense against enemy attacks. With the crystal's strength proportional to the consumed mana, with a single mana consumption limit of 28,900 points, an increase of 9,000 points. And crystalline layer defense level at 28, an increase of 6. Prompt. Once Pride Song transitions to a passive trait, the composition and propagation speed of the crystals increase by 50. Battle form. Intense boiling, active, allowing the Steel Shadow's energy to boil. Shifting the consumption from per minute to per second, with a 1,000 increase in mana expenditure, and tripling the final true damage dealt by the Steel Shadow. One can only say that the capabilities of the Steel Shadow have become increasingly terrifying. This ability's proud form is merely a natural consequence of the overwhelming strength of its energy, rather than a mere enhancement of this ability itself. In other words, when an individual's power trait is exceedingly potent, they will inevitably possess remarkable speed, even without specific enhancements in that area. Thus, the Steel Shadow's ability is distinctly specialized. Encapsulated in a single phrase, it inflicts true damage by burning the enemy's bodily energy, with all enhancements directed towards this purpose. Initially, one might consider a mana consumption of 9,760 points per minute to be astonishing. However, the new battle form can escalate this figure to a staggering 97,600 points per second, leading to a complete depletion of Su Xiao's maximum mana of 526,760 in under 6 seconds. This is a tactic employed only in the final moments of a confrontation. Su Xiao, using his own judgment, perceives that with 11 million health points, he seems capable of enduring an 180,000 point true damage hit, but in reality, he cannot withstand even the slightest fraction. One must not equate health points with true damage. To put it simply, in the early to mid-game, even a few points of true damage from equipment or passive skills can fetch a high price, as effects like armor penetration are significantly inferior compared to true damage. Consider a scenario where one attack deals an additional 10 points of true damage with a total strength of 5,000, versus another with a total strength of 10,000. The actual bloody damage inflicted in practice may not clearly favor one over the other. Visualize true damage as the edge of a blade. With such an edge, one can pierce the enemy's body, making subsequent damage easier to inflict. It is evident that in 180,000 point true damage hit is exceptionally inhumane. Su Xiao opened his eyes. Although the enhancement of his steel shadow ability has significantly boosted his combat prowess, he does not find himself in urgent need of a battle to adapt, as he is now prepared for the most intense of confrontations. The Lord's train has commenced its journey towards the corrupted king's city. Meanwhile, in the uppermost chamber of the City Council of Sanctuary City, within the office of the City Lord, Lord Vorn sits by the window, gazing at the central torch tower, illuminated by the radiant flame core. He raises his right hand, adorned with a black glove, and taps his right temple with his index finger, evidently deep in thought. The Soul Master must devise a strategy. This individual garners millions of reputation points in Sanctuary City daily, a feat we cannot rival. A woman cloaked in black, her eyes shimmering with a verdant hue, speaks up. There will be a way. Lord Vorn, no, the Soul Master, gazes at the distant torch tower. Meanwhile, at the summit of the tower, where the flame core is housed, the exploration team leader, Afia, pauses, her hand poised to touch the flame core. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows of the corridor. Afia, this is not you. Awaken. The Dark Bishop, Charles, steps forth from the darkness, his gaze a mixture of complexity. It is futile. Our continued endurance here serves no purpose. We should escape this abyss-corrupted world. I understand that establishing a world-class teleportation array capable of transporting hundreds of thousands is unrealistic. But is this not the energy core we require? Afia reaches out to touch the flame core, not with the intention of destruction. The true horror of betrayal lies not in persuasion through words or the allure of profit, but in the betrayer's conviction that they are not betraying, but rather salvaging their faction, willing to sacrifice their life and everything for it. How much longer do you wish to endure this existence propped up by a legion of the deceased? Our primordial life force is finite. How long can it sustain their consumption in flames? Eventually, we too will become such wretches, burdens upon the next guardians, imposing a heavier price than we currently endure. Living less than 70 years as the mightiest of beings. Do you not find this utterly absurd? Afia's resolve intensifies as she synchronizes completely with her soul's intent. Capable of resisting dark corruption to a certain degree, why has Afia succumbed to this state? The answer lies in the Soul Master and his forbidden mark, the Soul Mark. He has not altered Afia's thoughts or consciousness. These are remnants of her past beliefs. From her birth to inheriting supreme power, she has endured immense pain, loss, and the specter of death. Why cling to this place when she could venture into the outside world, wielding her current supreme power and remaining life force to thrive for thousands of years? All judgments are rooted in action, not sentiment. Everyone occasionally harbors selfish or dark thoughts, but those with strong minds can suppress and swiftly eradicate such notions. To claim one has never entertained selfish thoughts would require a complete absence of emotion, a total detachment from human experience. What the Soul Master has done is allow the darkness and selfishness that once dwelled within Afia to take root. And this is the most insidious danger, who can guard against their own heart. Afia's visit to examine the flame core was initially devoid of ulterior motives. However, upon reaching the tower's summit, she found herself beset by thoughts that spiraled out of control, especially after the Dark Bishop Charles arrived and detected her unease. This prompted Afia to voice her suppressed thoughts, leading to a convergence of soul and mind. It is insufficient. I once thought similarly. Yet the flame core lacks the energy to power a world-class teleportation array for so many. Charles's words cast Afia into doubt, leaving her at a loss for words. Do not voice it, cautioned the Pain Priest, Zdenek, from the shadows. Others may be oblivious, but he possesses a complete capacity for speech. Despite perceptions that his past suffering rendered him only capable of rudimentary communication, we could take only the children of Sanctuary City. Our souls, tainted by the abyss, are destined for demise, yet I could save the children, transporting them to a world untouched by the abyss. Yes, this would not require the full energy of the flame core. The remaining energy could be yours, allowing you to await the day of reckoning here. The more Afia articulated her plan, the more feasible it appeared, even prompting a frown of contemplation from Dark Bishop Charles, who sensed its potential viability. Suddenly, the Dark Bishop plunged a hand into his own skull, extracting his brain through the bloodied hole at his temple. Cradling his brain in both hands, he expelled a dark liquid which washed over it, eradicating the soul parasites clinging to it. It was merely a soul, he grimaced. For the strong of Sanctuary City had long resisted the dark corruption of the abyssal kin at the cost of their own souls. Encountering such a silent, soul-corrupting force would inevitably lead to treachery. Had it not been for Afia's formidable will, she could have easily succumbed within hours. As it stood, she had fought off the influence for days. After self-brainwashing, the Dark Bishop returned his brain to its rightful place and extended a hand toward Afia. Give me your brain. I shall cleanse it for you. This spectacle caused Afia to hesitate, just as a figure ascended to the tower's summit, none other than the highest authority of Sanctuary City. Lord Vaughn. Mr. Vaughn, Afia. As the Dark Bishop spoke, Lord Vaughn interjected, reason dictates that Sanctuary City cannot afford any risks. Yet my personal intuition insists that Afia is correct. Upon uttering these words, both the Dark Bishop Charles and the High Priest of Pain realized that it was over. The Lord had succumbed to the influence of an unknown spiritual force. The current situation had formed a 2-against-2 standoff. Yet another figure emerged from the dim corridor. Aurora, cloaked in black, her eyes glowing with an emerald hue, renowned in the realm of Sanctum of Light as the most malevolent healer. Infamous for her abilities concerning disease and life, Aurora was undeniably enchanting, yet not a single man present dared to meet her gaze. For such an act could lead to the infection of their minds with soul-related afflictions. Gentlemen, I urge you to remain calm, spoke the brawny figure of Haotao. With hair like a lion's mane, stepping forward behind Aurora, his arms crossed and a hint of amusement in his expression as he regarded Dark Bishop Charles. You. Dark Bishop Charles had only just begun to speak. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a gloved right hand pierced through Haotao's chest. An event so unexpected that even Haotao himself was more astonished than enraged. The sensation of his soul freezing caused Haotao's teeth to grind audibly, his body rendered immobile. And uttering the word "Y" through clenched teeth was the utmost limit of his capacity. The betrayer was none other than the unlikeliest of foes in this world. The holder of the soul mark, the soul master. The hand, pressed against his skin, felt as though it were a black glove, stained red with Haotao's blood. May the divine bless you, wayward child. A multitude of grayish-white tendrils emerged from the wall as the priest stepped through a door formed of these tendrils. His benevolent smile suggesting that none of this was of his concern. Father. Haotao's mouth was filled with jagged teeth, almost beast-like in appearance, overwhelmed with bitterness. As per our agreement, you would help me sever the soul mark, and in return, I would deliver the devouring mark to you. I have fulfilled my part. What of you? The soul master, donning narrow-framed sunglasses and sporting slick-back golden hair in a white casual outfit, revealed his true face, instinctively adjusting his glasses. This scene caused Afia a splitting headache, as she suddenly broke free from the previous fusion of spiritual consciousness, rejoining the Dark Bishop's side. The soul master, slightly taken aback, realized that this was within their world, where he had battled the abyssal creatures for years. Thus, it was not surprising. The situation was evident. Everything that had transpired was a performance orchestrated by the Soul Master and the priest. Their aim was to lure Haoda to the Soul Master. And to ensure absolute success, the priest was willing to expend hundreds of gold skill points to distract anyone capable of disrupting their plans. As the priest approached Haotao, each footfall caused Haotao's resentment to swell further. No, cracks began to form on Haotao's chest like porcelain. Yet in the next moment, the priest's calm and gentle hand rested upon the back of Haotao's head. In an instant, everything for Haotao came to an end. His pupils turned a lifeless gray. Layers of dead skin surfaced on his body, peeling away like layers of gray cotton. When his head was entirely reduced to this gray matter, a mark appeared, the devouring mark. The priest touched the devouring mark with one hand, the forbidden fragment dissolving into his palm. He inquired, "Do these three consent?" The soul master gazed at the Dark Bishop and his companions, his smile radiant. "I have conferred with the ancestral spirits of Sanctuary City. There is no issue, ultimately. It is the ancestral spirits who hold true authority over Sanctuary City." Chapter 25. The pinnacle snowflakes drifted down from above, landing upon the petrified scales of the ancient dragon. Once known as the Blood Rose Dragon, this once mighty creature has now been transformed into a colossal stone sculpture, standing resolutely in the corrupted royal city. A domain now claimed by the abyssal race. Viewed from above, the high walls of the corrupted royal city form a circular structure, consisting of two layers. The outer layer is the light-devouring layer, which grows rapidly under intense sunlight, constructed as a defense against the solar faction. However, the extraordinary microorganisms that once constituted this layer have all perished, leaving behind a grayish-white stone. Within lies the black stone walls, towering hundreds of meters high, a height that is not particularly daunting for ancient dragons, primarily serving to withstand the freezing tides. No one wishes for their nest to be encased in ice. Regrettably, the royal city of the ancient dragons now lies in ruins, its territory fragmented among numerous sects, some hailing from the fallen star, others from regions ravaged by the abyss, and yet others from the void. Their unified purpose is to understand and explore the abyss. Indeed, even the long-established abyssal races have only a meager 5 understanding of the abyss. It is perhaps only by sitting upon the ancient black throne, belonging to the master of the abyss, that one might gain over 40 insight into it. As for the broader realms, they remain beyond rational comprehension and engagement, possibly only traversed by beings from the void. Moreover, it may only be upon attaining complete clarity of the abyss and mastering the elements that the ultimate secrets of the Tree of Void and the various paradisiacal factions can be unveiled. There exists an intriguing paradox in the astral realm. The more powerful one becomes, the more acutely one senses their own ignorance and insignificance. Many powerful beings mistakenly believe that reaching the pinnacle of strength signifies an end, yet in truth, attaining such heights merely grants a ticket to participate in every epoch, each marked by transformative upheavals. The upheaval of the first epoch involved ancient dragons, the sun, lords, and deities, while the second epoch was even more brutal, characterized by exterminators, spellcasters, and alchemical civilizations. As for the third epoch, it may seem relatively unremarkable, dominated as it is by the arcane eternal star, which suppresses all. However, a crucial issue arises. For an epoch, the third epoch has only just commenced, yet it will simultaneously unleash all the crises and strengths of the preceding 2 epochs. The massive invasion of the abyss is imminent. Should they fail to withstand this catastrophe, the third epoch will signify the end of all, or rather, the commencement of the abyssal epoch. In such a time, the astral realm, suffused with the abyss, may witness the emergence of new dark entities. But they will be incompatible with the beings of the current epoch. The only force capable of surviving this calamity is the ancient abyssal race. It is not that the abyssal race orchestrated these events. Aside from the supreme entity of the arcane eternal star, no one else could conceive of such a grand scheme. The question remains, if the abyssal epoch truly arrives, what significance does it hold for that supreme being? Therefore, all of this unfolds as an inevitable trend, stemming from a series of significant events since the first epoch, coupled with the transformations of time, ultimately leading to the impending arrival of the abyssal epoch. In this forthcoming abyssal epoch, true strength merely serves as a ticket to participation, and the first 4 tiers of strength are fraught with the potential for demise. To begin, the newly ascended pinnacle has long been regarded as pseudo-pinnacle throughout much of the second epoch. This is because those who ascend to true pinnacle status will remain in the newly ascended phase for only a brief period, ranging from mere days to several months, before transitioning to senior pinnacle. It is only upon becoming senior pinnacle that one truly embodies the essence of strength. For instance, upon reaching pinnacle status, Su Xiao was in fact a senior pinnacle. Yet due to the extraordinary nature of his ascension, he swiftly advanced to top pinnacle. In the second epoch, the tier following top pinnacle is pinnacle apex. However, the chasm between these 2 tiers is vast, giving rise to the tier of super top pinnacle. To illustrate simply, if the span from newly ascended pinnacle to senior pinnacle is 513, then the distance from senior pinnacle to top pinnacle measures 1340. The leap from top pinnacle to pinnacle apex is an astonishing 406,000. Indeed, the enormity of this gap is staggering, leading to the emergence of the super top pinnacle tier, which measures 40630, yet the distance from 630,6000 remains absurdly large. When Su Xiao ascended to pinnacle potential, the potential for pinnacle apex was approximately equivalent to 630,5800 supreme potential points. Do not be misled into thinking that utilizing 630 supreme potential points qualifies one to claim pinnacle apex. Ascending to pinnacle apex with such potential carries an infinitesimal probability, lower even than the 1% chance of Su Xiao opening a treasure chest yielding the highest rewards for 3 seconds or more. Failure to ascend to pinnacle apex results in only one outcome: death across all facets, body, soul, and existence. Thus, from the first epoch to the present, few have reached pinnacle apex. Excluding the abyssal races, which are deemed special entities, one must ponder why the exterminators were once so formidable. The answer lies in the fact that their predecessors were all pinnacle apex. The correct assertion is that only by ascending with the potential derived from 5,800 supreme potential points does one possess a reasonable chance of achieving pinnacle apex. And that probability is conservatively estimated to be no more than 30. Therefore, ordinarily, the transition from super top pinnacle to pinnacle apex is not theoretically 630, 6000, but rather 6305000, or even 630100000, with the opportunity to ascend being singular. Failure equates to certain death, necessitating thorough preparation. Indeed, attaining pinnacle apex is a genuine requirement for ascension, yet it does not demand any resources, merely the assurance of three conditions. 1. One must be sufficiently powerful. 2. One must possess ample potential. 3. The number of powerful beings in the current epoch capable of ascending to pinnacle apex must not exceed a certain threshold, otherwise, subsequent ascensions will inevitably fail. However, should those who ascend to pinnacle apex perish, vacancies will arise, allowing others to ascend. In other words, the stronger one is before ascension, the higher the likelihood of success. And each epoch has a cap on the number of positions available for ascending to pinnacle apex. It is estimated that this limit does not include the abyssal races. What Su Xiao must now do is simple: maximize his own potential. He estimates that by fully enhancing 3 skills and utilizing, above the master, to fuse these abilities, combined with mastering several potent passive skills and elevating his physical attributes to exceed 1,000 points, he can unlock and raise his true power to new heights. The wind howled past his ears, and the chill at the zenith of the clouds compelled Su Xiao to gaze at the increasingly dim sun of this world. He could sense that by utilizing 120 initial skill points and elevating the ability of the Steel Shadow to level 95, his combat strength surged significantly. The challenge lies in his current physique, which is insufficiently robust to fully unleash the enhanced might of his swordsmanship. Consequently, despite absurdly attaining super top pinnacle, he finds himself merely on the cusp of pinnacle apex. He acutely senses that this goal is still quite distant. Perhaps even more so than when he was not yet a pinnacle, owing to his previous ignorance of the matter. Reflecting on the powerful figures of pinnacle apex, the god of death, the blade demon, the undying elder, lord of souls, the dear god, and the demon matron, as well as the captain before drinking the gift of the tree, elixir, one cannot help but acknowledge the immense value of pinnacle apex. In the corrupted royal city, atop the high walls, everything appears deceptively tranquil. In reality, the former inhabitants, humans, elves, and giant experiments, have long been released from their cages, having been transformed into monstrosities by the mad scholars of this place. Not only that, but all the secondary factions of the decaying family have now converged here, including humans, elves, and giants. More of the fallen are gathering, while the lower-tier corruptors have yet to earn their place here. In comparison to the Queen's City, or rather, the Elven Realm, the corrupted King's City appears dilapidated and worn. This is due to the indifference of its ruler, the Twin Kings, who show no interest in managing industries or building formidable powers. All of their energy is devoted to studying the abyss and its denizens. Their long-standing desire has been to separate from one another, two brothers, forever bound by hatred yet inseparable, their fates intricately intertwined, a profound irony and a curse. Virgil, the Bugman El, the Evil Lord, and the Paladin Monope, key members under the Decaying Council, have gathered here, situated in the Dragon Hall before the Palace Square, a place once reserved for naming young dragons. At this moment in the Dragon Hall, Virgil, Bugman El, and the Evil Lord are engaged in conversation, while Paladin Monope stands aloof by a stone pillar, arms crossed. A petite figure with a head full of serpents, shark-like teeth, and 6 arms, each resembling fierce claws, sits atop a dragon sculpture. This is Liana, one of the council leader Agubea's trusted aides. Flanking her on either side are the gaunt, mummy-like infiltrator and the 5-meter-tall, corpulent Bogdo, whose body is filled with a flowing substance. These 3 serve as the council leader's confidants. Yet Liana's brow is furrowed with concern. The leader, who appears to be nearing his end, has inexplicably sought out some female secondary denizens today for procreation, a process that will never yield offspring with the abyssal denizens. Liana's unease grows as she contemplates the leader's strange behavior, leading her to exclaim, "Is there any purpose in our waiting here?" Her words resonate with the majority of the abyssal denizens present. However, the order to wait has come directly from the council leader, and both of the other council members concur. They have no right to oppose it. Unexpected events can occur at any time. Virgil interjects, and upon hearing this, Liana's anger finally finds an outlet. With a cold smirk, she leaps down from the dragon sculpture and speaks rapidly. Unexpected? Given the defensive power here. As long as that spellbreaker has a functioning mind, he would never come here. In fact, he could even launch high-powered explosives our way. Although this wouldn't affect us much, I firmly believe that spellbreaker could never, under any circumstances, come here. Just as Liana finishes her statement, a sharp sound of slicing air pierces through the hall. Boom. The ceiling of the dragon hall is shattered, a hole forming as a figure descends, one hand resting on the hilt of a long knife at his waist, the other nearing Liana's head. In that instant, silence falls within the hall. The once furious Liana, whose shark-like teeth had clicked noisily in anger, suddenly calms. Bogdo, save me. Clang. The speed is too fast. The heavily armored Bogdo has just vanished from his spot, teleporting to Su Xiao's side, where a cutting line has already carved through Liana's neck, her head flying away as her shark teeth click in the air. You wait, you bastard. Liana's furious shout is cut short as Su Xiao, utilizing his dragon shadow flash ability, appears before her, delivering a swift kick. Bang. Liana's headless body shatters, her flesh erupting into a mist of blood, while her dark bones strike Bogdo like a shattered shotgun. Extreme Blade. World. Centered around Su Xiao. A spherical domain of Extreme Blade manifests, and almost simultaneously, Bugman L, Bogdo, Infiltrator, and Burgel leap backward. Clang. The elder-looking Burgel stumbles back, while Bogdo, Infiltrator, and Bugman L maintain their leap in midair. The evil lord jumps away first, and Liana, having lost her head, narrowly escapes disaster. Fortunately, her head is her true form. Otherwise, had Su Xiao decapitated her, even as a member of the decaying family, she would have met her end. This reflects the mastery of the three-cut soul technique, combined with the Blue Shadow King's blade that carries the magic of decapitation and indisputable strength. Bogdo, Infiltrator, and Bugman L disintegrate into cube-sized fragments, descending without the chance for regeneration. Returning slowly to the abyss, Liana's body rapidly regenerates, while Burgel is assisted to his feet by the evil lord, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. The denizens here are predominantly of the senior supreme level, with Liana nearing top supreme. Yet, in just one encounter, such a devastating defeat. This spellbreaker is likely a super top supreme, a monstrous human striving to reach the supreme pinnacle. Indeed, within the abyssal denizens, the pursuit of the supreme pinnacle is rare. While there are many at the supreme level, those at the pinnacle are few. And such ancestral figures are typically constrained by the abyss. This is the cost of power derived from the abyss. Once they arrive, survival is not guaranteed. Burgel's smile harbors a tinge of savagery, yet his eyes betray an uncontrollable twitch. The memory of being struck down by this spellbreaker is indelibly etched in his mind, and the pain brought on by the so-called blue steel shadow energy feels as if it pierces the very soul, accompanied by a relentless surge of electric torment. With a resounding crash, the dragon hall is shattered from the outside, revealing a gigantic figure, 100 meters tall, clad in forged armor, with iron chains piercing through its chest. Not only this giant, but Su Xiao now finds himself in the center of a vast palace square, several kilometers in diameter, filled with secondary denizens, mostly elves, with humans and a few giants among them. All these beings fix their ash-gray eyes on Su Xiao. Countless black worms and leeches crawl through the air above, while grotesquely mutated creatures capable of flight loom overhead. At this moment, all secondary denizens, aberrant beings, and fallen entities within the royal city share a singular objective: to encircle and kill Su Xiao. A torrent of dark power converges, engulfing Su Xiao as enemies swarm him like a tide. Blade path, knife, super circumference cut. With a whoosh, the black flame circular blade cleaves through the center of the enemy tide, instantly clearing a large swath of abyssal denizens, leaving no corpses behind, merely annihilation. This circumferential cut is immensely satisfying, yet the sheer number of surrounding enemies soon overwhelms Su Xiao once more. Super circumference cut. With another whoosh, the black flame's circular blade expands, once again clearing the surrounding foes. Meanwhile, at a distance atop the palace, council leader Agabea, the Twin Kings, and Madame Scorpion stand before a massive window, observing the scene below. Truly remarkable, the Spellbreaker. How did you ever manage to defeat these terrifying beings in the past? Madame Scorpion muses. We did not win, Agabea replies with a sardonic smile, watching the tide of attacks below. The Spellbreaker of that time was far more powerful. Though he is formidable now, he pales in comparison to Archid, Waltz, and Jillian. Those were the true nightmares of the past. Hearing the council leader's reflection, Madame Scorpion shakes her head and inquires, Council Leader, how long do you believe this spellbreaker can endure? And are you certain there are means to prevent his escape? Indeed. As the Speaker of the Parliament was about to conclude his remarks, he suddenly noticed a secondary ethnic giant, wielding a colossal hammer that came crashing down. Meanwhile, the besieged exterminator's eyes radiated an even more intense azure glow, and his aura surged dramatically. Witnessing this scene, a more terrifying past nightmare surged forth in his mind. The exterminator? The Azure King? The Speaker's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation, but it quickly hardened again, at such a young age. How powerful could the Azure Shadow King be? The nascent mastery of the Azure King was insufficient to turn the tide. The Speaker's words instilled a measure of calm in Lady Scorpion and the Twin Kings, who had been momentarily shaken by the earlier revelation. However, amidst the relentless assault below, a reckless villain hurled a ball of darkness, which crashed into Su Xiao. The flickering black-blue smoke of his battle armor briefly appeared on Su Xiao's surface before vanishing, seemingly shattered. Observing this, the Speaker, Agabaya, maintained a calm demeanor, for he had no intention of lingering in the corrupted royal city. This exterminator not only wielded the Azure Shadow King, but had also pushed it to its limits, even possessing the demon spirit armor. Staying any longer would not be an act of bravery, but rather a foolhardy pursuit of death. This is left to you too, the Speaker stated with a composed expression. At his words, Lady Scorpion felt a jolt of surprise. She sensed that this old man intended to flee. Thoughts raced through her mind, and she implored, Lord Agabaya, given the old grievances and new enmities with the exterminator, would it not be unwise for you to depart now? Hearing her words, the Speaker furrowed his brow slightly before nodding in reluctant agreement. Indeed, you battled the exterminators in the Second Era. It is only fitting that I, as a witness of this era, should see off the last of them. As he spoke, a hint of difficulty crossed his features, and he continued, however, I have observed that this exterminator carries several auras of original sin, likely possessing original sin artifacts. Upon hearing the term original sin artifacts, Lady Scorpion's heart tightened. As a member of the abyssal lineage, she understood the terror of these artifacts more than others. Nevertheless, she replied, this is indeed a challenging matter. But it suffices to banish them back to the abyss. There is no need to trouble Lord Speaker personally. Very well, I leave this matter to you, little Scorpion. The Speaker's gaze towards Lady Scorpion bore a hint of satisfaction. Realizing this, not only Lady Scorpion but even the nearby Twin Kings felt a chill. He was somewhat familiar with the Speaker's character. I can handle it, but I must know what the original sin artifacts are. Judging by the aura, it seems to be a collector. Lady Scorpion's pupils constricted immediately. She hesitated, her gaze shifting to the side of the human race, fiercely slaughtering the secondary ethnic giants amidst the tide of adversaries. The humans dispatched the ordinary secondary ethnic giants with ease, cleaving through them as if chopping vegetables. One elf, in a fit of madness, tore open its own chest, its internal blood and flesh boiling to the brink of explosion, cackling as it lunged forward. With me. Let us plunge into darkness together. The corrupted elf laughed maniacally, intending to detonate all of its bodily energy, but the next moment, with a sound like a gentle breeze, it was abruptly shattered, even its impending explosion thwarted. Indeed, after enhancing his swordsmanship with 120 initial skill points, Su Xiao's blade techniques had become fearsome. Roaring, all the corrupted humans within 1,000 meters suddenly had their eyes darken, rapidly transforming into beasts, evidently manipulated by true abyssal beings, compelling them to burn their life essence for a surge in combat strength, albeit at the cost of their lives within mere seconds, regardless of any subsequent attacks. Blade path technique, blood rain. Su Xiao's long blade pointed towards the ground, the blood staining it igniting into a fiery crimson hue. Almost simultaneously, crimson droplets of rain began to converge above him, cascading downwards. The instant the blood rain fell, every secondary ethnic giant within 1,000-meter radius froze in place. A closer inspection revealed their bodies riddled with wounds, having been penetrated by the blood rain. This was no ordinary rain. It was a manifestation of fine blood energy blades. As for how Su Xiao could execute this technique, he had never developed anything similar before. Just a moment prior, he had experienced an epiphany regarding his swordsmanship. It was as if he no longer needed to confine himself to past techniques, but could instead focus on a more core essence, from which powerful sword techniques could be derived based on varying combat scenarios. Regrettably, this extraordinary sensation was fleeting. Yet Su Xiao speculated that this might represent the fusion of the three master abilities he sought, manifesting as a formidable ultimate technique. Just as he savored this remarkable combat experience, The sound of space fracturing echoed. A formidable foe approached. Yet, against Su Xiao, who had reached the pinnacle state of the Azure Shadow King, this foe appeared less intimidating. Annoyed by the interruption of his extraordinary experience, Su Xiao's gaze intensified, and he met the incoming ferocious attack with a single stroke. A 10-meter-long, seemingly forged from black rock, blunt giant sword descended, wielded by a giant over 20 meters tall. Possessing 4 arms and a multitude of eyes, its mouth filled with jagged teeth, and more eyes adorning its chest. This was an actual member of the Duquesne family. From a physical perspective, the abyssal giant completely overshadowed Su Xiao. However, when the black rock giant sword clashed with the dragon-slaying flash, it was the 4-armed giant who trembled. Ah! The 4-armed giant roared in fury, charging at Su Xiao with all its might, taking advantage of the moment when the dragon-slaying flash was momentarily occupied. The surrounding secondary ethnic giants surged forward. Alas, Su Xiao's instinctive perception remained ever vigilant, with a series of blade lights manifesting around him. The 4-armed giant found itself marked with numerous blood trails. Instead of retreating, this only ignited its ferocity. Its eyes bulged with rage, and as its 4 arms swelled grotesquely, the black rock giant sword bore down upon the dragon-slaying flash, yet it could not advance an inch. Su Xiao executed a decisive slash, causing the giant's pupils to widen in shock, and its massive form staggered backward, shaking the ground beneath it with each step. After halting, the 4-armed giant, now enraged to the point of having its dark red braids fray, charged forward with wild abandon, unleashing a full-force cleave. In truth, it had other means to confront its foes, but having just used them all without harming this master of techniques and accidentally slaying many allies, it took the risk of engaging in close combat. The colossal black rock sword descended with a mighty slash, and Su Xiao executed a horizontal strike that met the blade. He remained steadfast, his long coat billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of a master technique practitioner. In stark contrast, the 4-armed giant, after absorbing the impact of Su Xiao's blow, felt an overwhelming force surge through, causing it to stumble uncontrollably to the side, releasing its grip on the black rock sword. The weapon spun through the air, shattering several lesser beings before embedding itself forcefully into a stone slab diagonally opposite. Yet, in the next moment, it could no longer withstand the strain. Cracks appeared at the 2 points where it had been struck by the dragon shadow slash, leading to a catastrophic shattering of the weapon. Even if I am not your adversary, you shall not perish. With a resonant clang, a graceful arc of wind sliced through the giant's neck. In the past, such an injury would have drawn its disdain, but now, the muscles of its face twitched, and its myriad eyes widened in disbelief. I shall be reborn in. As the giant's massive head fell, Su Xiao executed an upward slash, clearing a swath several meters wide and 100 meters long ahead of him. He utilized Dragon Shadow to arrive at the point where the head would land, delivering a side kick that struck the descending mass perfectly. Boom! The fragments of the skull erupted like a massive shotgun blast, clearing a substantial area to the right. Furthermore, the city walls, located over 10 kilometers away, were left pockmarked, a testament to the sheer destructive power of this strike, compounded by the age of the structure. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and as Su Xiao surveyed his surroundings, the lesser beings seemed almost inexhaustible. He decided against wasting further time, lest the primary target seize the opportunity to flee. After all, Shadow King LV Yex was indeed a formidable force in group battles, and allowing the enemy to retreat was a wise choice. Having pinpointed the location of the demon spirit, Su Xiao's pupils appeared to transform into arcs of golden lightning. Heaven's wrath, thunderfall. At that moment, the darkness vanished, and the sky morphed into a colossal vortex of storm clouds, shimmering with hints of gold under the sunlight. This scene exuded an epic grandeur. With a resounding crash, a golden pillar of lightning, over 100 kilometers wide, descended. Almost simultaneously, all lesser beings and aberrant creatures within the corrupted royal city ceased their assault, their gazes fixed upon the heavenly wrath descending from above. Their hearts filled with a paralyzing fear of nature's fury, devoid of any other emotion. The raging thunder pillar overwhelmed the towering walls of the corrupted royal city, transforming the area into a realm of lightning. Buildings, the ground, lesser beings, aberrant creatures, and even members of the Kane family lurking nearby began to shatter and evaporate. Hundreds of kilometers away, in front of the Lord's train, Celine gazed at the spectacle, her expression gradually morphing into one of shock. Stiffly, she turned to look at Su Xiao, whose form still crackled with golden arcs. Did you do that? In that moment, Celine genuinely questioned her existence. Wasn't the principle of technique types that their abilities became increasingly unadorned as the battle progressed? This was far from being simple. Crack, crack, crack. Crystal layers spread beneath Su Xiao's feet. After half a minute, the thunderfall ceased its relentless bombardment of the corrupted royal city. He had utilized the demon spirit's replacement to arrive hundreds of kilometers away, a testament to the enhanced long-range nature of the ability. With a thud, the teleportation array beneath him activated. Naturally, he would not transport himself to the corrupted royal city. The space there must have been obliterated by the thunderfall. Who knew what perilous and sinister place he might land in? Thus, he opted to teleport to the apex of the corrupted royal city. Soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky, the wind howled past his ears as he descended at an ever-increasing velocity. Just a few meters from the ground, his speed abruptly diminished. His toes touched down first, and he gradually descended. A technique master, even in the latter stages, possessed commendable control over the forces of the world. As for flight capabilities, well, in 99% of scenarios, enemies would not dare to take to the skies in the face of a technique practitioner. That was the crux of the matter. Surveying his surroundings, the thunderfall invoked by heaven's wrath had rendered the corrupted royal city a desolate wasteland. A vast expanse of charred earth lay before him, with a blackened palace standing starkly in the distance. One could only commend the ancient dragon faction for their architectural prowess. Chapter 26. The Ancient Dragon Before the Royal Palace. Su Xiao enveloped his hands in crystal layers and pushed open a pair of charred metal doors, their temperature exceedingly high. As the doors creaked open, the scene within the palace unfolded before him. The force of the dimensional thunder had shattered the guards inside, leaving a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh, with steam rising from the evaporated blood due to the intense heat. Amidst this horrific sight, a frail figure upon the throne maintained a golden white light shield, safeguarding both himself and the paladin, Monopi. Cough, cough, cough. A young man, adorned in a loose gray robe with flowing white hair, his eyes closed and visage delicate, pressed one hand over his mouth and nose, coughing violently, blood seeping through his fingers. He was the Twin King. Your Majesty, the burly paladin Monopi exclaimed, kneeling on one knee, reaching out to support the Twin King, who was perilously close to collapsing from his throne. You ultimately did not heed my command. The Twin King spoke, his voice tinged with disappointment. Throughout their existence, the Twin King had been dominated by the consciousness of his elder brother, with the younger twin seldom emerging from the depths of their shared subconscious. This innate bond of twinhood had bred mutual disdain between them. Upon hearing the Twin King's words, Monopi bowed her head, clearly acknowledging her fault, yet her resolve remained unchanged. Observing this, the weakened Twin King dispelled the golden light shield that had previously withstood the dimensional thunder and protected Monopi, leaving him utterly drained. Since you have stayed, complete your task, the Twin King declared, followed by another bout of harsh coughing, blood trickling from his alabaster fingertips. Curiously, his blood was a vivid red, rather than the inky black of dark blood. Yes, Your Majesty, Monopi affirmed, her gaze resolute once more. Rising from her kneeling position, she drew the knightly greatsword that had been her companion throughout, gripping it firmly with both hands. Her eyes gleamed with newfound determination. On the continent of Windsea, among the beast folk, she was the hereditary paladin, Monopi. With her hands clasped around the sword's hilt, she stood tall, the greatsword poised before her. Reincarnation, White Knight. Su Xiao articulated, his voice seldom rising before battle. With a resounding thud, the ground beneath Monopi's feet began to crack. It was a remarkable feat that the palace, which had endured the dimensional thunder, bore such marks. Clang! The knightly greatsword clashed with the long knife, unleashing a surge of divine power. Yet, in the next instant, a torrent of blood energy surged forth, overwhelming the divine force as if it were a solitary vessel adrift in a sea of blood. Monopi clenched her jaw, feeling the blood energy slice through her cheeks. Should an unknowing observer witness the duel between Su Xiao and Monopi, they would undoubtedly conclude that the paladin was the embodiment of righteousness, instinctively cheering for the unknown knightly sister. With a roar, Monopi unleashed her divine strength. Not out of habit, but in response to the overwhelming pressure exerted by the master of techniques before her. It felt as though a colossal claw of a blood beast bore down upon her, causing her bones to creak ominously. Blade technique. Time, she intoned. Boom. The time force field erupted. In combat against such an adversary as Monopi, Su Xiao would not yield an inch, skillfully retreating to redirect the immense force of her greatsword. It was not that Monopi's combat style was simplistic. Rather, it was a matter of timing. She unleashed her divine strength to create an opening. However, as she sought to retract her divine power, Su Xiao, with a deft leap back, countered with an unadorned yet powerful slash. Clang! Monopi managed to deflect the strike. But the forced withdrawal of her divine strength, combined with the overwhelming weight of Su Xiao's blow, sent her energy into turmoil. Huh, Monopi cried out, once more channeling her divine power for a decisive strike. Yet, after the clash of blade against blade, the assault pierced through without resistance. For Su Xiao had entered a state of spatial penetration. Extreme physique. Spatial walker, passive upon executing a spatial move, your next attack speed increases by 45. Inflicting a measure of spatial damage. Blade technique, extreme. Su Xiao infused his long knife with soul energy, the strike imbued with spatial cutting properties. Facing this onslaught, Monopi, having just missed her strike, could only raise her great sword to defend. Clang. As the blade descended, Monopi felt a resounding thrum in her skull. The strike reverberated through her soul, and the spatial quality of the attack made it seem as though her very essence was being cleaved into the interstices of reality. Granting Monopi no opportunity for respite, Su Xiao launched a direct kick, a peculiar maneuver executed in a dragon shadow flash state. His right leg and calf enveloped in soul energy. With a resounding thump, it seemed as though a translucent figure was expelled from within Monopi, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Why was this so? The answer lay in the previous strike, where despite Monopi having blocked it, the spatial and soul properties had dislodged part of her essence into the void between realms. Ordinarily, this would be inconsequential, as she would recover within moments. However, Su Xiao's penetrating kick had delivered a jolt to her soul, leading to a precarious separation of her spirit from her corporeal form. In the throes of battle, such a state was perilous, especially against a master of technique. It was tantamount to death. Clang. The gleaming edge of Su Xiao's blade cut through, leaving a crimson mark upon Monopi's neck. As she brushed past him, she staggered a few steps before halting, instinctively clutching her throat. Yet, her vision began to spin and descend, and with a soft thud, she collapsed, her gaze falling upon a headless corpse, blood gushing from the severed neck. What a despairing yet commendable battle were Monopi's final thoughts as she succumbed to darkness. As for her resurrection in the abyss, she would not partake, for months prior. She had allowed her causal life source to dissipate from the primordial family emblem of the Decane clan. Thank you, Nullifier. You have granted a knight the respect she deserved. The twin king spoke, his weakened form slumped upon the throne, his gaze filled with complexity. We, the Decane lineage, possess great power due to our unique birth. Yet we are cursed by the inner evil that dwells within us. We are inherently a dark race, devoid of beauty, driven only by an insatiable and expanding desire. The twin king rested his elbows upon the armrests of the throne, hands intertwined, surveying the scattered remains around him as he continued, "It is undeniable that in my youth, my family sheltered me, hence my need to oppose you." The twin king smiled faintly before continuing, "Yet, I also realize that opposing you is a grave error. Regardless of your motivations, you protect the innocent human beings of Duan, who merely wish to live free from the torments of hunger and illness. While my kin seem to detest this notion, I have contemplated numerous solutions and ultimately discovered that knowledge serves as a commendable answer. It harbors boundless mysteries that may elucidate the origins of the Duquesne clan's innate evil desires. Regrettably, those who possess such vast knowledge are unwilling to grace this corrupt royal city, and I have no desire to compel them. Nevertheless, some are willing to come, such as those ancient scholars of the arcane." At this juncture, the twin king shook his head and chuckled. "They are far too malevolent, always seeking to inflict suffering upon living beings and impose their wicked beliefs upon them." Suddenly, the twin king halted, fixing his gaze upon Su Xiao. "I have never shared these thoughts with anyone else, yet here I am, revealing them to my adversary. How peculiar." The twin sovereign rose from his seat and approached the corpse of the paladin Monopi, his gaze tinged with reluctance. "Regardless of the circumstances, she died for me. Yet you have become our adversary. Come forth, exterminator." The twin sovereign's pupils transformed into a golden hue as he levitated, his hands raised to the sky, summoning golden orbs of light that spiraled around him, carving dark scars through the fabric of space. These dragon eye-sized golden spheres, seemingly unremarkable, possessed an unreasonable penetrating power. Even with Su Xiao's physique, a hit would result in a gaping hole, and being struck in the head or heart could lead to instantaneous death. With a loud thud, one golden orb zipped past Su Xiao's face. Had it not been for his instinctual foresight, he would have been struck. In the next instant, hundreds of golden spheres surged towards him, and even more terrifyingly, these orbs suddenly split into thousands, leaving a trail of utter darkness in their wake. Blade path, time. With a resounding impact, Su Xiao unleashed a black blade of energy, slicing through the gaps between the golden spheres created by time, aimed directly at the twin sovereign's throat. As the golden spheres entered the domain of time, they slowed uncontrollably. Observing this, the twin sovereign pointed his finger, transforming one golden orb into a thin shield to intercept the incoming black blade. However, the black blade's speed abruptly diminished, morphing into a dark blue mist that swiftly coalesced into a demonic spirit, wielding a crystalline longsword aimed at the twin sovereign. With a sizzling sound, the crystalline longsword was obliterated, leaving only the hilt in the spirit's grasp. Almost simultaneously, thousands of golden spheres pierced through Su Xiao's body. The blade of energy grazed the twin sovereign's neck, and in that fleeting moment, Su Xiao and the spirit swapped places, with the spirit being the one riddled with golden spheres. Despite the three-slice soul enhancement, the twin sovereign showed no change in expression. The wound on his neck was instantaneously erased, not healed but rather removed. One golden orb hurtled towards Su Xiao, who wielded the crystalline longsword with the energy of souls suffusing his right leg and calf, so concentrated that it appeared almost liquid. With an ethereal boom, the twin sovereign collapsed to one knee, and a male spirit, not resembling him closely yet equally ethereal and handsome, emerged from his back, tethered to the twin sovereign's soul. As the spirit knelt, the blade of energy flashed, and with a decisive swing, the two spirits were severed, followed by a horizontal slash that decapitated the spirit. The severed spirit did not gaze at Su Xiao, but rather fixated on the twin sovereign, its eyes brimming with complex resentment. As the spirit dissolved, it murmured something, though none could discern the words. "Brother." The twin sovereign raised his hand, then let it fall limply. He shifted from kneeling to a seated position. The fated brothers finally achieving the separation they longed for, albeit at the cost of their lives. Indeed, the twin sovereign was destined to perish. Unlike other members of the Dokkan family who, before death, experienced an inexplicable tether that pulled something away. This was the twin sovereign erasing his causal source of life from the origin family crest of the Dokkan family. He despised the Dokkan family, governed by desire and evil since birth, and loathed his abyssal lineage, yet throughout his life, he could not escape this identity. He had attempted to leave the ancient dragon kingdom for a world devoid of malevolence, only to see that kind town ultimately succumb to the abyss. The once adoring girl who gazed at him with affection was left screaming in horror at the grotesque creatures. "Exterminator, I entrust this to you." With those words, the twin sovereign plunged his hand into his chest and retrieved his heart, a pulsating organ exuding foul, brownish smoke, reeking of decay. "Grant me one request. I shall reveal to you the location of the Dokkan family crest I guard. Assume that you would be willing to confront us on behalf of Duan, and surely you would not refuse this task." Upon finishing, the twin sovereign tossed a semi-transparent crystalline spatial token, continuing, "The residents of ancient Dragon City did not all perish in Lady Scorpion's scheme. 1/5 of the innocent civilians survive. When I mentioned using them as test materials, I actually intended to shelter them in the enclosed area corresponding to this token. Upon my death, no one will provide for them, so do not let them wait too long. They are all ordinary yet fortunate innocents." As he spoke, the twin sovereign coughed up a copious amount of blood, disregarding his status as a Dokkan family member, crawling towards his loyal guard, the corpse of Paladin Monopi. He smiled knowingly at Su Xiao. "As a Dokkan Council member, my bloodline compels me to protect that family crest. So I implanted it within the heart of a temperamental behemoth. It lies below. Upon my demise, its seal will break. However, I am certain you will not find this behemoth repugnant. I wish you to become the victor." At this moment, the twin sovereign bowed his head beside his most trusted companion, his body gradually disintegrating into grayish worms, symbolizing the secrets of the Dokkan family. "You have slain Dokkan Council member, twin sovereign, former abyssal lineage. You have gained 72,000 points of Sanctuary City reputation. You have acquired abyssal chest. Why?" Closing the notifications, Su Xiao gazed at the floating, foul brown heart. With a swift slash, the heart shattered, releasing its noxious power, which was swiftly absorbed by the enchantments within the hall, evidently set up by the twin sovereign to absorb the corrupting energy he emitted daily. "You have destroyed the source of decay. You have completed the bounty 2, source of decay, destroy the source of rot. Due to the multiplier bounty correction from the hunting list, blood contract, you will receive a total bounty worth 7,500 ounces of temporal power. You have received 280 temporal stone fragments. This is an equivalent item, which can be sold to the Reincarnation Paradise for 2,800 ounces of temporal power. You have obtained Dominion Chest. This item is valued at 3,500 ounces of temporal power in this assessment. You have acquired the miraculous universal key. This cursed item is valued at 200 ounces of temporal power. A key, measuring 12 centimeters in length and resembling a safe key, appeared in Su Xiao's hand. Each side of the gripping area bore a crying face and a laughing face. Miraculous Universal Key. Origin: Second Epoch, Alchemical Civilization, Forbidden Item Seal. Category: Cursed Item. Durability: due to having absorbed astral power. This item will reassemble after a long time in some corner of the astral realm upon destruction. Equipment requirement: non-equipment effect. Enigmatic Key, Core Active. Capable of unlocking any form of lock. Equipment penalty 1. Random choice, passive. Each use of this universal key will trigger a completely random determination, with a 50 chance of facing a smile and a 50 chance of facing a cry. Facing a smile, nothing occurs. Facing a cry, the enigmatic key will consume your misfortune. However, if your misfortune does not meet the key's consumption requirements, it will transform from crying to anger, thereby beginning to gnaw at your fate, resulting in a permanent deficit in your destiny. Warning: if the enigmatic key is used multiple times within a span of 30 natural days, each subsequent facing a cry will result in the key's appetite increasing tenfold, leading to massive consumption of your misfortune. Warning: after being consumed by the enigmatic key, one will not gain fortune but will instead find themselves in a state of mediocre luck, lasting for 35 hours. Equipment penalty 2. Directional Genius Passive. Within 12 hours of using this key, the user will suffer a causal level debuff, significantly impairing their sense of direction. Equipment penalty 3. Astonishing Charisma, Passive. Within 12 hours post-use, the user's charisma attribute will temporarily decrease by 85. Note: this debuff does not affect you. Equipment penalty 4. Swimming Expert, Passive. Within 12 hours of using this key, the user will incur a causal level debuff, causing them to sink rapidly upon entering water, devoid of any swimming abilities, and rendering all underwater tools and equipment temporarily inoperative due to unforeseen causality. Equipment penalty 5. Chosen One, Passive. Within 12 hours of using this key, there is a 33 chance each hour of being struck by a boundary lightning bolt. Introduction: a wondrous yet malevolent universal key. Price: once used, it cannot be sold, traded, or discarded. The characteristics of this key are indeed marvelous, with the capacity to unlock any form of lock, a property that sparks the imagination. However, there is little time to delve into the mysteries of this key at present. Boom. The royal palace trembles, with fissures spreading across the ground. Thud, thud, thud. With each jarring impact from below, the ground's upheaval intensifies until, after a violent collision, the palace can no longer withstand the force and collapses with a resounding crash. As Su Xiao leaps back, debris from the surrounding structures scatters around him. When he finally regains his footing, he discovers that the vast scorched earth, struck by the boundary lightning, has turned pitch black, with droplets of a dark, viscous substance rising from the soil and ascending into the air. Looking up at the sky, he sees a colossal vortex of darkness slowly rotating. Boom. A massive dragon claw breaks through the inky earth, escaping from the crypt that had sealed it away. This is no ordinary creature, but a powerful ancient dragon, measuring 100 meters in length, adorned in gray-black scales, hailing from the Second Era. Roar. The ancient dragon, steeped in an aura of the abyss, lets out a thunderous roar, sending waves of black energy rippling outward, emanating an aura so formidable it instills dread. Hidden beside Su Xiao, Buba Wang, prepared to utilize its self-crafted detection apparatus, nearly succumbs to fear, but fortunately, the detection device proves to be quite effective. Speaking of Buba Wang's detection, it is indeed intriguing. As a servant, it cannot equip detection gear, yet over 80% of such equipment is technology-based. Remarkably, Buba Wang has fashioned its own detection device, successfully donning it. The most fascinating aspect is that Buba Wang's primary attribute is charisma, which aligns perfectly with the requirements for detection. Detection failed this time. The enemy was once a pinnacle individual, leaving behind certain undetectable remnants. Due to Buba Wang's charisma attribute of 780 points, significantly surpassing the enemy's 12 points, partial data has been successfully detected as follows. Name: Abyssal Ancient Dragon Haelize. Health: 800 Dragon Power. 12800. 12800 points, severely diminished due to abyssal corruption. Abyssal Power: 120 0000120 0000 points. True Strength? True Agility? True Stamina? True Intelligence? Charisma: 12 points. Skill 1. Abyssal Devour, Abyss Passive, X. Skill 2. Dragon Hide, Pinnacle Passive. X 3 million health points, ignores all control effects, and grants 75 damage immunity. Skill 3. Extreme Dark Dragon Fury, Pinnacle Passive. X all attacks have a 25 chance to inflict instant death judgment. Note, due to abyssal corruption, the potency of this ability has been significantly reduced from its original state. Skill 4. Extreme Dark Dragon Roar, Pinnacle Passive. X emits an ultra-wide-range dragon roar, affecting a radius of 30,000 meters, with each 0.5 seconds counting as an attack judgment. Note, due to abyssal corruption, the potency of this ability has been significantly reduced from its original state. Skill 8. Ancient Dragon Combat Technique, Technique Passive, X. Note, due to abyssal corruption, this ability has become ineffective. Skill 17. Ultimate Darkness Annihilation, Ultimate Level Passive. X Hayalize briefly gathers darkness, then unfurls its dragon wings to unleash it, causing extensive true darkness damage and multiple kill judgments. Warning, this ability has a cooldown of 2 minutes. Note, due to abyssal corruption, the potency of this ability has been significantly reduced from its original state. Skill 19. Supreme Dragon Might, Pinnacle Passive Active. X all hostile targets within a 50,000 meter radius of Hayalize will be subjected to dragon pressure, rapidly diminishing their willpower. Reducing all attributes by 95, physical defense by 99, all resistances by 99, and movement speed by 100, with a high probability of immediate freezing each second. They endure real frost damage equal to 30 of their maximum health, experiencing judgments of mental dissipation, consciousness control, absolute terror, and soul freezing. Failure to pass any judgment results in an immediate instant death effect. Note, if Hayalize fully unleashes Supreme Dragon Might, the range will increase by 810 times, and its overall power will be enhanced. Note, other pinnacle beings can counter this ability using their own pinnacle passive, thus exempting themselves from all debuffs and damage effects. Note, due to severe abyssal corruption, Hayalize is no longer a pinnacle-level ancient dragon, rendering this passive ineffective. Chapter 27. The Decimation. The ruins of the ancient Dragon King city lie in desolation, scorched black by the wrath of boundary lightning, now reduced to a stark, charred expanse. The encroaching darkness further imbues this vast area with an overwhelming sense of decay. The soil, dark and damp, yields a viscous, shadowy substance when grasped. Above this bleak terrain swirls a slowly rotating vortex of darkness, beneath which lies an ancient dragon, 100 meters in length, its scales blackened. Uniquely, this dragon is devoid of scales, a rarity among its kind, with only a single family of ancient dragons exhibiting such a trait. Once renowned in the Second Era, the formidable frost calamity, Hayalize, has succumbed to the abyss, its essence eroded. In truth, it had long since perished. The immense burn on its chest a testament to a fatal wound from its past. This is certainly not the legendary peak dragon of yore. Otherwise, Su Xiao would have met his end here. The Supreme Dragon Might ability is not exclusive to dragons. It is a trait shared by most peak entities. While some of these apex beings lack such abilities, one must not underestimate them. Take, for instance, the Deer God, whose prowess in combat resonates throughout the astral realm. Although Hayalize may not be at its zenith, its might remains indisputable. This ancient dragon, having battled throughout its existence, may be dead. Yet its corpse retains a semblance of awareness, fueled by the powers of the abyss. A feral and murderous consciousness has awakened within its decaying body, driven by a singular desire to unleash its wrath. Yet, in this desolate expanse, the only living presence is Su Xiao, calm and poised with his blade. With a thunderous roar, the abyssal dragon unfurls its tattered wings, summoning the surrounding darkness, which seeps toward it like droplets of water. As the oppressive force of the dark winds cascades around him, Su Xiao senses the impending onslaught, a wave of violence that carries with it the sting of mortality. However, inexplicably, he feels an uncanny ability to perfectly block the incoming extreme darkness. Dragon Roar. His pupils constrict as the scene before him shifts. The once chaotic dark roar transforms into discernible lines of shadow, revealing the essence of the attack. Su Xiao does not experience an epiphany in battle. Rather, this is the innate power of perfect block. Grasping his blade with one hand, he intercepts the encroaching lines of darkness. Clang. The reverberations of the heavy assault resonate through his arm as he successfully deflects an attack characterized by non-physical properties, but with tangible effects. He realizes that he need not maintain a defensive posture with his blade horizontally. Simply meeting the incoming assault with his weapon allows him to unleash perfect block through his protective energy. One may wonder why Perfect Block has such remarkable enhancements. The answer lies in a significant elevation to the apex of strength, which bestowed upon him 2 seeds of supremacy, one of which was automatically utilized to enhance his supreme abilities, while the other was dedicated to augmenting Perfect Block, transforming it into a supreme passive. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless pressure of the dragon's might is met with Su Xiao's precise perfect blocks. He notes with relief that successfully blocking these attacks does not trigger the extreme darkness, Dragon Fury instant death clause. Had fortune not been on his side, the first strike would have surely activated the death condition, consuming a blade heart. It appears that possessing 8 blade hearts is far from excessive, as the abyssal foes are prone to triggering instant death conditions. The dragon's roar persists for half a minute, during which Su Xiao executes over 60 perfect blocks. Logically, after 10 flawless blocks, his protective energy should be depleted, necessitating a 10-second recovery. However, he discovers that the energy consumed for blocking such attacks differs vastly from that required to parry a melee assault. For instance, blocking a strike from the Beast Master would immediately deplete 10% of his protective energy, while blocking the dragon's roar consumes only approximately 1/22, allowing for energy recovery during the encounter. Upon the completion of a dragon's roar, the abyssal dragon seems to regain some lucidity. Its dark golden slit eyes gazing down upon Su Xiao, baring sharp teeth as it exhales a chilling mist. Clang! The ethereal windsguard slash strikes the dragon's wing, erupting in a shower of sparks. Though tattered, the dragon's wings possess an extraordinary resilience, maintaining the formidable physique of its peak state. With a powerful flap, the abyssal dragon ascends, its 100-meter frame gliding gracefully through the air, unburdened by the clumsiness typical of lesser creatures, asserting its dominion over the skies. Most foes would hesitate to take flight before a master of technique. However, the abyssal dragon is evidently among the rare exceptions, standing as a paragon of its kind. As Su Xiao observes the dragon soaring above, the sense of impending peril intensifies. Even his maximum intuition begins to tingle with foreboding. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the abyssal dragon vanishes within the dark, cloud-like mists, leaving no trace of its presence. Su Xiao, gazing upward, does not relax but tightens his grip on the hilt of his blade, his sense of danger reaching a crescendo, akin to a steel needle pressing against his eye. Crack! The sound resembles thunder, yet no lightning is present. Rather, it is the abyssal dragon shattering the very fabric of space, the force of its rupture echoing like a thunderclap. In less than 0.00001 seconds, the dragon descends upon Su Xiao, its claws imbued with concentrated dark energy, expanding into lethal, curved blades. There is no opportunity to block with his weapon. With a thunderous impact, the earth is carved into 5 immense chasms, each 100 meters wide, the shattered remnants of magic dissipating into the air. From 1,000 meters away, Su Xiao feels the sting of blood appear on his cheek as he is knocked sideways by the force of the blow. The dragon disappears once more into the shadows beyond 1,000 meters. Crack! Like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, the abyssal dragon's colossal form emerges from the black clouds, only to suddenly vanish again. With the intensity of blood surging in his eyes, Su Xiao recognizes that, given the time to prepare, his blood energy-infused sword technique surpasses the Blade Path series, which excels in instantaneous striking power. Boom, boom, boom. The blood energy coiling around Su Xiao's blade swells into a vaporous crimson form. This battle against the abyssal dragon proving to be more exhilarating and perilous than his encounter with the Beast Master. It is not a prolonged exchange of blows but rather a fierce clash of ultimate abilities, erupting in an instant. The surroundings fall eerily silent as Su Xiao becomes acutely aware of his own breathing and the rapid beating of his heart. Crack! The sound of space fracturing reverberates like thunder. Bloodblade, exploding edge. The surging blood smoke from his long blade collides with the oncoming dark claws, and the area surrounding Su Xiao and the abyssal dragon shatters like a broken mirror, sending him spiraling backward into a mist of crimson. The dragon, forced to halt its descent, alters its trajectory, its wings stirring the earth in a chaotic flurry. Su Xiao is propelled several kilometers away and from his hand. A multitude of spirit threads unfurl, each tipped with crystalline spikes imbued with spatial properties that embed themselves into the fabric of reality, anchoring him and slowing his backward flight. Upon landing, Su Xiao turned his gaze towards the abyssal dragon, discerning through his extraordinary vision that the ancient beast was not faring well either. Having expelled a copious amount of blood from its maw, interspersed with fragments of its own entrails, this battle seemed nearly unwinnable. The abyssal dragon's formidable physique posed an insurmountable challenge. Were it not for the unparalleled sharpness of the Dragon Slayer flash and Su Xiao's mastery of swordsmanship, inflicting significant damage on the creature would be a daunting task. Presently, as long as he refrained from targeting the dragon's wings, he could still manage to inflict wounds. As Su Xiao pondered his next move, the sound of wind rushed from above. Mu! The slumbering Aham awakened, having learned of Su Xiao's confrontation with a powerful foe. Its immediate action was to summon Bahamut to carry it, descending from the heavens in that moment. The abyssal dragon, just recovering, noticed Aham. Initially, it intended to ignore the creature, but to its astonishment, Aham raised a middle finger, an act undoubtedly taught by Bahamut. Yet, Aham surpassed the lesson. For it was a tank-type familiar, now boasting a mocking ability due to the familiar promotion badge, which seemed to activate with remarkable freedom. The abyssal dragon, oblivious to the meaning of the gesture, felt a surge of rage upon witnessing Aham's defiance. It launched itself into the air, moving with a speed that left Aham unable to react, and seized it with its front claws, bringing it to its maw. With sharp teeth, it clamped down on Aham's head and upper body, pulling with ferocity. Alas, it could not tear Aham apart, who retaliated with 2 well-placed punches, striking the most eroded teeth of the dragon. Enraged, the abyssal dragon decided to swallow Aham whole, commencing a horrific and brutal chewing process. The sickening crunch echoed, and after a final gulp, Aham was swallowed. In an extraordinary turn of events, despite being torn, chewed, and subjected to the corrosive acids of the abyss, Aham remained alive. One could only conclude that the previous 32 doses of abyssal essence were not in vain, under normal circumstances. Such assaults would have been enough to end Aham's existence multiple times over. With Aham consumed, the abyssal dragon's fury intensified, and it dove towards Su Xiao, its wings resembling colossal blades poised for attack. The impact sent Su Xiao flying. For the first time since his ascension, he was unable to block the assault, feeling as though his very skeleton might splinter. Gaping wounds appeared across his body, and blood streamed from his chest as he hit the ground. Time was of the essence, for the dragon seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of stamina. Suddenly, the abyssal dragon, utilizing spatial abilities, flickered before Su Xiao, its wings converging into a weapon of dragon wings, preparing to strike downwards. In the next instant, Su Xiao shattered, having swapped positions with the magic spirit, reappearing 1,000 meters away. Just as this strike concluded, the swirling darkness above was cleaved apart, instant return, regardless of the abyssal dragon's terrifying physique. Executing such an attack against Su Xiao would inevitably reveal a brief vulnerability. Upon returning to the dragon's vicinity, Su Xiao drew his long blade of the blood shadow, from its sheath. Leaning slightly forward, he exhaled a breath of white mist, channeling all his blood energy into the Dragon Slayer flash, crafting the most formidable strike within the realm of blood arts. With a resounding clang, a crimson slash erupted from below, extending from the dragon's abdomen to its jaw, a torrent of dark dragon blood cascading forth. Yet, the abyssal dragon did not retreat. Instead, it raised its claws, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Super blood smoke cannon, a 10-meter-tall manifestation of blood energy, loomed above Su Xiao, its finger pointing forward, unleashing a cannon of thick blood smoke that struck the abyssal dragon, momentarily halting its assault. A sudden and ominous extreme dark dragon roar echoed, causing Su Xiao's health to plummet. Warning: you have received a death sentence. 3 precious hearts of the blade were consumed to avert instant death. As the shockwave of the dragon's roar subsided, Su Xiao quickly executed a perfect block, mitigating the devastating damage and its accompanying effects. However, an even more alarming occurrence unfolded. The abyssal dragon maintained its extreme dark dragon roar while unfurling its wings, a harbinger of utter annihilation. A resonating hum filled Su Xiao's ears as he felt himself being propelled backward, light as a feather, as though succumbing to an eternal slumber. Abruptly, Su Xiao opened his eyes and swiftly executed a position swap with the magic spirit. With a ferocious snap, the abyssal dragon bit down on the magic spirit that had just exchanged places with Su Xiao, swallowing it whole, thus temporarily ensnaring the spirit. While such tactics would doom lesser foes, the dragon's actions genuinely confined the magic spirit, transporting it to a spatial rift. For it was only flesh and blood like Aham that the abyssal dragon would consume. Without the option to swap again, the situation grew perilous. The abyssal dragon ascended, its wings spread wide, while Su Xiao crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Rising from the depths of the pit, he realized that his life-preserving ability, Blood Sovereign, had activated. The good news was that Ember of Blood X proved extraordinarily potent throughout this encounter. Ember of Blood. Whenever an attack infused with blood energy hits an enemy, their maximum health is reduced by 30, stacking up to a maximum of 150 reduction. The Abyssal Dragon still retained 650 of its maximum health. And after each time it vanished into the black clouds, it reappeared fully healed. Yet, Su Xiao was not without advantages. The abilities of the Shadow King activated during the previous skirmish still lingered, providing approximately a 90 enhancement, as it was not an easy feat to dissipate while engaged in battle. In an instant, the Abyssal Dragon dove towards him once more. Having adapted to this maneuver, Su Xiao anticipated the perfect block, yet the dragon transformed into a dark mirage, the true Abyssal Dragon breaking free from the shadows, its colossal claws aimed at Su Xiao. Bam! A gray-black incineration bullet erupted from the barrel, spinning as it flew, striking the dragon's neck at the speed of the gunshot. This forceful shot halted the dragon's dive, demonstrating remarkable ferocity, causing the Abyssal Dragon to plummet, unprotected due to its own momentum. Extreme Edge World. Upon entering the domain of Extreme Edge World, a multitude of slashing star lines emerged. The dragon's resilient hide could not withstand the onslaught, blood spraying forth. However, the recovering Abyssal Dragon appeared utterly unconcerned, opting for a trade of blows, swiping at Su Xiao with a claw. Bam! Another incineration bullet struck, repelling the dragon mid-attack. Yet, it quickly revealed why it was the dominant force of the First Era. Even in death, its physical form remained terrifying. Roar. The echoes of the dragon's roar reverberated, as the Abyssal Dragon forcefully shifted from a passive to an active stance. The resounding clangs of Su Xiao's sword perfectly blocking the dragon's roar sent sparks flying from the blade. This time, the frequency of the dragon's roar was alarmingly rapid, causing Su Xiao's health to plummet once more, depleting 2 more of his protective hearts. Having pushed Su Xiao back, the Abyssal Dragon spread its wings and soared into the swirling black clouds above. When it reappeared, it would undoubtedly restore its health completely. Su Xiao was not one to stand idly by while his adversary regained strength. He crushed a crimson potion, allowing the semi-fluid concoction to seep into his skin, rapidly replenishing his health. Victory hinged on this final gamble, and he felt an undeniable change in the Dragon Slayer flash he wielded, a sensation that this was the closest he had ever come to slaying a dragon. In the vast expanse of the Star Realm, only a few dragonkin could genuinely be deemed part of the true dragon lineage, of which the ancient dragon was undoubtedly a prime representative. Crack! An unprecedented rupture in space erupted with a thunderous roar from above, heralding the return of the Abyssal Dragon, now enveloped in a swirling miasma of darkness, having gathered all shadows upon its form. Once again, the nearly insurmountable malevolence of the dragon swooped down, arriving directly above Su Xiao in an instant, within mere arm's reach. Time Dominion. The temporal force field enveloped the surroundings, decelerating the dragon's claws. One must not underestimate M's seemingly foolish demeanor. In battle, he too possesses cunning. At that moment, the Abyssal Dragon's heart ached as if it were being gnawed upon by some unseen force. Crack! The dark vortex above, shrouding the realm of thunderclouds, was obliterated by the lightning pillar, revealing a colossal beam of lightning, spanning dozens of kilometers in diameter, which instantaneously engulfed both Su Xiao and the Abyssal Dragon. Su Xiao dared to summon the realm of lightning for 3 reasons. First, his resistance to lightning was indeed formidable. Second, he had switched to the Devoured Darkness Soul Core, granting him a significant boost in damage immunity. And third, the enhancement from the Shadow King still lingered. Within the frenzied golden realm of lightning, the Abyssal Dragon was temporarily paralyzed, yet this ancient beast began to withstand the lightning, determined to assault Su Xiao with its formidable physique. However, before that could transpire, Heaven's wrath-rushing slash. All the lightning within 1,000 kilometers converged upon the dragon-slaying flash, transforming it into a golden lightning longsword, its length increasing by nearly half. With a resounding boom, Su Xiao's overwhelming presence pressed the ground beneath him, creating a circular pit over a kilometer in diameter when viewed from above. His life force dwindled sharply. Without pause, Su Xiao became a mere afterimage of lightning, vanishing from his position. Heaven's wrath-rushing flash. With a sizzling sound, the lightning traced a straight line. Opposite him, the Abyssal Dragon had gathered all darkness into its claws. A single strike would surely spell doom for Su Xiao, whose life force had plummeted below a third. Clang! A golden slash sliced through the Abyssal Dragon's neck, the sound of the strike resonating through the heavens. The dragon's dark claw, poised to strike, abruptly halted, for its staggering 650 maximum health had been instantly depleted. This was the allure of the simple yet devastating strike. Su Xiao, having risen from the ground, had just delivered that blow, almost at the cost of his own life. While it seemed improbable that the strike could obliterate 650 of the abyssal dragon's maximum health, understanding the essence of this attack dispels such disbelief. Firstly, it stemmed from Su Xiao's myriad passive abilities and his mastery of blade techniques, culminating in the philosophy that a basic strike is a grand technique. On that foundation, the passive state of Extreme Blade White Knight provided a 500 enhancement. Furthermore, the Heaven's Wrath Rushing Slash infused with the power of lightning was pivotal. In addition, the ultimate counter doubled the attack intensity, combined with the current abilities of the Shadow Steel, capable of severe boiling. The true damage exceeding 100,000 was no mere breach of physical defenses. It resulted in negative physical defense. This was not the end. The final strike bore the execution of the Demon Blade. Remember, the Demon Blade was no longer limited to executing 30 of maximum health, but rather executing enemies with total health below 30. Given the Demon Spirit's strength of 6,605, it was indeed feasible to slay the Abyssal Dragon, whose maximum health was below 240. The reduction from burning blood embers did not conflict with the execution of the Demon Blade. The massive dragon head soared as it was struck. The Abyssal Dragon's slit pupils dimming, the fury and rage gradually dissipating, replaced by a profound weariness and solemnity. It appeared bewildered, yet soon grasped the reality of the situation. Gazing at the battered but still formidable wielder of the long sword, the Abyssal Dragon, no, it should be Heartfelt, regarded him with a complex expression. Curiously, the Slayer, who had arisen in the Second Era, was recognized by Heartfelt, despite the fact that, in the First Era, even if there were Slayers, they did not seem to be the protagonists of their time, at least not according to existing records. A fragment of Heartfelt's soul energy emanated from the dragon's head, drifting towards the dragon-slaying flash. Clearly, this strike would hold profound significance for the dragon-slaying flash, rendering this weapon truly worthy of its symbolic name within the astral realm. The dragon was slain. Chapter 28. Gluttony. The embers of burnt blood danced in the air as Su Xiao raised his long blade. Observing the formidable soul power coalescing upon its edge, he was certain that the dragon-slaying flash would achieve immense enhancement from this dragon execution. After retrieving a vial of crimson elixir and shattering it for use, Su Xiao felt his wounds begin to mend. He then approached the headless, colossal corpse of the abyssal ancient dragon and sliced through its belly, not out of a desire for vengeance, for he had never engaged in such ignoble acts. His intention was to rescue AM from within. In a short while, AM crawled out from the gash made by the blade. This simple creature was covered in the remnants of acid-eaten skin, yet its flesh was surprisingly resilient. No sooner had AM found solid ground than it let out a resounding belch, akin to a dragon's roar, a clear indication of its satisfaction. It was full. This signified that the dragon's immense heart, along with a substantial amount of flesh enhanced by the power of the abyss, had indeed nourished AM. In the past, such an act would have been tantamount to seeking death, but now, AM's stomach had absorbed the essence of 32 portions of abyssal primordial matter. While it would be a stretch to claim it possessed a true abyssal stomach, as long as it refrained from directly consuming the raw energy of the abyss, it was safe. AM could feasibly digest the heart and flesh of the slain abyssal ancient dragon, along with the flesh of abyssal beings. If AM continued on this path of consumption, it might genuinely develop an abyssal stomach. Since its inception, AM had tirelessly honed its capacity, its focus rivaling that of Su Xiao. Upon returning to the dedicated chamber of the Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao would immediately access his storage space to assess his gains for self-improvement. AM, however, was more direct. Once its injuries healed, it promptly ventured to its personal freezer to embark on its extraordinary yet insatiable training, which today had yielded tangible results. Having devoured the heart of the abyssal ancient dragon, AM was also bestowed with the Decane family emblem, belonging to the twin-born king. Black flames began to manifest in the vicinity, consuming everything within their reach. As the Lord's train approached, Su Xiao and AM swiftly boarded, and the train surged forth from the inferno. 10 minutes later, the train burst free from the fiery zone, its front scorched to a vivid red, and the internal cooling armor layers were nearing their limits. Inside the train, Su Xiao deactivated the overloaded defenses, gazing at the towering black flames outside. This phenomenon was the result of the area's decay, lacking a source and sufficient power to suppress it, leading to a volatile combustion reaction, essentially an extraordinary version of a methane explosion. Relaxing against the sofa, Su Xiao gained a clearer understanding of his current strength. The recent boosts, while seemingly vast, lacked a core support, which comprised his 4 primary attributes. The blue steel shadow ability was manageable, enhancing his own capabilities only modestly and serving as a lethal force. Su Xiao was not like the demon-devouring shadow, who would attempt to master numerous abilities derived from blue steel shadow. Their soul-severing shadow wielded the blue steel shadow with a simplicity that would leave the demon-devouring shadow exasperated. It was merely a matter of channeling power into the blade, leaving the enemy to experience the ferocity of the blue steel shadow. Therefore, even if the blue steel shadow ability reached a high level now, he could control it. However, developing the demon-devouring shadow ability was out of the question. The first stringent requirement was to consume his own blade demon spirit. As for the void-piercing shadow, it was unnecessary. Su Xiao possessed the blue shadow king ability. The void-piercing shadow was a formidable enhancement for group battles, yet even in that aspect, it could not rival Su Xiao, who had fully leveled the blue shadow king. One might wonder why Su Xiao opted to use the annihilation teleportation array today. Was it due to the immense force it wielded, nearly impossible to obstruct? Certainly not. Initially, when he utilized the annihilation teleportation array, each use left him speechless, requiring him to steady himself against a wall for a while. Ensuring he remained in the same world after each teleportation, often bewildered for the entirety of the morning. Had it not been for his lackluster spatial aptitude, he would not have pursued such an endeavor. Moreover, Su Xiao's fully leveled Dragon Shadow Flash ability, besides its spatial penetration, exhibited no other notable traits, presenting numerous challenges. As the core ability of the Annihilation system, the Blue Steel Shadow was potent yet manageable, whereas Blade Mastery was not. Investing 120 initial skill points yielded immediate combat prowess. Yet this transformed Extreme Blade, White Knight from an active to a passive state. The Extreme Blade, White Knight possessed a formidable yet burdensome characteristic. It was not a rigid enhancement, but rather evolved alongside the advancement of Blade Mastery. For instance, if yesterday's Blade Mastery had a cumulative power of 5, then with the passive enhancement of Extreme Blade, White Knight, it would rise to 25. However, today, as Su Xiao had elevated his Blade Mastery, raising its cumulative power to 40, this would not simply be yesterday's strength of 25 plus the new addition of 30, it equated to 55. Reflecting a comprehensive power level of 405, amounting to 200 in total strength. Every gain comes with a cost, and Blade Mastery was no exception. Su Xiao's current core attributes could not sustain such a level of Blade Mastery. He estimated that he would require at least 1,500 points across his 4 attributes to bear it. For now, all he could do was maintain his focus. As long as he survived this world, he would be able to achieve 1,500 points across his 4 primary attributes upon returning to the Reincarnation Paradise. Especially since he still possessed 24 Reincarnation medallions. Previously, he had refrained from explosive physical enhancements to avoid disrupting the growth of his combat system. Now, however, he need not worry. His physical attributes were in deficit, and under such circumstances, any single enhancement would be beneficial. Hint: Tree of the Void, you have completed the unique achievement of Blade Mastery, Dragon Slayer. You have acquired the rare title of Dragon Slayer. Upon examining the title of Dragon Slayer, Su Xiao discovered it bore no attributes. Yet, in the next moment, a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. It has been detected that the hunter has obtained the title Dragon Slayer. Would you like to sell this title? Selling this title will grant you main weapon forging level 2 permission. Su Xiao sought to understand what main weapon forging level 2 permission entailed. Main weapon forging level 2 permission. Upon utilizing this permission, the enhancement level of the currently selected main weapon will be upgraded to level 2. Without hesitation, Su Xiao sold the title Dragon Slayer to the Reincarnation Paradise. He had invested significant effort to elevate the dragon slaying flash to level 13. Initially achieving the highest quality of eternal grade for the dragon slaying flash allowed for 2 enhancement options, standard enhancement and eternal grade exclusive enhancement. The risks of standard enhancement were excessively high, with the possibility of shattering the dragon-slaying flash at higher levels. The latter was indeed more secure, yet required rare origin stones, which seemed like an endless abyss. As soon as he acquired the main weapon forging level 2 permission, Su Xiao opted to employ it, and a prompt appeared. To proceed with this main weapon enhancement, you must temporarily submit the dragon-slaying flash to the Reincarnation Paradise. The enhancement will be completed in 3 hours and 24 minutes. After temporarily submitting the dragon-slaying flash, Su Xiao turned his gaze towards AM. who had played a crucial role in this battle. He checked Am's current attributes. Name, Gluttonous Rage Bull, AM. Class, Follower. Hunger level, 0-100, currently in a satiated state. Maximum health, 600. True strength, 890 points, not in the state of primal hunger, nor in gluttony sin. True agility, 780 points, not in the state of primal hunger, nor in gluttony sin. Physical strength, 1,150 points, not in the state of group hunger, not in the state of gluttony sin. Intelligence, 5 points, abyssal cost. Charisma, 0 points, abyssal cost. Composite body defense, 720 points. This attribute encompasses physical strength, body defense, and resistance to all attribute anomalies. Skill 1. Abyssal Physique, passive, X maximum health increased by 500, regenerating 1.5 of maximum health per second. The composite body defense limit potential reaches the abyssal upper tier. As a cost, its body energy enters an immovable state, deeply fused within the body cells. Skill 2. Undying Bull, passive, XAM, gains a composite body defense equal to 55 of the total of strength, agility, and stamina attributes, currently enhanced by 1551 points. For every 30 of life lost, the composite body defense doubles, currently can stack up to 5 times. Skill 3. True Defense, passive. XAM gains true body defense equal to 0. 15 of the current composite body defense. Note, true body defense is an absolute tier defense, increasing damage reduction proportionally as health decreases. Skill 4. Glutton's Stomach, core passive, XAM can permanently enhance maximum health limit, true physical strength, and composite body defense by consuming the flesh, blood, and hearts of formidable abyssal beings. Skill 5. Estranged Gluttony, abyssal passive. X unique when AM is more than 10 kilometers away from its master, Xiao. Its gluttony sin will gradually awaken. Under the influence of abyssal power, it will continuously enhance strength, agility, and stamina while becoming increasingly dangerous as its hunger level rises, leading to a gradual decline in rationality. During this period, if there are no abyssal beings in a vast surrounding area, AM will seek out and hunt formidable dark creatures instead. Warning: at this stage, AM is extremely dangerous. Note, when Am's hunger level exceeds 50 points, it will regain a small amount of rationality but still remain a highly dangerous unit. Note, when AM is within 30 meters of its master, Xiao, it will quickly restore its rationality, escaping the gluttony sin and estranged state. If we disregard the estranged gluttony ability, Am's enhancement can be summed up in 2 words: resilience. It is no surprise that despite the terrifying attacks from the abyssal ancient dragon, AM survived, having absorbed 32 portions of abyssal essence. Coupled with previous upgrades from the servant promotion badge and a maximum health increase of 600, Am's health has undoubtedly reached an extraordinary level. With such formidable vitality and Am's core being layered defense, as it sustains injuries, its composite body defense will soar to an astonishing 11,355 points. In future confrontations with powerful foes, AM can be the one to absorb blows. It is no longer a matter of simply falling after receiving a heavy attack. Only a barrage of high-caliber abilities, along with the unveiling of its ultimate trump card, might bring AM down. Defeating AM is inherently challenging. As for killing it, that is exceedingly difficult. This is the hallmark of the layered defense style. Among the 3 major tank types in the Watcher Paradise, Skyward, Earthshaker, and Eternal Spirits, the core passive of Eternal Spirits is true body defense. The fact that AM has acquired this ability indicates a significant connection between Eternal Spirits and the Abyssal system. The characteristic of Eternal Spirits is their extreme resilience. The more they are wounded, the stronger their body defense becomes. Therefore, should AM be knocked down, after a brief rest in the vicinity, it will suddenly rise with a furious moo and charge at the enemy, providing Sushi with a moment to recover and breathe. Sushio checked the notifications. The rewards for this kill were indeed considerable. Notification: you have slain the abyssal ancient dragon. You have gained 30,000 hunter coins. You have received an abyssal treasure chest, ancient dragon. Good news, yet another top-tier treasure chest has been added. Bad news: it is yet another top-tier abyssal treasure chest. Sushio glanced at the Book of Sin in his storage. It already contained 6 major sin objects, and adding another would be catastrophic. This situation must be avoided until the Book of Sin undergoes a complete transformation. In comparison, the situation in the sanctuary city of Duan is far more urgent. Sushio opened the world communication platform of this realm and checked the list. Discovering that Hao Tiao's avatar had turned gray, Hao Tiao was dead. Although Hao Tiao had just ascended to power, he was a formidable top-tier entity. After his ascension, he was not weak. Conversely, his temporary alliance against the father with the Soul Master and Aurora had not resulted in their demise. Su Xiu found it hard to believe that there were no issues involved. The father and the Soul Master were adversaries in this realm. It would be entirely reasonable for them to clash, yet the lack of significant commotion between the two old schemers was puzzling. Unable to make sense of it, Su Xiao decided to shift his perspective. Could it be that the Soul Master's arrival in this realm was part of a larger scheme? First, he confirmed that the Soul Master is not the type who would desperately cling to the Soul Mark. Clearly, this is not the case. Hao Tiao had tracked the Soul Master, the holder of the Soul Mark, to this realm, seeking a temporary alliance to confront the father. The incident where Su Xiao and the father conspired to eliminate the Platinum Apostle had left a psychological scar on Hao Tiao. It is evident that Hao Tiao's simple plan succeeded. However, if we consider a different angle, upon sensing the revival of the Dawn Paradise, the Soul Master's first thought might not be to continue relying on the Soul Mark to bolster his power. The ability of the Soul Mark allows the holder to consume other souls, permanently enhancing their own soul strength while acquiring one of the victim's abilities, selecting from 12 options. It is easy to deduce that the Soul Master is a passive boosting powerhouse of the soul type. It is no wonder that rumors claim the Soul Mark is the strongest among the 5 forbidden marks. Assuming the Soul Master is a cunning strategist, upon reaching the highest tier, he might choose not to depend on the Soul Mark but, rather, actively align himself with the Dawn Paradise as a current outlaw, a wise choice indeed. Not long after the revival of Dawn Paradise, a powerful and cunning outlaw like the Soul Master would surely be welcomed and granted significant privileges and resources. However, the Forbidden Mark is strictly prohibited for outlaws within Dawn Paradise, with the father being the sole exception. Simply stripping away the Forbidden Mark seems the quickest route. Yet if involved in the broader recovery of other forbidden marks, it would evidently yield exponential initial privileges and resource advantages. Thus, the collaboration between the father and the Soul Master must have ensnared Hao Tiao. Su Xiu would not rely solely on these speculations to determine future plans. Yet it does not hinder him from taking precautions. If these hypotheses hold true, he would be facing off against 2 cunning schemers. He is certain that he cannot outmaneuver them. Hence, he must rely on intellect. With that thought, his hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his blade, rather, on the end of wisdom. He is convinced that these 2 will be formidable rivals in the future, yet within the realm, even combined, they should struggle to contend with his own mastery of swordsmanship, having allocated all 120 initial skill points to it. After careful consideration, Su Xiao does not believe that the priest and the Soul Master would bring about the destruction of the sanctuary city, Dawn. This place is the core region where the Void Tree adjudicates this world. Its annihilation would not only signify personal failure, but would also lead to the immediate collapse of everyone's mission. Su Xiao is unconvinced that the priest, now an offender in the Dawn Paradise, would not be implicated in this chaos. Thus, he must first journey to the Queen's City to address a looming threat. At this moment, within the opulent chambers of the Linine Manor in the Zero District of the Queen's City, Lady Scorpion wears a troubled expression. Her recent expedition to the corrupt King's City not only failed to eradicate the lawbreaker but also resulted in the loss of a trusted aide. Although the aide would revive in a few years, Lady Scorpion knows well that the individual will no longer be the loyal Elle she once knew. "Your Majesty, began Burgiel, whose pale visage and body composed largely of grayish matter betrayed his unease. Yet, as he prepared to speak, the words eluded him. The Queen's City had demanded so much investment of their efforts. Relinquishing it now was truly heart-wrenching. However, if that lawbreaker were to come knocking, who could stand against them? Your Majesty, I vow to protect you with my life. If that lawbreaker dares to approach, I shall make him pay dearly," declared Aheo, were he not drenched in blood. Resembling a braised pork knuckle bound with twine to prevent disarray, his words might have carried more weight. Lady Scorpion sighed inwardly. She never doubted Aheo's loyalty. Yet, the thought of pitting him against the lawbreaker was daunting. Though she belonged to the abyssal lineage, she was not devoid of conscience, while her compassion was scarce. Sending Aheo to face the lawbreaker in a duel was indeed. "Your Majesty, do you not even trust me?" Aheo lamented, his sorrow palpable. Burgiel, beside him, struggled to suppress a smile, for such a moment was not one to be taken lightly. "Burgiel, did you manage to see the speaker during your urgent visit to the Fire City?" Lady Scorpion inquired. A flicker of fear crossed Burgiel's eyes as he replied, "The speaker. He seems a bit Peculiar. Peculiar how? His head has sprouted mushrooms. The unexpected revelation caused Lady Scorpion to momentarily lose her composure, revealing a delightful contrast to her usual stoicism. It was not that she had lost her authoritative demeanor. Rather, she had been battered by recent events, feeling utterly defeated. All her accumulated wealth had vanished, completely gone. Sprouted mushrooms? Indeed, and sometimes he appears, dazed. Upon hearing this, Lady Scorpion felt a surge of guilt. She suspected that selling the speaker that bottle of ancient dragon secret elixir might have caused such a transformation. At the sight of the corrupt king's city, the black flames had finally subsided. The remnants of the royal palace still bore traces of its former structure. Within these ruins, one could observe an extraordinary tree, its color reminiscent of the abyssal wood. Two trees spiraled around each other, their roots maintaining a distance, growing toward one another until they entwined. This intertwining rendered their originally flawed trunks whole, as if everything were predestined. Two figures, one robust and the other slender, entered the remnants. The slender figure stepped forward, clad in a loose, buttonless white shirt and incredibly short shorts, hands on her hips as she leaned to inspect the tree. "So, is this the friend you were seeking?" mocked the scythe-wielding Aina, glancing sideways at the abyssal archbishop with a smirk that dripped with irony. The abyssal archbishop, darkened in demeanor, approached and placed a hand on the trunk to confirm the complete demise of the twin king. A flicker of emotion betrayed him at the corner of his eye. "Perhaps you should abandon the title of abyssal archbishop altogether and simply be known as the Grim Reaper. Wherever you visit, death follows. You are a true nemesis to friendship." Aina's words deepened the archbishop's frown. Having a sharp-tongued companion was already vexing, and the undeniable truth in her statement only fueled his frustration. In a low voice, the abyssal archbishop stated, "This time, I am here to find your friend." "Ah, ha ha ha." Aina laughed briefly before her expression turned serious. "I have no friends." "Then do not question my choices." All right, I will listen to you. Who shall we seek next for the sacrificial day?" Ignoring her, the abyssal archbishop turned and walked away. Okay, I was wrong. Who are we going to find next?" Aina pursued him, but he did not look back. The immortal of this world, Speaker Agubaya. In the inner district of the Fire City, within the council hall, the air was thick with tension. The remaining members of the Dukan family, save for Lady Scorpion and her two trusted aides, filled the chamber to capacity. Each member bore a distinct appearance, yet they all shared an intense aura of darkness, characteristic of the Dukan lineage. The members sat with heads bowed, their expressions grave, demonstrating remarkable restraint against laughter. After all, seated at the head was the speaker Agubaya, whose appearance resembled a frail old man nearing death, crowned with a plump mushroom that had sprouted smaller ones on its cap. "I trust you all comprehend what I have conveyed, thus justifying my prolonged discourse." The speaker suddenly spoke. The Dukan family members exchanged bewildered glances, recognizing the strangeness of their leader's demeanor, yet wisely chose silence. "Very well. Let us proceed as I have instructed. You are all dismissed." Upon hearing this, the perplexed Dukan family members began to exit. Once they had all departed, Speaker Agubaya raised a hand to his head, fully aware of the mushroom growing atop it and his fluctuating state of clarity, attributing it to that bottle of potion. However, addressing the immediate predicament took precedence over seeking vengeance against Lady Scorpion. Speaker Agubaya ventured deeper into the hall, navigating through a spiral staircase to his storage room. After much hesitation, he opened a hidden door, stepping inside. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he sensed the essence of original sin emanating from a translucent yellowish eyeball. He had discovered this object in the family's sacred site, the Abyssal region, and confirmed it to be a powerful original sin artifact on the brink of reaching its peak, merely a crucial step away. Logically, he should have left it there. Yet when he regained his senses, he found it within his treasury, rendered powerless after having been severed by Green Jillian twice. The silver lining was that this previously unheard-of original sin artifact seemed to have just awakened, lingering in a semi-sleep state. Recently, Speaker Agubaya had resolved to ignore its presence in his treasury. Now, he found himself in this predicament, unaware of the sinister forces entwining him. The worst possibility was that it stemmed from an otherworldly existence from the First Era. Indeed, these entities were referred to as astral beings, yet the more powerful among them, such as the Frenzy of Foliage, the Candle Woman, and the old ones, had remained in the unknown realms of the void. By the Third Era, these astral beings had come to be known as void entities. As for the original sin artifact encountered by Speaker Agubaya, it was known as the Eye of Greed. This artifact was closely tied to Su Xiao, emerging due to two specific elements. 1. The Chapter of Greed. 2. The Condensed Abyssal Essence Crystal. The former, needless to say, signifies the previous generation of holders who have deceived the contemporary bearers. After Su Xiao's super enhancement, he relinquished ownership, allowing it to revert to a state of being unclaimed. With the Chapter of Greed, it was certainly impossible for it to become an object of original sin. The crux lies in the concentrated abyss source crystal, a remarkable entity born alongside the elevation of the witch realm to the transcendental realm. This artifact has been sealed for ages, a secret known solely to the First Moon Witch. It appears that the First Moon Witch was profoundly invested in the witch realm. Had it not been for her, the concentrated abyss source crystal would have transformed into an object of original sin in the Second Epoch, characterized by fearsome traits, one of the roots of the witch realm being malformation. Subsequently, this object fell into Su Xiao's possession. Through the Eternal Light World and its demon insect colony, he continued to suppress this dormant entity. The result was a 30 increase in the consumption of world energy within the colony, all while under the constraint of a former transcendental realm. Alarmingly, Su Xiao discovered that this suppression was gradually loosening, leading him to allow the Chapter of Greed to consume the entity. In hindsight, the failure of the Chapter of Greed to succeed in this endeavor seemed inevitable. However, the now awakened object of original sin, having retaliated against the Chapter of Greed, or the original sin of greed. In terms of danger, it is estimated at a level of 9,295, seemingly close to the apex level of 100. Yet, the ascent of the Dark Crown from 99.5 to 100 was fraught with challenges. More significantly, the greed of original sin currently corresponds to the abyssal jar. Should the Eye of Greed wish to ascend to the apex level, it must confront both the abyssal jar and Caesar, two entities that are inextricably linked in their malice. Confronting Caesar likely leads to an encounter with Su Xiao, which could culminate in the ancient tome revealing that it is your eternal home. However, all of this remains a mere possibility. Whether the Eye of Greed can ascend to the apex level is still uncertain. This time, Chairman Egubeya encountered an unexpected turn of fate. The Eye of Greed and an unknown entity from the void showed signs of confrontation upon their first encounter. This brought a flicker of joy to the aged, wrinkled face of Chairman Egubeya, but before the smile could fully form, a swift motion saw the Eye of Greed plunge into his right eye socket, rapidly consuming the original eye in its place. A chilling scene unfolded as numerous eyes sprouted from the mushroom atop Chairman Egubeya's head, each eye further sprouting mushrooms. In mere seconds, his head, once standing at 50 centimeters, soared beyond 3 meters. Two pieces of news reached Chairman Egubeya, the good news being that the Eye of Greed and the unknown void entity were indeed engaged in battle, while the bad news was that the confrontation was occurring within his own body. Chairman Egubeya stood frozen for a few seconds, his expression darkening. The two terrifying entities within him would not kill him outright, but the situation was hardly preferable to death. With a grim countenance, he made his way toward the treasury. But upon reaching the entrance, a loud thud resounded as his head collided with the 4-meter-high doorframe, causing his aged face to twitch. In the courtyard of Lenin Manor, within the Queen City S-Zone 0, the Lord's train came to a halt. Su Xiao descended the metallic steps, and his gaze fell upon the secondary races under the command of Lady Scorpion, alongside the sinners. Some of these secondary races had fled the corrupted King City amidst the chaos, and upon seeing Su Xiao, they trembled with fear, paying them no mind. Su Xiao proceeded toward the opulent castle of the manor. Accompanied by the eager escort of the secondary races, he arrived at the entrance of the sleeping chambers, seemingly receiving a command from Lady Scorpion, prompting the surrounding secondary races to gradually withdraw. As the doors opened, Su Xiao entered the chamber, followed closely by AMU, whose gaze indicated a burgeoning hunger upon observing the surrounding dark creatures. Inside, Lady Scorpion maintained her usual demeanor, while Virgil appeared on high alert. The once defiant Virgil now seemed less resolute. Su Xiao's aura was already formidable, and with his towering height of 4 meters, AMU, standing behind him, intensified the pressure. Setting aside the astonishing aura Su Xiao exuded after recently slaying a dragon, AMU's interest in abyssal beings was palpable. Upon entering the chamber, it immediately sensed 3 abyssal entities present. AMU first looked toward Lady Scorpion, remembering its master's prohibition against consuming highly humanoid or human creatures, along with the unappetizing physique of the abyssal entity. It then turned its gaze to Virgil. AMU's glance caused Virgil to tense involuntarily. After years of traversing the astral realm, he had encountered many hostile gazes filled with malice, yet the look from this minotaur, no. This being known as the glutton was unlike anything he had ever experienced. In truth, Virgil worried unnecessarily. Mu merely glanced at him before losing interest, as he was neither a humanoid nor particularly appealing. Thus, Amu's attention shifted to the glutton, who bore deep, grievous wounds from Su Xiao's extreme blade world. The multiple soul slashes were difficult to heal, and with the glutton's corpulence rendering stitching impossible. The less skilled physicians of the Queen City resorted to using the coarsest threads to bind the glutton's wounds, resulting in an appearance akin to a succulent, braised pork knuckle. Upon seeing the glutton, Amu became transfixed, for this abyssal being was neither humanoid nor appealing, with an abundance of eyes, muscular arms, a triangular head, and a somewhat beastly torso. In its current state, the glutton appeared remarkably delicious, causing Amu to feel a pang of hunger. Feeling slightly aggrieved, Amu addressed Su Xiao, a far cry from its previous ferocity. Patience, if negotiations fail, we shall feast, Su Xiao replied. Amu, never one to question Su Xiao's decisions, redirected its gaze toward the glutton, ensuring that this braised pork knuckle wouldn't escape. Chapter 29, Confrontation. What more is there to discuss? Lady Scorpion began, her voice seemingly calm, yet betraying an inner fury she struggled to suppress, refraining from immediate aggression. The nuances of her potential inability to prevail in a confrontation were best left unexamined. With a crystalline layer spreading around, a chair formed of crystals materialized, and Su Xiao sat before Lady Scorpion's grand bed, retrieving a pocket watch and setting a 5-minute timer. Pressing the button with a click, the watch began its countdown, emitting a pleasing mechanical sound, though a sense of unease began to creep in as time passed. You have taken all my wealth. What more do you desire? Lady Scorpion's eyes burned with suppressed rage as she uttered these words. Su Xiao remained silent, and the atmosphere thickened with an eerie stillness, the seconds ticking away until just 1 minute remained. He glanced at the pocket watch and then at Lady Scorpion, reminding her, "Your time is running short." At his words, Lady Scorpion nearly lashed out in anger, but was restrained by the spirits of the Beast Master and the Twin Kings. Regaining her composure, "You come here, impose a time limit, and expect me to persuade you? That seems rather unfair." Her gaze narrowed slightly. She had means to make this lawbreaker pay dearly if it came to dire straits. "Compared to you, I am quite reasonable." "You." Lady Scorpion instinctively wanted to retort with an insult, but she held her tongue, knowing that such a remark would end all negotiations, leading to her demise at the hands of this lawbreaker. From the outset, she had sensed an unprecedented pressure from him, as if he possessed the ability to annihilate the Abyssalkin entirely. "You just claimed that I lack reason." "Indeed. But have you ever reasoned with those who were turned into source life crystals from various worlds?" As Su Xiao's words fell, a massive blood beast phantom suddenly appeared behind him. The blood beast's claws ruthlessly gripped Virgil, mercilessly piercing through his body with crystalline blood spikes, each resembling the structure of a mercy spike. The alchemical civilization had devised many beneficial inventions for the beings of the star realms, but it also birthed terrifying capabilities. The mercy spike was a method employed by alchemists to inflict ultimate suffering upon their foes. A black crystal core slipped from Virgil's grasp, firmly held by the immense claws of the blood beast before Su Xiao. "I am naturally soft-hearted," Su Xiao remarked, pinching the black crystal core between his fingers, continuing, "Thus, I cannot bear to see others in pain. Should you attempt any further tricks, I will make an exception and allow AM to devour you whole." His tone remained calm, yet the words chilled the spines of the Abyssalkin and other lesser races present. The blood beast phantom dissipated, and Su Xiao turned to Lady Scorpion with a pleasant smile. "Now, where were we discussing?" Lady Scorpion began, intending to address the question of reason. But upon seeing Su Xiao's benign expression, an inexplicable dread washed over her, prompting her to alter her response. "We were discussing our respective conditions. You may go first." Lady Scorpion's tactical retreat was remarkably astute. One should not underestimate her strength. She was the only one among the 3 great decaying family members left standing, thriving even amidst the chaos, a testament to her soft power. "We were discussing the more than 300 districts of the Empress City, which will become the largest faction of goodwill in this world. You suddenly feel that controlling the Empress City is too burdensome and decide to elect a city lord who has not been corrupted by darkness and work with the officials." As Su Xiao spoke, Lady Scorpion interrupted, her voice sharp. "No, that is not possible. All her efforts were invested in the Empress City, which is why, despite witnessing Su Xiao obliterate the corrupted King City, she had not fled this world. If I were to do so, how would the other Abyssalkin perceive me? The Decane family is already on the brink of decline, But there are other factions, like the Asguk clan from the Windsea continent, the Rune family, and the Bronze Collective. How would they view me? How could I hold my head high at future feasts in the Black Castle of the Abyss? The Black Castle? A feast? Su Xiao immediately grasped the significance. Lady Scorpion fell silent, and sensing this, he snapped his fingers, summoning Ba from outside the hall. Having passed the initial intimidation phase, genuine negotiations required Ba's involvement. Su Xiao excelled in physical persuasion. For instance, he had just convinced the elderly Burgiel, who remained silent, perhaps resting against the wall. The elder, in his advanced years, could benefit from a brief respite, and his occasional jerks might indicate nightmares. Cough, Ba cleared his throat, addressing Lady Scorpion with utmost politeness. Beautiful Lady Scorpion, greetings. The subsequent discussions will be conducted between us two, for your own safety. After all, should you inadvertently provoke my master with your words, it would not end well for you. At Ba's statement, Lady Scorpion narrowed her eyes, sensing something unsettling about him. You seem to misunderstand the situation this time. It is not we who request you, but rather you must proactively and enthusiastically transform the Empress City into what we desire. Ba's words prompted an incredulous laugh from Lady Scorpion, who chuckled in disbelief. How amusing. Allow me to share something even more amusing. First, thank you for aiding us in eliminating the Beast Master. Do not rush to refute. Without your passive bystanding, we might not have succeeded. This remark rendered Lady Scorpion silent. And thank you for your indifference to the plight of the corrupted King City. Do not hasten to object. Your Empress City possesses the largest interdimensional teleportation array in this world. If you truly wished, you could have discreetly informed the Eternal Arcane Star that the Soul Master had arrived, which would spell our doom, yet you chose not to. For she knew that summoning the Soul Master would not yield a fate much better than dealing with them. At least they had not directly threatened her life. Ba's words deepened Lady Scorpion's silence, her expression growing increasingly grim. Furthermore, you facilitated the sale of that vial of evil dragon secret potion to Counselor Agubea, which contained void entities, what you abyssal kin refer to as interdimensional entities. Those entities will not treat Agubea kindly. Can you guess whom that old fellow wishes to eliminate the most now? Ba chuckled at Lady Scorpion, who remained silent and visibly shaken. Oh. And you also generously provided us with over 60 portions of abyssal essence and a plethora of other resources. You, Lady Scorpion, nearly succumbed to her fury. You helped us against your own kin, concealed the Eternal Arcane Star, and provided resources without compensation. TSK, 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 you are one of us now. What further concerns do you have? Ba's remark about being one of us utterly shattered Lady Scorpion's defenses. Silence. Though she was furious, she contemplated her current predicament, her face darkening as she stated, I am no longer a Decane counselor, nor am I a member of the Decane family. Su Xiao was not surprised by this declaration. Recalling that during his fierce battle with the Twin King, the latter had erased his causal source from the Decane family source emblem, this left Su Xiao puzzled. Was the identity of Decane so easily forsaken? Surely, the source emblem would not be so lenient towards its kin, especially since Lady Scorpion was a council member of the Decane lineage. Without needing a hint from Su Xiao, Baha understood what to ask. It inquired, does your origin clan emblem hold any power over you? There was once a time when it did. And now? Why not ask the Eradicator you serve? Madame Scorpion scoffed, noticing Su Xiao remained silent. I was remiss. That was the doing of the Eradicator in the Second Era. Through Madame Scorpion's narrative, Su Xiao grasped the situation. The true cost of the confrontation between the Dokane and the Eradicator was not merely the loss of numerous clan members, but the irreversible damage inflicted by Sherman Akita upon the Dokane family's origin clan emblem in their dark sanctuary, within the Abyss proximity, after that incident. The restrictions imposed by the origin clan emblem on family members diminished to nearly nothing. Conversely, the Dokane clan lost many abilities granted by the emblem. One significant aspect was the resurrection of consciousness. The Dokane family's method of resurrection could easily mislead one to believe that all abyssal lineages followed suit, which was not the case. This phenomenon stemmed from the damage to the Dokane family's origin clan emblem, resulting in physical rebirth but an incomplete resurrection of causal consciousness or soul. Consequently, while Dokane family members could be reborn, the bodies that returned bore new consciousnesses and retained influences from their previous identities, presenting a distinct behavioral pattern that diverged from their former selves, unlike the emergence of a purely new consciousness. In contrast, the resurrections of Asguk, Lewin, and Bronze represented true rebirths, encompassing the entirety of body, causal consciousness, and soul. Moreover, The damage to the Dokkan family's origin clan emblem led to prolonged resurrection times for deceased clan members within the Abyss. Normally, the origin clan emblem could resurrect abyssal lineages within days to a fortnight, yet for the Dokkan, it took several years. Despite this, the fact that the Dokkan family had endured to this day after their fierce battles with the Eradicator faction was quite remarkable. Due to the state of the Dokkan family's origin clan emblem and the current circumstances, Madame Scorpion was resolute in relinquishing her identity as a member of the Dokkan family, a decision for which she paid a considerable price. Nonetheless, she sensed that continuing to delay would lead her to inevitable ruin. Madame Scorpion began to contemplate this matter, recognizing that choices made in the face of impending change could determine life or death. What can I gain? What you can obtain in the Queen City now is merely a fraction. If our estimations hold true, you will still be the owner of the Queen City, albeit not its ruler. The benefits will not be insignificant, but stability is key. Baja's words left Madame Scorpion increasingly indecisive. Her ideal scenario would be to maintain the status quo, yet she understood this was but a fantasy. I have two conditions, which are also the unfulfilled wishes of my previous causal consciousness. If these matters are not resolved, the lingering essence of the former Dokkan Scarlet Scorpion Empress will persist in obstructing my complete possession of this body. The Dokkan Scarlet Scorpion Empress was the previous owner of this corporeal form, having perished in battle against past eradicators. Such a formidable presence, if continuously influencing Madame Scorpion's claim over this body, would render her aspirations unattainable, even after millennia. Under the influence of her residual spirit, this had morphed into my own desire. Assist me in accomplishing this task, and I shall acquiesce to your demands. Upon uttering these words, Madame Scorpion felt a profound sense of relief. Speak. Su Xiao intended to momentarily defer Madame Scorpion's request, recognizing that she was seeking an exit. And this exit was not something to be achieved in the short term. A mere agreement would suffice. The Scarlet Scorpion Empress had a close friend, also an abyssal lineage. Yet she did not belong to any clan, existing instead as an independent entity, and her immortality was exceedingly formidable, to put it mildly. Hearing this, Su Xiao knit his brows, not because he found Madame Scorpion's request unreasonable, but because it sounded increasingly familiar. Looking across the astral realm, perhaps only you, as an eradicator, can accomplish this. She has been trapped by the second-era eradicator in a certain region of the solar star. Help me rescue her. Before Madame Scorpion could finish, Su Xiao interjected, the Evernight Empress. Huh? Madame Scorpion was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, she inquired with suspicion. Have you already visited the solar star? Su Xiao remained silent, but Madame Scorpion understood this as an affirmation. She asked earnestly, you haven't eliminated her, have you? Not at all. So, she still resides within the solar star? Su Xiao produced the Book of Original Sin, and upon seeing it, Madame Scorpion, who had been languidly reclined on an enormous bed, sprang to her feet. This reaction was not due to a loss of composure. Rather, anyone who laid eyes upon the Book of Original Sin would exhibit a similar response. What do you possess in your hands? The Book of Original Sin. Within it lies the sealed Original Sin artifacts. In Madame Scorpion's view, only items such as the abyssal vessels, collectors, and the Book of Necromancy could be considered genuine Original Sin artifacts. Objects like the Origin Demon Mirror were merely secondary or had the potential to become Original Sin artifacts. Indeed, hearing this, Madame Scorpion probed further. Then, does it contain the collector? It is one of them. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Madame Scorpion swallowed hard, tentatively asking, how many Original Sin artifacts have you sealed? Currently, 6. Madame Scorpion could not suppress a gasp, her mind racing. She reminded herself that she was an abyssal lineage and needed to maintain her dignity. Yet, she transitioned to a realization. After severing her life source from the Dokkan clan emblem, the cost was gradually losing the powers of an abyssal lineage. Suddenly, Madame Scorpion felt an unprecedented lightness, freed from the constraints of being an abyssal lineage. She no longer needed to consider the repercussions of her status affecting her interactions with beings like Lewin and Bronze, who might impose dire punishments and obliteration upon her. After a few moments of silence, Madame Scorpion sat at the edge of the bed, her demeanor markedly more respectful. This shift was not solely due to Su Xiao's strength but because of his possession of 6 sealed Original Sin artifacts. Not even the most serious and cold-hearted of the abyssal bronze lineage would fail to show respect to Su Xiao, despite being their adversary, given his formidable achievements. However, they would not hesitate to strike if necessary. Wait, are you saying the Evernight Empress is imprisoned within this? Madame Scorpion's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Zhao's silence remained a tacit confirmation. I shall fulfill your request immediately. Release her at once. That is not possible. What? As soon as Madame Scorpion uttered this question, she realized its folly. It was evident that any encounter between them on the Solar Star would be far from pleasant, especially with her being sealed in proximity to 6 original sin artifacts. How long has she been sealed? Will her consciousness and spirit suffer any issues? Perhaps it would be best if you released her first, and I will attempt to calm her. Su Xiao, holding the book of original sin in one hand, flipped to the 8th page, the corresponding seal being activated. A figure with long black hair, composed of dark mist, began to materialize, gradually taking form. Her pale face was devoid of whites, her eyes entirely crimson, and her fingers, slender and pale, were sharp as blades. The Evernight Empress's flowing black hair, measuring several meters in length, gave her an eerie beauty as she floated in midair. Following her sealing, her aura intensified rather than diminished. Now restored to the peak level of power, it stood to reason, if she were not of such caliber, why would the previous Eradicator have deemed it necessary to seal her? The blood-red eyes of the Eternal Night Empress gazed upon Su Xiao, prompting Lady Scorpion to exclaim urgently, Eternal Night, it is I. Have you truly forgotten me? The sight of Lady Scorpion caused the Empress to momentarily halt her raised hand, her gaze shifting to her. In that instant, a flicker of confusion appeared in the Empress's eyes, filling Lady Scorpion with delight. It is indeed me. We were once together in the void. Before she could finish her thought, the Eternal Night Empress lifted her hand, her sharp nails poised to grasp. Strangle. An invisible force, twisted like a braid, enveloped Lady Scorpion, ready to constrict her. Su Xiao, however, chose to ignore this scene. Regardless of Lady Scorpion's diminished status as a member of the Cain family, her own prowess was formidable, albeit hidden. Just as the strangling force was about to take effect, the Eternal Night Empress suddenly paused, pressing her hand to her head, as a violent headache rendered her momentarily dazed. She stared at Lady Scorpion, yet this time, Lady Scorpion no longer believed she could awaken the Empress's memories. With a wave of her hand, the Empress vanished from sight. I will ensure she does not trouble you again. Now, let us discuss the second condition. Lady Scorpion's mood shifted from sunny to overcast. She felt an unexpected lightness, as the stubborn spiritual force that had hindered her began to dissipate slowly. My second condition is quite simple. Return that spatial prison to me. I am aware it once belonged to the Annihilation faction, but I purchased it at a high price from the Goblin Merchant Association. I give you 10 years to return it. Lady Scorpion, possessing a keen emotional intelligence, provided a lengthy time frame, implying that it must be returned when no longer needed. I shall return it to you now. Su Xiao gestured to Baha to return the spatial prison to Lady Scorpion, which rendered her somewhat embarrassed. Baha opened the first alternate space and returned a brilliantly colorful sphere of space to her. Upon seeing Lady Scorpion's confusion, Baha cleared his throat and explained, well, its appearance has indeed changed somewhat, but its essence remains the same. Lady Scorpion glanced at the spatial prison and then at Su Xiao, wishing to amend her request. But the words had already escaped her lips. My dear friend, I hope I am not too late. Caesar made his entrance, and upon seeing Su Xiao and Caesar together, Lady Scorpion felt a surge of inexplicable anger. It was these two who had conspired to take all her assets. You are not late, Su Xiao replied, turning to Lady Scorpion and asking, can you still control the subraces? With this, temporarily, Lady Scorpion raised her hand, revealing a black ring on her index finger. Currently, the Empress City does not require the existence of subraces. Are you certain? The Empress City comprises over 300 districts, each encompassing the land area of a kingdom from another world, with a total population counted in the billions. Without these abyssal races managing, unnecessary. They serve only as your hounds, reaping benefits for you, and their maintenance of the Empress City is inconsequential. Su Xiao spoke not in vain. While it appeared that the subraces managed the districts, the true governance fell to the lower-tier officials of each district, who were ordinary individuals not under the control of the dark corruption. Ironically, Lady Scorpion, in her efforts to stabilize the power structure of the Empress City, had only allowed ordinary people to assume lower-tier positions, inadvertently enhancing the city's stability. Holding power and strength often leads to arrogance and hubris, akin to many mid-tier extraordinary realms where a significant portion of rulers are ordinary individuals lacking extraordinary abilities, a lesson learned through the course of history. Lady Scorpion hesitated, remaining silent for half a minute before removing the black ring and shattering it with a snap. Madam, you have made a wise choice. This is your reward. Caesar produced a golden state emblem, evidently derived from the void tree. More precisely, It was a blank imprint from the Void Tree. After Lady Scorpion took hold of the imprint, she hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to accept it. In the next moment, Su Xiao received a notification. Notification: Void Tree. The hunter has facilitated the separation of the key figure in this world, Lady Scorpion, from the Kane family. And she has accepted the imprint of the Void Tree. It has been verified that Lady Scorpion oversees the largest population center in this world, the Empress City. Due to Lady Scorpion obtaining the notarized imprint of the Void Tree, the core notarization of this world is being re-established. New core notarization area added. Empress City. Total core notarization areas in this world. 2. Sanctuary City, Duan, Empress City. The prestige factions related to Empress City have been reactivated and included in the core lineup of this world. Verifying the lineup situation of Empress City. No evidence has been found of abyssal races dominating Empress City. No abyssal races, subraces, degenerates hold significant positions within Empress City. Current lineup of Empress City, neutral, slightly chaotic, will be re-evaluated based on developments over the next 600 natural days. Indeed, Su Xiao and Caesar had effectively created a second core area within this world, indicating that even if Sanctuary City, Duan were to be obliterated at that very moment, all mainline missions for the contract holders, hunters, battle angels in this world would not fail, as the core district of Empress City would still remain. This strategic maneuver served as a safeguard against the priest and soul master, preventing them from dismantling Sanctuary City, Duan. Such a scenario would amount to defeat without any conflict occurring. Su Xiao remained unaware of how the priest and soul master operated in Sanctuary City, Duan, or how they managed to make the Silver Queen vanish without a trace. It was highly likely that they encountered a life-threatening danger, compelling them to flee urgently. Considering the compensation given to them, their visit was still quite profitable. Furthermore, the millions of Sanctuary City prestige points Su Xiao had amassed were entirely wiped out due to his expulsion from Sanctuary City, Duan, which was clearly orchestrated by the Soul Master and Priest. Did Su Xiao suffer a loss? In truth, he did not, as the priest had sacrificed hundreds of golden skill points to execute his plan. Moreover, Su Xiao had obtained 2 fragments of the golden statue, leading the priest to firmly believe that Su Xiao would not relinquish this golden statue. Thus, he chose to produce a crucial task item, utilizing this richly rewarding mission to completely detain Su Xiao. For Su Xiao, the hundreds of golden skill points could be sold to the Apocalypse's 3 sisters for their divine souls, making this a remarkably lucrative deal, especially since he could sell them the divine souls. This situation was rife with coincidences. One could surmise that had the priest known this in advance, he would never have made such a trade-off. Notification: Void Tree. Given that the hunter is the primary architect behind Empress City's notarization, you have earned 5.6 million points of Empress City prestige. Thus, as part of the core faction prestige, you may participate in this world's prestige evaluation settlement, though the maximum limit is 200,000 points. Since Empress City is a core district of this world, its prestige can also contribute to the current prestige leaderboard. First place, Soul Master, Cycle Paradise, 8.52 million points of Sanctuary City prestige. Second place, White Knight, Cycle Paradise, 5.6 million points of Empress City prestige. Third place, Priest, Dawn Paradise, 4.82 million points of Sanctuary City prestige. Fourth place, Aurora, Light of Faith Paradise, 1.25 million points of Sanctuary City prestige. Fifth place, Moan, Death Paradise, 159 points of Sanctuary City prestige. Sixth place, Black Sorcerer, Dawn Paradise, 308 points of Sanctuary City prestige. Seventh place, Celine, Apocalypse Paradise, 558 points of Sanctuary City prestige. Eighth place, Siler, Death Paradise, 242 points of Sanctuary City prestige. Ninth place, B, Reincarnation Paradise, 5,200 points of Sanctuary reputation. At first glance, the alliance of the Soul Master, the Priest, and Aurora appeared to be in a position of assured victory. However, the pressing concern lies in the fact that Caesar has become the commander of the Empress City faction, responsible for issuing tasks related to faction reputation, which is rather daunting in its implications. In addition to this matter, Su Xiao must swiftly address another issue. Within his lord's train, there exists a temporary skill upgrade chamber. Previously, after unleashing the power of the Shadow King and wreaking havoc in the corrupted royal city, this source container has reached its capacity, indicating that there are an additional 30 points of refined annihilation skill to acquire. Ideally, he wishes to utilize these refined annihilation skills to enhance the Azure Steel Shadow. and then promptly return to the absolute dark zone to fill the source container once more. He is eager to discover the extent of authentic damage should the Azure Steel Shadow's capability reach LV 155. Chapter 30. The sunlight in the Empress City is not particularly bright, but at least it is present. As Su Xiao stepped out of the shaded manor, Bubu Wang appeared. Woof. Good job. Woof. No way. Woof woof. Su Xiao halted, and Bubu Wang immediately cowered. There was no alternative. Returning would mean facing a slipper punishment, especially from the controlled AM, which was quite painful. This time, Bubu Wang ventured to the southwestern direction of the corrupted lake to escort the surviving residents of ancient Dragon City to Empress City. Mrs. Scorpion, of course, was unwilling to see this happen, as the downfall of ancient Dragon City was a result of her scheming. Su Xiao did not believe that Mrs. Scorpion would simply abandon her wicked ways. The abyssal lineage and the current abyssal powers were surely plotting something in secret, willing to sacrifice the Empress City they had managed for so long, just to gain enough time. He was indifferent to their schemes. The risks were within acceptable limits. The most crucial matter was that if the priest destroyed the sanctuary city, the world progress would immediately come to an end. It is worth noting that, even now, no trace of the White Dragon Lady had been found. When questioned about this matter, Mrs. Scorpion shifted all blame onto the council chairman, Agobaya. However, Su Xiao sensed that the situation was far more complex. The protective ability of the ancient dragon camp's strongest freezing power, the Embrace of Winter, could sustain for a month, leaving ample time. Returning to the Lord S train, Su Xiao directed it to District 15 of Empress City, which was only slightly less prosperous than District 0. As the train halted in the backyard woodland of the Polonia Manor purchased by Baha, a figure clad in a black robe and had approached the train. The situation was dire. The visitor wasted no time in revealing the current state of Sanctuary City, Duan. They have taken control of Sanctuary City? Su Xiao gestured for the man in black to make himself comfortable. The somber figure shook his head and spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. In times of danger, our ancestors are our only reliance. For this, we are willing to sacrifice much, even nearly half the vitality of the residents, their prime essence of life. However, as external dangers gradually diminish, the ancestors have become shackles. They have begun to prevent the residents of Sanctuary City from leaving Duan. I have come here using the avatar I left outside the city. With that, the man in black removed his hood, revealing himself as Charles, the Dark Bishop of Sanctuary City. Su Xiao remained silent. He had previously speculated about the ancestors while nearing the central torch tower because, with the likes of Charles, Afia, and Zdenek, three powerful beings, it was impossible for them to withstand the Decane family. To say nothing of the Beastmaster, who could easily contend with all three. Ultimately, their strength was inherited from the previous strongest guardian of Sanctuary City, and when faced with death, they needed to pass on that power. Such inherited strength could never achieve a perfect synergy. So, you seek me out for what purpose? Su Xiao maintained his focus on the Dragon Slayer as he spoke. He had provided what Sanctuary City needed, yet the ancestors showed no regard for this, choosing instead to collaborate with the priest and the Soulmaster. I have come to express my apologies. Oh, are you planning to return the flame core to me? If I recall correctly, that was a gift I bestowed upon you. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Charles, the Dark Bishop, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, this abolisher had given them the flame core, capable of illuminating two epochs without asking for anything in return. He also established a stable food source for Sanctuary City. Even to this day, the primary food source still came from the half-wilted nest beneath the Cathedral of Darkness, but all this had resulted in a shameful betrayal. Charles. Su Xiao placed the Dragon Slayer on the weapon rack and met the Dark Bishop's gaze for the first time during this meeting. Are you intending to persuade me to help you reclaim Sanctuary City? Yes. The Dark Bishop dared not meet Su Xiao's eyes, lowering his gaze instead. Then, once again, you will betray me. This the Dark Bishop wished to respond firmly, insisting it would never happen, but he knew very well that the true authority in Sanctuary City, Duan, lay with the ancestors. Charles, Su Xiao retrieved a bottle of elemental wine from the nearby shelf. AM set out 2 glasses, and after pouring himself a drink, Su Xiao filled a glass for the Dark Bishop as well. This gesture slightly eased Charles' tension. Having a drink indicated they were still allies. And allies could still converse. Do you believe I can vanquish Decane? Yes. Charles' tone was resolute, devoid of negotiation or pretense. He genuinely believed that the abolisher before him could triumph over Decane. There are numerous abyssal passages in this world, yet they can indeed be sealed. I have succeeded in doing so on the Sunstar. Upon hearing this, Charles' demeanor shifted. Do you suggest that without the abyssal lineage or the continued erosion of abyssal power, Sanctuary City, Duan, would finally welcome the dawn you all long for? Su Xiao's words caused Charles' expression to darken. He wished to argue but found himself unable to articulate anything. Ultimately, he raised his glass, drank deeply, and exhaled a breath of wine vapor, saying, "The ancestors have protected us for a long time. The reason Duan exists to this day is due to the protection of our ancestors." Oh, and how do you perceive the ancestors? They are the amalgamation of the souls of our strongest beings. Is that so? Su Xiao refilled Charles' glass, a hint of amusement in his tone. Do you believe I understand the abyss? Very, very well. Your understanding of the abyss surpasses that of anyone in Sanctuary City. After Charles spoke, he glanced at AM, who stood nearby. Perhaps my perspective is limited. In my understanding, the collective power of souls, after being nurtured by the abyss, somehow protects living beings. At this statement, Charles' complexion shifted. In truth, not only Charles but also the exploration captain, Afia, and the Pain High Priest, Zdenek, had questioned why the ancestors bore such a heavy abyssal aura. After a secret discussion among the three, they concluded that the abyssal-infested environment of this world had caused the ancestors' peculiarities. In their hearts, however, all three harbored another answer. The so-called ancestors were the accumulated soul powers of successive strongest beings, and as they were continuously nurtured by the abyssal power, this potent yet unstable source of strength required sufficient stabilizers. In the entire star realm, the essence of life was one of the most stable forms of high-tier energy. A stark reality lay before them. Even if the abyssal lineage of this world were eradicated and the abyssal invasion ceased, what Sanctuary City, Duan, would face was the very ancestors that had always sheltered them. From another perspective, it could be said that the ancestors had been nurturing the residents of Sanctuary City all along. Without the generations of residents providing essence of life, the ancestors would have long twisted into soul monstrosities. Moreover, every few decades, the strongest powers of Sanctuary City, Duan, would undergo a transfer of power. The weak and strongest would descend to the bottom of the central torch tower. Ostensibly, they would join the ancestors, becoming one of the many souls. If one were to think darker thoughts, these powerful beings did not truly join the collective. The consciousness of the ancestors held a singular motive. Each soul that entered the tower's depths was consumed, thereby strengthening the ancestors. One might wonder why the Soul Master could easily collaborate with the ancestors. It was because they were akin to one another. The Soul Master gained power by devouring the souls of others, and the ancestors did the same. When Su Xiao arrived in this world and triumphed over the Beast Master, there was someone in Sanctuary City who recognized the opportunity for a turnaround. That person was the current Lord of Sanctuary City, Vorn. Unfortunately, before Vorn could engage in clandestine discussions with Su Xiao, he was killed by the priest and the Soul Master, who took his place. Even if what you say is true, considering the current formidable power of the ancestral spirit, I am no match for it. Perhaps you are not either. Moreover, the meticulously nurtured soul tree is on the verge of bearing fruit. Once that fruit emerges, it will be utterly invincible. The environment of this world cannot possibly give rise to a soul tree.